Chapter 1. Jixian, a Xianling realm. In a secluded area within the Hengduan Mountains of the western regions, the Light Divine Clan, allies of the human race, sought refuge. On this day, within a chamber, a pregnant woman was in the throes of labor, assisted by a midwife, while a middle-aged man stood solemnly at her side, gazing intently at her. Outside the room, another middle-aged man cradled a boy and a girl, both 5 years old, anxiously watching the doorway. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. The man outside, perplexed, glanced upward, and as he was about to set the children down, a mysterious, powerful figure appeared overhead with a mere wave of his hand. The anomaly vanished, and he directed his gaze toward the man below, nodding before descending. At that moment, a cry echoed from within the room. The child had finally been born. As the infant emerged, an inexplicable wave enveloped the entire valley. Apart from the middle-aged man inside the room, the other members of the Light Divine Clan felt certain aspects of themselves dissipate, their bodies rejuvenated and invigorated. Inside the chamber, a radiant golden light burst forth from the child, who slowly began to levitate. The brilliance intensified, and subsequently, a golden mirror detached from the child's form. Once the mirror separated, the child ceased to emanate light, plummeting to the ground, where the mother swiftly caught her offspring. The mirror, however, hovered in the air, its pressure mounting just as the mother and midwife were on the verge of collapse. The middle-aged man finally intervened and subdued it. After being restrained, the mirror trembled a few times before its glow faded completely, transforming into a small mirror icon imprinted upon the child's forehead. The middle-aged man exhaled with relief and said to the child's mother, "It's all right now. I will summon Cheng Feng to come in." He exited the room, and the man outside, still holding the two children, approached the former. Smiled at the latter, nodding as he said, "Everything is fine, you may enter." The latter hurriedly brought the children into the chamber. The man who had just exited turned to the mysterious figure, and they began to converse. Not long after, the majority of the Light Divine Clan departed for the nearby city of Bailey, with only a few powerful clan elders remaining to guard the area. Bailey City, located on the border of the western regions, derived its name from its proximity to the southern domain, being less than 100 miles away. In Bailey City, the Light Divine Clan referred to themselves as the Hidden Ji family, thus establishing their residence there. The middle-aged man who had been cradling the two children was none other than Ji Chengfeng, the head of the Ji family. With his formidable strength, he had elevated the Ji family to become the most powerful clan in Bailey City. Thus, time flowed gently, and 5 years slipped by. The child, named Ji Xian by Ji Chengfeng, was cherished by his mother and older siblings, while his father, due to his responsibilities managing Bailey City, was seldom present. However, despite the passage of 5 years, Ji Xian exhibited no trace of divine power or spiritual energy, causing great concern among those around him. Ji Xian himself bore no worries, spending his days joyfully playing with his siblings. One day, an elder arrived at Bailey City and entered the Ji residence. Ji Xian's mother, Hua Yushi, carried him to meet the elder, and upon seeing him, she cried out, "Father!" They began discussing various matters. Ji Xian was unaware of their conversation, but from that moment onward, his siblings no longer appeared to play with him. After his siblings departed, Ji Xian wept and clamored for companionship. At this juncture, the Ji family had fully grasped control of Bailey City, and Ji Chengfeng reluctantly arranged for guards to escort Hua Yushi and Ji Xian on leisurely strolls through the city. Ji Xian wandered through Bailey City for quite some time until he stumbled into the Tianji Pavilion. Within the Tianji Pavilion, he encountered a little girl with horned braids and a peculiar ring on her thumb. She was of similar age to him, and upon seeing her, Ji Xian felt an overwhelming joy and wished to play with her. He soon learned her name was Si Qinyu. Regardless of the changes among the clans in Bailey City, certain powers remained transcendent and unchanging, one of which was the Tianji Pavilion. The Xianling realm comprised 5 domains: the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions, along with the central state. The main pavilion of Tianji was situated in the central state, being one of the top powers there. Established 2,000 years ago, the Tianji Pavilion created branches in various cities across the 5 domains, including the branch in Bailey City. The Tianji Pavilion specialized in divination, information trading, and intelligence gathering. And if one were to consider the wealthiest forces within the 5 domains, aside from the 5 domains Chamber of Commerce, the Tianji Pavilion would certainly rank among them. By arrangement between the Ji family and the Tianji Pavilion, Ji Xian visited the pavilion weekly to play with Si Qinyu. Thus, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 10 years, Ji Xian still possessed not a shred of spiritual energy or divine power. Yet the light divine mirror frequently exhibited violent fluctuations, unable to harness spiritual energy. Ji Xian silently endured the pain, yet he greeted everyone with a smile. His mother, Hua Yushi, was deeply pained, but Ji Qingfeng insisted they must wait until Ji Xian turned 15 to address the matter. Although Ji Xian could not cultivate, he diligently observed his master, Elder Shi, as he refined pills, often visiting the library to read and sharing light-hearted conversations with Elder Mu. Ji Xian consistently made his weekly visits to the Tianji Pavilion, and the news of his lack of spiritual energy had long since spread throughout Bailey City and even the western regions as he walked through the streets. Though others treated him with respect on the surface, whispers and pointed fingers followed him. Ji Xian was aware of their thoughts, but paid them no mind. Si Qinyu did not regard Ji Xian with disdain due to his inability to cultivate. She still engaged with him in reviewing intelligence and exchanging ideas. Finally, Ji Xian reached the age of 15 upon his 15th birthday. His master, Elder Shi, proposed a method of merging the light divine mirror with Ji Xian's body through the process of pill refinement, allowing Ji Xian to cultivate without enduring further suffering. This delay until 15 years of age was critical, as it was the point at which Ji Xian's body could withstand the flames of forging. However, the gravity of the situation necessitated caution. Although the method was viable, Ji Qingfeng summoned the middle-aged man who had been present in the delivery room, the strongest of the Light Divine clan. The Light Divine King, Yin, Elder Shi, and Elder Mu also stood by to assist. With the Light Divine King, Yin, presiding, everyone felt a surge of confidence. Ji Xian, trusting his master, agreed to enter the alchemical furnace for his transformation. After 14 days of intense forging, with the protection of the Light Divine King Yin, the Light Divine Mirror within Ji Xian's body finally merged with him. As a result, Ji Xian gained the qualification to cultivate, even breaking through to the second realm, the warrior realm, much to the joy of all present. Ji Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude to everyone. With Ji Xian's physical and cultivation issues resolved, the group prepared to depart, allowing him some time to rest. Just as they were about to leave, the Light Divine King Yin remarked, "Take a moment to appreciate the Light Divine Mirror. It possesses numerous wondrous attributes. I hope you do not bring it to shame." With that, he vanished from sight. One by one, the others exited. Ji Xian summoned the Light Divine Mirror, eager to discover its secrets. At that moment, a voice emanated from the mirror. "You finally control the Light Divine Mirror." Chapter 2. Mirror Image Replication. Upon hearing the voice, Ji Xian quickly addressed the Light Divine Mirror. "Who are you?" As he spoke, a luminous orb emerged from the mirror, within which was a miniature figure. "I am, of course, the spirit of the Light Divine Mirror. I have existed within this mirror since the day you were born. However, you were unable to manipulate it, which is why I could not communicate with you. Only today, upon your fusion with the Light Divine Mirror, am I able to appear before you." Ji Xian gazed at the spirit of the Light Divine Mirror and pondered before asking, "So, what was the nature of my experiences over these 15 years? Why have I been unable to store any divine power within me? I know only that the Light Divine Mirror is a damaged artifact upon your birth. It recognized you as its master, allowing me to come into existence subsequently. It absorbed your divine power to repair itself, which is why you could not cultivate over these 15 years. Now that I have merged with the Light Divine Mirror, is this a good or bad thing? There are both advantages and disadvantages. The Light Divine Mirror was once of a high grade since recognizing you as its master. It can only utilize your divine power for repairs over these 15 years. It has restored some function, but it is still far from complete. Without this method, the mirror would continue to absorb your divine power unchecked, and soon, you would meet your demise without divine power. You are merely immortal, and mortal lifespans are perilously short. Now that you are fused with the Light Divine Mirror, your strength will be linked to its grade, meaning that as your power reaches the mirror's former level, it too will revert to its original state. Thus, it will no longer absorb your divine power. Is that so? Then I consider myself quite fortunate, but can the divine power of light that it absorbed previously be returned? At present, I have merely attained the warrior realm, equivalent to the second tier of the divine mirror of light. It has absorbed 15 years' worth of divine power. Had I not suffered such extensive absorption, I would have at least reached the Martial Master realm, or even the Grand Martial Master realm, by now surely, a compensation is in order for the loss of 2 realms. Ah, well, that cannot be returned, however. There is a function that will allow you to use it ahead of time, which ordinarily requires you to reach the transcendent realm. Oh, what function is that? By the way, I still do not know your name. I have no name. You may bestow one upon me. Let me ponder. I have it. You shall be called Yang. Very well. From this day forth, you may refer to me as Yang. Now, could you elucidate the purpose of this divine mirror of light? The divine mirror of light was originally a weapon of slaughter, however. Given your current strength, employing the divine mirror will yield results akin to those of other weapons. Only when your power increases will you be able to wield the divine mirror to unleash its formidable destructive potential. For now, you can only access one ability, which is the power of mirror duplication. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian, filled with anticipation, addressed Yang. Oh, duplication sounds promising. Yang then solemnly explained. The most significant function of the divine mirror of light is mirror duplication. This ability allows you to replicate anything you have witnessed, including living beings, however. Each entity can only have one copy, and copies cannot be duplicated further naturally. This function requires a considerable amount of divine power. This capability is the result of the divine power accumulated over your 15 years. Ji Xian, astonished, inquired, does this mean that I can replicate anything, even beings of higher realms than myself? What about divine kings? Can they also be duplicated? Various thoughts raced through Ji Xian's mind. Yang contemplated for a moment before replying. In theory, yes. However, to replicate a divine king, your realm must at least match that of the divine king, and it would consume a substantial amount of divine power. Thus, I advise you to abandon the notion of duplicating beings of higher realms. Then if I were to duplicate something, would the copy be real? Indeed, that is the marvel of the divine mirror of light. Although each item can only be duplicated once, the copies produced are perfect 1:1 replicas. The difference lies in the varying amounts of divine power required for each duplication. If you replicate something with hidden qualities, the divine power required for that replication will be considerable. What if I were to replicate myself? That is certainly possible. However, the duplicate will lack consciousness and will require you to imbue it with awareness for control. The same applies when duplicating others, and you can only replicate again after the copy has perished. The duplicate's realm and abilities will mirror your own. Therefore, should you replicate an opponent, you will gain insight into their abilities. If you replicate yourself now, the duplicate will also be of the warrior realm. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You have only just begun your cultivation. It would be wise to utilize your divine power for advancement rather than duplication, as doing so may impede your progress. Gazing at the divine power within him, Ji Xian felt that he could soon achieve further cultivation as he was still at the warrior realm. The amount of divine power required for duplication was relatively modest, so he decided to proceed with the duplication. Very well, let us create a duplicate of myself. First, it may prove useful. Excellent. Now, channel your divine power into the divine mirror of light, and you will soon behold your duplicate. Ji Xian poured a strand of his recently cultivated divine power into the divine mirror, and before him appeared an individual who bore an exact resemblance to him. Curious, Ji Xian pinched the face and skin of the figure before him. Discovering it felt much like his own, he turned to Yang and asked, how does one control this duplicate? You need only send a fragment of your consciousness into its body, and it will replicate your actions. Understood? Ji Xian declared, then sent a sliver of his consciousness into his duplicate. He began to maneuver the duplicate around, mirroring its movements to an observer. It would be difficult to discern which was the original and which was the copy. After some time of amusement, Ji Xian withdrew his consciousness and returned the duplicate to the divine mirror. With a sense of wonder, Ji Xian remarked, with the aid of the divine mirror of light, my path ahead will surely be less arduous. Yang responded, the divine mirror requires divine power for operation. Your foremost task now is to accelerate your cultivation and amass more divine power. I understand, although I have not practiced before, I am aware that the divine power of our light divine clan differs from the spiritual energy required by the human race. Indeed. Chapter 3. The Attack in the Ji Family. Yang spoke. The power cultivated by all divine races is divine energy, including your bright divine race. The most significant difference between divine energy and the spiritual energy cultivated by the human race lies in the fact that divine energy is several times more potent than spiritual energy. Each divine race possesses a unique technique to convert spiritual energy. Your bright divine race transforms spiritual energy into bright divine power through the cultivation of the bright divine scripture, that a typical member of the bright divine race must absorb 2 portions of spiritual energy to convert it into 1 portion of bright divine power. This means that the conversion ratio varies for each individual. Indeed, those with greater talent and stronger abilities can convert spiritual energy at a higher multiple. Your current divine king, Yin, can convert spiritual energy at a rate of 5 times, which is the highest conversion ratio. Others typically fall between 2 to 5 times. Such conversion ratios imply that the strength of your bright divine race is at least 2 to 5 times that of the human race. Of course, this calculation does not consider weapons or secret techniques, but it clearly reflects the vast disparity in power between the human race and your bright divine race or any other divine race. And what about me? Ji Xian inquired. As for you, Yang replied, given your qualifications, you might also reach the status of a bright divine king, achieving that 5-fold conversion. However, with the bright divine mirror in your possession, your conversion ratio is now 10-fold. You need to absorb 10 portions of spiritual energy to convert it into 1 portion of bright divine power, which implies that your enhancement will progress relatively slowly. Yet the presence of the bright divine mirror ensures that even if the progress is slow, it is not excessively so, as the mirror can absorb power from the sun and convert it into bright divine power. The challenge lies in the difficulty of advancing to higher realms. Why is that? Because your fusion with the bright divine mirror means that your ascension in strength equates to an increase in the mirror's rank, resulting in the arduous nature of your advancement. You will require additional resources to aid you in this process. What kind of resources? Ji Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. Celestial elixirs and rare treasures from the earth. Yang responded. These are the simplest and most direct methods of assistance. Of course, there is another option. Merging with the other bright divine mirror, Ji Xian contemplated this and said, I am aware of the other bright divine mirror in the eastern region, which is said to have originally belonged to our bright divine race, but was left there to suppress the dark divine race. Does that mean this mirror shares a common origin with that one? Indeed, though I do not know the specifics. Yang admitted that I sense the existence of other bright divine mirrors in this realm since my birth. Whether the fusion of the 2 mirrors results in a complete bright divine mirror remains uncertain to me. Well then, since I have a basic understanding of the capabilities of the bright divine mirror, it is time for me to attend to other matters, Ji Xian declared. Very well, I shall not appear before others from now on. Should you wish to communicate with me, simply send your consciousness into your sea of awareness, and the bright divine mirror shall be there. Yang stated before entering the bright divine mirror. Ji Xian also stowed away the mirror, preparing to visit his mother. After more than a month of seclusion, he imagined that his mother, Hua Yushi, would be quite worried that Ji Xian wished to share the news of his cultivation progress with her, and thus headed towards her chamber. Inside, Hua Yushi paced anxiously. She knew today marked the final day of her child's treatment. Although her husband had reassured her before leaving, she could not quell her concerns. Since Ji Xian's birth, she had endured 15 years of torment, suffering alongside her child. Now that there was finally a chance for healing, she was willing to take the risk, regardless of the dangers involved. Just then, a voice called from outside, Mother! Mother! And Ji Xian entered the room. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Hua Yushi rushed forward and embraced him, tears streaming down her face. The Xianer, are you all right? 49 days have passed, and your father would not allow me to visit. That I in her embrace, Ji Xian reassured her. Mother, I am fine now. Elder, she has healed my body. I will no longer suffer, and you need not worry anymore. He gently wiped away her tears, saying, Please do not cry, for I am safe now. Hua Yushi quickly dried her tears and took Ji Xian's hand, urging, Do tell me everything. Ji Xian followed her back to the room and recounted the events of the past days. All that matters is your health. Hua Yushi said, After all these years, if your elder brother and sister were still here, they would surely be overjoyed. I shall find a moment to send word to Zhongzhou and share the good news. With a smile, Ji Xian replied, I, too, have not seen elder brother and sister for quite some time. That I wonder when we shall meet again. Mother, you should lie down and rest for a while. It seems you have not had adequate rest these past few days. Now that I am well, you should take some time for yourself. Very well, I shall rest for a bit, but you should check on that child, Qin Yu, at the Tiangong Pavilion. That I imagine she has been quite worried this past month. Yes, I shall go shortly. You should rest now, Ji Xian said. After watching Hua Yushi lie down and fall asleep, He departed, leaving the Ji family. Ji Xian stepped out of the Ji family estate. His signature golden hair, golden eyes, and golden skin transformed into black hair, yellow skin, and black and white eyes, making him indistinguishable from an ordinary human. However, his resolute gaze and exceptional demeanor remained unforgettable to those who encountered him. He then proceeded towards his destination, the Tiangong Pavilion. Not long after Ji Xian left the Ji family, a sudden chill swept through the alley beside him, and he turned to see a masked figure swiftly emerge from the shadows. Sword in hand. Before Ji Xian could react, the figure lunged at him, thrusting the sword toward his heart. Just as the sword was about to pierce Ji Xian's body, his true self had already returned to the bright, divine mirror. While the figure confronted Ji Xian's duplicate, the masked assailant felt he had struck Ji Xian's heart, but when he withdrew the sword, he found Ji Xian standing alive before him. Perplexed, he prepared to strike again. But before he could, he heard a grunt as his body erupted in a cloud of blood mist. The surrounding onlookers finally reacted, hurriedly fleeing the scene. The Ji Xian contemplated the blood mist, but chose not to linger. Still intent on visiting Si Qinyu at the Tiangong Pavilion, that he was confident that no one in Bailey City could harm him, as every movement within the city was under the watchful eyes of the Divine Kings. The earlier incident likely caught the attention of a Divine King while he demonstrated his mirror duplication, a deliberate reminder to remain vigilant at all times. As Ji Xian prepared to turn away, a figure clad in armor and wielding a massive sword landed swiftly before him, accompanied by a cadre of soldiers rushing to his side. Without acknowledging the blood mist, the armored figure approached Ji Xian. Kneeling before him, "Young Master Ji Xian, my subordinate has arrived late to provide protection. Are you unharmed? Captain Zhuang, you may rise that I am fine. I shall be on my way," Ji Xian replied, turning to continue towards the Tiangong Pavilion. "Young Master Ji Xian, do you intend to visit the Tiangong Pavilion? Please allow me to accompany you," the captain urged. "No need, Captain Zhuang. You may return. The city defense team is not solely at my service. It would be prudent for you to investigate whether any other ill-intentioned individuals have entered Bailey City," Ji Xian instructed. "Understood, young Master Ji Xian," Zhuang Fei acquiesced. The city defense team then commenced a thorough sweep, searching for any suspicious individuals. That Ji Xian departed from the scene. Chapter 4. Si Qinyu. Ji Xian arrived at the entrance of the Tiangong Pavilion and stepped inside. The first floor of the pavilion was bustling with many individuals seeking information. A maid, spotting Ji Xian, cheerfully exclaimed, "Young Master Ji Xian has arrived. Please proceed to the second floor, room, and that I shall inform the young lady, and she will be with you shortly," after relaying her message to a nearby attendant. The maid departed. As soon as the maid spoke, Ji Xian sensed numerous gazes in the hall directed towards him, but he had long since become accustomed to such attention. "Thank you," Ji Xian replied. Ascending the stairs towards room, that only then did the gazes in the hall gradually shift away from him. After a brief wait in room, a servant entered, brewed a pot of tea, and left. Moments later, a striking figure entered through the door, clad in a flowing green garment. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framed by a pair of enchanting eyes and a rosy complexion. She was a vision of grace, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. Notably, she wore a peculiar ring on her right thumb. Upon entering, she approached Ji Xian and, clutching his arm, exclaimed, "Brother Ji Xian, are you all right? My divination technique issued a warning, and I feared you might be in danger. That I was about to head to the Ji family when I received word that you had been attacked on the street." She examined Ji Xian closely, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Brother Ji Xian can cultivate now. I sense spiritual energy lingering around you, and your realm has reached that of a warrior." Ji Xian smiled and remarked, "I am quite well. The assailant did not inflict any harm upon me. It seems that Sister Qian, you has made some progress in her heavenly secrets and Qi observation techniques, just as I began to cultivate. Sister Qian, you was able to perceive the lingering spiritual energy within me and accurately discern my current realm. Brother Ji Xian, you are indeed favored by fate, that I have long asserted that you are the chosen one, destined to soar to great heights in the future. Those talented individuals among the human race merely enjoyed a smooth ascent at the outset. You will undoubtedly surpass them in due time." Qian Yu declared with enthusiasm. Ji Xian, observing Qian Yu's spirited demeanor, replied, "There is no need for such flattery. The mere fact that I can cultivate is already a significant achievement. I am still far from those prodigies. By the way, what significant events have transpired over the past month? Qian Yu's expression turned grave as she responded. Indeed, several major events have unfolded this past month. The first is that Yu Wuxiao from the southern region has arrived in the western region, where she is currently studying at the Chunwei Academy in Chunwei City. Yu Wuxiao. She has actually come to the western region. Ji Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing this, deep in thought that why Yu Wuxiao was born 15 years ago. And it is said that her birth was accompanied by celestial phenomena that stirred the southern region. Subsequently, she was taken as a disciple by her ancestor, the Blade King Yu Wushuang, who bestowed upon her the name Yu Wuxia. Although she is only 15 now, her prowess has already reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Qian Yu continued, there are a few more matters that may be related to this. Shortly after Yu Wuxiao arrived at Chunwei Academy, the current head of the CF family, Xie Yin, suddenly departed. His son, CFA, is now acting as the head of the family. Recently, news has come from the southern region indicating that Xie Yin has been spotted in Liuli City. It appears that the situation in the southern region is rather precarious. Sister Qian Yu, can you gather some intelligence from that side? Ji Xian inquired that why cousin has gone to the southern region. But we are currently in a competitive relationship, so she may not provide me with information. Qian Yu replied, you need not delve too deeply. Simply inquire whether she encountered any attacks on her journey to the western region. If I am not mistaken, she may have faced an ambush in the southern region. Although everything seems calm in the western region, the factions in the southern region may not easily let matters rest. Then I shall ask her and see what she says. With that, Qian Yu produced a communication talisman and said, cousin, it has been a while. May I come in? A voice emanated from the talisman. So it was my cousin looking for me. If you have something to say, just speak plainly. There is no need for pleasantries. Very well, I shall be direct. The matter I wish to inquire about is certainly known to you and is not of great importance. I would like to know whether you were ambushed before arriving in the western region, Qian Yu stated. Cousin, while this question may not be of great significance, why should I answer you? Let us not forget that we are competitors. I have already assisted you once before by informing you of Xie Yan's whereabouts. Cousin, though we are rivals, we have 3 other competitors to contend with that if we assist one another, we can gain an advantage over them. Besides, it is only natural for us, as relatives, to unite. Ji Xian interjected. What you say is true. However, uniting is not merely a matter of words that I can help you now, but what can you offer me in return? At this moment, Ji Xian spoke up. The situation in the southern region is tense, is it not? Although Yu Wuxia has left the southern region, the undercurrents remain, and an eruption could occur at any time. By exchanging information, we can at least ascertain the state of affairs and alert one another. Who are you? The voice from the talisman grew more elevated to Ji Xian of the Ji family in Bailey City. So it is you. Cousin, you are truly fortunate. The voice in the talisman became subdued once more to Ji Xian, puzzled by this response, glanced at Qian Yu, who also wore a look of confusion, and asked the talisman. What did you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. I have agreed to your request. Sister Qian Yu indeed faced an ambush before arriving in the western region. She has only one attendant left. To my knowledge, those who ambushed her were likely sent by the 4 major half-demon families. The voice in the talisman became steady. The 4 major half-demon families. As I suspected, the conflict between the half-demons and the human race in the southern region has become irreconcilable. The half-demon families cannot simply stand by and watch Yu Wuxia rise. They lack divine kings, while Blade King Yu Wushuang must guard against the demon clans in the southern region. Furthermore, divine kings from other regions cannot enter the southern region. So if Yu Wuxia were to achieve divine king status, it would spell doom for the half-demon families. They will surely dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate her. The voice from the talisman responded. Due to the saint's covenant, they dare not send a saint to intercept her. They can only dispatch peak-level venerables. Ultimately, Yu Wuxia's protector helped her break through the siege. Moreover, the Ji family's acquisition of Bailey City 15 years ago is also known to them, which is why they do not dare to pursue her into the western region. However, although the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is aware that the half-demon families orchestrated the ambush, they have not dispatched a saint to confront the half-demon families. Thus unable to seek retribution for this matter, but will the half-demon families truly relent? If I recall correctly, both our human race and the half-demon families are maintaining a facade of peace. Are we not? Therefore, if the half-demon families were to send individuals to Chunwei City and Chunwei Academy, the three major families, they would find it difficult to refuse. All right, I've said all I need to say. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You should keep an eye on Xie Yan's movements. He is likely to make some moves. Understood? I will remain vigilant. And remember your words after this statement. The communication talisman fell silent, and Qianyu put it away. She then questioned Ji Xian, Brother Ji Xian, how did you know that Xie Yan would take action? I do not know. It is merely a hunch I have. A feeling that these two matters may be connected. By the way, there is one more thing. The little monk Yuan Ju from the northern region has also arrived in the western region, and he is currently studying at the Qiufeng Academy. Ji Xian was taken aback by this revelation, his mind racing as he pieced together various bits of information. Chapter 5. The Born Genius 15 years ago. In each of the 5 regions, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central, there was a child born under extraordinary circumstances, and when their talents were tested with the talent stone, it was discovered that they all possessed the highest level of aptitude. Had they not perished, they would undoubtedly achieve divine king status. Thus, they are referred to as born geniuses. These 5 individuals are Shang Ziyu from the central region, the little monk Yuan Ju from the northern region, Nangong Yuqing from the eastern region, Yu Wuxiao from the southern region, and Tang Jing from the western region's Tang family. Aside from Yuan Ju, who hails from a prestigious lineage, the others are all scions of renowned families. The Shang family's ancestor is the Sword King Shang Zimo. Nangong Yuqing is the daughter of the current light god. Yu Wuxia is the descendant of Blade King Yu Wushuang. And Tang Jing is a progeny of one of the 3 major families in Jilu City. In the western region, there are 5 major academies and 1 grand academy. Chunwei Academy, Xian Academy, Qiufeng Academy, Dongshuang Academy, and Jilu Academy, alongside Jilu College. These 5 major academies and the Grand Academy occupy a significant portion of the western region, while the remaining area is under the domain of the Li Hui Divine Clan. Legend has it that 2,000 years ago, to suppress the Earth Demon Clan, the human race constructed the 4 Seasons Divine Array and forged the 4 Seasons Divine Swords. Ultimately, the Earth Demon King Xin was sealed within Jilu Academy, while the remaining Earth Demon clan members were confined beneath the earth by the 4 Seasons Divine Array to prevent the Demon Clan from breaking free. The human race established cities at the 4 array bases and the Central Array I, dispatching powerful individuals to guard the seals. The 4 regional cities were named after the 4 Seasons Divine Array, Chunwei, Qian, Qiufeng, and Dongshuang, while the central city was named after the Jilu Divine Sword. Chunwei City is located near the southern region, Xian City is close to the central region, Qiufeng City is adjacent to the northern region, and Dongshuang City is near the Li Hui Divine Palace that as the 4 Seasons Divine Array continues to operate. The spiritual energy in the vicinity of the 5 major cities increases, and the environment of these cities changes in accordance with the characteristics of the 4 Seasons Divine Array, thus forming the true 4 Seasons Divine Cities. Meanwhile, Jilu Divine City stands independently, unaffected by the 4 Seasons Divine Array. Not long after, the 5 divine cities established the 5 major academies and the Grand Academy. 1,000 years ago, the Li Hui Divine Clan attacked Dongshuang City, prompting the other 3 major academies to support at that time. The 4 academy heads wielded the 4 divine swords to confront the Li Hui Divine King, but were ultimately defeated and perished. For reasons unknown, the 4 divine swords lost their efficacy in a critical moment. A powerful human named Hua Wang arrived, wielding the Jilu Divine Sword, and wounded the Li Hui Divine King, forcing him to retreat and sign the Saints' Covenant. Although the Li Hui Divine Clan did not wish to abandon their assault, they continued to harass Dongshuang City over the course of the past 1,000 years. But these encounters were merely minor skirmishes without any large-scale conflicts. In the realm of the western regions, the control of all resources lies firmly in the hands of the aristocratic families. Although other powers have risen, the overarching structure remains largely unchanged. Over a century after the retreat of the Fire Deity Clan, Yu Jia's Yu Wuxiang emerged spectacularly. After graduating from the Jilu Academy, she journeyed to Zhongzhou, where she was taken as a disciple by the supreme being of Zhongzhou. Subsequently, she achieved a breakthrough to become a divine king amidst the conflict between the human race and half-demons in the southern region, earning the title of Blade King, ultimately guarding the last bastion of humanity in the southern region, Liuli City. Though Ji Xian is uncertain whether these 5 individuals are interconnected, he is aware that both Yu Wuxiang and the young monk Yuanjue arrived in the western region simultaneously, each attending different academies, undoubtedly with the consent of the Supreme of Zhongzhou. After all, they represent not merely themselves, but also their respective families. From birth, these 5 have garnered immense attention, for the current state of the human race is upheld by the support of the Supreme. Should these 5 individuals ascend to the Divine King realm, the human race would no longer be in such a passive position. It is well known that there are only 5 Divine Kings among the human race: the Flower King of the Western region, the Huaning Zen Master of the Northern region, the Snow King of the Eastern region, the Blade King of the Southern region, and the Sword King of Zhongzhou, alongside the Supreme of Zhongzhou, the mightiest among the world's strongest. Therefore, it is certain that other divine clans and demon tribes will not idly stand by, as these 5 strive for the Divine King realm. While Yu Wuxiang's presence in the Western region could be interpreted as a pursuit of exchange and learning, Yuanjue's arrival complicates matters significantly. The convergence of 3 innate prodigies in the Western region inevitably foreshadows a future of turbulence that Ji Xian furrows his brow, unable to comprehend the full implications at this moment. Yet he senses an undercurrent of danger. From the records of their bright divine clan, he knows that they once resided in the eastern region. Although sealed for 60,000 years, they still have the means to return to the eastern region rather than remain in the western region. Contemplating this, Ji Xian realizes that perhaps the bright divine king holds the answers to his questions, though he is uncertain whether the king would disclose them. Moreover, without the summons of a divine king, even Ji Xian cannot disturb the king's peace. Seeing Ji Xian's expression, Si Qinyu inquires, "Brother Ji Xian, what troubles you? What thoughts occupy your mind?" Ji Xian shares his suspicions with Si Qinyu, saying, "Sister Qinyu, it seems you must head to Chunwei City. Surely, Yu Wuxiang will take action upon her arrival there. Your presence could yield insights into her intentions that if you wish to grasp control over the western region, you cannot bypass these 3 individuals." At this point, Ji Xian suddenly recalls something and turns to Si Qinyu, asking, "Sister Qinyu, I remember you mentioning that you are the daughter of the current Pavilion Master and that the first Pavilion Master took you as a disciple." "Indeed, what of it?" She replies that it appears that your arrival in Baidi City was not without purpose, that in previous years I had not considered this, but the arrival of Yu Wuxiang and the young monk Yuanjue, coupled with our Ji family's involvement, indicates that a series of schemes are afoot in the western region. Your presence here is undoubtedly part of the plan. Is that so? I arrived in Baidi City at the age of 5, and now a decade has passed that I have had my suspicions. I researched the records and discovered that past heirs sent to the western region either went to one of the 4 great cities or to Julu City. Only I was dispatched to Baidi City, and what significance does Baidi City hold? Reflecting on it now, it must be for your Ji family. I do not know their plans, but we must focus on our own preparation. Over these years, I have perused the history of the human race in your Tianji Pavilion, and while the current state of humanity appears to be flourishing, it is in reality precarious. Should the Supreme of Zhongzhou fall, the dominion of the human race would collapse instantaneously. Thus, they seek to leverage the talents of the prodigies to solidify their arrangements in the western region, which undoubtedly includes your Ji family. And the bright divine king within your lineage must surely be aware of this matter. This bait encompasses not only them, but also us. Let us not forget, we are both 15. Furthermore, being the daughter of the current Pavilion Master and the disciple of the first Pavilion Master grants you a notable standing. As for my true identity, while others may be unaware, simply being the son of Ji Qingfeng, a semi-divine realm powerhouse of the Ji family, is sufficient for others to take note. Brother Ji Xian, if what you say is true, what should we do? The collapse of human dominion will affect our Ji family as well. So we must surely stand together with the human race, that I shall face all challenges in the western region alongside you. Si Qinyu blushes at these words, feeling a mix of shyness and resolve that I understand. Brother Ji Xian, I will always stand by your side. Chapter 6. The Princess of the Wolf Clan in the Tianji Pavilion. Si Qinyu suddenly recalls something. Listening to Brother Ji Xian, I remembered another matter. Tang Jing from the Tang family chose not to study at Julu Academy, but instead went to Xiaoyan Academy. At the time, I found it unremarkable, but now it seems that the entrance of 3 innate prodigies into 3 different academies was clearly orchestrated. Thus, Sister Qinyu, you should hasten your journey to Chunwei City. Once you depart, I will follow that I believe the enrollment for Chunwei Academy is about to commence, correct? I've just turned 15 and am eligible to attend. Moreover, we possess communication talismans to stay in touch, allowing for timely updates should anything arise. Additionally, you may encounter Yu Wuxiang. Perhaps you can provide some intelligence. I understand that I will make haste to Chunwei City. Si Qinyu replies. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I must quickly master some techniques to ensure my safety upon arriving at Chunwei Academy. Sister Qinyu, we shall meet in Chunwei City. As Si Qinyu watches Ji Xian prepare to leave, a tinge of reluctance fills her heart. Yet, recalling Ji Xian's words, she suppresses her feelings and declares, I understand, brother Ji Xian. Until we meet again in Chunwei City. Just as Ji Xian is about to depart, the communication talisman in Si Qinyu's storage ring begins to resonate. Si Qinyu retrieves the talisman, revealing a message from her cousin. Seeing this, Ji Xian decides to linger, curious about the nature of her cousin's call. As Si Qinyu addresses the talisman, Cousin, what prompts your summons? Is Ji Xian present? The voice inquires that he is here. What is it? There are two matters I must relay to you, both of which have occurred recently. Intrigued, Ji Xian prompts, Go on, I am listening. Within the Tianji Pavilion, the voice of Si Qinyu's cousin, Yin Ling, emanates from the talisman. Shortly, several individuals will arrive from the southern region to the western region, expected to reach Baidi City soon. Half-demon clan members? Indeed, but that is the second matter. Allow me to address the first. Several prodigies from the half-demon clan are en route to Chunwei Academy for exchange and study. They are currently positioned at the southern border. Si Qinyu ponders for a moment before responding. Although the half-demon clan is at odds with the human race in the southern region, outwardly, all seems calm. I recall they send talented individuals to Chunwei Academy every century, despite the Flower King's decree barring them from participating in the 5 Academy Grand Competition. They still send representatives every 100 years. With the 5 Academy Grand Competition commencing in 5 years, their timing for this visit to Chunwei Academy is not surprising. However, it seems unlikely that their intentions are purely academic. Indeed, they are accompanied by many servants, some of whom have reached the realm of venerable. It is difficult to ascertain whether any hidden elders from the half-demon clan are among them. What did the elder say? The elder utilized the art of Tianji, but he too could not predict whether any hidden powerhouses are present among them, that he merely foresaw that their arrival would bring bloodshed. Yet, if there are indeed concealed powerhouses, they wouldn't be accompanied by saints. The most formidable beings among the 4 great half-demon clans are semi-divine realm entities that if they intend to eliminate Yu Wuxiang as Ji Xian suggested, it is plausible that some of their sequestered elders are bringing semi-divine level assassination techniques to Chunwei Academy. After listening for some time, Ji Xian finally inquires, And what is this other matter you mentioned? The other matter involves another group approaching the western region that in the nearby Rock City. The whereabouts of the Wolf Clan's little princess have been discovered. She, along with her guards, is covertly journeying towards the intersection of the southern and western regions. They should have departed from the southern region and are nearing Baidi City. The Wolf Clan? I recall there are 5 major demon clans in the southern region, with the Tiger Clan being the strongest, followed by the Lion Clan, Wolf Clan, Eagle Clan, and Ape Clan. The 4 great half-demon clans emerge from the unions of these latter 4 demon clans with the human race. If memory serves, the relationship between demon clans and the human race is particularly strained. Were it not for the Tiger and Lion clans in the southern region, it would be difficult for the human race to find footing. Ji Xian continues, 20,000 years ago, during the invasion of the Earth Demon King Exine, the Wolf King was overwhelmed and retreated, yet many demon clans remained within the western region. Later, the Flower King arrived to suppress the Earth Demon Clan, and the western region subsequently fell under human control. However, these residual demon clans continue to emerge sporadically to massacre humanity. Currently, the western region is rife with fear of demons that if the half-demon clan can study peacefully at Chunwei Academy, the arrival of demon clansmen in the western region would likely spell disaster. Although demons can assume human forms, once their identities are revealed, they would face universal condemnation. What, I wonder, brings this Wolf Clan princess to the western region? As Ji Xian speaks, he absent-mindedly taps his fingers on the table, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Si Qinyu summoned an elderly woman and conveyed to her the matters recently mentioned by Yin Ling. instructing her to keep a watchful eye on the entrance of Bailey City, as well as the teleportation array. Meanwhile, as Ji Xian and his companions were engaged in conversation, a youthful maiden, around the age of 18, joyfully skipped towards Bailey City, accompanied by a robust, middle-aged man trailing closely behind her. The maiden was adorned in splendid attire, her cherubic face endearing to all who beheld her. Upon entering Bailey City, she gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, as if every detail fascinated her, while the middle-aged man observed her with a look of anxious vigilance. Within Bailey City, an array of stalls offered various items, including medicinal potions, magical artifacts, and rare materials, and it was not uncommon to find peculiar objects among the more mundane wares. The bustling atmosphere attracted numerous merchants eager to peddle their goods. The maiden approached several stalls, playfully handling trinkets and giggling, exclaiming, "Uncle Feng, look at this, it's so delightful." She even attempted to enter various shops to make purchases, but the middle-aged man swiftly restrained her, whispering, "My dear young lady, do not forget where we are. We must be on our way." He then inquired of a stall owner regarding the route to the teleportation array and urged the maiden to proceed in that direction. The stall owner regarded the peculiar pair with indifference, accustomed as he was to the presence of formidable individuals since the arrival of the Ji family in Bailey City, and the naivety of youth was a common sight. The teleportation array had been under the management of the Ji family for the past 15 years, capable of transporting individuals to the nearest city to reach Chunwei City. One would need to undergo at least 5 or 6 teleports, costing tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and it would take several months to arrive. Upon arriving at the teleportation array, the maiden found herself surrounded by a queue of people waiting to depart, her curiosity unabated, though she maintained decorum due to the middle-aged man's oversight. Shortly thereafter, they teleported away. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Ji family, the God King of Light and the mysterious powerful figure who had appeared at Ji Xian's birth were observing 2 scenes before them, one depicting the pair who had just arrived in Chunwei City, and the other showing Ji Xian deep in thought within the Tiange Pavilion, alongside Si Qianyu and the Communication Talisman. Chapter 7. Uninvited guests in the Ji family's secret chamber, the mysterious figure remarked. Ji Xian's awareness is quite astute. I never expected that during his years without the ability to cultivate, he would develop such a keen interest in gathering intelligence and focused contemplation. Your disciple is not to be underestimated. This is precisely why you brought her here. With their involvement, it is as though we are taking action ourselves, allowing us to cleanse the Western region. The complexities of the families in the Western region are numerous, with some even betraying humanity. The Flower King has little interest in these matters, and Zhongzhou also finds it difficult to intervene. However, with your presence, it is indeed time to address the situation in the Western region. This was also your intention in sending those youngsters to the Western region, wasn't it? Besides seeking to ensnare the families of the Western region, do you also wish to divert the conflicts in the Southern region and eliminate the hidden agents of the divine and demonic races within the West? Understanding you is enough, the God King of Light replied. Ultimately, the resolution of the Western region will rest upon your shoulders. The situation in the Southern region has stabilized, but what of the Northern region? And the Eastern region? A millennium ago, the God Mirror of Light that suppressed the Dark Divine Clan had already emerged, yet there has been no word from them since that we, the Light Divine Clan, can take action in the Western region, but who will stand against the Dark Divine Clan? Though the Church of Light possesses the God Mirror of Light, it cannot fully unleash its power. However, it can barely fend off a God King. The successor to the Moon King is currently being selected, and the Snow King is in his prime. Even if the Dark Divine Clan were to emerge, coupled with the Water God Clan, the situation in the Eastern region could be stabilized. However, the Western region is different. It is close to the Fire King, the suppressed Earth Demon King, and the various kings from the Northern region lurking in the shadows. Alone, the Flower King cannot withstand this, that if the successor of the Wind King were to appear, there would be a chance for victory in the Western region. And what of the God Mirror of Light? The Church of Light, after all, intervened a millennium ago to save the Eastern region. They are the heroes of humanity. Since Ji Xian can now cultivate, sending him to retrieve it would be the wisest choice. I will communicate with the Church of Light that if Ji Xian can obtain the God Mirror of Light through his own efforts, the Church should not raise any objections. What of the time frame? Acquiring the God Mirror from the Church of Light is no simple task. The Supreme has little time left. In 10 years, Zhongzhou will host the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, where powerful individuals from the 5 regions will gather. The Supreme will also take this opportunity to select a successor and wishes to meet Jixian. This tournament will serve not only to evaluate the talents from the 5 regions, but also as a prime opportunity for them to enhance their strength. Once the tournament concludes, Jixian can proceed to the Eastern region. By then, he should possess the strength necessary to acquire the God Mirror from the Church of Light, but whether he succeeds ultimately depends on his own capabilities. Since you have arranged everything, let it be so. You may take your leave. Once Jixian arrives in Chunwei City, I will send people to follow, the God King of Light stated, waving his hand to signal the mysterious man to depart. Suddenly, he recalled something and added, "By the way, you should be aware of the purpose behind the Wolf Clan Princess's visit to the Western region, correct? If she were to perish here, it would significantly impact the situation in the Southern region. There is no need to worry about the safety of the Wolf Clan Princess. Although the Wolf King has departed, he left behind ample resources, since the Wolf King allowed her to come to the Western region. He must have his own considerations. The Wolf Clan is, after all, neutral. As long as she does not harm the interests of our humanity, let her proceed as she wishes. Well then, I shall take my leave." The mysterious figure remarked before vanishing in an instant. After the mysterious figure's departure, the God King of Light fell into contemplation while observing the 2 scenes before him. At that moment, Bailey City was once again graced by a group of uninvited guests. This group was led by 4 young men and women who were chatting and laughing, with 4 additional young individuals slightly trailing behind them, all clad in vibrant garments. Behind them were some servants, bowing and scraping, ready to take orders. Although among these individuals were a few who remained motionless and taciturn, their gazes towards the leading quartet tinged with disdain. One of the prominent young men at the forefront spoke. "Everyone, please do not cause trouble in the Western region. This is not our Southern region, and those from the noble families here are not to be trifled with. Should you meet your demise in the Southern region, do not blame me for not warning you. The geniuses of Chunwei Academy are not comparable to those from the Lioli Academy in Lioli City of the Southern region." Another youth quickly chimed in. "Brother Ouyang is right. We have come to the Western region to learn, so let us not compete with the geniuses of Chunwei Academy. The strongest among our accompanying guardians are only at the respectable realm. Should we clash with those from the noble families, they will not be able to protect us." Upon hearing this, one of the youths retorted, "Brother Sima, your words are misguided that we represent the half-demon families in our exchange with Chunwei Academy. Bearing the dignity of our half-demon lineage, if we show cowardice, how will the people of the Western region regard us? If we disgrace our families, I fear the consequences we shall face upon our return will be severe." Brother Ouyang frowned at this remark, while the youth who had previously supported him seemed to hesitate to speak further, glancing at Ouyang's expression. The 4 young individuals behind them, however, displayed a range of emotions upon hearing this exchange. At that moment, one of the young women among the 4 at the front smiled and said, "Both Brother Ouyang and Brother Shimin make valid points. However, we neither seek trouble nor fear it. The geniuses from Chunwei Academy are not significantly nobler than we are. They have their semi-divine ancestors, and so do we. If it were the geniuses from Julu Academy, I might hold them in higher regard. But those from Chunwei Academy are merely average." The 4 talented youths observed the ongoing argument with indifference, as they had already bickered several times during their journey. Given their status, they were expected to remain silent until spoken to. Meanwhile, a few of the servants in the rear exchanged knowing smirks, though they did not attract the attention of those in front. Brother Ouyang surveyed the expressions of those around him and spoke up. "Enough of this meaningless debate, that we will discover what Chunwei Academy is truly like once we arrive, that I understand that you may not be well regarded at home, which is why you have come to the Western region. But I hope to see you all return. Now, let us hasten our journey." With that, he stepped forward, and the others followed suit in an orderly fashion towards the teleportation array, soon departing Bailey City. Chapter 8. The half-demon families and the demonic races within the Tiangue Pavilion. Ji Xian, Si Qinyu, and Yin Ling were engaged in discussion when the elderly woman from before entered and announced, "Miss, the spies report that the 2 groups you mentioned have arrived in Bailey City and subsequently departed via the teleportation array." "Understood, Granny's son. You may leave now," Ji Xian replied. The elderly woman exited the room, and Ji Xian addressed the communication talisman. "You must possess considerable intelligence regarding the half-demon families, correct?" Yin Ling responded, "There are four most powerful half-demon families in the southern region. The Ouyang family, inheritors of the Lion clan; the Shiman family, inheritors of the Wolf clan; the Sima family, inheritors of the Ape clan; and the Huangfu family, inheritors of the Eagle clan. These four families oversee all the half-demon families, great and small, throughout the western region. Although the demon clan may ignore them, they believe they are not of the same race as humans due to their inherited innate abilities. The origin of the half-demon aristocracy dates back 20,000 years, reaching its zenith a mere 10,000 years AT that time. A formidable warrior from the half-demon lineage was perilously close to attaining the realm of the Divine King, leading to an audacious assault on Lioli City with the intent of expelling the human race from the southern region. Ultimately, the Sword King, Yu Wushuang, broke through to the Divine King realm and vanquished him, thus restoring a semblance of stability to the half-demon clan. However, this tranquility was merely superficial. Behind the scenes, the half-demon aristocracy frequently lay ambushes for talented youths venturing out of Lioli City for training, while many human powerhouses would also launch surprise attacks against the half-demons, a practice that persists to this day. But why is there no lineage of half-demons derived from the Tiger clan? Logically, as the most powerful demon clan in the southern region, one would expect there to be humans seeking to unite with them, wouldn't one? According to the record from the Tianji Pavilion, it is said that the Tiger King issued a decree prohibiting interbreeding between the Tiger clan and humans. The Tiger King's authority is overwhelming. He is the mightiest being in the southern region, and his orders are not to be defied, hence no lineage of half-demons has emerged from the Tiger clan. As for the other demon clans, the Lion clan maintains amicable relations with humans, and any union between them does not incur disdain from the Lion clan. The Wolf clan remains neutral, while the Eagle and Ape clans are antagonistic towards humans. Nonetheless, individuals from these three clans still clandestinely unite with humans. So that is how it is. Which clan did that formidable warrior from 10,000 years ago belong to? The Ouyang clan. They are descended from the Lion clan, yet regard us humans as adversaries. Fortunately, there is the Sword King. Otherwise, Lioli City would surely have been destroyed by them. And what of the Lion clan? Do they not intervene? The demon clans perceive this as an internal conflict among humans. Thus they refrain from getting involved, for the involvement of demons would trigger a chain reaction. Well, the cultivation methods of the demon clans must differ from those of humans, correct? Indeed, humans cultivate through spiritual energy. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, they can transcend the mundane, begin honing their physical bodies, extend their lifespans, and then embark on the path of enlightenment to achieve the Divine King realm. Conversely, the demon clans cultivate through bloodline inheritance. Some demons are born with remarkable strength, while others gradually unlock the power within their bloodlines as they age, reaching their peak potential. The half-demon families inherit the bloodline of demons while also having the ability to cultivate spiritual energy. Thus, their warriors are significantly stronger than those of ordinary humans. If the warriors of the half-demon aristocracy can wield both bloodline power and spiritual energy, does that not make them superior to demons? You are mistaken. The bloodline inheritance of demons far surpasses that of humans. Even if demons and humans unite, only a fraction of the bloodline can be inherited, which means that the warriors of the half-demon aristocracy are destined to be weaker than demons. At this juncture, Si Qinyu interjected. There are records in the western region as well. Whenever the half-demon aristocracy sends representatives to Chunwei City, their talents always rank among the best. This is why the Flower King decreed that they should not participate in the grand competition of the 5 academies, not only to prevent the inheritance from falling into the hands of the half-demon clan, but also because it is quite challenging for anyone from Chunwei Academy to surpass them. Consequently, the students of Chunwei Academy have endured considerable ridicule from other academies. What, then, are the geniuses from the 3 major families in Chunwei City unable to rival the half-demon aristocracy? No, aside from the CF family, the other 2 prominent families, the Xiao and Li families, derived their lineage from the secret realm of Julu City, and not everyone can obtain such inheritance. Even the CF family has only managed to secure the talents capable of wielding the replica of the Chunwei Divine Sword. However, this generation, aside from Yu Wuxia, is said to have produced a genius from the Xiao family, and the CF family also has someone capable of wielding the replica of the Chunwei Divine Sword. Only the Li family lacks any particularly outstanding geniuses. It seems that if I were to attend Chunwei Academy, I would face a considerable number of competitors that I have only just begun. I surely cannot compare to them. Yet I remain confident about the grand competition of the 5 academies 5 years from now. By the way, Ji suddenly thought of something and spoke to the communication talisman. Can you investigate the backgrounds of these geniuses? Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Their backgrounds are not a secret. Investigating this should pose no problem, though it will require some time, that I will inform you once I have gathered the information. Thank you. Whether there are any hidden trump cards from the half-demon aristocracy among these geniuses remains uncertain, and we can only gain a comprehensive understanding once we arrive in Chunwei City. I am still quite curious about the purpose of the Wolf Clan Princess's visit to the Western region. Sister Qinyu, can you uncover her whereabouts? Si Qinyu replied, No, my mastery of the heavenly mechanism technique is not yet profound enough to glimpse into the future as those elders do. And without an item belonging to her, I cannot track her movements. Where might she go then? If she has indeed come with a purpose, it is unlikely that this purpose lies within Chunwei City. It is much more probable that it is in Jiulu City. To enter Jiulu City under legitimate circumstances, the best approach would be to secure a quota from the 4 great academies. I suspect she may change her identity to become a human and enter Chunwei Academy, subsequently obtaining a quota to venture to Jiulu City. Yin suddenly interjected. That can't be right. She can disguise herself as a human, and we may not be able to discern it, but the Flower King would certainly recognize her. If she truly intends to use a human identity to gain entry into Jiulu City, would she not fear the Flower King exposing her true identity? Ji Xian responded. I have come across some records regarding this. It is said that when the Wolf King ruled the Western region, the Flower King once visited to seek certain items, and the Wolf King even dispatched individuals to assist. Therefore, even if the Flower King recognizes her identity, he would likely refrain from making a big fuss about it. Si Qinyu continued. So it is highly probable that one of the individuals who ultimately secures a quota will be the Wolf Clan Princess, with the bloodline of the Wolf King. Even if this princess does not reveal her identity as a wolf, her innate talent and strength far exceed those of ordinary geniuses. Thus, if she truly assumes a human form, she is bound to obtain a quota. This upcoming competition will indeed be fierce, with 3 born prodigies entering the 3 major academies, which means they will not go directly to Jiulu Academy, but will secure quotas from their respective academies before proceeding to Jiulu Academy. Not to mention the addition of this Wolf Clan Princess. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian smiled and said, This is splendid. I am eager to engage them in combat. Yin Ling remarked. All right, I have concluded my discussion regarding the southern region. If there is nothing else, I shall cease communication. Cousin, you must also strive to enhance your strength. Humph. Rest assured, I shall not lag behind you, Ji Xian stated. Should I receive any news regarding the Wolf Clan Princess, I will have Sister Qinyu relay it to you. I suspect her purpose for coming to the western region is far from simple and may influence the dynamics of the southern region. Understood. Yin Ling then terminated the communication. Ji Xian turned to Si Qinyu and said, Sister Qinyu, I must take my leave. Chunwei City is currently bustling, and as the head of the Tianji Pavilion in the western region, you ought to go and oversee matters there. I understand. Once I have taken care of matters here, I shall set off for Chunwei City, Brother Ji Xian. Let us meet again in Chunwei City. Brother Ji Xian, make sure to depart early. Thank you, Sister Qinyu. Farewell. Ji Xian concluded, departing the Tianji Pavilion and preparing to return to the Ji family. Si Qinyu gazed at Ji Xian's receding figure, filled with reluctance. Chapter 9. The Library Pavilion. Upon returning to the Ji family, as Ji Xian approached the entrance, the guard stationed there remarked, Young master, you have finally returned. The family head is awaiting you in the conference hall. I understand. I will head over immediately. Ji Xian replied before entering the Ji family, making his way to the conference hall. Upon arriving, Ji Xian found Ji Qingfeng deep in thought. Upon sensing Ji Xian's entrance, he looked up and directed his gaze at him. Ji Xian hurriedly spoke. Father, what is it that you require of me? Today's events have already been conveyed to me by Captain Zhuang. Who do you believe wishes to bring about your demise? Our Ji family has only been established for 15 years and bears no enmity towards those major powers. The only point of contention we have is concerning the Spirit Stone Mine in the Hengduan Mountains. And the only families that have voiced objections regarding this matter are the three major families of Chunwei City. We, the Light God clan, have concealed ourselves in the Hungduan Mountains for 100,000 years. Over 10,000 years ago, the CF family from Chunwei City discovered the Spirit Stone mine in the Hungduan Mountains and subsequently began mining there. The Divine King paid them no heed, nor did they delve deeply into the mine. After the CF family's decline 10,000 years ago, the Li and Shao families rose to prominence and also came to mine in the Hungduan Mountains. 5,000 years ago, the CF family made a comeback, and from that point on, the three major families can currently mine the Spirit Stone mine. It was not until 1,000 years ago that they began venturing deeper, only to be thwarted by the Divine King. 15 years ago, after our G family emerged, the Divine King declared that transporting Spirit Stones out of the mine would require a share, so I engaged them in battle. The outcome was that they could transport the Spirit Stones through Chunwei City's teleportation array, but were required to allocate 2/10 to our G family. Therefore, it stands to reason that they harbor resentment towards us. In Bailey City, I am not particularly worried. However, if I were to go to Chunwei City and those families were to attempt assassination again, I would find it difficult to withstand, so you intend to venture out. Then it is only natural. You have grown up and it is time for you to seek your fortune. Indeed, Chunwei City is quite lively at present, and I wish to see it for myself. You may go out, but prior to that, you should visit the library pavilion to study some techniques. As for the assassinations you mentioned, there is no need for concern. They would not dare to act in Chunwei City. Very well, Father. I shall first head to the library pavilion. Ah, my young disciple, it is imperative that you master the sacred technique of the Light Divine clan, the Light Divine Radiance Sutra, at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, within the Library of Tomes lies a technique known as the Fiery Sun Palm, which was crafted by a former human who sought to emulate our illustrious Light Divine clan. You may practice this technique at the Spring Radiance Academy without raising any suspicions among others. Understood. Father, I shall take my leave now. Go forth. Thus, Ji Xian departed from the council chamber and made his way to the Library of Tomes. The library is a sacred ground of the Ji family, housing numerous texts that chronicle the illustrious history of the Light Divine clan that in times past. When Ji Xian lacked spiritual power, he often visited this place to peruse the volumes contained within. He also enjoyed engaging in delightful conversations with Elder Mu, the custodian of the library. From this place, Ji Xian learned that 60,000 years ago, the Light Divine clan resided in the eastern region. Standing against the Dark Divine clan and other races, it was during this epoch that a great confrontation ensued between the Light Divine clan and the Dark Divine clan. With a Light Divine king, Yin utilized the Light Divine mirror to seal away the Dark Divine clan. However, the leader of the Cursing clan unleashed a powerful curse upon the Light Divine clan, drawing upon the full might of his clan. Having just sealed the Dark Divine clan, King Yin found himself unable to resist this curse. Ultimately, he journeyed to the western region, where he discovered a vast deposit of spiritual stones in the Hungduan Mountains, which he hoped would aid in countering the curse. Yet, the curse proved too formidable. Even with the support of the spiritual stones, King Yin could only suppress it, unable to eradicate it entirely. Thus, the Light Divine clan remained in seclusion within the Hungduan Mountains for 60 millennia. Until the birth of Ji Xian. Upon entering the library, Ji Xian found Elder Mu, the esteemed elder of the Ji family. Taking a moment of respite, as Ji Xian stepped into the library, Elder Mu opened his eyes. Just as Ji Xian picked up a tome, Elder Mu appeared at his side and remarked, "Ah, young Ji, I thought you had ventured out. What brings you back to the library?" Ji Xian, accustomed to Elder Mu's sudden appearances, responded, "Grandfather Mu, I wish to visit the Spring Radiance Academy, hence I came to seek some techniques for self-defense. Venturing out is indeed beneficial. After all, you thought to explore the world. Your elder brother and sister have also gone forth. However, the world can be perilous, so do take care of your safety, that I understand. Thank you, Grandfather Mu. Yet ever since I turned 5, I have not seen my elder brother and sister, that I wonder when we shall reunite. Since you have set forth, there will be opportunities aplenty. Speaking of which, what kind of technique are you considering?" Ji Xian held up the tome he had just picked up and replied, "This one. My father mentioned it as a palm technique created by a predecessor of the human race, imitating our Light Divine clan's techniques. That is called the Fiery Sun Palm, which generates a celestial body akin to the sun by harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, potentially reaching the power of 9 suns illuminating the sky at the saint level. That I believe this technique suits me well. Its potential for growth is remarkable, allowing me to utilize it until the saint level without needing to switch techniques. However, I have read this tome a dozen times and feel it is lacking in some capacity. Ditto. May I take a look? Ji Xian handed the tome to Elder Mu, who examined it closely and remarked, "Indeed, this technique possesses some deficiencies. This palm technique should not only reach 9 suns illuminating the sky, but could potentially achieve 10 suns rising together. The creator of this technique likely did not attain the demigod level. Otherwise, he would have been able to conceive the final palm strike. This tome holds immense potential. Here is what we shall do. Since it has its flaws, I will rectify it. When you return next time, I shall impart to you this final palm strike. Take it with you. As for what else you might need, seek it out yourself. I will delve into its profound meanings in hopes of comprehending this final palm strike sooner." Having spoken, Elder Mu returned the tome to Ji Xian and then vanished from sight. After Elder Mu's departure, Ji Xian continued to search for the techniques he required. Eventually, he discovered the Light Divine Radiance Sutra, a technique utilized by the Light Divine clan to transform spiritual power and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy that as previously mentioned. Ordinary members of the Light Divine clan can convert their spiritual power into Light Divine power at a rate of 2-fold after practicing the Light Divine Radiance Sutra. Those with exceptional talents can even achieve a 5-fold conversion. Although Ji Xian, upon mastering the Light Divine Radiance Sutra, cannot elevate his conversion rate to 12-fold, it will enhance his absorption speed. Relying solely on the autonomous absorption of the Light Divine Mirror is insufficient for him. Ji Xian then stumbled upon another tome titled Fierce Tiger Fist, which details a martial art inspired by the attack patterns of the Tiger Clan. Curiosity piqued, he began to peruse the Fierce Tiger Fist. Chapter 10. The Tomes in the Realm of Xianling. Techniques are classified into 5 tiers: Divine, Celestial, Profound, Earth, and Yellow. Divine level techniques are exclusive to those of the Divine King realm and are renowned throughout Xianling. The 4 tiers of Celestial, Profound, Earth, and Yellow are primarily the techniques practiced by powerful individuals beneath the Divine King level. 60,000 years ago, the Light Divine clan was a prominent force within Xianling, thus amassing numerous ancient tomes from the human race. The Fierce Tiger Fist is classified as a celestial level technique, as is the previously mentioned Fiery Sun Palm, since both were created by humans emulating divine techniques. They cannot attain divine status. As Ji Xian examined the Fierce Tiger Fist, he found that it primarily emphasizes the accumulation of power. The Tiger King's attack philosophy revolves around building momentum, unleashing an attack with blinding speed once sufficient force has been gathered. However, the Fierce Tiger Fist solely addresses the accumulation of force without elucidating how to achieve the Tiger King's speed. The Ji Xian pondered whether the Fierce Tiger Fist was divided into upper and lower sections, or if the imitators simply lacked the ability to replicate the Tiger King's velocity. Nonetheless, even with just the accumulation aspect, the Fierce Tiger Fist can be considered a formidable celestial level technique. The longer one accumulates power, the stronger the ensuing strike will be. However, in solitary combat, an opponent is unlikely to grant one the time needed for accumulation. Without accumulation, the technique merely resembles an ordinary fist technique in group battles. However, this technique proves highly advantageous, allowing one to let others engage in combat while accumulating power for a climactic strike that will undoubtedly take foes by surprise. Moreover, it is perfectly suited for stealth attacks. Understanding the strengths and weaknesses of this technique, Ji Xian resolved to commence his practice according to its instructions per the tome's guidance. Aside from focusing on spiritual power, all energy must be concentrated in one area. Ji Xian contemplated whether substituting his spiritual power with light divine power would amplify the destructive potential of the strike once the accumulation phase concluded. Yet, given his current realm is still somewhat low, and his light divine power is not particularly high, the enhancement may not be substantial. Originally, Ji Xian had intended to test its potency. However, he concluded that it would be prudent to first master the technique before evaluating its destructive capabilities. Furthermore, upon arriving in Spring Radiant City, he would be unable to use Light Divine power, especially since the Dark Divine clan has remained hidden, should the Light Divine clan's presence be revealed first. The consequences remain uncertain. Ji Xian reflected on the Tiger clan's approach to combat. which necessitates speed. While the Light Divine clan possesses techniques emphasizing speed, their execution is conspicuous that Ji Xian sought a human technique to obscure his identity as a member of the Light Divine clan. Thus, he searched further, ultimately discovering an Earth-level technique called shadow shifting. This technique, a legacy from the human race 6,000 years ago, proves exceptionally useful at lower realms that Ji Xian resolved to adopt this technique. As he could also learn the Light Divine clan's exclusive movement technique, Light Shadow Arts, a divine-level technique passed down from the Light Divine King, accessible to every member of the Light Divine clan. However, one must possess the necessary comprehension to learn divine-level techniques. The Light Divine King could enhance his speed tenfold using Light Shadow Arts, while ordinary members of the Light Divine clan could manage only 3 to 5 times. Ji Xian had yearned to learn this tome even before he had spiritual power, and now that he possesses both spiritual energy and Light Divine power, he is eager to give it a try. In this manner, Ji Xian selected 4 tomes: Fiery Sun Palm, Fierce Tiger Fist, Shadow Shifting, and Light Shadow Arts. As for the offensive techniques of the Light Divine clan, Ji Xian felt that his current realm is too low. And since he would soon be traveling to Spring Radiant City and even to Julu City, he decided to postpone studying them until he reaches the Transcendence realm. However, it may prove challenging to return to Bailey City in the future, necessitating the carrying of tomes for study. As Ji Xian pondered how to transport these tomes, Yang interjected, "Worry not about the tomes. During your many visits to the library over the past 15 years, I have committed all the contents of these books to memory. When the time comes, simply tell me what you wish to learn." "That is splendid. In that case, what other techniques do you think I should study?" "I have heard that the talented youths in Spring Radiant City have a penchant for swords and blades, likely influenced by the Central Province, where the supreme beings practice both sword and blade. I am considering whether to pursue the study of sword and blade techniques as well. These tomes are quite adequate for now. There is no need to pursue sword and blade techniques. The Light Divine Mirror is the most formidable weapon of offense, rendering the study of sword techniques unnecessary. Moreover, true mastery of sword and blade requires innate talent to cultivate sword intent and blade intent. Otherwise, one remains merely an ordinary individual," Yang remarked with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian felt compelled to abandon his aspirations of studying sword techniques. Yang continued, "The Light Divine clan differs from the human race. Humans typically begin cultivating their physical bodies only upon reaching the Transcendence realm, while your Light Divine clan has been tempering their bodies since they began cultivating Light Divine power. That I have observed that other divine clans follow a similar pattern, which is why divine beings are generally more powerful than humans. At present, the human race relies solely on a single supreme being from the Central Province for support. Indeed, it is unfortunate that I have scoured the entire library, consulted with my master and father, and even perused the records of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Yet I have been unable to uncover the cause of this situation. It seems as if the divine race is inherently superior to the human race. I ponder whether the human race could attain a strength comparable to that of our radiant divine race by practicing our divine techniques. However, I fear it may not be possible. For instance, the light divine scripture of your radiant divine race cannot be mastered by those of the human race lacking the divine bloodline, as they cannot harness the power of the light divine. The inheritance of the divine race, much like that of the demon race, is rooted in bloodline. You, however, are rather unique, having been accompanied by the light divine mirror since birth. It appears that the current situation is indeed quite dire. Therefore, we must ensure that those few innate prodigies reach the divine king realm smoothly. Otherwise, should the supreme encounter misfortune, it may prove exceedingly difficult for the human race to endure. This is likely also the sentiment of the supreme and central state. Currently, the three of them are located in the western regions, providing an excellent opportunity to discern which individuals within those lands have secretly allied with the divine or demon races. Thus, you must expedite your ascension. Only then can you hope to survive the impending changes. However, due to your fusion with the light divine mirror, advancing your realm may prove quite challenging. There is no difficulty in this world that cannot be overcome by those with determination. Regardless of the obstacles, they shall not deter me that if the human race falters, our radiant divine race shall not escape unscathed. Therefore, for the sake of my father, mother, and the kin of the radiant divine race, I too must hasten my progress, break the stalemate, and ensure that this world is free from peril once more. Very well. Your confidence is commendable, in that case. Allow me to elaborate on what you will require to elevate your realm. Chapter 11. The Shao clan of Ping City and Spring Radiant City. Aside from the Yu clan, there are also three prominent families: the Xie clan, the Li clan, and the Shao clan. 2 millennia ago. Due to the characteristics of the four great divine arrays, the region was divided into four domains corresponding to the locations of the four major cities. Over the course of these 2 millennia, in the Spring Radiance domain, aside from Spring Radiant City, there have emerged 6 other grand cities. Among these 6 cities, 3 of them do not fall under the influence of the 3 great clans of Spring Radiant City, namely the Yin clan of Yi City, the Wu clan of Yong City, and the Shao clan of Ping City. Yi City, situated near the Winterfrost domain, saw the rise of the Yin clan a millennium ago following the Battle of Winterfrost City. At that time, the patriarch of the Yin clan broke through to the demigod realm, but chose not to venture to Spring Radiant City, instead opting to govern Yi City. During that period, only the patriarchs of the Li clan and the Shao clan in Spring Radiant City had reached the demigod realm, and the spiritual energy in Yi City was considerably inferior to that of Spring Radiant City, leaving many bewildered by this circumstance. Yong City, adjacent to the Summer Flame domain, witnessed the ascendance of the Wu clan 5 millennia ago post the Demon Suppression War. The patriarch of the Wu clan, upon attaining the demigod realm, also chose to preside over Yong City. Although he did not head to Spring Radiant City, the Wu clan's return coincided with the emergence of replicas of the Spring Radiance Divine Sword, leading many to speculate that he preferred not to be subordinate to others, thus selecting Yong City as his domain, resulting in little further discussion on the matter. Ping City, located near the southern domain, has seen the Shao clan maintain its lineage for 2 millennia. The Shao clan is exceedingly low-key and rarely departs from Ping City, leaving the world largely unaware of their affairs. However, traveling from Bailey City to Spring Radiant City necessitates passing through Ping City. At the very moment Ji Xian stepped onto the teleportation array headed for Li City, the little princess of the Wolf clan arrived at the Shao clan in Ping City. The Wolf clan's little princess, Feng Yin, announced her identity, and the current head of the Shao clan, Xiao Lin, along with his son Xiao Feng, welcomed them. Feng Yin addressed Xiao Lin, saying, "Greetings, senior. My father has sent me to study at Spring Radiance Academy and to witness the talents of the human race. However, given the long-standing opposition between humans and demons, I have come to visit you, hoping to approach Spring Radiance Academy in an appropriate manner. This is my father Esgard, Feng Yu.as," she spoke. She introduced the middle-aged man, Feng Yu, who stood behind her to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin smiled and replied, "Ah, it is the great general. I have long admired you." He then prepared to shake hands with Feng Yu, who merely nodded and did not respond. Xiao Lin, undeterred by the slight awkwardness, continued, "I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality, given your visit today, Your Highness." Feng Yin waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need to worry, that we have come for another matter. We wish to meet with my uncle. 2 millennia ago, my father retreated to the southern domain, while my uncle chose to remain here. My father has asked me to extend his regards. I see in that case. Please rest for a moment. This is my son, Xiao Feng. If you have any matters to discuss, you may speak with him. I will go see our ancestor and inquire if he is willing to meet you." As Xiao Lin spoke, he introduced the young man, Xiao Feng, to Feng Yin before departing. Xiao Feng smiled at Feng Yin and said, "Greetings, Princess Yin." Feng Yin furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a sense of dislike, though she did not show it, and replied, "Greetings, young Master Xiao. We have traveled a long way and are somewhat weary. Would you be so kind as to show us to a resting place?" "Ah, in that case, Princess Yin, please follow me." With that, Xiao Feng led the way, and Feng Yin followed, with Feng Yu guarding her from behind. Xiao Lin arrived at a secret location within the Shao clan, gestured and said, "Ancestor." Moments later, a hoarse voice emanated from within. "What is it?" Xiao Lin continued, "The little princess of the Wolf clan and the great general of the Wolf clan have arrived in the western regions. They wish to meet you." Wolf clan? What a distant name. It has been 2 millennia since I last heard it. Ever since Feng Xiao departed the southern domain, I have not heard that name again. The little princess of the Wolf clan. Is she Feng Zhao's daughter? What brings them here? Xiao Lin respectfully replied. Indeed, according to their account, they have come to study at Spring Radiance Academy and to witness the talents of the human race. They wish for us to prepare 2 identities for the human race, and in passing, to extend their greetings to the ancestor, that oh, let me see. After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. Umph. Extraordinary talent. I fear even you wuxia cannot compare. That great general is reportedly nearing the Saint Realm. Their purpose here must be far from simple. Keep them waiting for a few days, and then return to me. The voice fell silent once more. Xiao Lin replied, "Understood, ancestor," and then left the chamber. Xiao Lin returned to where Feng Yin was resting. Xiao Feng had already departed, and Feng Yu stood guard outside Feng Yin's chamber. Upon seeing Xiao Lin approach, Feng Yu called out to the room, "Princess, Xiao Lin has arrived." Feng Yin opened the door to greet the head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Lin, and inquired, "Senior, how did it go? Is my uncle willing to meet me?" Xiao Lin smiled and replied, "Princess Yin, the ancestor is currently in seclusion, and I cannot disturb him. That it would be best for you to rest here for a few days. The ancestor should emerge from seclusion soon, that I will notify you once he does." Upon hearing this, Feng Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yu and responded, "I see. We have indeed grown weary from our journey. In that case, we shall stay here for a few more days. Thank you for your hospitality, senior." "Not at all. I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave now, and I will inform you once there is news." "Safe travels, senior," Feng Yin said with a smile. Once Xiao Lin had departed, Feng Yin was preparing to invite Feng Yu into the room to discuss strategies when she suddenly recalled something. Feng Yu also looked at Feng Yin, shaking his head. Thus, Feng Yin entered the room and closed the door. Xiao Lin returned home, where Xiao Feng had also arrived. Xiao Lin said, "Tomorrow, you shall visit Princess Yin and see if you can extract any information from her. If you can win her over, that would be even better, but do refrain from employing any excessive measures. Otherwise, should that individual intervene, I would be unable to save you." Xiao Feng chuckled and replied, "I understand. Father, even if it does not work out now, there is still Spring Radiance Academy, is there not? Since she wishes to use our identities to enter Spring Radiance Academy, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to linger by her side for some time." "Very well. As long as you are aware, you may proceed." "Yes, father." The following day, Xiao Feng visited Feng Yan's resting place, inviting her to tour the Xiao clan and Ping City. Thus, several days passed without any sign of Xiao Lin seeking out Feng Yin. While Feng Yin awaited the emergence of the Xiao clan's ancestor, Ji Xian and his companions finally arrived at Li City. That Ji Xian stepped out from the teleportation array in Li City and asked, "Second uncle, do we need to rest here for a while, or shall we continue our journey?" Ji Yuxing replied, "Let us press onward. Time is of the essence. There is no need for us to waste time here." Having said this, Ji Yuxing stepped back into the teleportation array, with Ji Xian reluctantly following suit, and Elder Feng entered alongside them. Meanwhile, the Yin clan of Yi City welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Chapter 12. The Yin clan of Yi City. Just as Ji Xian and his companions entered the teleportation array, a young girl and an elderly man appeared at the entrance of the Yin clan in Yi City. The 2 stated their purpose, and the head of the Yin clan, Yin Yun, along with his son Yin Hao, came forth to greet them. Upon seeing the 2, the elderly man spoke, "Clan head Yin, I am Yin Ji, the servant of the old master. This is our young lady, the youngest daughter of the old master, that we hope Clan head Yin will take special care of her." Yin Yun hastily waved his hand, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, we shall ensure the safety of the young lady. Please, come inside." With that, he ushered the 2 into the Yin clan. Upon entering, the young lady remarked, "I've come incognito for 2 reasons. First, to assess the situation, and second, to meet that Wuxia, that my father said Clan head Yin could assist me, which is why I have come to inquire. Having received news from the Divine King, I have already prepared new identities for both of you. With the Spring Radiance Academy about to commence enrollment, the young lady may enter as a prodigy of our Yin clan, which will not attract undue attention. At that time, there will also be an opportunity to meet you wuxia." "Excuse me, what identities are those?" Yin Yun then pushed Yin Hao, who stood behind him, forward and said, "Miss, this is my son, Yin Hao. Your identity is that of his cousin, Yin Qingqi, with the background of having lost both parents at a young age. However, blessed with extraordinary talent, she has diligently trained under the guidance of our family servant, Ji Lao, and has ultimately caught my eye, allowing her to enter Chunwei Academy alongside Yin. How did I dare to address you as my elder miss? What do you think of this identity? Ah, splendid. Orphaned at a young age with only an old servant to rely on. This identity is indeed difficult for others to investigate and should not easily reveal any flaws. Henceforth, I shall be known as Yin Qingqi. Saying this, Yin Qingqi turned to the old man and declared, You are Ji Lao. Yes, miss. Following this, Yin Qingqi looked at Yin Hao and instructed, From now on, you shall refer to me as your elder cousin. Yin Hao promptly nodded and replied, Yes, elder cousin. Yin Yun then added, In the presence of outsiders, you may call me the family head. The Yin family is renowned for the flame palm technique. Here is the manual for it. Miss, familiarize yourself with it as long as you can execute the flame palm. No one will suspect your identity. After receiving the manual, Yin Qingqi responded, Understood, family head, that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest, as I am quite fatigued from the journey. Yin Yun hurriedly replied. Then, miss, please rest and I shall not intrude any further to Howard. Show the miss to her quarters while I go to see the ancestor and request his emergence. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingqi immediately spoke sternly to Yin Yun. Family head Yin, I would prefer that you address me by my name, Qingqi, from now on. Since our identities have been established, I wish for there to be no loopholes. Please ensure you do not misname me again. Yin Yun was taken aback and exclaimed, Yes, I understand. I will be more careful next time. With that he departed. Yin Hao, trembling with apprehension, led the way, not daring to make any sudden movements. Yin Qingqi turned to Yin Hao and said, Your attitude towards me is one of fear, which is acceptable. However, I wish for there to be no trace of reverence in your gaze. It is normal for a cousin to fear an elder. But any hint of awe would be a significant flaw. Hearing this, Yin Hao shivered slightly and replied, Yes, elder cousin. With that he escorted Yin Qingqi to her resting place and then left. Yin Yun arrived at a secret chamber within the Yin residence and called out, Ancestor, the young lady has arrived. Do you wish to meet her? A voice emanated from within the chamber. I am aware. I have already seen her. Bring her to me when they leave the Yin family. Yin Yun hurriedly responded, But is it appropriate to have her meet you? Not to worry. She will not mind. Go. Yes, ancestor. Yin Yun said before departing from that location. In Pingsheng, Xiao Feng was reporting to Xiao Lin. Who inquired, Fenger, how goes it? Have you managed to extract any information from Princess Yin? Xiao Feng shook his head and replied, No, she is somewhat wary of me, although she appears to enjoy the tour and engages in conversation. It is merely a formality. Xiao Lin pondered for a moment and said, It seems we must devise a method to elicit her response. Just as he was preparing to strategize against Princess Yin, a hoarse voice echoed in his ear. Bring her to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin quickly answered, Yes, ancestor. He then turned to Xiao Feng and instructed, You should rest for now. When they depart, follow them to Chunwei City. Understood, father. Xiao Feng replied before leaving. Xiao Lin then made his way to Princess Yan's residence, ready to escort her to meet the ancestor. When Xiao Lin arrived at Princess Yan's quarters, Feng Yin was just preparing to step outside. Upon seeing Xiao Lin, she smiled and said, Senior Xiao, I was just about to seek you out and I did not expect you to come so soon. It has been quite difficult to meet you lately. There have been many matters to attend to, and with the ancestor in seclusion, I have had little time to visit. However, the ancestor has emerged today and wishes for me to take you to him. Then I am grateful for your assistance, Senior Xiao. Not at all. Let us be on our way. With that, Xiao Lin led the two of them to the ancestor's place of cultivation. Upon reaching the secret location, Xiao Lin called out, Ancestor, Princess Yin has arrived. After speaking, he exited. After Xiao Lin's announcement, an entrance to the secret place opened, and Princess Yin exchanged glances with Feng Yu before entering together. They stepped into the secret chamber. They beheld a colossal beast enveloping the entire space, which gradually shrank and transformed into a middle-aged man. Princess Yin respectfully greeted the man. Greetings, uncle. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and replied, Yin girl, how is your father? It has been 20,000 years since we last met. I never expected he would still remember me. His voice was resounding and vibrant, in stark contrast to the hoarse tone he used when speaking with Xiao Lin. Uncle, I appreciate your concern, that am my father as well. This visit to the western region was specifically arranged by him for me to meet you, and he instructed me to personally deliver an item to you. With that, Feng Yin retrieved a manual from her storage ring and handed it to the middle-aged man. The man perused the manual and chuckled. I never imagined he would know of this matter. He then stored the manual and said to Feng Yin, should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I will advocate on your behalf. Feng Yin replied, I have already discussed my requests with Senior Xiao. Did he not convey them to you? The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. In that case, go speak to him. Just tell him it was my wish. I have acknowledged your father's sincerity, and I shall grant all your requests. You may leave now. Feng Yin looked at the middle-aged man, noting he showed no signs of further conversation, and said, very well, uncle. I shall take my leave. With that, she exited the secret chamber in search of the family head. Shaolin, meanwhile, within the secret chamber, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, with this manual, my injuries can finally be healed, that I did not expect the news of the Wolf King's departure from the western region to spread so swiftly. This manual serves both as a favor and a threat. It appears her daughter must be protected. However, she has invoked her father, indicating a grand scheme at play. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for me to benefit. He then transformed back into a colossal beast, enveloping the secret chamber once more. Feng Yin located Shaolin and recounted the middle-aged man's words. Although Shaolin felt perplexed, he dared not defy the instructions and said, I have prepared an identity for you as a member of the human race. You will be known as Xiao Yin, the younger sister of Xiao Feng, that why little girl departed this world at a young age. But few are aware of this. I have always claimed she was in seclusion for cultivation, making this identity fitting for your requirements, that I, in front of others, you may address me as the family head. But with Xiao Feng, you must call him elder brother, that I hope you can accept this. Feng Yin contemplated and replied, let us go with this identity, that I will adapt swiftly. From today onward, I shall be known as Xiao Yin. You shall be called Xiao Yu, and I will refer to you as Uncle Yu. Subsequently, Feng Yin addressed Shaolin, family head, time is of the essence. We should rest for a few days and prepare to depart. With that, she prepared to return to her quarters. Shaolin said, Princess Yin, travel safely. The Xiao family is renowned for the swift wind steps. Here is the manual for it, that I trust you will master it quickly. Xiao Feng will accompany you to Chunwei City, so I hope you will look after him. Feng Yin accepted the manual and said, I understand. Thank you, Senior Xiao, for the manual, that I shall take my leave. With that, she returned to her residence. Chapter 13. The ancestor of the Yin family. After Princess Yan's departure, a hoarse voice echoed in Xiao Lin's ear. Come to me. Xiao Lin hurriedly made his way to the hidden location. Upon arriving, he gestured and said, Ancestor. The hoarse voice resounded, halt all actions concerning them. Do not expose their identities. While they are in the western region, you must ensure their safety until they depart. Xiao Lin queried. Why is that? You need not know the reasons. Simply follow orders. However, do not lessen your surveillance on them. Refrain from any other actions. You may go. Yes, Ancestor. Xiao Lin reluctantly left. Following the ancestor's directives, he adjusted the plan accordingly. A few days later, Princess Yin approached the family head, Xiao Lin, and said, Family head, I have become familiar with this identity. I believe it is time for us to depart. The enrollment for Chunwei Academy is approaching, and we are running short on time. Xiao Lin smiled and replied, Excellent. Allow me to make the necessary arrangements, and you shall depart shortly. He then summoned Xiao Feng and discreetly instructed, You will accompany Princess Yin to Chunwei Academy. Remember to conceal her identity and do not harbor any thoughts of your own. This is the ancestor's command. Should there be any mistakes, the ancestor's wrath would be beyond my ability to contain. Though reluctant, Xiao Feng understood the ancestor's power and dared not disobey. So he agreed. Xiao Lin presented Xiao Feng to Princess Yin, who was accompanied by an elderly man, that he said to Princess Yin, Princess Yin, Xiao Feng will accompany you to Chunwei Academy. That he then began to introduce the elderly man. This is Elder Xiao Yi from our family. You may address him as Eldery. That he then turned to Elder Xiao Yi and continued. This is Princess Yin. From now on, you shall refer to her as Miss Yin. Your responsibility for the safety of my son and Princess Yin now lies with you. Elder Xiao Yi replied. Yes, family head. Miss Yin, when shall we set off? Princess Yin stated, Let us depart at once. I am most grateful for the hospitality extended by the Xiao family during these past few days. Having said this, she took her leave, with Feng Yu closely following her. Xiao Feng and Elder Yi also departed from the Xiao residence, making their way towards the teleportation array leading to Ping City. Shortly thereafter, Princess Yin and her entourage of 4 stepped into the teleportation array, embarking on their journey to Chunwei City. At this moment, in the Yin family of Yi City, Yin Qingqi approached the family head, Yin Yuan, and said, "Family head, time is of the essence. I believe it is time for us to leave. Please make the necessary arrangements." Observing Yin Qingqi's resolute demeanor, Yin Yun replied, "Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Additionally, our esteemed ancestor has recently concluded his seclusion. I was about to notify Qingqi. Would you like to meet him?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qingqi responded, "Since our ancestor has emerged from seclusion, I would indeed like to pay him a visit. Please lead the way." Yin Yun escorted Yin Qingqi to the entrance of the secret chamber, calling out, "Ancestor." A voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Yin Qingqi glanced at the elder before stepping inside, where the elder awaited at the door, while Yin Yun departed to make the necessary preparations. Upon entering the secret chamber, Yin Qingqi beheld the elder seated on the floor. She respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to you, Senior." The elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities." After scrutinizing Yin Qingqi, he remarked, "Miss, you are indeed the daughter of the Divine King. Such talent is unparalleled even within our Yin family. Perhaps you could rival the legendary Yu Wuxia." Yin Qingqi smiled and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. Why Yu Wuxia is a natural prodigy, and I would not dare claim to surpass her. My purpose in coming to the Chunwei domain is to meet her." "May I inquire as to the reason you summoned me?" The elder responded, "I simply had a whim to meet the young lady. I wonder if the Divine King has imparted any instructions during your visit?" Yin Qingqi answered, "My father had no specific instructions, only that I seek assistance from the Yin family." Upon hearing this, the elder paused before saying, "I see. During your time in the Chunwei domain, our Yin family will offer you our utmost support and will not disclose your identity." Yin Qingqi replied, "I am uncertain of the Yin family's strength, but I hope not to be disappointed." The elder reassured her, "Rest assured, even against one of the three great families of Chunwei City, our Yin family stands firm. You may act as you wish, as long as you do not attract the attention of the powers from Zhongzhou and Jilu City. While we are not afraid of the families in Chunwei City, I cannot contend with the peak human powers of Jilu City and Zhongzhou." Yin Qingqi assured, "Senior, my father has only instructed me to operate discreetly within the Chunwei domain, ensuring we do not draw the attention of Jilu City and Zhongzhou." The elder responded, "That is splendid. Do you have any further requests?" Yin Qingqi stated, "Nothing more, but I would appreciate it if you could assign a few powerful individuals to assist me. I have only brought Yin Lao with me, who is required to ensure my safety, and having additional personnel at my disposal would greatly aid my plans." The elder replied, "Currently, with no sages available, I can only provide you with individuals at the level of respected elders. However, they are close to sage-level strength, and as long as you do not provoke the sages in Chunwei City, they should be able to handle any challenges." Yin Qingqi expressed her gratitude. "If the sages remain inactive, I have no cause for concern." "Thank you, Senior." The elder nodded and conveyed a message to Yin Yuan, engaging in a brief discussion. Subsequently, he informed Yin Qingqi, "At present, many of our elders are either in seclusion or occupied with tasks. Leaving only 2 elders available to accompany you. 2 will suffice. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. The Chunwei Academy's recruitment is imminent, and we must depart at once." The elder bid her farewell, saying, "Travel safely, and should you meet the Divine King again, I hope you will speak well of us." Yin Qingqi agreed. "As long as my plans unfold successfully, the Yin family will be deemed a benefactor, and my father will surely reward you." With that, she exited the secret chamber, accompanied by Yin Lao. As they left the chamber, they encountered Yin Yun, who was accompanied by Yin Hao and 2 elders. Yin Yun introduced, "Qingqi, allow me to present our elder Yin Yin and Yin Hu. You may refer to them as Elder Yin and Elder Hu. Yin Hao will accompany you to Chunwei Academy, and I trust you will look after him." Yin Qingqi replied, "With everything arranged, let us set forth. As long as Yin Hao does not act recklessly, I will ensure his safety." Thus, Yin Qingqi departed the Yin residence alongside Yin Lao, with Yin Hao, Elder Yin, and Elder Hu closely following. Before long, the 5 of them left Yi City, embarking on their journey to Chunwei City. A month later, Ji Xian and his 2 companions finally arrived at Ping City. After resting for a few days, they resumed their journey, and after another 2 months, they entered Chunwei City. Chapter 14. Chunwei City enjoys a perpetually spring-like climate, abundant in spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Consequently, Chunwei City is several times larger than Bailey City. The city is home to numerous powerful families, with the three most prominent being the Xie, Li, and Xiao families. Additionally, there exists a branch of the Yu family. Other families are subservient to these major clans. 20,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Xie family wielded the Chunhui divine sword to seal the demonic races, thereby establishing the family's dominance in Chunwei City. However, following the catastrophic Winter Frost City war a millennium ago, the head of the Xie family perished, and the Chunwei divine sword became ineffective, leading to the family's decline, in the aftermath of the Xie family's downfall. The elders of the Li and Xiao families each broke through to the demigod realm, seizing the opportunity to rise and share control of Chunwei City until 5,000 years ago. At that time, a flaw appeared in the seasonal divine array, resulting in a massive escape of earth demons from the depths, plunging the western region into chaos. The elders of the Li and Xiao families joined forces to eliminate the demon General Qian, who was suppressing the earth demons in Chunwei City, but they sustained severe injuries and were unable to eradicate the remaining demons. Ultimately, a master adept in both alchemy and weaponry, Yu Qianfeng, was dispatched from Zhongzhou. He replicated the Chunwei divine sword and entrusted it to the then head of the Xie family, successfully repressing the earth demons once more and resolving the turmoil. With the ability to wield the replicated Chunwei divine sword, the Xie family regained its former glory, especially after the current head broke through to the demigod realm, thus re-establishing their control over Chunwei City to this day. Ji Xian and his companions entered the city gates. A young attendant approached them. After sizing up Ji Xian, he smiled and said, "You must be here for the Chunwei Academy's entrance examination. Am I right? Would you like me to guide you? My name is Zhao Shua. You can call me Xiao Zhao." Ji Xian, observing the attendant's animated demeanor, inquired, "Oh, how did you know we were headed to Chunwei Academy?" Zhao Shua replied, "In recent months, Chunwei Academy has been bustling with activity. Despite the crowds, people continue to flock here to register for the trials. I noticed that you, young sir, do not appear to be of great age. You must also be hoping to participate in the trials to become someone of stature. Isn't Chunwei Academy only recruiting geniuses? Why are so many people applying?" Ji Xian asked. "While Chunwei Academy does seek out talent, it is open to all as long as you can pass the trials. You gain access to various cultivation resources. Even serving as a menial worker, there is preferable to struggling outside. Those who succeed in the trials may not rival the top talents, but they still surpass many in smaller cities. Thus, young people from various towns flock here to apply, especially given the modest registration fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, during the recruitment period, dueling is prohibited in Chunwei City, so even if there are grievances among individuals, they refrain from fighting here. I see. Do you know where the Yunqian is located?" Ji Xian asked, recalling that the Ji family's establishment in Chunwei City was called Yunqian. However, upon hearing the name, Zhao Shua's expression changed dramatically. "Are you from the Ji family of Bailey City?" Ji Xian raised an eyebrow at his reaction, pondering, "We just arrived in Bailey City, and a mere attendant knows our identity? Is someone specifically watching us? That shouldn't be the case. The Ji family in Chunwei City shouldn't be that well known." Noticing the puzzled expressions of Ji Yuxing and Elder Feng, Ji Xian turned to Zhao Shua and asked, "How do you know our identity?" Zhao Shua quickly waved his hands and retreated hastily, saying, "If you wish to go to Yunqian, simply head right until the ENDTO reach Chunwei Academy. Just head straight ahead. I have never seen you, and you have never seen me. Farewell." With that, he hurriedly departed, as if fleeing from some great danger. Ji Xian turned to Ji Yuxing, stating, "It seems someone is keeping a close watch on us. They even know our movements. While we have not been particularly secretive, the fact that someone anticipated our arrival in Chunwei City and prepared accordingly indicates that the force behind them is significant." Ji Yuxing pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps it is the doing of the three great families. 15 years ago, when the Ji family arrived in Bailey City, we took control of various affairs there. And one of the most critical was the mining of spirit stones. They extracted spirit stones from the Hungduan Mountains and transported them to Chunwei City. After the Ji family took over Bailey City, their mining and transportation of spirit stones became exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the three families of Bailey City dispatched several strong individuals to deal with us, but they were defeated by your father, who revealed his strength at the demigod level. leading them to withdraw. They were then compelled to sign agreements, sharing a portion of their benefits with our G family. Thus, they may harbor resentment and have placed spies in Bailey City. When we depart from Bailey City, their informants will relay the news back to Chunwei City, and other cities, both large and small, might have also established some watchful eyes. However, we seldom linger in those towns, so they remain unaware of our precise arrival time. Nevertheless, they may have announced certain tidings in Chunwei City. Any inquiries made by outsiders regarding the location of Yunqi and would indicate the involvement of the Ji family from Bailey City. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's earlier confusion diminished significantly. This implies that we have already offended many before even reaching Chunwei City, and it appears this journey may prove quite arduous in light of this. Uncle, you and Elder Feng should head to Yunqi Inn, while I shall proceed alone to Chunwei Academy. Our presence together draws too much attention. If I travel alone, I will not be so conspicuous. Moreover, isn't private combat prohibited in Chunwei City? Thus, no one will dare to provoke me. Ji Yuxing glanced at Ji Xian and said, "Very well, do take care of yourself that we shall first check on Yunqi Yin. And once you finish your business, you may join us. With Elder Feng by your side, you need not worry about safety." Having said that, Ji Yuxing and Elder Feng turned right and walked away. Ji Xian watched them depart before continuing forward. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a throng of people gathered before the grand entrance of an opulent academy. Despite the crowd, a long line moved in an orderly fashion. Consisting of youths arriving to register for the trials, at the front of the queue stood a massive stone tablet, beside which a middle-aged man was instructing the youngsters to place their hands upon it. As the youths pressed their hands against the stone, it changed color. Ji Xian observed with interest that some turned red while others green. The onlookers gasped in excitement at the sight of green, while those whose hands had turned red or orange departed despondently, leaving only a few standing by the instructor, awaiting further instructions. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xian joined the line behind them. Chapter 15. Wu Qingfeng. After standing in line for a while, Ji Xian felt a tinge of boredom when a young man approached from behind and tapped him on the shoulder. Ji Xian turned to see the young man smiling at him, a striking figure with refined features and an air of nonchalance in his eyes. The youth clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Greetings, brother." "Hello," Ji Xian replied, returning the gesture. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard the young man continue with a familiar tone, "You must be from out of town, right?" "My surname is Wu." "My surname is Ji," Ji Xian replied, "that I have just arrived in Chunwei City. From your appearance, I assume you are also from afar." "Indeed," Wu Qingfeng replied. "Initially, I did not wish to come, but my family insisted. So here I am. That I had hoped to explore Chunwei City for a while, but I have been followed by a pesky companion. After much effort, I managed to shake him off and thought it best to come to Chunwei Academy." Ji Xian was about to delve deeper into conversation with this amiable fellow when they neared the entrance, allowing him to scrutinize the stone tablet up close. At that moment, a voice from behind caught his attention. "This is the talent testing tablet of Chunwei Academy. The highest achievement it can display is purple, signifying that the individual may attain demigod status. The middle-aged man beside it is Yang Yenshu, an instructor at Chunwei Academy. The greater the talent, the more resources one receives upon entering Chunwei Academy. It is said that a few months ago, a prodigy named Yu Wuxiao from the southern domain caused this tablet to radiate with purple light, after which the Academy's headmaster accepted him as a disciple." "Oh, radiating purple light?" Ji Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, radiating purple light signifies that barring any untimely demise, one is destined to achieve demigod status and even enter the realm of the God King." Just as Ji Xian was about to inquire further, his turn for testing arrived. Instructor Yang Yenshu addressed him, saying, "This student, please begin your test." Ji Xian was uncertain about his own talent, but having fused with the divine mirror of light, he worried that if the tablet displayed purple light, it might lead to complications. That moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Do not fret. I can disguise your talent. Whatever you wish it to display, it shall." The Ji Xian pondered that if his talent were too low, it might affect his cultivation resources. Although he was not in dire need, more resources were always welcome. Conversely, if his talent were too high, troubles would inevitably follow. Thus, he decided on a display that was neither too high nor too low. After deliberating, he communicated in his mind with the voice, then let it show blue with a hint of purple. After their exchange, Ji Xian placed his palm upon the talent testing tablet. That it indeed displayed a blue hue with a subtle hint of purple. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, as a remarkable youth possessing blue talent had emerged, even if the impact seemed diminished in light of Yu Wuxia's earlier purple display. Nevertheless, they expressed their admiration. Yang Yinshu nodded at the sight and said, "Please stand aside and await your next trial." Next, Ji Xian stepped aside, joining others who were also waiting for the next round of tests. That he turned to Wu Qingfeng, curious about his talent. Wu Qingfeng, upon noticing Ji Xian's gaze, appeared somewhat surprised. That he stepped forward, producing an invitation from his pocket and presenting it to Yang Yinshu, saying, "Instructor, please take a look." Yang Yinshu perused the invitation before responding, "You may enter." Next, he then dismissed Wu Qingfeng without further comment. Before entering the gates of Chunwei Academy, Wu Qingfeng flashed Ji Xian a smile and entered. That Ji Xian recalled that he also possessed an invitation. So he retrieved it and presented it to Yang Yinshu, stating, "Instructor, I too have an invitation." Yang Yinshu regarded him with curiosity and asked, "Why did you not present it earlier?" After glancing at the invitation, his eyes narrowed and he looked back at Ji Xian. Then, as if nothing had occurred, he said, "You need not participate in the subsequent trials. You may enter." Next, he then ignored Ji Xian entirely that moment. A few onlookers hastily departed upon seeing Ji Xian present an invitation. Ji Xian felt perplexed by Yang Yinshu's demeanor, but proceeded forward, stepping into Chunwei Academy. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Wu Qingfeng ahead and called out, "Wu brother, please wait." Wu Qingfeng turned around, surprised to see Ji Xian, and asked, "Ji brother, why have you come in now? Were you not supposed to participate in the next phase of the trials?" Ji Xian replied, "How you entered is how I entered." "Why the surprise, Wu brother?" Wu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. "You also possess an invitation? Why did you not present it earlier? Your surname is Ji, and you have an invitation. You cannot possibly be Ji Xian from the Ji family of Bailey City, can you?" Ji Xian was taken aback, wondering how his identity could be recognized everywhere he went. Was the Ji family's reputation so resounding? He inquired, "Oh, you actually know me?" Wu Qingfeng, amused by Ji Xian's tone, replied, "You truly are Ji Xian. I am Wu Qingfeng from the Wu family of Yongcheng." Sensing Ji Xian's bewilderment, Wu Qingfeng continued, "Though most people may not be familiar with the Ji family's prominence, how could a top-tier clan fail to investigate the Ji family's sudden rise 15 years ago? The head of the Ji family, Ji Qingfeng, is a demigod, yet his youngest son, Ji Xian, has been unable to cultivate for the past 15 years. I never thought I would meet you here today, Ji Xian. Your talent is extraordinary, and you show no signs of being unable to cultivate. That I see you have already reached the martial master realm. This is completely at odds with what I've heard." That Ji Xian was even more perplexed, unsure how Wu Qingfeng had deduced his identity. Was it merely based on the invitation? He voiced his confusion. Wu Qingfeng laughed heartily. "Ah, you are unaware. While Chunwei Academy admits geniuses and allows ordinary individuals to undergo trials, there are numerous behind-the-scenes circumstances. This invitation is one such example. Every major power receives one, allowing the bearer to bypass any trials and directly enter Chunwei Academy. These invitations are typically reserved for young individuals of high status but low talent, and I am one such case. The only great family associated with the surname Ji that possesses such an invitation is the Ji family of Bailey City. Judging by your appearance, you seem around 15, making it easy to deduce that you are Ji Qingfeng's youngest son." Ji Xian did. So it was simply a matter of information not being synchronized. Since Wu Qingfeng was aware of his identity, Ji Xian asked, "Then do you have any advice for me?" Wu Qingfeng chuckled. "Oh, I am not in a position to offer advice. I merely wish to befriend you. I have heard that several young masters from prominent families in Chunwei City are preparing to cause you trouble." "Oh, Wu brother, your information is remarkably well informed." Wu Qingfeng smiled and replied, "Haha, while my intel may not rival that of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, it certainly ranks among the top in Chunwei City." Seeing Wu Qingfeng's demeanor, Ji Xian thought that forming a friendship would indeed be advantageous. Chapter 16. Intelligence inside Chunwei Academy. Wu Qingfeng observed Ji Xian and remarked, "You seem unfamiliar with the inner workings of Chunwei Academy. Allow me to guide you in understanding this place before we proceed to the office to check in." "Check in at the office?" Ji Xian asked, puzzled. "I was just about to inquire why no one came to receive us upon our entry into Chunwei Academy. We arrived with invitations. It is fortunate they do not chase us away, let alone offer us a reception. Those who enter Chunwei Academy bearing an invitation are often individuals of modest talent, merely seeking to pass the time. Of course, you are the exception. To access the resources of Chunwei Academy, one must possess both talent and strength. Thus, those who arrive with an invitation will find no one to greet them, as they must report on their OWN. In contrast, prodigies of extraordinary talent and standing will be met with eager reception, as mentors vie for the opportunity to take them under their wing. So what does it mean to be sought after by the mentors? At Chunwei Academy, students must compete for their mentors. Some mentors actively seek students, while others remain inaccessible no matter the effort invested. When a prodigy enters the academy, mentors swarm to them, inviting them to become their disciples, for a student's success elevates a mentor's standing as well. Hence, mentors typically do not choose those of lesser talent. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian recalled the maneuvers of the three great families within Chunwei City, realizing that news of his arrival at Chunwei Academy would soon reach them, and thus no mentor might choose him. He then pondered the possibility of utilizing the token given to him by his master when he was still at the Ji family. "Let us converse as we walk," suggested Wu Qingfeng. Stepping forward, prompting Ji Xian to follow suit, Wu Qingfeng continued. Chunwei Academy holds admissions every 5 years. However, the number of individuals who can pass the trials to enter is exceedingly rare. The offspring of prominent families are exempt from these trials. As long as their talent stone displays a green rating or higher, they may enter Chunwei Academy. Only those of insufficient talent yet of lofty status require an invitation. Although Chunwei Academy does not employ an elimination system, it does hold a martial arts competition at the end of each year, where one's treatment correlates with their ranking. For instance, securing first place grants one residence in the most spiritually enriched cave for an entire year until the next competition, with lower rankings resulting in diminished spiritual resources. Thus, the strong remain strong, and the weak grow weaker. Graduation from Chunwei Academy occurs at the age of 25. Upon reaching this age, one must leave the academy. This policy is consistent across Chunwei, Sheyin, Qiufeng, and Dongshuang academies. Additionally, every 10 years, a grand martial arts competition is held, featuring the top 10 from each academy and 50 outstanding participants from outside, totaling 100 competitors. Upon completion of the competition, the top 10 may proceed to Jiulu City and enter Jiulu Academy. This means that regardless of when one enters Chunwei Academy, they can participate in one grand martial arts competition for a chance to attend Jiulu Academy. Furthermore, every century, an even grander competition is held, with the number of participants increasing tenfold, due to the opening of a special secret realm. 5 academies in competition. Aren't there only 4? Ji Xian asked, perplexed. Naturally, there is the affiliated academy of Jiulu Academy, known as Jiulu Academy. Unlike the 4 major academies, it only enrolls victors from the martial arts competitions held every decade or century. Thus, the families in Jiulu City must adhere to this rule, leading to the establishment of Jiulu Academy. It holds the same status as the 4 major academies and therefore is entitled to a share of the slots. The pinnacle of human prowess believes that the optimal time for cultivation is before the age of 25, and certainly not beyond 50, that those who have not reached the transcendent stage have a lifespan of merely 100 years. Surpassing 50 results in the depletion of one's potential. Hence, participants in the martial arts competition must be under 50 years of age and below the transcendent stage. Ji Xian contemplated and inquired, when is the next grand martial arts competition? It will take place in 5 years, and this will be a centennial event, guaranteed to be lively. I, however, am indifferent, as I am merely here to pass the time. Your pressure is immense, given your exceptional talent. Jiulu Academy is your path forward. Thus, in 5 years, you must compete for this qualification alongside them. Within this time frame, you must advance from the martial master stage to the martial sovereign stage, spanning 3 major realms. Otherwise, you will not be able to contend with them. In the centennial competition, the top 10 from each academy automatically advance, while the remaining 90 must vie with 500 from outside for the remaining 50 slots. Once the 100 participants are finalized, they will enter that special secret realm for ranking matches, with the top ranks receiving substantial rewards before proceeding to Jiulu Academy. Therefore, it is imperative that you secure a place among the top 10 in the academy. Otherwise, your chances of entering will be slim. as the 500 slots outside the academy will be filled by peak martial sovereigns who suppress their own strength to participate in this competition. Jishin asked, "Is this slot truly so enticing?" To enter Julu Academy signifies an opportunity to access the legacy of the Divine Monarch, which is why all talented practitioners are drawn to it. This is precisely why the conditions of being under 50 years old and below the transcendent stage were established. The higher your talent and strength, the stronger you can become, which is what the peak of humanity wishes to witness. However, the situation has shifted somewhat in recent years. What has transpired? Jishin queried. 3,000 years ago, the Chunwei Academy faced a troubling number of talented individuals perishing during their training, some under mysterious circumstances. It is rumored that the other 4 major academies experienced similar tragedies. Upon investigation, it was revealed that some fell victim to assassins from an organization called the Shura Gate. It is said that the founder of Shura Gate was a disciple of the supreme ruler of Central Continent a millennium ago, who was expelled and subsequently migrated to the western regions. They do not dare to approach Julu Academy. Their ire is directed at the 4 major academies instead. Consequently, the 4 academies united and sought the assistance of the Tianji Pavilion for divination, launching a joint offensive against Shura Gate. However, they uncovered another force, the Brotherhood, and although many members of Shura Gate and the Brotherhood were slain, they were not eradicated entirely. They simply retreated deeper into obscurity. After that period, the loss of talented individuals decreased significantly. Yet recently, such disappearances have begun anew, leading me to suspect that these forces may be resurfacing. Jishin regarded Wu Qingfeng with surprise, taken aback by his extensive knowledge. During his time at the Ji family and the Tianji Pavilion, he had not acquired such insights, indicating a need for him to bolster his own understanding. That he felt fortunate to have encountered Wu Qingfeng, recognizing his own shortcomings. With this realization, Jishin fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 17. The training grounds. Jishin understood that 3,000 years ago, the western regions had united to combat the Shura Gate and the Brotherhood. Unaware that this had implications for the students of the 4 major academies, that he recalled that currently, Yu Wuxia, the monk Yuanjue, and Tangjing were also in the western regions, leading him to believe that assistance against them would soon arrive. However, the western regions faced internal strife as well. Suddenly, an idea struck Jishin. Were all these talented individuals truly victims of the Shura Gate and the Brotherhood? Perhaps the prominent families that first rose in the western regions were covertly involved. They could be utilizing the Brotherhood and Shura Gate as scapegoats to eliminate the talents of rival families. As long as a talent posed a threat to their status, they might be silenced. After all, the past of the Yu family served as a cautionary tale. Originally, the Yu family was an inconspicuous minor family, yet one emerged who reached the Divine Monarch stage, propelling the Yu family into the ranks of the great families of Julu City. These minor families also aspired to rise through the academies, as they were the channels for ascension established by the Divine Monarch. They dared not defy this, yet it was relatively simple to eliminate unproven talents. Shifting the blame onto the common enemies of the western regions, the Brotherhood and Shura Gate, in light of this, the initial testing of talent at the entrance of Chunwei Academy, followed by the presentation of invitations, could indeed incite greater trouble. After all, a blue talent bearing hints of purple holds the potential for demigod status, and I am of the Ji family. These families, they remain unaware that the Ji family is a facade for the radiant divine clan. Should I achieve demigod status, it would signify the emergence of a dual demigod lineage in Chunwei domain, elevating the Ji family to the pinnacle of power, reminiscent of the Yu family's rise. Thus, these families would never permit me to attain demigod status. This means they initially sought to assert their dominance, attempting to reclaim their lost face from the events in Bailey City through me. However, once they learn of my talent, they will plot my demise. The moment I display any sign of advancing towards demigod status, they will take ruthless measures to eliminate me. Jishin chuckled bitterly at this thought. Initially, he sought to be cautious, opting to reveal a talent of blue with hints of purple. Now, this very caution may lead to far greater complications. Wu Qingfeng, having heard Jishin's laughter, noticed no change in his demeanor and inquired, "What has caused you such amusement, Jishin?" Hearing Wu Qingfeng's question, Jishin replied with a hint of resignation, "It's nothing. Wu brother, we must be nearing the office by now, correct?" "Indeed, we have arrived," Wu Qingfeng exclaimed. Hastening his steps forward, the Ji Xian raised his gaze to see a magnificent building ahead, and he followed Wu Qingfeng inside. Upon entering the building, Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng were greeted by an expansive hall filled with a cacophony of voices. Beside the main entrance stood a bulletin board adorned with various notices that Wu Qingfeng swiftly approached the corner window, where the crowd was sparse, and announced, "We are here to report." The middle-aged man at the window responded with an impassive expression. "Name, Wu Qingfeng. Which family?" "The Yongqing Wu family." "This is your token, number 56 of the Xian domain, that if you are unsure of the direction, you may inquire for guidance." After speaking, the middle-aged man produced a token and tossed it to Wu Qingfeng. Holding the token, Wu Qingfeng departed from the window and remarked to Ji Xian, "Brother Ji, it is your turn." Ji Xian then approached the window, where the same middle-aged man, his expression unchanged, repeated the same query, "Name?" "Ji Xian. Which family?" "The Ji family of Bailey City." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor visibly shifted, and he impatiently retrieved a token, declaring, "Xian domain number 1. Take the token and leave promptly." Ji Xian accepted the token and exited the window. Where Wu Qingfeng eagerly approached, his eyes widening at the sight of Ji Xian's token, that he whispered, "Brother Ji, your token is actually Xian domain number 1. Ji Xian replied, perplexed, "Does this token carry any special significance?" Wu Qingfeng, sensing the moment, hastily urged Ji Xian to exit the hall. As they reached the entrance, a burly man strode in, causing a stir among the onlookers. To its him, the third ranked in the region. Li Qi. The imposing figure paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment, making his way directly to the bulletin board, where he swiftly snatched a notice before departing. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng exited the hall, unaware that the middle-aged man from the window had been observing them all along. Once outside, they found that the burly man had already vanished from sight. Ji Xian inquired, "What was that all about?" "The cultivation resources at Xunwei Academy must be exchanged for credits. Apart from the year-end rankings and contributions to the academy, the only way to earn credits is by completing tasks. The bulletin board we just saw is where tasks are posted." That burly man is Li Qi, the third-ranked individual in the region, a prodigious talent from the Li family. Under 20 years of age, he has already reached the martial lord realm and is known for his fervent dedication to cultivation, frequently coming here to undertake tasks for training. "What exactly is this Xian domain in the region?" Ji Xian further inquired. Xunwei Academy's training areas are divided into 4 domains: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The Tian domain is for students over 20. The Di domain is for those aged 16 to 19. The Xian domain is for newcomers like us. And the Huang domain is for miscellaneous workers that, of course, if your strength is sufficient, you may challenge higher-ranked individuals during the year-end competition and, if victorious, gain access to the next domain. Your Xian domain number 1 token refers to the finest cave dwelling in the Xian domain, which in principle should not be granted to those entering with an invitation. While Xunwei Academy tends to accommodate prominent families, they won't provide exceedingly favorable training grounds. Typically, Xian domain number 1 is reserved for the talents of the Xie family. This year, that talent is Xie, a notoriously irritable young genius. This. Ji Xian recalled Yu Wuxia and asked, "What about Yu Wuxia? Isn't she also part of this cohort?" Yu Wuxia is an exception. She is a descendant of the Divine King and a natural genius, having been granted special permission to enter the Tian domain. Although some harbor dissatisfaction, they dare not voice it to Ji Xian's side. It seems this conflict is unavoidable. Originally designated for the Xie family, this training ground has now fallen to me, which will undoubtedly provoke resentment from others. Although our Ji family possesses a demigod, we lack the power to intimidate the world. Besides Xie, there will be others seeking to challenge me. Rubbing his chin, Ji Xian mused, "I never expected to receive such a significant gift upon my arrival at Xunwei Academy. Perhaps I should contemplate the means I will employ moving forward." Chapter 18. The Cave Dwelling of Xian Domain No. 1 within Xunwei Academy, Ji Xian addressed Wu Qingfeng, "Brother Wu, they are targeting me, and it has nothing to do with you. Let us part ways here." Wu Qingfeng chuckled, "Brother Ji, you underestimate me. While I may lack strength and talent, my Wu family has a demigod, and my elder sister is extraordinarily formidable, currently ranked 3rd in the Tian domain. Moreover, I possess a life-saving artifact. Who would dare to harm me?" "Ah, I see. Since you are prepared, I feel reassured that I would feel guilty if you were to be implicated." Shall we inquire about the location and make our way to the Xian domain? I also wish to learn more about the credit system. Let us converse as we walk. Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng flagged down a fellow student to inquire about the Xian domain's location before setting off on the way. Wu Qingfeng explained, regardless of the domain, Tian, Di, Xian, or Huang, your training for the first year is complimentary. After a year, you will need to expend sufficient credits to continue your training. Each year-end competition reassesses your performance and redistributes training locations. The better your results, the more credits you earn, and thus, the fewer credits you must spend. If you can secure a good mentor, you may also ask them to lend you some credits. Credits can also be used to access the library and study manuscripts. The library contains heavenly-grade manuscripts, available for viewing if you possess enough credits. As for earning credits, I mentioned the primary methods earlier, but another way is to donate your own manuscripts to Chunwei Academy, which can also yield credits. However, few would do this, as powerful manuscripts are not shared lightly, and weaker ones yield minimal credits. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian contemplated the possibilities, though he currently possessed few manuscripts. And disclosing those from the Ji family's library would require reporting to Grandpa Mu first. This thought brought him some melancholy. As they conversed, Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng arrived at the Xian domain, where they beheld the cave dwelling of Xian domain number 1 from the outside. It appeared to be an ordinary cave, lacking any remarkable features that Wu Qingfeng remarked. This cave appears unremarkable from the outside, as it is protected by a formation that prevents disturbances during cultivation, safeguarding practitioners from falling into madness. Even mentors cannot breach this formation, as it was laid by Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng. Hearing the name of Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng once more piqued Ji Xian's curiosity, and he expressed a desire to meet this esteemed figure. Do you know this Grandmaster? Of course. Who in Chunwei domain is unaware of him? He is the only 9th-tier Grandmaster in the entire Western domain. A millennium ago, he migrated from Zhongzhou to Chunwei City and has not returned since, having resided here ever since. Over the years, many have sought to apprentice under him, yet he has only accepted 5 disciples. Of these, 2 have become 7th-tier alchemists, while another is an 8th-tier artifact craftsman. The remaining 2 are at least 5th-tier alchemists. Grandmaster is renowned for his dual mastery of alchemy and artifact crafting, but unfortunately, none of his disciples have mastered both arts. Nevertheless, they are unmatched by ordinary individuals. It is said that Yu Wuxia also wished to apprentice under Yu Qianfeng, but the Grandmaster declined her, stating that she lacks the aptitude for alchemy and artifact crafting. Is it true that even the descendant of the Divine King and a natural genius was turned away by Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng? Wu Qingfeng continued, the Grandmaster possesses such confidence that he need not bow to anyone. Brother Ji, you may enter first. Insert the token into the slot on the door, and the cave's formation will be lifted, allowing you entry. Once inside, remember to remove the token, so others cannot enter. I will seek my own cave dwelling and check its condition. I shall return to find you later. Farewell for now. Until we meet again. Wu Qingfeng departed to locate his cave dwelling, while Ji Xian followed Wu Qingfeng's instructions and inserted the token into the door's crevice. As Ji Xian inserted the token, the formation within the cave was instantly dispelled. He then removed the token and stepped inside, and at that moment, the formation reactivated, enveloping Xian domain number 1 once more. Upon entering the cave, Ji Xian was immediately greeted by a rush of spiritual energy, even more abundant than that of the Ji family in Bailey City, that he promptly settled down to absorb the spiritual energy, converting it into divine light power. With the formation as protection, he could absorb it without restraint. At that moment, Yang spoke up. What a richly endowed place. The spiritual energy I encountered in Bailey City was truly scarce. Even the Hungwan Mountains cannot compare to this. Clearly, Chunwei Academy must possess a spirit-gathering array, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. This is precisely why the spiritual energy here is denser than in other locations. Historically, this spirit-gathering array has likely existed for at least 20,000 years. Other academies probably have similar setups, leading to the remarkable talents produced in the 5 major academies, far surpassing those from other places. Only through the baptism of death or rigorous training can one hope to rival the academy's prodigies. What Wu Qingfeng mentioned about the Shura Gate and the commune may indeed refer to such circumstances that Ji Xian continued in response to Yang's words. Thus, the 4 great academies cannot tolerate the Azura Gate and the Freemasons. They shall inevitably exterminate them. The students who previously perished may not have been killed by the Azura Gate or the Freemasons. Indeed, the geniuses from the prominent families dominate the four great academies, which has led to the increasing strength of these great families. Meanwhile, even if some lesser families possess talented youths, they could secretly eliminate them and attribute their disappearance to the Azura Gate and the Freemasons. Moreover, the lesser families do not reside within Spring Radiant City, where spiritual energy is becoming increasingly scarce. The longer this persists, the harder it will be for them to rise again. Therefore, the emergence of the Yin family 1,000 years ago and the Wu family 5,000 years ago in the Spring Radiance domain raises questions. I suspect that the prominent families in Spring Radiance City harbor doubts and may have tested the waters, yet they have yielded no definitive results. Without concrete evidence, the Divine King will not intervene, leaving them powerless, allowing them to develop steadily until today. Observing Wu Qingfeng's demeanor, I sense he is a person of integrity. Even if the Wu family has issues, he likely remains untainted. You, as his friend, ought to keep an eye on him. Should the Wu family indeed be problematic, his life may hang in the balance. His talents are mediocre, and should any misfortune befall him, he might bear the brunt of it. Just as Ji Xian was about to respond, he suddenly heard some commotion outside and decided to step out. Chapter 19. Provocation. Upon exiting the cave, Ji Xian discovered several individuals standing outside, clamoring loudly. When they spotted him, they momentarily froze, then shouted, "Who are you, brat? How dare you occupy the number 1 cave of the Xian domain?" Ji Xian, wishing to avoid unnecessary dialogue, replied, "Gentlemen, I am Ji Xian, and this is my cave. I kindly request that you refrain from causing such a ruckus." The most formidable among them, a youth at the 3rd level of martial master, arrogantly retorted, "Umph. Who do you think you are, occupying young Master Yi's cave? You're seeking death." With that, he brazenly launched an attack, reaching out with a grasping motion. Seeing the attack, Ji Xian deftly evaded with a swift movement, appearing behind his assailant, and promptly struck him down with a scorching palm. After defeating the youth, Ji Xian turned to the others and proclaimed, "Umph. Is there anyone else who wishes to try?" The remaining individuals stared at Ji Xian in terror after witnessing the defeat of their strongest member. As they spoke, the defeated youth clambered to his feet, a look of defiance in his eyes, yet he dared not retaliate. Instead, he warned, "You wait. Young master, he will not let you off." He then turned to his companions. "Scoffing, useless fools, let us leave." Watching them depart, Ji Xian mused. Having only recently arrived, he was already confronted. Even if they knew of his presence at Spring Radiance Academy, their swift approach was peculiar. Suddenly, he recalled the middle-aged man at the office window, who exhibited unusual behavior upon learning he hailed from the Ji family in Bailey City, subsequently granting him the number 1 token of the Xian domain. It seemed certain individuals were already aware of his arrival. Intriguing. He was eager to see what strategies they might devise against him. With that thought, he re-entered the cave. Not far away, 2 youths observed the scene. Point 1 remarked, "This Ji Xian managed to effortlessly defeat a 3rd-level martial master while only at the 1st level. He appears to be no ordinary opponent." The other responded, "Indeed, Ji Xian is quite formidable, but he must soon face Xie, who is not so easily dealt with. Xie has reached the 9th level of martial master and is on the verge of becoming a grand martial master. Securing this number 1 cave in the Xian domain will undoubtedly expedite his ascension, so he is unlikely to relinquish it easily. Thus, we merely need to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Regardless of who prevails, it will benefit us. Exactly that we shall observe the struggle from a distance and see what waves Ji Xian can stir. Let us go. Xie Wenti arrived just yet. We should check on Yu Wuxia. Her swordsmanship is exceptional, and it's curious why the supreme being of Zhongzhou has not permitted her to study there, instead sending her to compete with us in the western regions. Shh, quiet. Don't drag me into danger. The supreme being is not someone you can casually discuss. Let us hurry. The duel between Yu Wuxia and Xie Siren is about to commence, and if we're late, we might miss it. Upon re-entering the cave, Yang remarked earlier, while you were engaged in battle, someone was watching you from a distance. Oh, who was it? Have I met them? You have not. There are 2 young individuals, neither of whom I recognize. The Tio know I am within the number 1 cave of the Xian domain, and to observe from the sidelines while others seek trouble. They must belong to one of the 3 great families. The youth I just defeated is a lackey of the Xie family. They do not know me, nor my presence here, and their demeanor does not seem feigned. Thus, the Watchers must belong to one of the other two great families. I wonder if they are from the Li family or the Shao family. Since they are lurking without intervening, they likely intend to wait for me and Xie Yi to inflict mutual damage. It seems they are quite certain that Xie Yi will not easily give up this cave, making resolution difficult. However, what is Xie Yi's disposition? If he resorts to unscrupulous means to seize it, I may have no choice but to stand my ground. This would play right into their hands, as I am beginning my journey with a rivalry against a genius of the Xie family, making my future quite challenging. Yang casually replied, "When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. What is there to fear? Even if the ancestors of the Xie family were to arrive, they would not measure up to a single hair of your Ji family. As long as the Divine King intervenes, Spring Radiant City could be annihilated with a mere gesture." Ji Xian smiled wryly. "I am here to learn, not to annihilate. Moreover, our Light Divine clan is allied with humanity. How could we resort to extermination at the slightest conflict? The Dark Divine clan has yet to manifest. How could the Light Divine King act without cause? Let us not speak of this further. By the way, regarding Wu Qingfeng, I have reflected on our encounter and the time between our meeting and parting. He indeed strikes me as a person who is somewhat cynical and enjoys collecting information. He should be trustworthy as for his talents. They remain uncertain. Although he claims the invitation is meant for those with mediocre abilities, I suspect it may not be so simple. Those with exceptional talents could also use the invitation to evade testing and conceal their true potential. Indeed, and given his penchant for gathering information, he could expedite your understanding of Spring Radiance Academy and Spring Radiant City. While the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion can acquire information, their calculations are time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention potentially inaccurate. However, your sister Qinyu possesses considerable predictive abilities. With both Si Qinyu and Wu Qingfeng, you would be well informed about events occurring in Spring Radiant City. Speaking of which, you haven't seen Si Qinyu for several months. Now that you are at Spring Radiance Academy, it would be prudent to visit her at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Indeed, I should pay a visit to Sister Qinyu, but first, I must address the situation regarding the number 1 cave of the Xian domain. Xie Yi may arrive shortly. I will first focus on my cultivation, that be why the time he comes, I may have ascended to the 2nd level of Martial Master, although I am uncertain of Xie Yi's strength. It is evident he surpasses those clowns that if he is a Grand Martial Master, I may not stand a chance against him. At this juncture, Ji Xian suddenly had a realization and continued, "How could those schemers be so certain that Xie Yi would not abandon the number 1 cave of the Xian domain and would inevitably clash with me? It is only when nearing a breakthrough that one would desperately require this cave. Thus, he cannot be at the Grand Martial Master level, but rather at the 9th level of Martial Master. It is only under such circumstances that he would urgently need the number 1 cave to facilitate his breakthrough. This implies he is in need of spiritual energy. Perhaps the energy in the 2nd cave is significantly inferior to that of the 1st. And only the number 1 cave possesses sufficient energy to sustain his ascent to Grand Martial Master. It seems I have discovered a breakthrough point, yet I must still ascertain Xie Yi's character." Having concluded his thoughts, Ji Xian began to meditate and adjust his breathing, continuing to absorb spiritual energy to convert it into light divine power. Before long, he advanced to the 2nd level of Martial Master. Chapter 20. Xie Yi is the prodigy of the current generation of the Xie family. His brother, Xie Yuan, is the foremost figure in the heavenly domain. Influenced by his brother, Xie Yi practices diligently. And as a result, his strength has increased rapidly, that he has now reached the 9th level of Martial Master, becoming the leading talent among the various great families in this generation, just a step away from entering the realm of Grand Martial Master. As per tradition, the number 1 cave in the Xian domain is intended for Xie Yi. This moment, Xie Yi was diligently cultivating at the Xie family, preparing to report to Spring Radiance Academy shortly, with the intention of claiming the number 1 cave of the Xian domain to advance to Grand Martial Master. Just then, the youth who had been defeated, accompanied by several others, approached Xie Yi. Upon seeing the youth's bruised visage, Xie Yi chuckled. "What happened to you, Fong? How did you end up like this?" "Young Master Yi, you must help me today." While walking through the academy, I was informed that the number 1 cave of the Xian domain had been occupied. I then brought these individuals to take a look and notice signs of someone having entered. When I called that person out and mentioned your name, claiming it was your cave, He not only refused to return it but also beat me up, saying that even if it were you, he would not take you seriously. Upon hearing this, Xie's expression darkened, and he replied furiously, "What did you say?" To my astonishment, there are still those audacious enough to invade my domain. I am most eager to discover who possesses such arrogance. Let us proceed to Chunwei Academy. With that, Xie rose and made his way towards Chunwei Academy, followed closely by Feng Xiao and several sycophants. Before long, they arrived at the first cave of the Xian domain, while the two individuals who had previously been lurking in the shadows approached from a distance. Upon reaching the entrance, Feng Xiao knocked on the door. Hearing the commotion, Ji Xian halted his cultivation and stepped outside. As Ji Xian emerged from the cave, he beheld Xie and his entourage. The youth leading the group, possessing formidable strength at the 9th level of the martial master rank, led Ji Xian to surmise that he was indeed Xie, thus confirming his earlier conjecture. Before Ji Xian could utter a word, Feng Xiao stepped forward and belligerently questioned, "Ji Xian, did you not claim that even if young Master Yi were to come, you would make him leave? Now that young Master Yi stands before us, I am curious to see what audacity you possess to make such grandiloquent statements." Upon hearing these words and witnessing Xie Yi's furious expression, Ji Xian frowned, clearly perceiving that this individual had exaggerated the situation in front of Ji Xian, then addressed Xie Yi, saying, "My esteemed brother Xie, I am unaware of what they have conveyed to you. However, may I request a moment of your time to speak privately? I wish to discuss matters with you." Feng Xiao, upon hearing this, hastily interjected, "Young master, you do not heed his words. He claims to desire a private conversation. Yet he may be plotting an ambush while your guard is down." Xie Yi, casting a puzzled glance at Ji Xian, then observed Feng Xiao and the expressions of the others behind him, which led him to sense that something was amiss. That he then said to Ji Xian, "Very well, I shall accompany you. That I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation." Upon hearing Xie Yi's words, Ji Xian replied, "In that case, please, brother Xie, let us enter and converse." With that, he stepped aside to indicate the way. Xie Yi, noting this, instructed his companions, "You remain here. I shall return shortly. Feng Xiao, I hope to see you still here upon my return." Or else, without waiting for a reaction, he strode forward into the first cave of the Xian domain. After Xie Yi entered the cave, Ji Xian cast a glance at Feng Xiao, who appeared quite flustered. Ji Xian then followed Xie Yi into the first cave of the Xian domain. Once inside, Xie Yi inquired, "Who are you? What do you wish to discuss with me in private?" "I am Ji Xian of the Ji family. I have just arrived in Chunwei City today. Upon presenting my invitation at Chunwei Academy, I was given this token. Shortly thereafter, those individuals outside approached me, seeking trouble, and I ended up giving Feng Xiao a beating. That is the crux of the matter." Ji Xian. That name rings a bell. Xie Yi pondered before stating, "I see. So someone deliberately gave you the token and informed Feng Xiao, inciting him to confront you to test your strength. Now, having beaten him, he has come to seek me. Regardless of who prevails, their objective has already been achieved. Indeed, I do not understand why I possess this token, but the person orchestrating these events must wield considerable influence within Chunwei Academy. It is likely that only the 3 great families possess such power. You may wish to inquire with Feng Xiao to ascertain who provided him with this information. It should reveal the mastermind behind this scheme." Ji Xian continued, "Your strength has reached the 9th level of the martial master rank, and you are in dire need of the spiritual energy here to facilitate your breakthrough. That if you do not mind, I can lend you this place for your advancement, but it must be returned to me afterward. What are your thoughts on this?" Xie Yi, taken aback, gazed at Ji Xian in disbelief. "You are willing to let me borrow this place? Are you not concerned that I might take it and never return? We have only just met, yet you place such trust in me?" With a smile, Ji Xian replied, "Though our acquaintance is brief, your willingness to engage in dialogue and your refusal to resort to violence upon your arrival here inspire my trust in you, brother Xie." Xie Yi, now serious, regarded Ji Xian and said, "Since you are willing to trust me, I shall not betray your expectations that I will seek out the individual orchestrating this from the shadows and will inform you once I have news that as for this cave. I will approach you for its use as needed. I may require it for a month or even several months. Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to you, brother Ji. Thank you for enlightening me on this matter, that if you have no further business, I shall take my leave." "Not at all, brother Xie. Should you wish to utilize this cave, Feel free to seek me out, that I believe my name will soon echo throughout Chunwei Academy. Xie, somewhat perplexed by this statement, did not linger and exited the cave. Upon stepping outside, he found Feng Xiao and the others anxiously waiting. Feng Xiao hurried over as soon as he saw Xie emerge, ready to speak. But Xie interrupted. Enough. There is nothing to discuss. Return with me. With that, he disregarded their presence and strode away, departing the first cave of the Xian domain. Feng Xiao and the others, feeling helpless, followed suit. After Xie's departure, the two individuals who had been observing from a distance exchanged puzzled glances. Point one remarked, "How peculiar. Xie and his entourage left so easily." Although Ji Xian did not emerge again. "I cannot believe he invited Xie inside without any preparations. Investigate the situation, but remember to remain inconspicuous. Let us withdraw for now." Understood, Li Xiao. With that, they departed. Chapter 21. Yinqian upon returning to the Xie family. Xie entered his room and turned to Feng Xiao, asking, "Feng Xiao, who informed you that someone was occupying the first cave of the Xian domain? I wish to know the source of your information." "Ah, it was Yinling from the Yin family, who told me that I was walking along the road to Chunwei Academy. Yinling passed by and mentioned hearing that a young man had taken over the first cave of the Xian domain. I did not think much of it and went straight there." Yinling. Xie tapped his head in contemplation before calling out, "Uncle Gay." An elderly man entered, addressing him. "Young mastery, I would like you to investigate Yinling from the Yin family. I need to know what he has been up to and whom he has met recently." Understood. Leave it to me that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Uncle Gay exited, and Xie instructed the others. "You may return that if anyone inquires about today's events, simply state that my interaction with Ji Xian ended poorly, and I returned in a fit of anger. Upon your return, inform me of who sought you out. Is that clear?" Everyone responded in unison. Understood. They prepared to leave, but Xie added, "Feng Xiao, stay for a moment." Once the others had departed, Xie turned to Feng Xiao, saying, "Young Master Feng, I hold your family in high regard. Your elder brother Feng Yong and second brother Feng Shi are both exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet you, so easily ensnared in this trivial trap. Could you not have exercised a bit more caution before acting?" Feng Xiao quickly replied, "Young Master I realize my mistake. I will certainly think more critically next time and will ensure such a situation does not arise again." "Very well. Keep today's events to yourself for the time being, including from your family. Only the three great families possess the capability to tamper with the cultivation caves. While I suspect the Li or Xiao families, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the CF family could be involved, as certain individuals harbor great jealousy towards us brothers. You may leave now, and remember my words." Understood, young master, and I will take my leave now. With that, Feng Xiao exited, and Xie began his cultivation. Not long after Ji Xian entered the cave, noise erupted from outside. The Ji Xian mused that although the cave itself was impenetrable, the disturbances could still reach him, causing annoyance that he wondered why no soundproof formation had been established and resolved to learn a soundproof array himself. Hearing voices outside, he reluctantly stepped out to find that it was Wu Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng, smiling, said, "Brother Ji, I just entered the cultivation cave and, caught up in enthusiasm, lost track of time that I only just finished my cultivation and hurried over." "No matter. Wu brother, please come in and speak." As Wu Qingfeng entered the cave and sensed the abundant spiritual energy, he remarked, "The spiritual energy in your cave is astonishingly abundant, at least 10 times that of mine. No wonder the first cave is so sought after. It seems you are in quite a predicament. Fear not, this predicament will be resolved by someone else." "Oh, if Brother Ji is well prepared, I shall not press further. However, what are your plans moving forward?" "I have just arrived in Chunwei City and have yet to visit the Ji family's shop here, that I intend to do so shortly. What of you?" "Brother Wu, I naturally wish to explore Chunwei City. I had wanted to enjoy the city before, but was hindered by a pesky follower, which made the experience quite unenjoyable. Now, I can go out freely." "Speaking of your Ji family's shop, it seems only the Yunqian remains." "Oh, from your words, it appears you are quite knowledgeable about the situation. It is said that there were indeed several shops previously, but due to poor sales and lack of interest, only the inn remains. After all, an inn still provides lodging, and members of the Ji family can temporarily stay there as well." "Humph. The Ji family does not rely heavily on these shops for profit. Yet we are not to be bullied. This matter shall not be overlooked. We will seek retribution for this debt eventually. Only the three major families possess such power to constrain our Ji clan within the city of Chunwei. Since they have shown no mercy, they must not blame me for my lack of righteousness, that I shall first take the initiative and observe how they respond, Ji Xian declared with indignation. Turning to Wu Qingfeng, he continued, Brother Wu, it seems I must pay a visit to the Yunqi Inn. Very well, let us go together, that I will first take a stroll around Chunwei City, Wu Qingfeng replied. Thus, Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng exited Chunwei Academy. After leaving, Wu Qingfeng departed, and Ji Xian made his way to the Yunqi Inn. Before long, Ji Xian arrived at the inconspicuous establishment, where he encountered a middle-aged man resting at the front desk. Upon Ji Xian's entrance, the man looked somewhat surprised but nonetheless greeted him. Esteemed guest, are you here to dine or to stay? I am Ji Xian. Ji Xian responded. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exclaimed joyfully. You are the young master Ji Xian. I arrived in Chunwei City some time ago, but I did not expect the young master Ji to have grown so much. Previously, Elder Feng and Elder Yu arrived. Mentioning that young master Ji was attending Chunwei Academy. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you. With that, the man ascended the stairs. Shortly after, the middle-aged man returned with Ji Yuxing and Elder Feng. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Ji Yuxing remarked, How did you emerge so quickly? I heard some news and had no choice but to come. Ji Xian replied that I imagine my second uncle is aware of certain matters by now, given his presence here. Indeed, I was surprised to discover how feeble the three major families truly are. Our Ji clan is only this shop remaining, Ji Yuxing said, gesturing to the middle-aged man. This is Ji Lin, who, when you were 5, came to Chunwei City with several others to establish a few shops. Now, he is the last one remaining. With tears in his eyes, Ji Lin recounted, We initially thought it would merely be a challenging endeavor, but we never expected that one by one, they would vanish without a trace, leaving me alone, that I fear I too may one day quietly disappear from Chunwei City. They seized my communication talismans, preventing me from relaying news back home, and I dare not flee alone, for I might perish before reaching safety, that I can only hope the Ji clan will send someone. Thankfully, you have arrived. Uncle Lin, do not worry, as long as we are here, I shall see who dares to act against us. Ji Yuxing reassured him. Turning to Ji Xian, he added, It seems my understanding of the situation was merely superficial. The circumstances here have escalated to this extent. Perhaps it is time to issue a warning. Second uncle, I wish to send some news back. The shipment of spirit stones from the three major families should soon be nearing Bailey City. Correct? Ji Yuxing inquired, Oh, what do you intend to do? We have no reason to detain that shipment of spirit stones, do we? We can simply claim the teleportation array is undergoing repairs, thus preventing their access. Ji Xian suggested, I see in that case. If they do not utilize the Bailey City teleportation array and wish to reach Liqing, they must transport the goods overland. However, the journey from Bailey City to Liqing is fraught with peril and will take over a month. Therefore, it remains uncertain whether the spirit stones will arrive safely. Ji Yuxing pondered aloud. Since our Ji clan took control of Bailey City and reached an agreement with the three major families, no one has dared to rob the spirit stone shipments bound for Bailey City. However, this current shipment is destined for Liqing, that if other factions learn of this, do you think the spirit stones will reach Liqing safely? This time, we must teach them a lesson, so they understand that provoking the Ji clan comes with consequences. Very well. I shall notify my elder brother immediately, Ji Yuxing declared, producing a communication talisman to report the situation to Ji Qingfeng in Bailey City. Chapter 22. The scheme 500 years ago, a significant discovery of spirit stone mines was made in the Hengduan mountain range, prompting the three major families to seize control of the mining operations. The extracted spirit stones were transported to Bailey City and then sent via the teleportation array to Liqing, eventually arriving at Chunwei City. Though such transportation consumed vast resources, it was but a drop in the ocean compared to the immense quantity of spirit stones being sent. As the frequency of transport increased, the entire western region became aware of the abundant spirit stone deposits in the Hengduan Mountains. However, due to the considerable distance from other areas, transporting the spirit stones incurred exorbitant costs. And there was always the risk of loss en route, leading to the abandonment of hopes by smaller factions. While the major powers refrained from interference, smaller factions began to entertain ambitions. The four divine formations of the western region attracted many bandits, and remnants of the demon clan from 20,000 years ago were still present. The magical beings unleashed 5,000 years ago were not entirely eradicated, and the once mighty guild of mutual aid and the Shura sect were covertly observing. Despite the numerous bandits, demons, and magical beings being quelled by the students of Chunwei Academy, many still lingered. Hence, not long after the Spirit Stone convoy set out, it fell prey to banditry. Infuriated, the three major families dispatched powerful individuals to eradicate the threat and protect the convoy. But the losses were grievous, that as no sage had emerged. Each of the three families eventually sent a peak-level expert to safeguard the convoys, barely ensuring their safety. Subsequently, the bandits, demons, and magical beings engaged in a battle of wits with the three powerful protectors until 13 years ago, when the G-Clan fully took control of Bailey City and its protective convoy. Following the G-Clan's takeover, Ji Qingfeng personally eradicated a demon stronghold, leading to a cessation of further attempts at robbery. In Bailey City, after receiving word, Ji Qingfeng summoned the guards and instructed, once the Spirit Stone convoy from Chunwei City arrives in Bailey City, halt the teleportation array, that if they inquire, inform them that the array is damaged and cannot transport large quantities of goods. Repairs are necessary. Should they choose to depart Bailey City, relay this information to the Tianji Pavilion, allowing them to fetch a good price. Understood, clan leader. The guard responded before departing to Ji Qingfeng reflected, what a clever boy. This game you are playing is quite grand. I wonder if the three major families will have the audacity to summon their ancestors that I eagerly await the outcome. Within the Yunqi Inn, after Ji Yuxing completed his message transmission, he pocketed the communication talisman and said to Ji Xian, the message has been sent back. For the time being, there will be no results from that side. What are your plans moving forward? Ji Xian recounted the events from his arrival at Chunwei Academy up to the present. Before coming to Chunwei City, I had no inkling of the deep-seated animosity the three major families harbored against our Ji clan. As soon as I entered Chunwei Academy, they laid a trap for me that it appears we need to instill some fear in them. Our Ji clan maintains a low profile, but we are not afraid of conflict. Since the three major families seek trouble, we shall provide them with a reason to be wary. This incident regarding the Spirit Stones will serve as a lesson on how to treat the Ji clan. Ji Yuxing shifted the conversation, however. Now that we find ourselves in Chunwei City, should anything arise there, we may become pawns in their game. Ji Xian chuckled. There is no need for concern. Who says we are the only ones who have arrived here? Am I right, Grandpa Mu? Upon hearing Ji Xian's words, everyone present looked puzzled, yet Ji Xian offered no explanation. After a brief silence, he continued, Grandpa Mu, I know you are here. Please show yourself. After a moment, a figure materialized, accompanied by a voice. You rascal. I believe my concealment was flawless. How did you discover my presence? Ji Xian smiled. Grandpa Mu, I merely made an educated guess from the attitude of the Divine King towards me. I surmised he was concerned about my arrival in Chunwei City. Aside from the Divine King and my father, your strength is the highest within the Ji clan, is it not? Thus, I deduced you must have been watching over me since my arrival. Elder Mu approached, ruffling Ji Xian's hair with a smile. You are quite astute. Indeed, the Divine King sent me to protect you discreetly, instructing me not to reveal myself in your presence. However, although you are now aware of my existence, you must continue to act as if you are unaware. Additionally, Ji Xian, if anyone disregards their status to attack you, I will intervene. But if it is a duel among peers, even if you fall, I shall not interfere, that I understand. Grandpa Mu, if I were to be slain by my peers, that would be my own issue. Elder Mu continued, I have heard everything you have discussed. Rest assured, you may proceed without worry. With me here, they cannot harm you. Continue your discussion as if I do not exist. With that, Elder Mu vanished. After his departure, Ji Xian declared, Second uncle, with Grandpa Mu here, I feel reassured that I shall return to Chunwei Academy now. We can communicate should anything arise. With that, Ji Xian left the Yunqi Inn and made his way back to Chunwei Academy. Meanwhile, within the Xie clan, Xie was practicing when Xie Gui entered. Xie ceased his training and looked at him. What have you discovered, Gui? I have found it. Yin Lin of the Yin clan appears to be publicly allied with Xiao Yu of the Xiao clan. But secretly, he is in league with Li Yao of the Li clan that I have uncovered that they met covertly after Ji Xian's arrival at Chunwei Academy. likely concerning the matter of the number 1 cave in the Xian domain. At that moment, a servant announced the arrival of Feng Jie and his companions. Xie Yi instructed them to allow them entry. As Feng Jie and his group entered, Feng Jie said, "Young Master Yi, shortly after we left the Xie clan, many came seeking information regarding this matter, including Yin Lin, that we responded according to your instructions. Indeed, the Yin family S. Yin Lin has already allied himself with the Li family S. Li Yao. This matter was orchestrated by them. You are to send an individual to Ji Xian to convey this news to him, and we shall observe the developments quietly, for they will undoubtedly take further action soon." "Understood, Yi Shao," Feng Jie replied, instructing someone to proceed to the first cave of the Xian domain to inform Ji Xian of this intelligence. Upon Ji Xian's arrival at the first cave in the Xian domain, he discovered an individual waiting there. Recognizing the person, he was greeted with the news. After delivering the message, the individual departed. Ji Xian then entered the cave and remarked, "So it is Li Yao from the Li family. According to what Xie Yi has said, Li Yao will soon make his next move. That I shall remain vigilant and see what strategies he devises." Chapter 23. Li Yao. Nightfall at the Shao family. A young man sat in the hall, deep in contemplation, when an elderly man entered. "Young Master Yu, Ji Xian has arrived at the Chunwei Academy. It is said that he has taken possession of the first cave in the Xian domain upon his arrival, and that Xie Yi from the Xie family intends to trouble him," the elder announced. Xiao Yu tapped the table, inquiring, "Have we identified who is behind this?" "It is Li Yao of the Li family. Yin Lin from the Yin family is also involved," came the reply. "Yin Lin? Merely a fool. However, since he has secretly allied himself with others behind my back, teach him a lesson. As for Li Yao, let Ji Xian handle him himself. Xie Yi is not so easily deceived. Yet, I ponder whether to increase Ji Xian's difficulties. Perhaps it is best not to. Ji Xian has only just arrived at Chunwei Academy and is still unfamiliar with the place." "Very well. We shall wait a while before complicating matters for him." At the Li family, a youth paced restlessly in his room, accompanied by another young man. "Young Master Yao, all the dispatched individuals have returned, and their reports are consistent. They say Xie Yi is furious and intends to confront Ji Xian. That I also inquired with Feng Jie from the Feng family, and he affirmed the same." Li Yao shook his head, declaring, "That is not right. If Xie Yi were truly enraged, the situation we witnessed at the first cave in the Xian domain during the day would not have unfolded as it did." He then turned to Yin Lin and continued, "Your identity has been exposed. They deliberately leaked this information to you to make me believe that Xie Yi is genuinely furious. What shall we do now? Even if he knows, what can he do to us? How did the information I asked you to spread fare? It has been disseminated. Now the majority of Chunwei Academy knows Ji Xian occupies the first cave in the Xian domain. If it were Xie Yi, he might hesitate, but now that it is Ji Xian, even if Xie Yi does not seek him out, others will. Excellent. Then let us see how he chooses to respond." It has been 15 years since the Ji family first sent someone to Chunwei Academy, and it happens to be the son of the Ji family head. Many wish to gauge his strength. "What about young Master Yu?" Yin Lin inquired anxiously. "Do not worry. If he comes to question you, simply direct him to me. You may leave now." With that, Li Yao dismissed Yin Lin. Left with no choice, Yin Lin departed, though unease lingered in his heart, for he had witnessed Xiao Yu's prowess. It was only due to the greater benefits offered by Li Yao that he chose to ally himself in secret. After leaving the Li family, Yin Lin walked the streets when suddenly a figure clad in black descended from above and assaulted him. Upon finishing the beating, the dark-clad individual stated, "Young Master Yu sends his regards. This time, you shall lie incapacitated for 3 months. Next time, it could be your life. That I hope you remember this." With that, he cast Yin Lin aside at the entrance of the Yin residence and departed. The Yin family servants, hearing the commotion, opened the door and hurriedly carried Yin Lin inside. The following day, after a night of meditative practice, Ji Xian emerged from the first cave in the Xian domain, intended to take a stroll, when a familiar figure approached him. "Brother Ji Xian, it has been so long since we last met. How could you come to Chunwei City without visiting me?" Si Qian exclaimed, her tone slightly petulant. Taken aback by Si Qian's adorable demeanor, Ji Xian found himself momentarily speechless. Observing his silence, she inquired, "Brother Ji Xian, what is the matter?" Finally snapping back to reality, he replied, "Oh, it is nothing. I am merely excited to see you. Qian Yu, what brings you to Chunwei Academy?" "What? Am I not allowed to come to Chunwei Academy? If I express my desire to come, would they dare refuse? Ji Xian chuckled. You jest, Qian Yu. I simply did not expect to encounter you here, that I had intended to visit you at the Tianji Pavilion. Your affairs are the talk of the entire Chunwei Academy. The news of Ji Xian from the Ji family in Bailey City, arriving at Chunwei Academy and taking possession of the first cave in the Xian domain has spread, and now many wish to seek you out. Just as Ji Xian was about to respond, a voice called from nearby, Brother Ji, there you are. I was just about to head to the first cave in the Xian domain to find you. Ji Xian turned to see Wu Qingfeng, who was also gazing at Si Qian. Si Qian, you are the renowned Si Qian, one of the 4 great beauties. No, I misspoke. It should now be 6 great beauties. He exclaimed, bowing slightly to Si Qian, then asked Ji Xian, who is this? A new acquaintance? I met him yesterday upon entering Chunwei Academy. He is Wu Qingfeng from the Wu family. Oh, I see, Qingfeng. Which 6 beauties are you referring to? I am quite curious. At this, Ji Xian also turned his attention to Wu Qingfeng. Originally, there were 2 great beauties, Xie Siren and my elder sister Wu Qingxia. Then, with the arrival of Yu Wuxia and Yu Si Qian, it became 4. Recently, with Yin Qingqi from the Yin family and Xiao Yin from the Xiao family joining Chunwei Academy, we now refer to them as the 6 great beauties. Among them, Yu Wuxiao is acknowledged as the foremost, Wu Qingfeng explained. Yu Wuxia, I shall see for myself how extraordinary she truly is. Si Qian remarked, Ditto. Qian Yu, you have been here for several days and have yet to encounter Yu Wuxia. It is said she only made a public appearance once, in a duel yesterday against Xie Siren. Unfortunately, I was too occupied with matters at the Tianji Pavilion to attend. After their duel, the news of Brother Ji Xian spread throughout Chunwei Academy, and I became busy once more. Today, I finally have some free time and intended to visit the first cave in the Xian domain to find you, only to run into you on the way. Did you discover anything, Qian Yu? Ji Xian inquired. Naturally, there is nothing we cannot uncover at the Tianji Pavilion. It was Liao of the Leaf family who instigated Yin Lin of the Yin family to spread the news. However, last night, Yin Lin was assaulted on his way home, and it is said he was left incapacitated and may have to lie in recovery for 3 months. Wu Qingfeng, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. Isn't Yin Lin the son of the current head of the Yin family? How could he have been beaten? Does he not have any bodyguards? Moreover, when did Yin Lin start working for Li Yao after having allied himself with Xiao Yu? Ji Xian pondered, do you think it possible that Yin Lin was attacked by someone sent by Xiao Yu? He just disseminated news during the day and was assaulted that night. There is a considerable likelihood that it was indeed Xiao Yu who sent someone to deal with him. From this point onward, Yin Lin will belong to Li Yao's faction. Si Qian nodded. Yes, that is indeed a possibility. Xiao Yu is a remarkably capable individual. He is 19 this year, yet has already become the foremost figure of the Xiao family, both in power and strength. Moreover, he is a disciple of the Grandmaster Qin Kuan. He acts decisively, and it is a mercy that he did not kill Yin Lin for secretly engaging with Li Yao. As the 3 conversed, a striking figure appeared in the distance, accompanied by a voice that called out, Qingfeng. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingfeng addressed Ji Xian and the others. That is my elder sister. Wu Qingxia. Just as he was about to continue speaking, another voice interrupted. Wu Qingfeng hurried towards the figure, exclaiming, Ji Xian, my elder sister is calling me. I will come find you later. To be cautious, as someone is coming to seek you out. With that, the figure led Wu Qingfeng away. After Wu Qingfeng departed, an individual approached Ji Xian and announced, Ji Xian, I am Yu Qian, and I challenge you to determine the rightful owner of the first cave in the Xian domain. Chapter 24. The challenge Yu Qian is the current foremost individual from the Yu family branch in Bailey City, now martial master of the 8th heaven, second only to Xie Yi of the Xie family. Upon hearing that Ji Xian, a mere martial master of the 2nd heaven, occupied the first cave of the Xian domain, Yu Qian sought to confront Ji Xian for possession of the cave. Ji Xian regarded the approaching Yu Qian and stated, the first cave of the Xian domain was granted to me by Chunwei Academy. If you desire it, you ought to consult Chunwei Academy instead. Why come to challenge me? Historically, the first cave of the Xian domain has always been awarded to the current foremost individual. I am unaware of how you acquired this cave, but since Xie Yi has not claimed it, I shall take it for myself that if I win, it shall rightfully belong to me. Of course, for the sake of fairness, I will concede my cave to you. Ji Xian contemplated before asking, "And what if I emerge victorious?" Yu Qian smiled and replied, "If you win, I shall assist you with one matter. I am aware of your thoughts and understand your disbelief in my capabilities, that to be honest, I too lack confidence at this moment. However, I wish to request a period of 2 months for training. After these 2 months, regardless of my strength, I shall come forth to accept your challenge. Did I wonder if, brother, you would agree to this? Given that you are currently only at the 8th heaven, I trust you do not feel an urgent need to break through your realm. Surely, you can afford to wait for 2 months? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. I will report this battle, and after 2 months, I shall await you on the dueling platform. That I hope you will not renege on your promise." After speaking, Yu Qian took her leave. Once Yu Qian departed, Si Qinyu expressed her concerns. "Brother Ji Xian, do you truly wish to fight him? Do you feel confident of defeating him in 2 months?" Ji Xian replied softly, "Even if it were only 2 months, I could easily triumph over him right now. However, at present, I am merely at the 2nd heaven of martial masters, but if I were to win against someone at the 8th heaven now, it would be excessively astonishing, and it might cause unrest among others. Thus, I have chosen to delay for 2 months. By then, even if I am at the 5th or 6th heaven, defeating someone at the 8th or 9th heaven will not be as shocking. Since Brother Ji Xian is so assured, I shall say no more. This way, you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself at the Chunwei Academy." That Si Qinyu then added, "Sister Qinyu, please help me spread the word that Ji Xian will battle Yu Qian in 2 months for the ownership of the number 1 cave in the Xian domain. This way, no one will bother me about this cave anymore." "Very well, Brother Ji Xian. What are your plans moving forward?" Ji Xian stroked his chin in contemplation and replied, I do need to think carefully about what to do next. Speaking of which, I have yet to inquire. Where is your training ground, Sister Qinyu?" Si Qinyu then produced her token, revealing it to be the 2nd number of the region. Angrily, she stated, "As soon as Yu Wuxia arrived at Chunwei Academy, she was granted an exception to enter the heavenly domain. When I sought entry into the heavenly domain, I was told my level was insufficient and was given this token instead. Sister Qinyu, you were granted an exception and still only received the 2nd number. Who holds the 1st? Naturally, it is Xiao Yu from the Xiao family. His strength is formidable, having long since entered the martial lord realm, and his abilities are quite terrifying. Even those in the heavenly domain might struggle to defeat him, and the only reason he has not entered the heavenly domain is due to his youth. He is only 19. Oh, is he not permitted to enter the heavenly domain? It is said that he declined the offer, stating it would be unfair to others. Since it is a rule, he intends to wait until he turns 20 to enter the heavenly domain. Thus, he has occupied the 1st number of the region since he was 16, and remains there to this day. It seems he is a principled individual. I find myself intrigued by him." Just as Si Qinyu was about to speak again, another person stood before Ji Xian, announcing, "Young Master Ji Xian, young Master Yu requests your presence." "Young Master Yu? Which young Master Yu?" "Xiao Yu, our master, Xiao Yu of the Xiao family, requests young Master Ji Xian to meet him at the Misty Rain Tower for a discussion." Upon hearing the name Misty Rain Tower, Si Qinyu felt a wave of distaste and exclaimed, "Misty Rain Tower? Humph. You men seem to favor such places, Brother Ji Xian. You must not go." Ji Xian found her reaction perplexing, unsure of why Si Qinyu was upset. Yet, sensing the sensitivity surrounding the name Misty Rain Tower, he was about to decline when the messenger addressed Si Qinyu, saying, "Miss Si, our master also conveyed a message for you. He stated that he only wishes to speak a few words with Brother Ji, and that discussing matters at the Misty Rain Tower is more convenient. There is no need for you to worry." Hearing this, Si Qinyu reluctantly told Ji Xian, "Very well, but Brother Ji Xian, when you go there, do not get involved with any dubious women. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you." Ji Xian nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Sister Qinyu, rest assured, I will visit you at the Tianji Pavilion afterwards." With that, Ji Xian followed the messenger and departed. Si Qinyu was left to return to the Tianji Pavilion alone. As Ji Xian made his way to the Misty Rain Tower. At the residence of the Yin family in Chunwei City, Yin Hong, the head of the residence, was reporting to Yin Qingqi, who stood alongside 3 elders. Yin Qingqi remarked, "Ji Xian of the Ji family from Bailey City. Bailey City is too distant from Chunwei City to pose any threat here. The Ji Xian strength is not particularly impressive, so we need not concern ourselves with him. What I require is intelligence on Yu Wuxia." Since her arrival in Chunwei City, Yu Wuxia has not made a public appearance until her battle with CS Siren yesterday. Following that match, she has secluded herself, and we have been unable to gather further intelligence. Her strength has reached the peak of the great martial master realm. Although she lost her battle with CS Siren, who was at the fifth heaven of martial lords, she may have gained enough from the experience to break through to the martial lord realm herself. Yu Wuxia may have lost, yet she retains her honor. At this moment, Elder Ian interjected, "We cannot enter Chunwei Academy and must wait for Yu Wuxia to leave before we have an opportunity to act." However, with her imminent breakthrough, it is likely she will not emerge anytime soon. Yan Qingqi replied, "There is no rush that I end 5 years. There will be a once-in-a-century competition among the 5 academies. She will undoubtedly strive to elevate her strength to the peak of the martial lord realm during this time. If she cannot achieve this within Chunwei Academy, she will surely venture out, and at that point, we shall rely on the two of you. Once she steps outside Chunwei Academy, we shall have confidence. Although we have not seen her guards, they likely do not exceed the peak of the honored realm. Point 2 against 1 gives us the advantage. IT is 3 against 1. Elder Ji will also make his move. I hope we encounter no unforeseen circumstances. For now, we shall remain observant, and I too should dedicate some time to training at Chunwei Academy. As Yan Qingqi spoke, he toyed with a token inscribed with the number 10 of the Xian domain. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Xiao family, Princess Yan invited Feng Yu into her chamber. At your behest, Feng Yu cast a soundproofing array. Princess Yan declared, "No matter what transpires, we shall not involve ourselves in the affairs of Chunwei domain. The competition among the 5 academies in 5 years will be my moment to shine. I must secure a spot to attend the Jiulu Academy." Understood, Princess. Previously, there had been surveillance from a certain individual at the Xiao family, and even the soundproofing array could not prevent his monitoring and eavesdropping. Now, in Chunwei City, the elders of the prominent families would not intervene unless major events occurred, so we need not concern ourselves with them. Speak freely. What are your plans moving forward, Princess? It is said that the competition in 5 years is a rare event and may not be straightforward. Do not worry. The human race relies on cultivation, while our demon race depends on inheritance. In Chunwei Academy, apart from Yu Wuxia, who might pose a threat to me, the others are not concerning. Moreover, there are 10 spots available in Chunwei Academy. As long as I make it into the top 10, that will suffice. However, once we reach Jiulu Academy, there will be the Flower King. With our strength, it will be difficult to evade her notice. Fear not. My father is an old acquaintance of the Flower King, and she will not make things difficult for us. Now, I shall retreat to Chunwei Academy to cultivate and prepare for the upcoming re-ranking in a year. With that, Princess Yan produced a token that bore the number 11 of the Xian domain. In a separate room within the same residence, Xiao Ji gazed at Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao Yi. Elder Xiao Yi remarked, "Young master, we cannot hear their conversation. Never mind, there is no need to concern ourselves with them. Since we have arrived in Chunwei City, I intend to enjoy myself. Elder Yi, accompany me. Elder Ji, you will be responsible for keeping an eye on them. Remember, they are members of our Xiao family, and do not reveal their identities. That is the directive from our ancestor." "Yes, young master." In a quaint inn nestled within the vibrant spring radiant city, 8 young individuals were engaged in lively conversation. Among them, were the prominent members of the 4 great half-demon families of the southern region: Ouyang Lai, Shimin Yin, Huangfu Yi, and Sima Hui. The other 4, who stood beside them, were from their affiliated clans: Yang Qi, Shili Ma Li, and Huang Rui. Ouyang Lai addressed the gathering, saying, "Let us not forget our purpose here. We are merely here for the exchange of knowledge. I implore you to refrain from stirring up trouble. The events concerning Ji Xian have caused quite a stir. I am aware that you harbor certain thoughts, but I urge you to dismiss them. That I have spoken my piece. Should any issues arise, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Yang Qi, let us depart." With that, Ouyang Lai turned and left, followed closely by Yang Qi. After their departure, Shimin Yin hastily pursued them, with Shili trailing closely behind. Once the 4 had exited, Sima Hui chuckled and remarked, "Huangfu, my dear sister, I wonder if you might be inclined to seek out this Ji Xian. Merely a martial master of the second heaven. Surely, with our combined strength, he would be no match for us. Heh, since Brother Sima is so interested, I shall wish you swift success in your endeavor." Huangfu Yi replied before taking her leave with Huang Rui. Following Huangfu Yi's exit, Sima Hui, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Just wait. Once I acquire the token for the first cave of the Xian domain, I shall relish in witnessing your true colors. He then turned to Ma Li and commanded, Go and investigate Ji Xian's whereabouts. I wish to see what extraordinary abilities he possesses. Yes, young Master Hui. Ma Li replied before swiftly departing to the inn's courtyard. A group of servants were gathered, and among them, 4 individuals were engaged in hushed whispers. Their appearances closely resembled those of the talented youths from the 4 great half-demon families. Yet as they conspired, the other servants paid them no heed to that moment. One of them spoke, What news? I sent someone to investigate, and it seems that since Yu Wuxiao arrived at Spring Radiance Academy, she made an appearance yesterday and engaged in a battle with Xie Siren of the Xie clan. It is said she has gained some insights and is now preparing for a secluded breakthrough to the martial monarch realm. She will likely not emerge for some time no matter. She must enhance her strength. And we can afford to wait. The Yu clan has but one revered expert in Spring Radiant City, and the people she brought from the southern region have all perished at the borders. Now, only one remains. Though that individual is quite formidable, the 4 of us are more than sufficient to handle them, that if we eliminate Yu Wuxia, our deaths would be of no consequence. Then let us bide our time. If we do not act, she will surely perish upon our strike. Chapter 26. The Misty Rain Pavilion in Ji Xian's consciousness. Yang remarked, Just now, she attempted to bewitch both of you with her enchanting arts. Fortunately, you possess the radiant divine mirror as protection. Otherwise, you might have fallen under her spell. Judging by Xiao Yu's demeanor, he appears unaffected. The sudden entrance of that so-called courtesan, Miss Hua, is rather suspicious. It now seems there is indeed a problem. What, I wonder, is Xiao Yu's true intent in summoning me? Could it be merely for this matter? That inquiry can wait until you next encounter Xiao Yu. That I suspect that Miss Hua's prowess is at least at the martial monarch level. Such a young martial monarch is likely superior to many students of Spring Radiance Academy, so you ought to pay a visit to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Indeed, a visit to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is necessary. I require more detailed knowledge about everything in Spring Radiant City. In a guest room of the Misty Rain Pavilion, after Ji Xian's departure, Xiao Yu leisurely sipped wine and sampled delicacies, exclaiming, Such exquisite wine and food cannot be enjoyed without the company of a beautiful maiden. I wonder if Miss Hua would be willing to accompany me. I am but a humble performer here to sing and dance. If young Master Yu seeks merriment, he should find another, Miss Hua replied with a glance at Xiao Yu. Since Miss Hua is unwilling, I shall have the 2 lovely ladies from earlier return to serve me instead. Farewell, Miss Hua. I shan't see you out, Xiao Yu remarked, returning his focus to his drink. With a huff, Miss Hua stood and departed. Once she was gone, a slight smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. The Ji Xian arrived at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and, upon entering, immediately spotted Si Qinyu and her companion. Granny Sunday brother Ji Xian, you have arrived, Si Qinyu exclaimed. Qinyu, I would like you to investigate the details of the Misty Rain Pavilion, Ji Xian requested. The Misty Rain Pavilion. It seems brother Ji Xian has uncovered something during his visit there. Si Qinyu responded, beckoning Granny Sun to fetch the information as she led Ji Xian into a private room. Once inside, Si Qinyu recounted the origins of the Misty Rain Pavilion, explaining, the Misty Rain Pavilion operates in various cities throughout the western region. Though not every city hosts one. For instance, Bailey City does not. Where do those young women in the Misty Rain Pavilion come from? Ji Xian inquired. That I'm not entirely sure. You'll find out once Granny Sun brings the information. Meanwhile, Granny Sun was using a communication talisman to inquire with the Central Continent about the Misty Rain Pavilion's details. That I in the Central Continent's Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. A man sat at a table when another entered. Reporting Pavilion Master, Granny Sun in Spring Radiant City is inquiring about the Misty Rain Pavilion's details. The man tapped the table thoughtfully and replied, Granny Sun. The Misty Rain Pavilion. It appears Ji Xian has indeed visited the Misty Rain Pavilion. Inform her that she lacks the authority to access that information. Understood, Pavilion Master. The man responded before exiting. The man muttered to himself, What will Ji Xian do next? Shortly thereafter, Granny Sun entered the private room with a troubled expression. Upon seeing her demeanor, Si Qinyu asked, What troubles you, Granny Sun? I just applied for information on the Misty Rain Pavilion, specifically inquiring about the origins of the young women there, but the Central Continent replied that my permissions are insufficient to access it. Si Qinyu was puzzled and remarked, Even my permissions are inadequate. It seems this information pertains to a core secret. Indeed, it appears the Misty Rain Pavilion harbors some secrets. Did Xiao Yu summon me for this reason? Why does he want me to be aware of this matter? What's the matter? What have you encountered at the Misty Rain Pavilion? Ji Xian recounted his experiences there, stating from her use of enchanting arts. It is clear that numerous students from Spring Radiance Academy have likely fallen under her spell. Then why was there no prior indication of any abnormalities among the students of Spring Radiance Academy? This enchantment technique likely plants a seed within the human body, which only activates at the right moment. That I suspect that the students who previously attended Spring Radiance Academy have been subjected to this seed, but until the moment of activation, they would display no symptoms. However, this is merely conjecture, proving it would be quite challenging, as aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, there are few who possess expertise in enchantment techniques. Without evidence, we cannot take action against the Misty Rain Pavilion. Those who fall victim to enchantment are typically weak-minded individuals, drawn to pleasures of the flesh, that if we could leverage them, we might uncover something, but we currently lack a specialist in enchantment to validate their bewitchment. Suddenly, Ji Xian had a revelation and continued. Moreover, the fact that Granny Sun was informed that my inquiry into the origins of the young women at the Misty Rain Pavilion was denied due to insufficient permissions indicates that the Central Continent is aware of this secret, but wishes to keep it from us. This implies that the origins of these young women are rather questionable. Yet, why would the Central Continent be aware of this secret and choose not to act? That perplexes me, since the Central Continent is unwilling to provide information. Let us investigate on our own, that I refuse to believe they can erase every trace. As long as there is a single clue, I will uncover the truth. It seems Xiao Yu may possess some insights, prompting him to invite me to the Misty Rain Pavilion. However, I have never met him. Our first encounter was at the Misty Rain Pavilion, and his actions strike me as somewhat peculiar. I must arrange to meet him again. I should visit the Xiao clan soon. This Xiao Yu is exceptionally talented. It's no surprise he discovered this matter. However, his invitation to you is indeed curious. Perhaps he feels a kinship with you? I have heard that he began his martial training quite late, reportedly starting at 14 or 15. Yet now at 19, he has become the foremost figure of the Xiao clan. Ji Xian replied. Then it seems I must have a thorough discussion with him. For now, I shall take my leave and return to Spring Radiance Academy. The matter of the Misty Rain Pavilion can wait. When you have the opportunity, you may investigate, but do not do so personally, that I suspect others have previously inquired about this matter, only to be silenced by the Misty Rain Pavilion. That I understand, Brother Ji Xian. I will not take unnecessary risks. Si Qinyu smiled. Having concluded their conversation, Ji Xian departed from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. As he strolled through the streets of Spring Radiant City, he sensed that someone was following him. Thus, he decided not to rush back to the academy. After meandering through Spring Radiant City for a while, Ji Xian slipped into a discreet corner and called out, "Friend, step forth. You have been trailing me for quite some time." Upon his words, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Ma Li, the attendant of Sima Hui. Ji Xian inquired, "What brings you to follow me for so long?" Ma Li replied, "I have heard that you possess the token for the first cave of the Xian domain. I would like to borrow it, if I may." With a smile, Ji Xian said, "Since you desire it, come and take it. Let us see if you possess the skill to obtain this token from my grasp." Chapter 27. The ambush in a secluded area of Spring Radiance Academy. Ji Xian and Ma Li stood facing each other in a standoff. Li was the first to strike, launching a powerful punch. But Ji Xian deftly sidestepped the attack. In an instant, he countered with a fierce sun palm, delivering a blow to Ma Li's body. Remarkably, after receiving the strike, Ma Li appeared unfazed and quickly turned to kick at Ji Xian. Once again, Ji Xian evaded the attack and elevated his sun palm to the third sun, unleashing a technique known as three suns, opening the heavens. Li, exerting all his strength, barely managed to block the attack with a punch. Observing this, Ji Xian's pupils slightly contracted, realizing the immense power of his opponent. Initially, he had assumed that Ma Li was merely a fifth-level martial artist, someone he could easily handle, but he was taken aback by the difficulty of the encounter, realizing that defeating him would not be an easy task. After Ma Li blocked Ji Xian's three suns opening the heavens, he retaliated with another punch, just as Ji Xian was about to counter with the fierce tiger fist. Another figure appeared behind him, also launching a punch aimed at his back. In a split second, Ji Xian used one hand for the sun palm and the other for the fierce tiger fist to intercept both attacks simultaneously. The individual in front, who had previously expended all his energy to block Ji Xian's sun palm, could not muster enough strength this time and was sent flying by Ji Xian's strike. However, the person behind Ji Xian was even stronger, and his fierce tiger fist could not withstand the force of the blow, resulting in a crushing strike to his lower back, causing Ji Xian to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fueled by anger, Ji Xian had intended merely to probe the intentions of the person tailing him, but he was caught off guard by the strength of the assailant and the sneak attack. In response, he forcibly utilized the fourth sun of the sun palm, surrounding himself with four suns, and struck out towards the assailant behind him. That individual, exerting all his might, threw a punch in retaliation. However, he was unable to withstand Ji Xian's powerful attack and was severely injured. After executing his palm strike, Ji Xian felt his spirit energy drain away, and at that moment, the two attackers quickly retreated. Ji Xian chose not to pursue them, departing the scene and heading towards Spring Radiance Academy. Upon returning to the number 1 cave of the Xian domain, he sat down to recuperate and heal his injuries. In his sea of consciousness, Yang remarked, "You are still too strained when using spirit energy in battle. The one who ambushed you yesterday is an 8th-level martial artist that if he were a grand martial artist. You might have perished. This is Spring Radiance City. After all, it is best to avoid using divine light power whenever possible. Furthermore, utilizing spirit energy allows me to better gauge my own strength. I never expected that an 8th-level martial artist would ambush a mere 2nd-level martial artist like myself." Ji Xian continued. These two young men employed the same palm technique and possessed considerable strength, indicating that they likely belonged to the same faction. Yet, I do not recall any such faction existing within Spring Radiance domain. Their goal is evidently to obtain the token for my number 1 cave in the Xian domain, which means they must be students of Spring Radiance Academy and recent arrivals at that. Given this, it should not be too difficult to track them down. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion. You have only been at Spring Radiance Academy for 2 days, and already 3 groups have come for you. One to cause trouble, another to challenge you, and a third to ambush you. Who knows how many more may come? Ji Xian initially intended to remain inconspicuous and not fall behind. But it seemed that such a strategy was no longer viable. The token my master gave me should be utilized soon. However, as a first-tier alchemist, I fear I may be barred from entering the premises. I must advance my alchemist rank to at least the 2nd tier, if not the 3rd. It appears I need to thoroughly study this alchemical annotation. The next day, after tending to his injuries, Ji Xian left the cave, preparing to visit the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion in search of information regarding his assailants from the previous day. As he walked along the path, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. "Ji Xian, is that you? I was just looking for you." To his surprise, it was Wu Qingfeng. "Wu brother, what brings you here?" Ji Xian inquired. "Did you sustain injuries yesterday? There are those who wish to seize your token for the number 1 cave in the Xian domain." Ji Xian pondered. How does he know about this? I specifically chose a secluded spot to test that individual. Wu Qingfeng, observing Ji Xian's puzzled expression, continued, "Ji brother, the news of your ambush has spread throughout Spring Radiance Academy this morning. It is said that you encountered an ambush and were injured, yet you repelled the assailants despite your wounds." Ji Xian narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Someone is monitoring me, just as I intended to investigate the background of that individual. My own experience has been disclosed. Fortunately, I did not resort to divine light power. Wu Qingfeng, noting Ji Xian's expression of confusion, remarked, "You were unaware. Since the attack yesterday, I returned to the number 1 cave in the Xian domain to recuperate and only emerged this morning to encounter you. I am oblivious to the other events. Then it seems someone has disseminated your experience throughout Spring Radiance Academy, and this person is likely surveilling you. However, I am unsure of their motive in spreading such information. It could leave you in a precarious position. Regardless of who it is or what transpires, I am not afraid. I almost forgot to mention. Shortly, an elder from the Law Enforcement Hall of Spring Radiance Academy will come looking for you. The Academy does not prohibit students from openly dueling for credits and tokens, but it strictly forbids the clandestine theft of credits and tokens. Anyone caught will face the Law Enforcement Hall's judgment, with severe cases resulting in execution at NO1. Not even members of the 3 great families dares to provoke the Law Enforcement Hall. Your ambush was an attempt to seize your token, which is why the law enforcement hall has intervened. Strangely enough, since Yu Qian declared his intention to duel you for the token to the #1 cave in the Xian domain, others will refrain from troubling you, and members of the three major families are aware of this regulation and will not resort to covert tactics to snatch your token. The individual who attacked you does not seem like a member of the three great families. They possess immense strength and employ fist techniques. From what you say, I cannot shake the feeling that this individual is not from Spring Radiance domain. Nor do they resemble someone from the Western region. They seem more akin to a half-demon family from the Southern region. Coincidentally, I heard that a group of exchange students from Southern region half-demon families arrived at Spring Radiance Academy a few months ago. It is indeed plausible that they are the ones who attacked you. Is that so? I know that the giant ape clan is renowned for its incredible strength, and the Sima family, which traces its lineage from them, is also known for its prowess and fist techniques. That it seems they did not consider the need to conceal their identities when they attacked me. They likely did not realize that the token cannot be obtained through underhanded means. Their strength is considerable, yet their intelligence leaves much to be desired. I initially assumed they would be cautious about revealing their identities if they dared to act against me, but I did not expect to uncover their identities so quickly. Now that their identities are known, when the law enforcement hall arrives, you can address this matter properly. Let them understand that this is the Western region, not the Southern region. They have grown accustomed to their reckless behavior in the Southern region, and it is time they learned the rules of the Western region. Wu Qingfeng noticed a figure swiftly approaching from a distance and said to Ji Xian, "Ah, the elder from the law enforcement hall is coming. Since you are no longer in danger, I shall take my leave." With that, Wu Qingfeng departed. The figure in the distance gradually became clearer, revealing an elderly man with white hair. Chapter 28. Discussion in Spring Radiance Academy. The white-haired elder halted before Ji Xian and inquired, "I am Xie from the law enforcement hall. You must be Ji Xian." "Indeed. I have heard that you were attacked last night, and the assailant sought to seize your token for the #1 cave in the Xian domain. Is this true?" "Yes, 2 young men came and injured me, but they also sustained severe injuries themselves and ultimately failed to achieve their objective." "Do you know their identities?" "I do not, although I saw their faces. I have only recently arrived at Spring Radiance Academy and do not recognize them. However, they exhibited extraordinary strength and utilized fist techniques that I believe that pursuing this lead may help uncover their identities." "Very well, I understand. This matter will be addressed, and once their identities are determined, you will be called upon to identify them. Anyone who dares to covertly seize a cave token must face the consequences. At that time, you will also receive compensation. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Elder." After Elder Shi departed, Ji Xian contemplated his next course of action and decided to visit the Alchemist Guild. As he walked, he suddenly spotted Si Qinyu rushing towards him. As Si Qinyu approached Ji Xian, her expression filled with concern. "Ji Xian, I heard you were injured. How serious is it? Who would dare to commit such an act in Spring Radiance City?" Ji Xian reassured her, "Sister Qinyu, I am fine. My injuries from yesterday have healed, and I initially intended to visit the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion to investigate the identities of my attackers, but I just encountered Wu Qingfeng, who informed me that news of the ambush has already spread throughout Spring Radiance Academy. Moreover, it seems he has discovered the identities of my assailants." "Oh, who was it that attacked you, and who disseminated your experiences?" "The 2 individuals who attacked me possessed immense strength and utilized palm techniques. There are no such families in the Western region, but the Sima family from the Southern region fits this description." From Wu Qingfeng, I learned that a group of half-demon families from the Southern region arrived at Spring Radiance Academy a few months ago as exchange students. That I suspect that the young men from the Sima family are behind the attack. I am aware of this. Among the group from the Southern region, there are Sima Hui from the Sima family and Ma Li from the Ma family, which is a subordinate family. Those 2 who attacked you yesterday must be them. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian suddenly recalled something and asked, "How many people came from the Southern region to Spring Radiance Academy as exchange students?" "The 4 major half-demon families and their 4 subordinate families total 8 individuals. However, it is said that they also brought along over 20 servants. As soon as Yu Wuxia arrived in the Western regions, they eagerly made their way there. Do you think there might be experts among their servants, secretly preparing to assassinate Yu Wuxia?" I previously mentioned that upon Yu Wuxia's arrival in the western regions, the individuals from the southern territories would undoubtedly take action. There is indeed a possibility of this. But if one of their servants truly intends to assassinate Yu Wuxia, why would they bother with a surprise attack on you? Causing disturbances everywhere would only heighten the risk of exposure. Would it not? They possess immense strength and employ palm techniques. The intelligence agency, Tianji Pavilion, is fully aware of this. Perhaps these so-called geniuses are merely sacrificial pawns. They might be oblivious to the fact that there are experts concealed within their ranks. Ostensibly, their purpose for this journey is to allow these young individuals to exchange knowledge and learn. But in reality, it is to send strong individuals to assassinate Yu Wuxia, should any of them make a move against Yu Wuxia. None of them would return. If the assassination fails, there remains a chance of survival. However, if it succeeds, the Yu family would undoubtedly ensure they meet a grim fate. What you say is merely conjecture. Yet it holds some truth. I shall instruct Tianji Pavilion to remain vigilant. However, Yu Wuxia has now entered seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough, if there are indeed individuals intent on her demise. They are unlikely to act before her seclusion concludes. Do you know where these young people from the southern territories are residing? I wish to meet them and observe those servants as well. Rest assured, if there is truly a problem, I will not act recklessly. I will bring the law enforcement hall along ditto. And there's another matter. Ji Xian continued. Last night, I deliberately sought out a secluded corner to test them. But to my surprise, upon awakening today, I heard that my experience had spread throughout Shunwei Academy, which implies that someone has been watching me at present. I cannot deduce who is responsible for this nor their motives. Could it be Li Yao? He was the one who disseminated information previously. Not likely. If it were him, he would not spread news favorable to me that I heard from Wu Qingfeng that the details of my attack last night have all been revealed. Since this does not currently affect Brother Ji Xian, there is no need to concern ourselves with it. I will return to Tianji Pavilion to make arrangements regarding the matter you mentioned earlier. And as for their location, I will inform Brother Ji Xian upon my return. After SG New York finished speaking, she departed. Ji Xian thought to himself. Indeed, although he displayed no malice, the mere thought of being watched leaves me feeling rather uncomfortable. Grandpa Mu is also observing me. Unless someone employs overwhelming force, he should not reappear before me, thus making inquiries impossible. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this issue. I will first visit the Alchemist Guild. Ji Xian left Shunwei Academy, preparing to head towards the Alchemist Guild. In the cave dwelling number 78 of the Xian domain, SM, who was recovering from injuries. Given that ML sustained relatively minor injuries. He had already recovered by the previous night, while SM, who suffered a direct blow from the 4-yang fiery palm, leaving him severely injured with no signs of recovery thus far. ML sat helplessly beside him, watching SM, who healed. SM, who exclaimed, "Darn it, I never expected that Ji Xian could wield such a formidable technique, one that even I could not withstand." It seems his willingness to accept the duel with Yu Qian was not born of arrogance, but rather confidence. If Yu Qian lacks a trump card, he might not necessarily win against Ji Xian. This Ji Xian conceals himself too deeply. Had I not impulsively attempted to ambush him, I would have been entirely unaware of his true strength. ML inquired, "Young master who? What shall we do next?" Ji Xian will certainly not let this matter rest. Dio not fret. Ji Xian is but one person, while we are 8. Even if he comes seeking vengeance, we shall adamantly deny any wrongdoing. What can he do to us? Remember, we have been cultivating at Shunwei Academy all along and have not ventured out. Yes, Master Hu. Very well. You may leave now. Your presence is rather irritating me. My injuries are severe, and I need to recuperate for a few days. During this time, do not wander about. Remain in your own cave dwelling to cultivate until I emerge. After SM, who closed his eyes to meditate, he paid no further attention to ML. I understand, young master, ML replied before rising to exit SM, whose cave dwelling. Upon exiting the 76th cave dwelling, ML encountered 6 young individuals standing outside. They were indeed members of other half-demon families from the southern territories. Chapter 29. The Alchemist Guild. ML confronted the 6 individuals, bracing himself as he spoke. "What brings you here?" Ouyang Lai snorted and said, "Bring SM who out." ML, feeling helpless, replied, "Young master who is currently in seclusion. I was just sent away." XMNYN remarked, Do you think we are unaware of what transpired? If you do not summon him, do not blame me for taking action." Hearing this, ML could only shout a few times. Upon hearing the commotion, SM, who assumed ML had urgent business, and emerged from the cave dwelling, only to find 6 individuals waiting for him. Ouyang Lai immediately recognized that SM, who was gravely injured, and piecing together the rumors circulating in Chunwei Academy, he confirmed that it was indeed SM, who and ML, who had attacked Ji Xian the previous day. Ouyang Lai admonished, "Brother SM, I have long advised you to act discreetly and avoid engaging in conflicts recklessly. Yet, you chose to ambush Ji Xian. Had you succeeded, it would be one thing. But now you are severely injured. What exactly were you thinking?" Huang Rui chuckled and said, "Brother SM, I initially thought you were joking when you mentioned seeking trouble with Ji Xian. But it appears you were serious." SM, who replied, "This act was solely my own decision. Even if others wish to investigate, that is my affair and does not concern you all. As for that Ji Xian, he conceals himself too deeply, and even I found it difficult to withstand his ultimate technique." Ouyang Lai stated, "The problem extends beyond that. Today I inquired further into the matter, and according to their accounts, Chunwei Academy forbids covertly snatching tokens. This rule has been established for quite some time. Even if Ji Xian chooses not to pursue the matter, the Law Enforcement Hall of Chunwei Academy will apprehend you. It seems you are unlikely to evade punishment this time." SM, who retorted, "Then what is your purpose in coming here? To witness my humiliation?" Ouyang Lai replied, "Initially, we were uncertain if it was truly you. So we came to ascertain the truth, and it turns out it is indeed you." SM, who replied impatiently, "And now that you have confirmed it is me, what do you intend to do?" Huang Rui smiled and said, Since Brother SM does not welcome us, we shall take our leave," Huang Rui declared before turning to depart. Ouyang Lai looked at SM, who and said, "Although you will face some punishment this time, it is not a major issue that I hope Brother SM will refrain from acting impulsively in the future." After Ouyang Lai finished speaking, he too departed, followed closely by the other 3, leaving only ML and SM, who behind. SM, who looked at ML and urged, "Hurry and leave. Remember what I told you." ML nodded repeatedly before swiftly exiting, and SM, who finally returned to his cave to continue healing. Ji Xian arrived at the Alchemist Guild and proceeded inside. Upon entering, he noticed a young woman at the front desk. She looked at Ji Xian and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed guest? Are you seeking someone or here to advance your rank?" Ji Xian initially intended to say he was there to advance to a second-tier alchemist, but recalling his mother's advice to report his name at the Alchemist Guild, he decided to give it a try. Ji Xian stated, "I am Ji Xian from the Ji family of Bailey City." The young woman, upon hearing this, quickly responded, "You are the young Master Ji Xian? Please wait a moment. I will fetch the person in charge." With that, she hurried into the back. Shortly thereafter, the young woman returned accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Ji Xian, she said, "Sir, this guest claims to be young Master Ji Xian." The middle-aged man replied, "I have never met Ji Xian. Do you have any proof to verify your identity?" Ji Xian responded, "My mother is Hua Xie. She said I could simply provide these 2 names at the Alchemist Guild." The middle-aged man, elated, said, "Everyone knows Ji Xian's father is Ji Qingfeng, but few are aware that his mother is Hua Xie and that she has a close relationship with our Alchemist Guild. I believe you are indeed Ji Xian. Greetings, young Master Ji Xian." Zhang, the person in charge, said, "Young Master Ji Xian, I have come to advance to a second-tier alchemist. May I take the assessment?" Zhang looked at Ji Xian awkwardly and chuckled. "Young Master Ji Xian, we require you to bring your own alchemical furnace and herbs for the assessment. Since you have come empty-handed, I am unable to make arrangements for you. Initially, we did provide furnaces and herbs, but some individuals, despite failing the assessment, would still attempt it, resulting in unnecessary consumption. Therefore, we no longer provide these items." "I see. Then it appears I must go purchase a furnace and herbs. What kind of elixir does a second-tier alchemist need to refine? Also, where in Chunwei City is the best place to buy a furnace? A second-tier alchemist needs to refine the spirit-nurturing pill. As for the herbs required for refining the spirit-nurturing pill, I trust one need not elaborate. For purchasing a furnace, there are the Jioding Commerce Association and the Wui Domain Commerce Association in Chunwei City. Jioding's main branch is in Jilu City, while Wui's main branch is in Zhongzhou. With branches in all 5 domains, that IT depends on which association you wish to visit." Then I shall go check out the Wui Domain Commerce Association." As he spoke, an elderly man emerged from within. Zhang Tao, upon seeing the elder, remarked, "Old Hua, this is young Master Ji Xian." "Oh, you are Ji Xian?" Elder Hua scrutinized Ji Xian and continued, Indeed. I have heard that you were unable to cultivate for 15 years. And now you have reached the martial master realm. To what tier has your alchemist skill ascended?" Sun Tao quickly interjected, "Young Master Ji Xian intends to take the assessment for a second-tier alchemist. But he has not brought his alchemy furnace and herbs, so he plans to purchase them before returning for the evaluation." "Very well. Once you have procured your items, I shall return to observe." With that, Elder Hua departed. After Elder Hua left, Sun Tao turned to Ji Xian and said, "This is Master Yu Qianfeng's second disciple, Hua Xian, a 7th-tier alchemist, that he is also the son of Hua Wucua, the founding president of our alchemist guild. Your mother, Hua Xie, is his sister, so you should address him as Uncle Dada." Ji Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his mother had such connections with the alchemist guild. It seemed the founding president of the alchemist guild was nearing 2,000 years of age, while his mother was only in her 40s. Upon learning this, Ji Xian finally understood why his mother had left home. It was likely due to the indulgence of the founding president, who had a fondness for his daughter. Young and full of spirit, she must have sought adventure, seizing an opportunity to leave, eventually meeting his father in the Hongduan Mountains of the western regions. 10 years ago, someone from the Alchemist Guild inadvertently discovered his mother's identity, prompting his grandfather to visit. Due to Ji Xian's existence, Hua Xie was unable to depart, and ultimately his grandfather, the founding president of the Alchemist Guild, left with Ji Xian's elder brother and younger sister. Perhaps there were other reasons. Logically, Ji Xian's elder brother and sister were only 10 years old a decade ago, and it seemed premature for them to depart so early. There might be deeper circumstances he was unaware of. Contemplating these matters, Ji Xian declared, "In that case, I shall first procure an alchemy furnace and herbs, and then return for the assessment." "Thank you, Manager Zhang. I shall take my leave." Chapter 30. The Five Domains Merchant Association. Ji Xian exited the Alchemist Guild, intending to head to the Five Domains Merchant Association to purchase an alchemy furnace and herbs. After all, he planned to stay in Chunwei City for at least 5 years and required a durable alchemy furnace. However, he recalled that both the furnace and herbs would require spirit stones, of which he possessed very few. Suddenly, Ji Xian remembered the storage ring his father had given him upon leaving the Ji family, suggesting he check it upon arriving in Chunwei City. Having been preoccupied, he had yet to examine it. Therefore, he used his spiritual sense to enter the storage ring and was astonished to find it brimming with spirit stones. Among them were 1 top-tier spirit stone, 100 superior-tier spirit stones, 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones, and 10,000 inferior-tier spirit stones. That Ji Xian had not anticipated his father's gift to be so generous, and thought to himself that, for the time being, he need not worry about lacking spirit stones. Having walked only a short distance, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Xie Yi, along with Fang Jie and several of his subordinates. Fang and his entourage lingered at a distance while Xie Yi approached Ji Xian. That as he drew closer, Ji Xian noted Xie Yi's weary appearance and inquired, "Brother Xie, what brings you here in such haste?" "Naturally, it is for you, Brother Ji." "Oh, I initially sought to discuss the matter of the cave with you, but upon visiting the first cave in Xian Domain and the Yunqi Inn, I found no trace of you. Therefore, I sent my men to search for your whereabouts in Chunwei City, and a servant informed me you were at the Alchemist Guild, prompting my hurried arrival." "A servant?" Ji Xian mused, realizing it was likely the handiwork of the individual who had been watching him. He wondered about the motives behind their actions. After a moment of reflection, Ji Xian said, "It seems Brother Xie is interested in the token for the first cave in Xian Domain. I have heard that you plan to battle Yu Qian for the token's ownership in 2 months, which is why I have been anxious. However, I have had some insights in the past few days and believe that if I can train in the first cave, I will advance to the great martial master realm within a month. Thus, I came to discuss this with you." "Ah, I see that if Brother Xie is confident in your breakthrough, then I shall lend you the token," Ji Xian replied as he prepared to retrieve the token. Xie Yi paused momentarily before continuing. "I am merely concerned that with only 2 months remaining, and having already spent 1 month, will you be able to achieve consecutive breakthroughs to contend with Yu Qian? After all, Yu Qian is at the 8th level of the martial master realm. Although he should not reach the 9th level in these 2 months, there remains a significant gap between you two." Ji Xian handed the token to Xie Yi and reassured, "Do not worry. Since Brother Xie is aware of my impending battle with Yu Qian, you must also know about the attack I faced yesterday. Indeed, I found the rumors rather peculiar. It is surprising that anyone would dare to seize a token in Chunwei City, especially considering that such actions are strictly prohibited by Chunwei Academy. The offspring of the prominent families within the Chunwei domain are well aware of this, and would not make such a mistake. It must be those from the southern domain who acted a few months ago. The identities of those involved will soon be uncovered. What I wish to emphasize is not their identities, but rather their cultivation levels. The rumors did not specify their tiers, yet one of them possesses strength at the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm. Ah, I understand. It appears Brother Ji has come prepared. In that case, I shall gladly accept. Xie accepted the token for the first cave in Xian Domain and stated, Brother Ji, once I achieve my breakthrough, I shall personally deliver the token to Yun Qian. Farewell. With that, Xie departed, accompanied by Fong and his entourage. Ji Xian then continued on his way to the Five Domains Merchant Association. The Five Domains Merchant Association was founded by the Bai family of Zhongzhou. After the human race regained its dominant position 30,000 years ago, the Bai family established the Bai Merchant Association, which expanded into the Eastern Domain. Following the suppression of the demon race 2,000 years ago and the retreat of the heavenly demon race into the depths of the Northern Domain, the 5 major cities of the Western Domain were constructed, and the Bai Merchant Association officially set up operations in the Western and Northern Domains that a millennium ago, after the Sword King Yu Wushuang took control of the Southern Domain. The Bai Merchant Association in the Southern Domain also commenced operations. From that point onwards, the Bai Merchant Association spread throughout the 5 domains, officially renaming itself the Five Domains Merchant Association. Upon arriving at the Five Domains Merchant Association, Ji Xian entered and was immediately greeted by a dazzling array of treasures. However, despite the variety, he noted that the quality of these items appeared somewhat lacking to that moment. A beautiful woman noticed Ji Xian's entrance and approached him, smiling as she said, Greetings, young sir, that I am Li Ji. You seem to be a new face. You must be a student of Chunwei Academy. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? The Five Domains Merchant Association can certainly fulfill your needs. Observing her approach, Ji Xian inquired, I see that these treasures are of inferior quality. Does the Five Domains Merchant Association exclusively sell such items? You are mistaken, young sir. The Five Domains Merchant Association has 3 floors. The first floor contains the most basic treasures, the second floor holds intermediate quality, and the third is reserved for the highest grade items. Given your discerning eye, if you find the first floor lacking, allow me to take you to the second floor. The third floor is frequented by esteemed masters, and I assume you would prefer not to compete with them. Very well, I shall visit the second floor. Li Ji led Ji Xian to the second floor. Where the treasures were markedly superior to those on the first, the Ji Xian scanned the area and spotted a small green cauldron that piqued his interest. He inquired, What is this green cauldron? This is the Heart's Desire cauldron, crafted by the alchemy master in his youth. Surely, you are an alchemist. Who is the alchemy master? Young sir, you do not know the alchemy master? He is Yu Qianfeng, the Grand Master of Chunwei Academy and a 7th-tier alchemist that he enjoys crafting his cauldrons in the shape of a cauldron, which is why he is affectionately referred to as the Alchemy Master. Currently, he serves as a consultant for the Tang family in Jiulu City. Is this cauldron not quite expensive? This cauldron can be manipulated according to your desires, adjustable in size, hence the name Heart's Desire Cauldron. It remains extremely useful until you reach the 6th tier of alchemy, so its price is 10 superior tier spirit stones. 10 superior tier spirit stones. That equates to 100,000 inferior tier spirit stones. Such an exorbitant price. It is worth every coin. I assure you that once you use it, you will feel it is a worthy investment. Very well, I shall take it. Excellent, since you are so forthright. I shall offer you a 10% discount. You need only pay 9 superior tier spirit stones. I also require some herbs. Does the Five Domains Merchant Association offer them for sale? The Five Domains Merchant Association boasts a wide array of items. You may choose freely. Ji Xian then selected the herbs necessary for concocting the 2nd-tier spirit nourishing pill, as well as 2 types of auxiliary herbs. Subsequently, he procured the herbs required for crafting the 3rd-tier vitality pill, along with 3 additional auxiliary herbs. After purchasing the alchemy furnace and herbs, Ji Xian exited the Five Domains Merchant Association. Once he had departed, a middle-aged man approached Li Ji and inquired, Did you truly just gift that cauldron? valued at 100 superior tier spirit stones, to Ji Xian. This cauldron was brought here specifically for Ji Xian. Otherwise, it would not have appeared in this place. Moreover, did he not pay 9 superior tier spirit stones? In the end, we still profited. Chapter 31. Second-rank alchemist. As Ji Xian emerged from the 5 Domains Chamber of Commerce, he swiftly made his way to the Alchemist Guild, eager to complete his assessment as a second-rank alchemist. Upon arriving at the guild, the receptionist promptly went to summon Zhang Tao. Once Zhang Tao appeared, he said, "Young Master Ji Xian, Elder Hua is yet to return that if you wish to take the assessment, you will need to wait for him." "Very well, I shall wait a while," Ji Xian replied. Before long, Hua Xian entered the room. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tao approached and said, "Elder Hua, young Master Ji Xian wishes to undertake the assessment for second-rank alchemist." Hua Xian glanced at Ji Xian and stated, "All right then, let us proceed inside. As long as you can refine a spirit infusion pill, you will be deemed successful." Hua Xian entered the assessment chamber, inviting Ji Xian to follow, while he remained outside. Once inside, Ji Xian took out his verdant small cauldron. As he revealed the cauldron, Hua Xian maintained a composed expression, as if he had anticipated this moment. Ji Xian, however, paid little mind to his demeanor and proceeded to extract the 3 herbs required for crafting the spirit infusion pill. Ji Xian adjusted the small cauldron to a size more akin to a conventional pill furnace and placed the 3 herbs within. Utilizing the alchemical techniques outlined in the manual Elder she had given him, he began to merge the herbs into a pill. Although this was Ji Xian's first attempt at refining a spirit infusion pill, he had perused the alchemical manual numerous times during his journey to Chunwei City, thus finding the techniques relatively manageable. In a short span, he successfully refined 2 spirit infusion pills from the 3 herbs. Ji Xian opened the furnace and retrieved the 2 pills, presenting them to Hua Xian. Upon examining the pills, Hua Xian nodded approvingly, remarking, "Not bad, 2 high-quality spirit infusion pills. You have passed the assessment. Shortly, Zhang Tao will provide you with your certificate as a second-rank alchemist." With that, Hua Xian produced a token and added, "This is my token. You may visit my master, but if you can become his disciple, that would be splendid. If not, this token will grant you a month's stay with him." Ji Xian accepted the token, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Hua Xian then revealed a map of Chunwei Academy, marked with his master's location. If you have the time, do pay a visit, he suggested. Ji Xian examined the layout of the academy and noted that Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng's residence was situated deep within. He responded, "All right, I shall pay a visit shortly. Your mother has refrained from returning home for your sake. Now that you have grown and ventured out, it is time for her to return as well." I am not entirely sure what my mother thinks. However, I will encourage her to visit home on my next return," Ji Xian replied. "Very well, you may take your leave now. Should you require assistance in Chunwei City, do not hesitate to seek me out. The Alchemist Guild will always be open to you." "Understood. Thank you, uncle. Farewell." With that, Ji Xian exited the room. Outside, Zhang Tao greeted him with a smile, remarking, from young Master Ji Xian's expression, "It appears the assessment was a success. Here is your badge as a second-rank alchemist. With this badge, others will recognize you as such. When you are able to refine a 3rd-rank cultivation pill, you may return to undergo another assessment at our guild." Zhang Tao presented the badge to Ji Xian. Ji Xian accepted the badge and placed it within his storage ring. For him, being a second-rank alchemist was merely the beginning. To advance to a grand martial artist, he needed to refine a 4th-rank spirit melding pill. After expressing his gratitude to Zhang Tao, Ji Xian left the Alchemist Guild, preparing to return to Chunwei Academy. As Ji Xian strolled through the streets of Chunwei Domain, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Wu Qingfeng. When Wu Qingfeng approached, Ji Xian greeted him with a smile. "Brother Wu, where are you off to this time?" "I just exited the Misty Rain Pavilion," Wu Qingfeng replied. "That Lady Hua is truly stunning, though I regrettably missed her dance." "Oh, you visited the Misty Rain Pavilion? Why did you not witness Lady Hua's performance?" "Originally, Lady Hua intended to dance, but upon seeing my necklace, she claimed to be unwell and refrained from performing. I, too, was puzzled as to why she did not allow me to see her dance." "Necklace? What necklace?" Ji Xian inquired. Wu Qingfeng removed the necklace from around his neck to show Ji Xian, saying, "This necklace is a treasure I unearthed from the Sage's Cave." "The Sage's Cave?" Ji Xian questioned. Perplexed, Wu Qingfeng chuckled. The reason the sage does not emerge is that their lifespan is only a mere 10,000 years. Each emergence shortens their life. Thus, under normal circumstances, one seldom encounters a sage. I found this necklace in a cave, left behind after a sage from the Wu family perished nearby, the Ji Xian pondered, reflecting on the longevity of the Light God clan compared to the brief lives of humanity. He mused whether certain individuals might align themselves with rival divine clans in pursuit of immortality. Observing the necklace, he sensed an aura of mental energy and asked, "Does this necklace possess some form of mental energy?" Indeed, it contains the pure mental energy left by its previous owner, capable of deflecting mental attacks. Wu Qingfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian understood why Lady Hua had abstained from dancing. The charm technique also constituted a mental attack. With this necklace, she was unable to employ her enchanting abilities. Hence her decision to forego the performance. The Ji Xian chuckled. Perhaps Lady Hua truly felt unwell. Since we missed her dance this time, we shall simply return another day. Indeed, I shall go again to witness Lady Hua's dance. Wu Qingfeng exclaimed to Ji Xian. Are you heading to Chunwei Academy? Yes, I am seeking a mentor. Brother Wu mentioned that those of us who enter Chunwei Academy with an invitation must find our own mentors. So, I intend to give it a try. Have you found yours yet? Of course, my elder sister summoned me earlier to introduce me to my mentor, Xiao Yu. Though mentor Xiao Yu is exceptionally beautiful, she is incredibly strict with her disciples that I must report to her every day. So, Brother Wu has already found a mentor. I must strive diligently. However, upon hearing the name Xiao Yu, I wonder if she is related to Xiao Yu? Mentor Xiao Yu is indeed Xiao Yu's aunt, a former top 3 beauty in the rankings, possessing both strength and beauty. She has studied at Jiulu Academy and has since returned to Chunwei City to teach. It is said her strength has now reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, on the verge of advancing to the Venerable realm. Since she has been to Jiulu Academy, why return to teach at Chunwei Academy? I am uncertain. I lack information on that matter, as I have yet to visit Jiulu Academy. Since you are unaware, why not inquire with your mentor? Ji Xian playfully suggested. That Wu Qingfeng sighed. How could I dare to ask? I fear her presence. She is even more intimidating than my elder sister, that I hardly speak in her presence. I must obey her commands, or else I risk a beating. Ji Xian mused to himself. So strict? That does sound somewhat frightening. Thankfully, she is not my mentor. As they conversed, Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng entered Chunwei Academy. Upon entering, Wu Qingfeng remarked, Ji Xian, I must report to my mentor that I wish you the best of luck. All right, I shall seek out my mentor. After Wu Qingfeng departed, Ji Xian followed the route depicted on the map towards the residence of Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng. Chapter 32. Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng. Ji Xian arrived at the entrance of Grandmaster Yu's abode, where he observed a middle-aged man standing guard. The Ji Xian presented Hua Xian's token to the man and stated, Elder Hua recommended me to meet Grandmaster, that I wish to pay my respects, after examining the token. The man replied, You may enter. Grandmaster is currently available. Upon entering the Grandmaster's residence, Ji Xian found nothing particularly extraordinary, merely a commonplace arrangement. After walking a short distance, he noticed an elderly man conversing with a young boy. As Ji Xian drew closer, he recognized the boy to be Xiao Yu. It dawned upon him that he had previously heard from Si Qinyu that Xiao Yu was the youngest disciple of Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng. Thus, Ji Xian surmised that the ethereal elder beside Xiao Yu must be Grandmaster Yu. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Xiao Yu smiled and said, Ah, young Master Ji, what brings you here? The guard at the entrance actually allowed you in. Grandmaster Yu also turned his gaze to Ji Xian and inquired, Since he permitted your entry, there must be a reason. Pray tell, what brings you to this place? Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Ji Xian, here at the behest of my master to pay my respects to you. I also seek your guidance in alchemy. Ji Xian presented the token given to him by Elder Shi, stating, My master said you would recognize this token. Upon seeing the token, Grandmaster Yu was visibly excited and exclaimed, You mean this was given to you by your master? Who is your master? Where is he now? What did he say? My master is currently in Bailey City. He is Elder Shi of the Ji family. He also mentioned that you are my senior brother. Ji Xian explained. Grandmaster Yu caressed the token repeatedly, stating, Indeed, you are his disciple. You should certainly address me as senior brother, since he sent you to find me. I can assist you, but the ultimate outcome will depend on your own comprehension. Previously, I had heard that lad Huaxian mention you, but I did not expect you to possess another identity. As Yu Qianfeng spoke. He turned to Xiao Yu and remarked, "You should return now. There is no need for you to be privy to the matters that follow." Xiao Yu, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Master, must you rush me so? Considering that our Xiao family has some connection with the Ji family, I believe there are certain matters I ought to know." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianfeng responded with a curious "oh," as if he were aware of something, and continued, "In that case, there is no need for you to withdraw. A millennium ago, while I was honing my skills in Zhongzhou, my master Shi Qingqi was nearing the end of his life. At that time, he had already reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. However, even a sage only possesses a lifespan of a mere millennium. Subsequently, he departed Zhongzhou, claiming to seek methods for prolonging his life. After that, I never saw him again. 5 millennia ago, I journeyed from Zhongzhou to this place, dedicating myself to the study of the Spring Dawn Divine Sword and the Spring Dawn Divine Array until now. Today, I unexpectedly acquired a token belonging to him from your Ji Xian and learned news about him, which is why I am so exhilarated." Why Yu Qianfeng further elaborated, "For a sage to ascend to the demigod realm, one must either discover a legacy or comprehend the fundamental principles. Thus, the number of strong individuals who step into the demigod realm is exceedingly scarce amongst the 3 great families of Chunwei City. Each family has only one individual who has entered the demigod realm, and some of their ascensions may not be entirely legitimate, something I believe you, Xiao Yu, are well aware of." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, master, you are quite knowledgeable about our Xiao family's affairs. Since Jishin is here, I shall speak plainly. Our family's ancient ancestor has succumbed to the demonic path. 5 millennia ago, the demon general who emerged seduced him, leading him to become a puppet of the demon race. For 5 millennia, many in the Xiao family have practiced demonic arts, until 5 years ago when my father entered the demigod realm and purged our family. It was at that time that our ancestor also perished at Ji Xian. Upon hearing this, was left dumbfounded. Previously, he had suspected that the remnants of the demon race from 5 millennia ago had not been entirely eradicated and posed a potential threat. Yet he had not anticipated that there were indeed humans who actively practiced demonic arts and allied themselves with the demons. Observing Ji Xian's astonishment, Xiao Yu continued, "The allure of immortality is far too great for the human race. The lifespan of humans is tragically short. A sage lives for merely a millennium, while a demigod lasts only 2 millennia. Even if one were to seclude themselves, they could extend their life by at most another millennium. Only those at the Divine King level possess significantly longer lifespans. However, ascending to the demigod realm is already an arduous task, and becoming a Divine King is an even greater challenge, from 60 millennia ago to the present. Only the Sword King of Zhongzhou and the Blade King of the Western regions have achieved the Divine King realm. Others have at most reached the demigod level. Moreover, those renowned demigods from the Western regions have little time left, and it remains uncertain whether they have secretly allied with other races." Upon hearing these words, Ji Xian remarked, "Xiao brother and elder have shared so much today. It seems you wish for me to declare my stance. Perhaps you have already surmised the true identity of our Ji family. Haha, it is good that you are aware, Ji brother, that I in that case. I shall divulge another secret that my father ventured to the Hengduan Mountains 20 years ago. And upon his return, he entered seclusion. That time, my mother had just conceived. 5 years ago, my father achieved the demigod realm and swept through the Xiao family, and I too benefited from this. The cultivation technique I practice is that which my father cultivated, derived from his experiences in the Hengduan Mountains. Alas, after battling our Xiao family's ancient ancestor, he was injured and has since been recuperating. Thus unable to visit your Ji family to clarify this matter to Ji Xian, as if coming to a realization, said, so it is. Then, the dissemination of my experiences throughout Chunwei Academy in the past few days, as well as the information regarding Xie Yi's whereabouts, are your doing. Indeed, Ji Gongzi is astute. It was indeed my handiwork. Ever since you arrived in Chunwei City, I have been monitoring your movements. Originally, you sought to act discreetly, and I had no intention of exposing you. However, when Li Yao placed you in a precarious position, I had no choice but to deal with that treacherous Yin lad to serve as a warning to others. Afterward, when you were ambushed, I merely seized the opportunity to enhance your reputation. For Xie Yi seeking you out, I suspect he wishes to acquire the token for the number 1 cave in the Xian domain. I think Xiao brother may have inadvertently revealed something. Ha! You are already aware of the matters concerning the Misty Rain Tower, are you not? It is simply as it appears. Those with true potential would not go there. While those who do lack the strength to impact the current situation, that my intention in sending you to the Misty Rain Tower was to test you and to ensure you grasp the truth of the Misty Rain Tower, so as not to fall into their trap. Since you are aware of the Misty Rain Tower situation, why not close it down? Why allow them to continue their seductive practices? To close the Misty Rain Tower, one requires evidence. You must understand that the backing of the Misty Rain Tower is the Li clan, who shared hardships with the human race 40 millennia ago in Zhongzhou. To act against them without sufficient evidence would not only fail to convince others, but could also alert the enemy. Moreover, there are no visible members of the Li clan in Chunwei City. Should something truly be discovered, they could easily feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianfeng interjected, "Have you two truly come here to chat? I have said nothing, yet you have discussed matters to such an extent. Let us put a halt to the discussion regarding the Misty Rain Tower. Unless they make further moves, we shall pretend as if nothing has transpired." He then turned to Ji Xian and said, "Our tale has concluded. Now it is time to share yours." Chapter 33. Information exchange. Yu Qianfeng urged Ji Xian to share his story, that Ji Xian responded, "Since you have already guessed our Ji family's identity, you should also be aware of our concerns. Thus, it would be best not to discuss matters concerning the Ji family, lest we attract unwanted attention. Regarding my master's circumstances, I do not know where he came from or when he arrived at our Ji family, that he has been with us since my earliest memories, and due to my previous inability to cultivate, I merely observed him concocting elixirs. This time, I arrived at Chunwei Academy, and he entrusted his token to me, instructing me to seek your guidance, that he also provided me with a book of alchemical annotations. I have already received word from Huaxian that you have just passed the assessment for a second-tier alchemist. Since it is your master's request, I shall certainly assist you to avoid complications when there are no outsiders present. You may call me senior brother. In the presence of others, simply refer to me as master. Xiaoyu, in terms of seniority, you should address him as uncle master. However, given that you are of similar age and share a good rapport, let us dispense with such formalities and speak freely. Understood, senior brother? Yes, master. Both Ji Xian and Xiaoyu replied in unison. When I first came to Chunwei Academy, it was to suppress the demon race. Yet I did not anticipate that the Xiao family's ancestor would actually ally with the demons. However, it is possible that other humans have also sided with the demons, concealing their true intentions and remaining undetected. Your father's actions were swift, so much so that others had yet to react before the internal turmoil of the Xiao family was quelled, and they remain unaware that the ancestor has already perished. That is why they continue to probe our Xiao family, attempting to discern what transpired 5 years ago. Among the 4 great families of Chunwei City, apart from our Xiao family, the other 3 families, and even the smaller clans could potentially have allied with the demons. However, the smaller clans are not a significant concern. The Li and Xie families warrant caution, as we do not know whether their ancestors have also allied with the demons. Xiaoyu asserted that is the situation already this dire? Is everyone in Chunwei City living in fear? Not quite to that extent. Our Xiao family has remained dormant for 5 years, and my father even summoned my aunt from Jilu City. Although my father is currently in seclusion to heal. With my aunt present, they dare not act recklessly. Hence, the situation has temporarily stabilized. However, it is possible that someone may attempt to take action in the shadows to unveil the truth. Your arrival in Chunwei City presents an opportunity, especially considering that your Ji family possesses a demigod, rather youthful one at that. If anything were to happen to you in Chunwei City, or if you were to meet your demise, your father would come to Chunwei City, potentially exposing the secrets that our Xiao family has concealed, that in other words, someone else may target me, which is why you are covertly monitoring my movements? Indeed, Li Yao has set his sights on you. I am unsure whether this is his personal scheme or part of the Li family's plan, but should they target you again, it is likely that it will be a direct assault on our Xiao family. What you speak of is beyond my knowledge, but I believe you have overlooked a key individual. This person will introduce numerous variables, rendering the situation in Chunwei City even more unpredictable. I trust the elder is aware of some details. Yu Qianfeng pondered for a moment and said, "You are referring to Yu Wuxia, are you not? She sought me out previously. Although I am unsure how you came to know of her, she indeed represents a variable. Oh, Yu Wuxia. I have previously focused solely on the Shao family's affairs, my own cultivation, and the crafting of weapons, thus not paying attention to matters in the southern region. Are you suggesting that her arrival in Chunhui City will have a significant impact on the situation here? Indeed. You are aware that two individuals attacked me yesterday. Perhaps you also know their identities. They are exchange students from the southern region, reportedly from the four major half-demon families. After saying this, Xiao Yu's expression tightened as he continued. Are you implying that they have come for Yu Wuxia? Yet if they truly sought her, why would they attack you? I cannot ascertain whether their intentions are solely for Yu Wuxia, but it is possible that among them, there are those who have come for her. As long as I can visit their residence, I will ascertain the truth that I suspect that among the servants they brought, there are skilled individuals targeting Yu Wuxia. While the few young men may be oblivious to this matter, Tio validate this notion. I must investigate their dwelling. The Yu Qianfeng glanced at Ji Xian and remarked, "It seems you are well informed." Indeed, Yu Wuxia is entangled in significant affairs. When she expressed her desire to become my disciple, I declined, for I still need to study the Spring Radiance Divine Array and wish to remain uninvolved in such matters. Suppressing the demon race is my responsibility. Yet the ambiguous relationship between the half-demons and the human race in the southern region constrains my involvement in this issue, that I fear that the threat may extend beyond just the southern region. Oh, what else do you know? It is said that the young monk Yuanjue from the northern region has also arrived in the western region, currently at Xiofeng Academy, while Tang Jing from Jilu City has gone to Xiayan Academy. Ji Xian then relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Yu Qianfeng and Xiao Yu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu remarked, "Your Ji family has only emerged for 15 years. It is unlikely that you possess such extensive intelligence. It appears that this information has been provided by the Tianji Pavilion. I see now why you have developed such a close rapport with that young lady." Si Qinyu de Ji Xian awkwardly chuckled and replied, "I have known Sister Qinyu since we were 5 years old, and indeed many pieces of information have come from her." Changing the subject, he continued, "Regarding Yu Wuxia, I suspect that not only the southern region will send individuals over. The two great divine clans hidden deep in the northern and western regions may also secretly infiltrate. Are you planning to use Yu Wuxia as bait to lure them all out? Only in this manner can we discern who the enemies are and who the allies are. Moreover, since Yu Wuxia is at Spring Radiance Academy, those demons or individuals who have allied with them lurking in the shadows may also have their own intentions. However, I believe that using you as bait would be more effective in drawing them out, that I had not previously recognized the value of Yu Wuxia. Now, hearing your words, I fear that if she is used as bait, they might be hiding something with the power of a saint. Currently, saints do not traverse the world, yet there are numerous items that possess the might of a saint that if Yu Wuxia makes an appearance. Should they disregard their own lives solely to eliminate her, it is highly likely that such items are concealed among them. Are you not concerned that they might use such things against me? According to your reasoning, the hatred you have accumulated is not as profound as that towards Yu Wuxia. Hence their actions against you would at most involve sending a single esteemed individual. Did you not bring a powerful esteemed individual to Spring Radiant City, perfectly capable of protecting you? Haha, your calculations are indeed astute. You do not harbor any feelings for that young lady Yu Wuxia. Do you? Are you merely using me to lure the opponent in her stead? Likewise, are you not also childhood friends with Miss Si Qinyu? Hearing this, Yu Qianfeng feigned anger, saying, "Enough, what are you two prattling on about? Do you think you can chat so recklessly in my presence? What kind of decorum is this?" Ji Xian and Xiao Yu fell silent once more. Chapter 34. The Four Divine Swords within the residence of Yu Qianfeng at Spring Radiance Academy. He addressed Ji Xian and Xiao Yu. "Since you both have divulged numerous secrets today, I shall share some of mine as well. ASU. Ji Xian have indicated the current situation is dire, and it is indeed necessary to acquire more intelligence to determine our next steps. 5,000 years ago, I arrived in Spring Radiant City and visited a hidden location where I observed the foundation of the Spring Radiant City formation. That I also visited the CF family to examine the Spring Radiance Divine Swords they had preserved. Subsequently, I crafted a replica of the Spring Radiance Divine Sword, allowing the CF family to rise anew and eradicate the demon race. However, the true divine sword of the CF family remains unusable. I have studied it for a long time and have yet to discover a solution to this issue. After the Xie family wielded the replica divine sword to rise again, peace returned to Spring Radiance City. However, shortly thereafter, the Sun family from Xiayan City, the Zhao family from Qiufeng City, and the Wang family from Dongshuang City brought the other 3 divine swords to Spring Radiance City. Unfortunately, despite studying the 4 divine swords for a considerable time, I still could not resolve the issue of their inoperability. However, at that moment, a turning point occurred, which has only deepened my confusion until today. What happened? Ji Xian and Xiao Yu inquired simultaneously. Wai Yu Qianfeng continued. During a casual conversation one day, I overheard the Wang family from Dongshuang City discussing their battles with the Lihua Divine Clan. They mentioned that upon the death of the Lihua Divine Clan, a type of crystal would drop, imbued with the power of fire. During my time in Zhongzhou, I also heard that upon the demise of the Tianshui Divine Clan in the eastern region, a different type of crystal would drop, containing the power of water. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are all related to the 5 elements, specifically spring, summer, and winter, which correspond to wood, fire, and water respectively. Hence, I suggested that they try using the water and fire origin crystals. To my surprise, this trial was successful. The Wang family from Dongshuang City presented the fire origin crystal to the Sun family from Xiayan City, who then placed the fire origin crystal alongside the summer flame divine sword. The fire origin crystal was absorbed, and with enough fire origin crystals absorbed, the summer flame divine sword finally radiated its brilliance that I did not expect my hypothesis to be correct. Subsequently, more water origin crystals were transported from the eastern region, and the winter frost divine sword of Dongshuang City was also unsealed. The Qingmu divine clan of the southern region has yet to reveal itself, and moreover, the southern region is not under our human race's control. Thus, we have been unable to find sufficient wood origin crystals to unseal the Spring Radiance Divine Sword. As for the Autumn Wind Divine Sword, there is even less clarity. It does not belong to the 5 elements. So what method could possibly be employed to unseal it? This led me to question why the Lihua Divine King from 10,000 years ago could render these 4 divine swords ineffective. Indeed, that is quite strange. It would be understandable if the Lihua Divine King could disable the Summer Flame Divine Sword, but it is astonishing that all 4 divine swords are inoperative, Ji Xian remarked. Due to the inability to unseal them, I had no choice but to forge a replica of the Autumn Wind Divine Sword. These questions have lingered in my mind and remain unanswered to this day. Ji Xian pondered for a moment and then said, I am not familiar with the specifics of the Autumn Wind Divine Sword, but regarding the Spring Radiance Divine Sword, I recall that several months ago, the Dean of Spring Radiance Academy, Xie Yin, mysteriously disappeared from the western region, reportedly after Yu Wuxiao arrived at Spring Radiance Academy, that I suspect this may be related to the Spring Radiance Divine Sword. Correct, before he left, he came to see me, that he mentioned that Yu Wuxiao informed him that the Qingmu Divine Clan in the southern region had suddenly become active, so he intended to venture into the southern region to see if he could procure enough wood origin crystals to unseal the Spring Radiance Divine Sword. However, as of now, I have not received any further news from him. That is all I know about the secrets of the 4 divine swords. Currently, the unsealing of the Autumn Wind Divine Sword remains an unresolved mystery. Perhaps I should visit Bailey City to inquire with my master. He may possess some information. Now that I am aware of his whereabouts, it is indeed time for me to pay him a visit. Yu Qianfeng addressed Ji Xian, saying, Since you have already qualified as a second-tier alchemist, I will grant you 1 month. After 1 month, you will need to take the examination for a third-tier alchemist. After which I will go to Bailey City to visit my master. Yes, brother, I must return to make some arrangements before coming back here, Ji Xian replied. Very well. Off you go. Xiao Yu, you should also come during this month. I will take the opportunity to guide you as well. Although you have already reached the 5th tier as a crafting master, advancing to the 6th tier still seems a distant goal. Yes, master. I have some matters to discuss with him, so I'll accompany him, Xiao Yu said before following Ji Xian out of the residence. Before departing Yu Qianfeng's abode, Ji Xian turned to Xiao Yu and said, Oh, by the way, I suddenly recalled something. Earlier, you mentioned that your father called your aunt back from Julu City and stated that your father was in seclusion. Why is it that others would not dare to act against her? I thought I wouldn't bring this up, but it seems you are quite perceptive. You immediately sensed that there was something amiss. Since that is the case, why don't you take a guess as to the reason? Could it be that your aunt is a disciple of the Divine King? I recall that the Flower King took on several disciples, the most famous of whom is the ancestor of the Sheng family. Sheng Hongyu, as he has reached the demigod realm. However, the other disciples are not as well known. So many people are unaware of who the Divine King's disciples are, but as one of the three great families of Spring Radiant City. They should know who the Divine King's disciples are, which is why you said they would not dare to act recklessly, fearing that it would attract the Divine King's attention to Spring Radiant City. Indeed, my aunt, as a disciple of the Divine King, though she currently stands at the peak of the esteemed realm, it will not be long before she enters the Saint Realm, as the youngest disciple of the Divine King. The major families of the Western region are certainly aware of this information. With my aunt present, unless they wish for the Divine King to intervene in matters concerning Spring Radiant City, they would not dare to take action. Since you mentioned that the cultivation method you practice was brought by your father from the Hunduan Mountains, may I inquire what cultivation method you are currently practicing? Of course, after all, this is originally your G family's cultivation method. I am currently practicing the War God Decision, which is said to allow individuals to break through to the Divine King realm. It was given to my father by your G family's Divine King upon seeing his aptitude, and later, my father discovered that my aptitude was even better, so he passed it on to me. I see. I had thought the Divine King had begun laying plans long ago. I did not expect it to be a mere casual act. There may still be matters I am unaware of. What are your plans moving forward? I have already lent out the token for the number 1 cave in the Xian domain, and the issue of the ambush should be resolved that I must go to their residence to confirm whether my suspicions are correct. After that, I'll return here to study alchemy with you. Upon reaching the 3rd tier as an alchemist, I believe it is essential for you to explore the vibrant Springhui city. Oh, let's discuss this once you attain the 3rd tier. Come, let us go. Xiao Yu and Ji Xian exited the residence at Qianfeng together. The middle-aged man at the entrance regarded the duo with a puzzled expression, yet chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Xiao Yu departed, while Ji Xian prepared to return to Yunqi Inn to explain the situation. Chapter 35. Ning'an Inn. As Ji Xian traversed the path to Springhui Academy, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to inform Xiao Yu about the matter concerning Yunqi Inn. However, it was likely that the situation in Bailey City had not yet commenced. Thus it could wait until next time. As he continued walking, he noticed Qinyu glaring at him furiously from ahead. Ji Xian cautiously inquired, "Qinyu, what troubles you? Who has angered you to such an extent?" Brother Ji Xian, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere. I went to the first cave of Xuanyu, but there were guards stationed outside. When I arrived, they informed me that young Master Xie of the Xie family was in seclusion within, and to prevent unnecessary disturbances, they had dispatched personnel to explain the situation. Then, I went to Yunqi Inn. But your second uncle told me you hadn't returned at all. Unable to find you at these 2 locations, I had no choice but to return to Springhui Academy in hopes of encountering you. And lo and behold, you were indeed here. Qinyu, don't you possess the ability to divine and calculate the heavenly secrets? Surely you could ascertain my whereabouts. Brother Ji Xian, do you think that just because the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can divine the heavenly secrets, every individual there possesses the ability to calculate the past and predict the future? Only my master and a few elder pavilion members in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion have attained such proficiency in the art of heavenly secrets, while I have merely grasped a modicum of knowledge, rendering me incapable of precise calculations. Moreover, there exists an object on you that can sever the heavenly secrets, preventing any divination. Ji Xian, recalling the radiant divine mirror on his person, understood what Qinyu meant by the disruption of heavenly secrets, that he then replied with a wry smile, "It is my fault, Qinyu, that I was just about to seek you out, as I have recently come into possession of some crucial information that I need to share with you." Upon noticing Ji Xian's demeanor, Qinyu insisted, "In that case, let us proceed to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It is protected by a grand array that even those of semi-divine status cannot penetrate to uncover its secrets." Very well. Ji Xian and Qinyu made their way back to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, where Ji Xian relayed the information he had recently acquired. Upon learning everything, Qinyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Is the situation in Springhui City truly so intricate? I have only just arrived, and am still unfamiliar with the various factions here. It appears that the Xie family could be our ally. Yet the positions of the Li and Xie families remain uncertain. How shall we ascertain whether they are friend or foe? As for the lurking demon clan, it is regrettable that my understanding of the heavenly secrets is still rudimentary, preventing me from discerning their presence. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has only one elder in the Western region, and the branch pavilion master here was reassigned shortly after my arrival. Then what of the divinations and intelligence gathering conducted by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion here? The divinations will be conducted in the same manner as before in Bailey City, by sending messages to Zhongzhou for assistance.is for intelligence. It is relayed from Jilu City.is. This the same for the other 4 regions? Logically speaking, it should not be the case. However, given that my father is the current pavilion master, it is only natural for him to grant me certain privileges. The elders of the other 4 regions will also lend their support discreetly. The fact that I am the disciple of the first-generation pavilion master has not been disclosed. Why master believes that gaining experience in the Western region is essential for becoming the next pavilion master. Thus, I sought your assistance, Brother Jishian. Although my status is indeed prestigious, it does not mean I can navigate these 10 years without due diligence. Rest assured, Qinyu, I shall assist you. But what is the urgent matter that prompted your search for me today? Naturally, it pertains to your recent ambush that I had my people keep watch on the 2 individuals you mentioned, and they have since returned to their inn. Regarding the matter you speculated about previously, I have also placed surveillance outside the inn. However, thus far, no unusual behavior has been observed among their servants. That inn is owned by the CF family, and the Half-Demon clan has taken it over since arriving in Springway City, making it generally inaccessible without a valid reason. Is it not possible to observe the inn's interior from the surveillance set up around it? Indeed, as there are esteemed individuals among them, that discern the inn's internal circumstances. A sage would need to be present, and we, in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion here in Springway City, do not possess any sages. Consequently, we remain oblivious to the conditions within the inn and determine whether there are hidden strong individuals among their servants. We must confront them directly. That if we can identify even one, it would validate my suspicions. Since the 2 have returned to the inn, I can also find an excuse to visit them. That I shall now proceed to the law enforcement hall at Springway Academy to seek out Elder Xieshi. It should not be unreasonable for the elder to accompany me there. You should also provide me with the location of their inn, Qinyu. Very well, they are residing at Ningen Inn. That is their location. See, Qinyu stated as she produced a map of Springway City, marking the location of Ningen Inn. Qinyu, time is of the essence. I shall take my leave now that we can discuss other matters upon my return. Be careful, Brother Jishian. Jishian departed the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and made his way to the law enforcement hall at Springway Academy. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, Jishian entered and immediately observed 2 elderly gentlemen engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Jishian's entrance, one of them remarked, "Young man, what brings you here?" Jishian replied, "Greetings, senior. I wish to seek out Elder Xieshi." Hearing this, the other elder called out loudly to the inner chamber, "Elder Xie, someone is looking for you." Before long, Elder Xieshi emerged. Upon seeing Jishian, he approached and inquired, "Jishian, what is it that you seek from me? Have you uncovered the identities of those 2 individuals?" Jishian hurriedly responded, "Yes, Elder Shi, I visited the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and discovered the identities and whereabouts of the 2 who ambushed me. As I was hesitant to go alone, I came to inform the law enforcement hall. Here is a map indicating their location." With that, Jishian presented the map. See, Qinyu had provided him to Elder Xie. Elder Xie glanced at the map and remarked, "This is the residence of the Half-Demon clan from the southern region. It indeed aligns with their actions, as only they would be unaware of the rules of Springway Academy. Such reckless behavior, ambushing fellow students in the shadows, certainly warrants punishment. Since you have identified them, let us pay them a visit. You shall accompany us to identify them, as any infringement upon the rules of Springway Academy must be addressed." After speaking, Elder Xie glanced at the 2 elderly gentlemen and asked, "Which of you will accompany me?" One of them chuckled and said, "I shall go. Old you stay behind to keep watch, lest Oldly returns to find no one here." With that, he rose and exited. Elder Xie and Jishian followed suit. The law enforcement hall is comprised of 4 elders from each of the 4 major families, ensuring fairness in their enforcement. Each time they venture out to uphold the law, 2 elders are present. It is imperative that these elders remain impartial in their duties, even if the offender belongs to their own family. Fortunately, the regulations of Springway Academy have been well established for millennia. And since 2,000 years ago, even the smaller families are aware of the rules. As a result, few dare to challenge these regulations, for even the offspring of the 4 major families would face consequences for violations. The current elders of the law enforcement hall are Xie Shi, Li Fan, Xiao Shan, and Yu Lin. The elder accompanying Xie Shi is Xiao Shan. Upon arriving at Ningen Inn, which is owned by the Xie family, the proprietor promptly stood upon seeing Elder Xie, exclaiming, "Elder Shi." Elder Xie waved his hand, saying, "Call forth those from the half-demon clan. I have matters to discuss with them." The proprietor hurriedly entered to relay this message to the young members of the half-demon clan. At that moment, Ouyang Lai, Shimin Yin, and Sima Hui were deep in discussion, with 3 of their younger family members present, while Huang Rui and Huang Fei were absent. The proprietor conveyed the message. Sima Hui felt a sense of unease upon hearing that an elder from the law enforcement hall of Springhui Academy had arrived. However, with Ouyang Lai and Shimin Yin present, he felt it inappropriate to leave and thus followed along. The 6 young members of the half-demon clan gathered in the inn's main hall. Among them, Sima Hui and Ma Li were descendants of the Ape clan, robust and immensely strong. Ouyang Lai and Yang Qi were of the Lion clan, tall and exceptionally skilled. Shimin Yin and Shi Li hailed from the Wolf clan, small in stature, yet swift as the wind, while Huang Rui and Huang Fei, who were not present, belonged to the Eagle clan. Slender and adept at flight, the Ji Xian immediately recognized Sima Hui and Ma Li as the assailants from that fateful night. Elder Xie, observing the 6 individuals, turned to Ji Xian and asked, "Can you identify the person who attacked you among these 6? Ji Xian pointed at the burly Sima Hui, stating, "This individual is one of them. I remember him clearly, but the other is not among these 6." That upon hearing Ji Xian's words, Sima Hui felt a surge of confusion. He glanced at Ma Li, who appeared equally perplexed, and then turned his gaze back to Ji Xian, unable to discern his thoughts from his expression. Ouyang Lai furrowed his brow, aware that Sima Hui had led Ma Li in the ambush against Ji Xian. Yet with Ma Li present, he was baffled by Ji Xian's assertion that the other assailant was absent. Shimin Yin appeared to adopt a demeanor of indifference. Sima Hui was perplexed by Ji Xian's true intentions. However, since he had already been summoned by the aggrieved party in the law enforcement hall, he decided to be forthright. He declared, "It was I who led Ma Li to assault Ji Xian. Ma Li is the individual beside me, and he stands here." The Ji Xian chuckled and remarked, "Though the assault upon me occurred under the cover of night, I was nonetheless able to discern the assailants' forms and faces. Among those who attacked me that day, apart from you, there was another who is not among your 6 companions. Are you attempting to conceal that person's identity by pushing this individual forward?" Chapter 36. Inquiry within the Ningen Inn. Ji Xian unexpectedly stated that he had seen only one person, leaving the half-demon family members present somewhat baffled by his motives. The Ji Xian addressed Xie Shi, saying, "Elder, there is but one among them, that I have heard they brought many attendants. Perhaps the other individual is hidden among them, that I wish to examine these attendants." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lai narrowed his eyes, contemplating something, and fell silent. Xie Shi, noticing Ji Xian's expression appeared genuine, replied, "Very well. Since you have only seen one person, we shall proceed as you request." He then turned to Sima Hui and said, "Please bring forth your attendants." Sima Hui glared at Ji Xian in resentment, yet the latter remained unperturbed. Sima Hui reluctantly ventured to the back courtyard to fetch his attendants. In the courtyard, for attendants were engaged in discussion. One of them instructed another, "Sima Hui has summoned the elder from Chunwei Academy. Be cautious not to reveal yourself. Regardless of what they say, it is of no concern to you. Your current status is that of an attendant, and any repercussion shall fall upon Sima Hui." The individual responded, "Understood." Subsequently, the 4 dispersed, while the other attendants appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Sima Hui returned, leading his attendants outside, and among them was the one who had just responded. After presenting his attendants, Sima Hui said to Ji Xian, "Here are my attendants. Take a good look. If you still cannot find the one you seek, then I wonder who else you intend to slander." Ji Xian retorted, "I shall scrutinize them carefully. I am confident that the person will be among them." Ji Xian examined the attendants meticulously, noting their varying strengths, with even a couple possessing the status of venerables. He inspected each individual, but discerned nothing unusual. Consequently, Ji Xian consulted Yang in his mind, who remarked after a brief examination, "Your suspicions are indeed correct. One among them possesses an unusual aura, though he has concealed his identity and strength. His essence is difficult to mask. He is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the venerable realm, merely one step away from the sage realm. He stands as the 3rd individual from the left." Indeed, There was someone. Though I had expressed my conjecture with conviction, I was not entirely certain. It is surprising that my speculation proved accurate. Now that I have identified him, this matter should come to a close. Ji Xian approached the third individual from the left and addressed Xie Shi. I have found him. It was he who, along with Sima Hui, attacked me that day. Ouyang Lai scrutinized the individual Ji Xian had identified. And as he did, he appeared to discover something, his expression darkening. Shimin Yin, noticing Ouyang Lai's unusual demeanor, was about to speak when Ouyang Lai, coming to his senses, shook his head at Shimin Yin, who then fell silent. The individual singled out by Ji Xian looked up, feigning innocence, and said, I know not what you speak of. I have not left this and he then lowered his head once more. Sima Hui gazed at the individual Ji Xian had pointed out. Puzzled and queried, why are you arbitrarily accusing this person? What are you truly thinking? Xie Shi observed the individual identified by Ji Xian and noted his lack of panic, which piqued his curiosity, yet he chose to disregard it. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan observed the reactions of everyone present but remained silent, taking no action. Xie Shi declared, since we have identified the culprit, it is evident that your Sima family has indeed assaulted Ji Xian. Given your disregard for the rules of Chunwei Academy, do not blame me for meting out punishment. Sima Hui, as the mastermind, I shall confiscate your rights to the cave dwelling for this year. Furthermore, as Ji Xian was injured due to your attack, you are required to compensate him. I will allocate 1,000 credits to Ji Xian to be charged to your account, leaving you indebted to the academy for that amount, which you must repay, lest you forfeit your share of the next training cave. Old Xiao, what say you? Xie Shi turned to Xiao Shan, seeking his opinion. Xiao Shan smiled and replied, no objections, you may decide. Xie Shi continued to address Sima Hui. Are you in agreement with this ruling? Should you disagree, you may appeal to the Law Enforcement Hall and request the presence of the other two to enforce the law. Sima Hui harbored discontent, but recognized his inability to contend with the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall, reluctantly conceding, I shall abide by the elder's decision. Thus, the matter was settled, that if you wish to duel Ji Xian, you may do so on the dueling platform. Private confrontations will not be tolerated. Lest you incur the judgment of our Law Enforcement Hall, that I trust you will exercise prudence. With that, Xie Shi exited the Ningen Inn, and Xiao Shan cast a glance at those within before following suit to Ji Xian, offering a sardonic smile to Sima Hui, departed as well. Once Ji Xian and the others had left, Ouyang Lai remarked, let us return to the inner hall. The group then made their way back, where Ouyang Lai gestured for his attendants to establish a soundproof barrier. Once the barrier was in place, Ouyang Lai turned to the individual whom Ji Xian had identified, saying, greetings, esteemed elder. The individual, upon hearing this, finally lifted his gaze to Ouyang Lai, but refrained from speaking. Ouyang Lai continued, elder, I am uncertain of Ji Xian's intentions for being here, but from his earlier demeanor, it seems he has achieved his objective. Clearly, he deliberately mentioned the presence of an absent individual, subsequently requesting the attendants to be brought forth, only to pinpoint you, thereby fulfilling his purpose. Regardless of the outcome, your identity has been exposed at that moment. One of the attendants interjected, I overheard your conversation outside. It is evident that Ji Xian harbors ill intentions. Since your identities are already compromised, we must also reveal ourselves. All of you come forth. With that pronouncement, the individual transformed in appearance and aura, and two others among the attendants stepped forward, similarly altering their looks and presence. Ouyang Lai, witnessing the change in the individual's appearance, exclaimed in shock, Elder Yin. Shimin Yin recognized one of the figures stepping forth from the attendants and called out, Elder Sima Hui, looking at the individual previously identified by Ji Xian, exclaimed, Elder Ju. The final figure was none other than Huangfu Ming of the Huangfu family. The attendants promptly bowed in reverence, proclaiming, we greet the four elders. Elder Ouyang Yin addressed the attendants, you may rise. Only then did the attendants stand. Ouyang Yin turned to Sima Hui and said, Sima Hui, as far as I am aware, your mother was merely a concubine to your father. You attained your position through your mother's daily supplications before your father, nearly injuring herself in the process. You have acted recklessly in a foreign domain, flouting the law and inviting calamity upon yourself. Is this how you repay your mother? Because of your actions, the secret mission we intended to execute has become exceedingly difficult. How do you propose to atone for this? Upon hearing this, Sima Hui fell to his knees, trembling in fear, and pleaded, Elder, it is my fault. Please, punish me as you see fit. At this moment, Shimini interjected. What is done, and he has already paid the price that we are currently in the western region. Let us not engage in further infighting. Ouyang Yin replied to Sima Hui Rise, this shall not be repeated. I hope you remember this lesson. Should you act in such a manner again, I cannot guarantee your return to the southern region. Sima Hui hurriedly bowed before standing. Ouyang Yin addressed the group. Our secret mission does not concern you. Although Ji Xian may be aware of our identities, others may not be privy to this knowledge. So let us proceed as before. Treat us as if we do not exist. And when Huang Fu Yi and Huang Rui return, you shall speak to them in the same manner. Now, you may leave. After Ouyang Yin concluded, he retreated to a corner to meditate, with the other 3 elders doing likewise. Ouyang Lai exited reluctantly, followed by the others. Once they were gone, Ouyang Yin opened his eyes, and the other 3 approached. Ouyang Yin established a soundproof barrier, and the previously silent elder Jew spoke, that Ji Xian gives me a sense of danger. He may pose a threat to our mission. Ouyang Yin replied, your instincts have never been wrong. Elder J. Ueda, it seems we must learn more about Ji Xian. If necessary, we can arrange for him to disappear. We must gather intelligence on him, but as for other matters, we need not concern ourselves. Our sole objective remains the assassination of Yu Wuxia. Until this task is accomplished, I implore you all to refrain from rash actions. Regarding those 8 individuals, I hope they will not be so foolish as to provoke us, for if they do, we shall show no mercy. The other 2 nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, Ouyang Yin dispelled the soundproof formation and summoned a servant of the esteemed realm, whispering a few words in his ear. The servant then departed, and after his exit, the 4 began to meditate and cultivate. When Ouyang Lai emerged from the inner chamber, Shimin Yin seemed poised to speak. But Ouyang Lai silenced him with a glance and said, we are heading to Chunwei Academy. You should find someone to inform Huang Fui. With that, Ouyang Lai left the Ningen Inn. After Ji Xian and the other 3 departed from the Ningen Inn, Ji Xian turned to Xie Shi and said, thank you, Elder, for upholding justice. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xie Shi nodded and replied, go ahead. The enforcement has been completed. You need not inform us of your intentions. The AS for the credits I mentioned previously. I shall arrange for them to be allocated to your name shortly. After Ji Xian left, Xiao Shan looked at Ji Xian's retreating figure and said to Xie Shi, do you truly believe that the individual he just pointed out is indeed the one who attacked him? Whether or not it was that person, as long as it was the Sima family that assaulted him. That suffices that I am merely an enforcer. Since the enforcement has concluded, the rest is none of my concern. Xie Shi replied, continuing on his path back to Chunwei Academy. Xiao Shan continued to gaze at Ji Xian's silhouette, his mind drifting to the message conveyed by Xiao Yu prior to their arrival at Ningen Inn, a sense of contemplation settling over him. Then he turned to see that Xie Shi had already walked far away, and shouted towards him, Old Xie, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me. Chapter 37. The plan begins after Ji Xian left the Ningen Inn. He arrived at the Tianji Pavilion, where Si Qinyu awaited his news with anxious anticipation. Upon seeing Ji Xian return, she inquired, Brother Ji Xian, how did it go? Is it truly the case? Ji Xian nodded and replied, indeed, it is as I suspected. There are indeed masters concealed among their servants. He proceeded to recount the recent events to Si Qinyu, adding, I suspect there may be more than one among them, perhaps 4 in total, with each family sending a representative. These masters are most likely here to assassinate Yu Wuxia. What should we do now? Should I report this to Zhongzhou or inform the 4 prominent families? Not just yet. Yu Wuxia has yet to emerge from seclusion. They will not act until they have laid eyes upon her. Without any evidence, mere suspicion will not suffice to convince others. This occurrence was merely fortuitous. Had it not been for Sima Hui's assault on me, I would not have had the opportunity to observe their servants. As for the situation in Zhongzhou, they may already be aware of this matter. Even if you were to inform them, I doubt there would be any response that I have long suspected that these events were orchestrated by the influential figures in Zhongzhou. And it appears that my suspicions were correct. Now that we have confirmed the presence of individuals from the southern region, our next step is to ascertain the identities of those arriving from deep within the western region. As for the northern region, it is too distant from us, and we are unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding Chofeng Academy, so we need not concern ourselves with that for now. However, you previously mentioned that, according to Xiao Yu, there are still hidden demon clans within Chunwei City. Although the Shao family has been eradicated, we cannot dismiss the suspicion surrounding the other three prominent families. But how can we identify who among them is a demon? I have searched for relevant information but found nothing conclusive, and Zhongzhou lacks demon clans, so they are likely unaware of such details. Since the Shao family has been thoroughly cleansed, it indicates that they possess methods to identify those practicing demonic arts. However, those methods may not be universally applicable, as the Shao family remains cautious of the other three prominent families that I will ask Xiao Yu about this next time we meet, but you should also inquire with Zhongzhou and see what they have to say. Very well. What do you intend to do next? Well, it seems that the matter concerning Bailey City is about to commence. We shall await further news. For the time being, I should be with my senior brother, who has instructed me to advance to a third-tier alchemist within a month that I must practice diligently. What matter concerning Bailey City? Ah, it seems I forgot to mention this to you. Ji Xian then proceeded to recount the events surrounding the proprietor of Yunqi Inn and his own arrangements to see Qinyu. Such a situation exists. The three prominent families truly overstepped their bounds. They must be taught a lesson. But have you mentioned this to Xiao Yu? The Shao family is currently allied with us, and your plan involves them as well. Although you claim that Xiao Yu and his father do not require spirit stones, the other members of the Shao family still do. I forgot. It was only after I left my senior brother's residence that I remembered this matter, and by that time, he had already departed, leading me to seek you out before the incident at Ningen Inn. Thus, I have yet to meet him. I will visit him tomorrow. It is unlikely that the transport to Bailey City would commence today. Ji Xian continued, I will return to Yunqi Inn and have my second uncle send a message back to inquire. Qinyu asked curiously, do you not possess a communication talisman? Upon arriving at Chunwei Academy, you should have been provided one. That upon hearing this, Ji Xian hastily searched through the storage ring where he had placed the spirit stones and indeed discovered a communication talisman in the corner. Ji Xian took the talisman and attempted to send a message. Before long, a voice emanated from the talisman. You rascal, you only now decide to contact me. Surely, you did not just discover the talisman. Ji Xian replied sheepishly, Father, I have been preoccupied with cultivation. Moreover, I have only been in Chunwei City for 2 or 3 days. All right, you must have something to discuss now that you have produced the talisman. What is it? I wanted to inquire about the matter I had my second uncle communicate back regarding commencement. You mean that they just transported a few carts of spirit stones. They are currently waiting at the teleportation array. For now, they have no plans to depart, but if they cannot transmit in a few days, who knows what might happen? Understood. Father, take care that I shall attend to my matters and contact you later. With that, Ji Xian put away the communication talisman and turned to see Qinyu, saying, It seems we still have time. Tomorrow, I will meet Xiao Yu to discuss how we should proceed. That I will take my leave and return to Yunqi Inn. Goodbye, brother Ji Xian. Please take care. See Qinyu cautioned, by the way. Here is my communication talisman. That if you have any urgent matters, you can use this to contact me. That I forgot to give it to you earlier. Thank you, Sister Qinyu. I will see you tomorrow, and we shall discuss anything that arises after I meet with Xiao Yu. Ji Xian accepted the talisman and departed Tianji Pavilion, making his way to Yunqi Inn. Upon returning to Yunqi Inn, Ji Xian recounted to his second uncle, Ji Yuxing, the words of his father, Ji Qingfeng, and the situation regarding the Shao family. Ji Yuxing remarked, 20 years ago, Xiao Yu's father, Xiaoling, was exploring the Hengduan Mountains. It is said that the Divine King found him impressive and invited him to our Ji family's stronghold. Is that so? Indeed, I have met him. That he possesses remarkable talent. Although he is unable to learn our Light God clan's techniques, the Divine King bestowed upon him a technique from another Divine clan, which he practiced with great ease and progressed swiftly. After a short time, he expressed a desire to return home, and he departed, only to unexpectedly reach the demigod realm. Ji Yuxing's expression darkened at this point. Seeing the somber look on Ji Yuxing's face, Ji Xian reassured him, Uncle, while your prowess may not be formidable, your wisdom is unparalleled. There is no need to envy others. Very well. I shall take my leave and rest. Ji Yuxing concluded before exiting Ji Xian's room to retire for the night. As Ji Xian observed Ji Yuxing's retreating figure, he felt uncertain about what to do. His second uncle, Ji Yuxing, had poor innate talent, making it exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate, regardless of whether it was human techniques, those of the Light God clan or other divine clans. This had resulted in Ji Yuxing's current low strength. Fortunately, as a member of the Light God clan, Ji Yuxing did not face the same short lifespan as humans. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago due to insufficient lifespan. However, despite Ji Yuxing's limited strength, his intellect was exceptional. Many strategies devised by the Ji family were attributed to him, including the decisions for Ji Xian's third uncle, Ji Leidong, to venture to the southern region, and for his fourth uncle, Ji Xuandian, to journey to the eastern region. Chapter 38. Equipment Refinement at Night within the 39th cave dwelling of the Xian domain at Chunwei Academy. 8 young members of the half-demon clan gathered. Ouyang Lai addressed the assembly. After today's events, I trust you all have come to understand our predicament. Those elders lurking in the shadows are undoubtedly scheming. Indifferent to our lives. Huang Fui replied, I was not present during the day. I am unaware of the specifics. However, even if they remain concealed, it should not affect us, correct? Consider why you are all here. Reflect carefully. Is our purpose merely to exchange ideas? Based on their exposed reactions, it seems our task is to serve as a cover for them, Ouyang Lai stated. Shimin Yin interjected, I am the 4th child in my family. The least conspicuous that a few months ago. My father abruptly instructed me to attend Chunwei Academy for the purpose of learning, accompanied by a servant of the esteemed realm, that he promised that upon my return, I would be granted control over a city, so I came without hesitation. Sima Hui, with a hint of melancholy, added, You all know my situation that my mother, having received some news, insisted that I come to Chunwei Academy for further learning, believing it would lead to greater opportunities. She pleaded with my father on my behalf, though I had no idea how fervently she sought this to AT that moment. Yang Qi suddenly remarked, I wonder if you have noticed that it was Ouyang Yin who revealed the circumstances surrounding Sima Hui's mother, rather than the elder of the Sima clan, Sima Ju. I believe that all 8 of us, along with our attendants, are well aware of the details concerning those 4 elders. Everything has been meticulously orchestrated. Ouyang Lai nodded upon hearing this and responded, You speak the truth, that I was somewhat surprised that Elder Ouyang Yin disclosed Sima Hui's background, that in retrospect, it seems he must know the identities of all of us. And our presence here was likely designed by them to make us believe it was a normal visit. Huang Rue interjected, This implies that their intentions for coming here are far from noble. Otherwise, they could have easily come as our protectors rather than disguising themselves among the servants to AT this point. Shilei added, We need to consider our escape route. Even if we cannot return, we must not become their collateral damage. Ouyang Lai declared, Leave this matter to me. I will find a way for us to survive. The families in Chunwei City are steeped in intrigue. We cannot place our hopes on them, but must seek the support of powers from Zhongzhou. Whether it be the Sword and Blade Sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, or the Alchemist Guild and Artifact Sect, as long as they can protect us, we must convey this information to them. I believe we must unite. I do not wish for any discord among us. The other 7 nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, we shall follow Brother Ouyang's lead. In that case, everyone should return and rest. Currently, Yu Wuxia is in seclusion and will not act. We still have ample time to strategize. The other 7 departed from Ouyang Lai's cave residence and returned to their own abodes. The following day, Ji Xian left the Yunqi Inn, intending to visit Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng to see if Xiao Yu was present. Upon entering Chunwei Academy, Ji Xian encountered Yu Qian. Yu Qian, upon seeing Ji Xian, exclaimed, Ji Xian, young Master Ji, I was just about to seek you out. I heard that you have given the token for the first cave residence in Xian Domain to the Xie family Xie. There is no need for concern. Young Master Yu, that if I lose in 2 months, I will gladly return the token, Ji Xian replied. That would be for the best. With that, Yu Qian turned away and departed. Ji Xian proceeded to Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng's residence. Upon arriving at Yu Qianfeng's estate, he encountered the same middle-aged man at the entrance. The man glanced at Ji Xian, but offered no further acknowledgement. Ji Xian entered the estate and soon discovered that Xiao Yu was indeed present, engaged in the process of weapon forging. Before Xiao Yu stood a bronze tripod with 2 legs, within which a crimson long spear was slowly taking shape. Surrounding the tripod were various forging materials, as Xiao Yu controlled the flames while integrating the materials into the tripod. Meanwhile, Yu Qianfeng observed Xiao Yu's work. Before long, the crimson long spear was fully formed, and the surrounding materials had been entirely consumed. Xiao Yu extinguished the flames and the tripod, taking the crimson spear into his hands to examine it closely, that he then presented the spear to Yu Qianfeng for inspection. After scrutinizing it, Yu Qianfeng nodded and remarked, Not bad. The spear you forged today is quite practical, possessing the power of a peak 5th-tier weapon that if you continue to forge here for another month, you should be able to advance to a 6th-tier weapon master, at which point you will be capable of crafting a 6th-tier spiritual weapon. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will strive to improve. Xiao Yu replied to AT that moment. Ji Xian interjected. It seems that not only does young Master Xiao possess extraordinary talent in cultivation, but he is also unparalleled in weapon forging. Young Master Ji, your alchemical talent is equally commendable. Under Master S tutelage, you should be able to advance to a 3rd-tier alchemist in about a month. Although 3rd tier is somewhat low, I recall that your cultivation time has only been 3 to 4 months. Correct? Indeed, Ji Xian acknowledged. All right, you two should refrain from bickering upon meeting. Xiao Yu, take this spear. With your current strength, it will serve you well. Name it as you see fit. Yu Qianfeng concluded, handing the crimson spear to Xiao Yu. Yes, master. Since it is a crimson spear, I shall name it Qilian. Ji Xian inquired. I heard that the artifact sect in Zhongzhou is forging a divine weapon, rumored to be a long spear. Could this be a mere imitation? I prefer to wield a spear in battle, and with this spear complementing my battle god technique, my combat prowess is significantly enhanced. That as for the long spear from the artifact sect, I am indeed yearning for it. If given the chance, I must visit the artifact sect in Zhongzhou to see that spear. It would be even better if I could establish a bond with it. Yu Qianfeng cautioned, the long spear from the artifact sect is still incomplete. Divine weapons are not easily forged. However, that spear currently has no owner, so you might have an opportunity. To go to Zhongzhou, you must first elevate your strength. At the very least, you should reach the realm of a grandmaster or a venerable. Establishing a bond with a divine weapon is no simple feat. Otherwise, how could no one have succeeded in the past 20,000 years? I understand, Master. I shall not be overly ambitious. That my foremost task is to secure a place at the Giant Deer Academy in 5 years. Once I have studied there for a while, I will then consider whether to venture to Zhongzhou. Very well, Ji Xian. Your goal aligns with his. Although you started late with your abilities, you should also be able to secure a spot in 5 years. However, my requirement for you over these 5 years is to reach at least a 5th-tier alchemist, if not a 6th-tier. Ji Xian promptly responded, Yes, brother. I will work diligently. Before I left, Master instructed me that my alchemist level must not fall below my combat level. Thus, I must ensure that my alchemical advancement keeps pace with my strength. Chapter 39. The Teleportation Array, within the estate of Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng at Xunwei Academy. Yu Qianfeng remarked, Today, Xiao Yu has successfully forged a weapon. Junior brother, why not try your hand at alchemy? Brother, I have come here today to discuss certain matters with Brother Xiao, so I can only begin alchemy later. Very well then, please share what is on your mind. If you require my absence, I shall take my leave. No need for that, brother. This matter pertains to the 3 major families. Herein lies the situation. Ji Xian proceeded to disclose the encounter at Yunqi Inn and the layout of Bailey City. Regarding the incident at Yunqi Inn, the Xiao family had indeed been involved previously, but since my father purged the Xiao family 5 years ago, they have not made any moves. Hence, I apologize to you, as the Xiao family once committed wrongs. Since it was the Xiao family's past actions, and they have since remained inactive, I shall not pursue it further. However, I wish to inquire about our next steps in this ongoing situation. Since you have set the stage, simply follow your plan. To avoid raising suspicion, it is unnecessary for our Xiao family to distance ourselves from this matter. After all, no one knows of the relationship between our 2 families. This information can catch them off guard at a crucial moment. However, you are currently in Xunwei City with only a venerable guardian. Should they summon a saint, it would be difficult for our Xiao family to assist you. At that point, achieving our goals may prove challenging. Do not worry. Since I have the audacity to propose this plan, I am prepared for their actions against me. Even if they summon a saint, they shall not be able to thwart me. Very well. Proceed according to your plan, that I shall return and give instructions, that I will then retreat to my cultivation cave, as I have recently gained some insights and should be able to break through to the next level. With that, Xiao Yu departed back to the Xiao family. Yu Qianfeng stated, All right, it is time for you to begin your alchemical endeavors. Let me observe your process. Ji Xian took out a small emerald alchemical tripod, waved his hand to enlarge it instantly, and then retrieved good yuan grass along with several auxiliary herbs. After placing the herbs into the tripod, Ji Xian commenced the alchemical procedures outlined in his notes to forge a 3rd-tier Pei Yuan pill. Unfortunately, as Ji Xian had never crafted a Peiyuan pill before, despite his excellent technique, his control of the flames faltered. Before long, the herbs dissolved entirely, but he was unable to form a pill. The liquid spread out chaotically, resulting in a complete failure of the alchemical process. Looking at the alchemical tripod before him, Ji Xian wore a face of frustration. The Yu Qianfeng consoled him. You did well. Your techniques were executed excellently. But you are still not quite familiar with the alchemical steps, and your fire control needs improvement. With practice, you will surely master it. Your alchemical techniques have been passed down from master, so I cannot provide direct guidance. However, I can assist you in understanding how to successfully form pills and elevate their quality. At this rate, you will advance to a third-tier alchemist within a month. As for the herbs needed for the process, you will have to procure those yourself. Understood, brother? Very well. That will be all for today. If you lack sufficient herbs, go prepare more. I trust you one team mind these losses. Indeed, brother, I shall head to the Wuyu Merchant Association to purchase more herbs and return tomorrow to continue my alchemical work. Shall you return to the Xiao family residence and summon the old servant Xiao Yi, instructing him, go and inform the elders that if any news arrives from Chunwei City, they must refrain from taking impulsive actions and instead observe the situation patiently. Just tell them it is my command. Recently, I have had some insights and intend to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Any matters can be addressed after my success. Understood, young master. In the following 3 to 4 days, Ji Xian procured a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs from the Wuyu Chamber of Commerce, including some required for the 4th-tier spirit condensation pill. Subsequently, Ji Xian continued refining pills at Yu Qianfeng's estate. After several days of practice and guidance from Yu Qianfeng, Ji Xian finally succeeded in creating a pill. However, it was regrettably filled with impurities and of little use. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu also entered his cultivation cave for seclusion. The enrollment process at Chunwei Academy officially concluded, and the young members of the prominent families gathered at the academy. On another front, the stone transport caravan of the 3 major families had been stationed at the teleportation array in Bailey City for several days, yet the repairs to the array seemed far from completion. The escorting Li family elder, Li Guan, could no longer contain his impatience and approached the Ji family guards overseeing the teleportation array, only to be met with the response that the timeline for repairs remained uncertain. The escorting elder of the CF family, Cieli, sought out the Ji family patriarch, only to be informed that the patriarch was in seclusion. When inquiring about the situation regarding the teleportation array, the response was that the elder responsible for its repair had pressing matters and could not return, necessitating further waiting. Upon returning to the caravan to relay the situation, Xiao family's elder, Xiao Qi, could only helplessly suggest, then we shall continue to wait. If we do not utilize the teleportation array, we must make the arduous journey on foot to Li City. There are numerous treacherous areas along the way, and if this batch of spirit stones were to be intercepted, we would surely be implicated. Several days passed, during which Ji Xian visited Tianji Pavilion and met with Si Qinyu, who had also been accepted as a disciple by Master Xiaoyu. However, there was still no further news regarding the Yinyu Tower. One day, after waiting for many days at the teleportation array in Chunwei City, the members of the 3 major families could no longer suppress their frustrations. Li Guan exclaimed in anger, I suspect the Ji family is doing this on purpose, that I will relay this information back and demand to know what they truly intend. After speaking, Li Guan used a communication talisman to inform the current Li family patriarch, Li Yu, while Xiao Qi and Cieli did the same. Before long, a voice came through Li Guan's communication talisman. Elder Guan, you should visit the Ji family and directly confront the patriarch to ascertain their intentions. Patriarch, we have been there once but did not meet the Ji family patriarch. We shall go again, that I want to see just how audacious the Ji family can be. You 3 will go together. I have already communicated with the Xie and Xiao families. When you meet the Ji family patriarch, if his attitude is arrogant, produce the communication talisman, and we will negotiate with him. Understood, clan leader. Li Guan retracted the communication talisman and looked at Xiao Qi and Cieli, who sighed in resignation. Then let us proceed to the Ji family. I refuse to believe he will remain in seclusion indefinitely. The 3 elders of the major families arrived at the Ji family entrance, where the guards announced, the patriarch has decreed that if the elders return, they may enter freely. The patriarch is currently in the main hall. Guests may proceed as they wish. Exchanging glances, the 3 elders entered the Ji family. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld a dignified figure seated at the head of the table, immediately recognizing him as Ji Chengfeng, the patriarch of the Ji family and a legendary semi-divine expert. The three elders bowed in unison, stating, "We greet the Ji family patriarch. We come with matters to discuss and hope for your forgiveness." Ji Chengfeng smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Speak freely. The Ji family is closely allied with the three major families. Whatever issues you face here, we shall endeavor to address." In the Ji family hall of Bailey City, the three elders regarded Ji Chengfeng with a hint of surprise. Li Guan began, "Patriarch Ji, our stone transport caravan has been stalled in Bailey City for 7 to 8 days, yet the teleportation array remains unrepaired. Are you aware of this matter?" Is that so? No one has informed me of this issue. Nevertheless, do not fret, esteemed elders. I will dispatch someone to oversee the repairs immediately. Please wait at the teleportation array." The three elders, feeling helpless, left the Ji family and returned to the teleportation array. Shortly thereafter, a figure resembling an elder arrived at the teleportation array and commenced repairs. Days passed, and at long last, the teleportation array was restored. Those wishing to depart quickly formed a queue, including members of the three major families. When it was finally the turn of the three major families, just as they prepared to step through, the guards protecting the teleportation array declared, "You cannot enter. The teleportation array has just been repaired. And transporting these large quantities of goods may cause the array to collapse that if you are not afraid of losing your goods or becoming lost in the void, you may choose to proceed." The three elders exchanged glances, uncertain of the guards' claims but unwilling to take the risk, and thus they resigned themselves to waiting a few more days. After another 2 to 3 days, Ji Xian finally succeeded in refining a mid-grade third-tier Peiyuan pill. And producing a high-grade Peiyuan pill would mean passing the assessment for a third-tier alchemist. However, Xiaoyu had yet to emerge from his seclusion that Ji Xian made a trip to Tianji Pavilion, only to learn that Si Qinyu had gone to study under Master Xiaoyu. Uncertain of Xiaoyu's location, Ji Xian thought of Wu Qingfeng, who might provide information about Si Qinyu. He decided to visit this Master Xiaoyu, as well as the long-missed Wu Qingfeng. Using the communication talisman Si Qinyu had given him earlier, Ji Xian found there was no response, likely due to her being in seclusion as well. He tucked the talisman away and returned to Yunqi, INN Bailey City. The three major families attempted once more to access the teleportation array, but were informed they would not be able to do so for at least another month. Li Guan was beside himself with rage, yet he dared not lay hands on the guards, opting instead to communicate once more with the Li family patriarch, to Liu, the patriarch of the Li family. Instructed, Elder Guan, you three should visit the Ji family again to see Ji Chengfeng. This time, present the communication talisman that I will coordinate with the Xiao and CF families to send their patriarchs, and we will negotiate with Ji Chengfeng together. Reluctantly, the three elders returned to the Ji family. This time, they were granted easy entry, just as before. Upon arriving at the Ji family hall, Ji Chengfeng greeted them. "What brings you here again? Has the teleportation array not been repaired? Why do you return to our Ji family?" Li Guan then produced the communication talisman, with the other two elders doing the same. At that moment, Li Guan's talisman emitted the voice of Li Yu, Patriarch Ji. "The guards at the Bailey City teleportation array have stated that entry will not be permitted for another month. However, our batch of spirit stones cannot afford to wait that long. I ask this delay at the behest of the Ji family patriarch." "Haha, I am not versed in matters of the teleportation array. If the guards claim entry is impossible, then it is indeed impossible. As for your spirit stones, I am afraid I cannot assist you. Is the Ji family intent on opposing us three major families?" "Opposing you? The doors of the Ji family have always been open to your three families. You claim there is an issue with the teleportation array, and I have dispatched people to repair it. Now you come to question me. If I truly intended to oppose you, do you think you would even be able to meet me? Patriarchally, if you feel my attitude is lacking, I can visit your Li family to discuss it properly. Although there are many matters to attend to in Bailey City, I can certainly find time to visit you." Li Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by Ji Qingfeng's words. At that moment, CF family patriarch Cle interjected, "Enough. I believe in the character of the Ji family patriarch and do not think he would deliberately complicate matters for us. Since the teleportation array has issues, we need not wait any longer. Let us transport our goods by land instead." Might I inquire if the G family patriarch could send someone to escort us? Bailey City is teeming with talent, and I hear some of the G family sages are currently at their peak, unlike our own sages, who remain secluded to prolong their lifespans, with sage escorts. I believe our journey would be much smoother. Since it is the request of Patriarch Xie, I will certainly oblige that I will send a sage-level expert to accompany your caravan and escort you to Li City, from where you may teleport away. Does that sound agreeable? Thank you, G family patriarch. Xie replied. Only then did the three elders depart from the G family and return to the teleportation array. After the three elders left, Ji Qingfeng summoned a middle-aged man, instructing, Uncle Su, please escort the caravan of the three major families. There may be unforeseen circumstances, so find an excuse to withdraw when necessary. Understood, clan leader. Uncle Su responded before departing the Ji family and heading to the teleportation array. Upon seeing Uncle Su arrive, the three elders instructed the transport to begin departing Bailey City towards Li City. After the caravan of the three major families left Bailey City, a piece of news reached Tianji Pavilion. The branch leader, upon receiving the news, disseminated it widely according to the directives. Upon returning to Yunqian, Ji Xian's communication talisman began to resonate. Expecting it to be a response from Si Qinyu, he was surprised to find it was his father, Ji Qingfeng. The Ji Xian quickly exclaimed, Father! Ji Qingfeng replied, the caravan of the three major families has departed Bailey City. And this news is spread that it will not be long before this batch of spirit stones is intercepted. To Ji Xian then spoke. Our demand is that they must apologize for the events that have transpired concerning our Ji family in Chunwei City, and they cannot impose any restrictions on our family's activities there. Furthermore, they must concede a 20% share from the spirit stone mine. You certainly have some ambitious thoughts, but a 20% concession is out of the question. However, a 10% concession should not pose a significant problem. That as for the situation in Chunwei City, I suspect they will acquiesce. Nonetheless, having taught them a lesson this time, it seems your days in Chunwei City may not be particularly pleasant. No matter, it's an opportunity to fish. With that, Ji Xian relayed all the information he had gathered during this period to Ji Qingfeng. That Ji Qingfeng remarked, when Xiao Ling visited the Hindwan Mountains, I had a delightful conversation with him. Later, he mentioned needing to return home to handle some matters and never came back, that I had no idea he was from the Xiao family. Once he emerges from seclusion, I shall engage him in earnest. However, does including the Xiao family pose any issues? Not at all. I've already informed Xiao Yu, and he assured me that the Xiao family will cooperate with us. Let us proceed as such. When the Xiao family has news regarding Xiao Ling, I will notify my father, Ji Xian concluded, then stored away the communication talisman. That Ji Xian turned to his uncle, Ji Yuxing, and said, Uncle, it appears that movement has begun in Bailey City. It is likely that they will make a move here soon. That he then addressed the owner of Yunqi Inn, Ji Lin. Rest assured, this time I will ensure that the three major families provide you with justice. And it shall be soon. Thank you, young master. Ji Lin was about to bow in gratitude when Ji Xian stopped him, saying, This is my responsibility. None of our Ji family members should meet an untimely end without cause. Chapter 41. Third-rank alchemist within the Li family of Chunwei City, the family patriarch, Li Yu, gazed at the communication talisman before him, saying, Why have you so easily given up and allowed them to take the land route? That path is fraught with difficulties. The voice of Xieji's patriarch, Xieli, emanated from the talisman. What if it's difficult? It is better than being unable to proceed at all. Have you not realized that Ji Qingfeng is not inclined to allow our spirit stones to enter the teleportation array? Do you believe that if you suggest waiting another month, the teleportation array will not malfunction again, and we will have to confront the Ji family? In such a case, it would be better to have Ji Qingfeng send someone to escort it. Perhaps it would arrive in Liqing sooner. At that moment, another voice came from a different talisman, that of Xiao Jia's acting patriarch, Xiao Yuan. But the teleportation array in Bailey City has been in use for 12 years. Can it simply be declared off limits without reason? Do you have any leads? Logically, the Ji family would not turn against us without provocation. Although Ji Qingfeng has only made a few minor moves and has not explicitly banned our three major families from using the teleportation array, the current circumstances must indicate that something significant has occurred to prompt such actions. That Liu, perplexed, replied, I am also uncertain. I will need to investigate further. However, it seems nothing major has happened, yet that if something significant had occurred, we should have received word by now. Cieli suggested. Let us leave it at this for today. We shall each investigate to see if there is anything related to the Ji family. Liu stored the talisman and called someone in, saying, Old Xiao, have there been any recent developments concerning the Ji family in Bailey City? Old Xiao pondered for a moment, then replied, It seems there has been something. I heard that the Ji family's patriarch's son, Ji Xian, arrived at Chunwei Academy. Under the arrangement of young Master Yao, Ji Xian obtained the first cave dwelling of the Xian domain, and subsequently, Xie Ji as Xie Yi and Yu Ji as Yu Xian approached him. I wonder if that counts. Conflicts among the younger generation will have no impact on the larger scheme. There must be other matters at play. Please investigate further. Understood, Patriarch. Xie Ji as Patriarch, Cieli, similarly tasked someone with investigating matters concerning the Ji family. An elder reported some time ago, the Ji family's patriarch's son, Ji Xian, came to Chunwei Academy, and young master, he had some conflicts with him to know. Conflicts among the younger generation cannot influence the matter in Bailey City. Continue the investigation. Yes, Patriarch. In the Xiao family, acting Patriarch Xiao Yuan summoned his old servant, Xiao Yi, and inquired, Where is you? Master, the young master is in seclusion. Before he entered, he instructed me that if anything occurred in Bailey City, we should refrain from acting rashly. Oomph. This boy does not even inform me, yet advises against rash actions. It seems he is aware of the changes in Bailey City. Tell me, where has he been and whom has he met? The young master has recently been visiting Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng, and as for whom he has met, I recall he recently encountered Ji Xian from the Ji family. This boy, forming an alliance with the Ji family and not informing me. When he emerges from seclusion, I shall have a word with him. What of you? How is she faring? The young lady remains at Chunwei Academy. It is said she has taken on 2 disciples. Should we summon her back? Forget it. I have just emerged from seclusion. We can discuss matters later. Have there been any significant events during my year of seclusion? Bring me the intelligence to review. And what of Ling? Yes, master. The young master remains in seclusion. It is uncertain when he will emerge. Very well. You may go. Remember to have that boy come find me. Thus, several days passed, and Ji Xian continued to visit Yu Qianfeng's residence to refine pills. As Ji Xian's time and frequency in alchemy increased, he became increasingly adept with the quality of the pills he produced nearing the upper tier. During his 4th day at Yu Qianfeng's mansion, Ji Xian finally succeeded, under Yu Qianfeng's guidance, in refining a superior-grade Peiyuan pill. After refining the superior-grade Peiyuan pill, Ji Xian bid farewell to Yu Qianfeng and headed to the Alchemist Guild, preparing for the assessment to become a 3rd-rank alchemist. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild and stating his intent to take the 3rd-rank alchemist examination, Zhang Tao promptly summoned Hua Xian. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Hua Xian remarked, I did not expect you to advance from a 2nd-rank alchemist to a 3rd rank in less than a month. There is no need for you to refine anymore. I have already received word from my master that you have successfully produced a superior-grade Peiyuan pill. Zhang Tao, present him with the 3rd-rank alchemist badge. Yes, Elder. After which, Zhang Tao retrieved a badge displaying the rank of 3rd-rank alchemist and handed it to Ji Xian. After receiving the badge, Ji Xian prepared to return to Yunxi and as he exited the Alchemist Guild. He encountered Xiao Yu approaching. Ji Xian greeted him. You have finally emerged from seclusion. I have not seen you in so many days. Have you successfully advanced? Ha! You remain quite carefree. Not concerned about Bailey City at all? Oh, is there news from there? I have been preparing for the 3rd-rank alchemist assessment these past few days. You were in seclusion, and Sister Qinyu has not replied, so I have been staying at my senior brother's residence. Come, let us go to my master's residence. We can discuss other matters there. Ji Xian and Xiao Yu arrived at Yu Qianfeng's residence, where the middle-aged man was still present. However, upon seeing Ji Xian and Xiao Yu, he paid them no mind. Ji Xian found this somewhat strange, but chose not to comment. Once they entered the residence, Xiao Yu stated, I was just called to see my grandfather as soon as I emerged from seclusion. He had been in seclusion himself until recently, apparently summoned by the patriarch of the Li family. And then he had a conversation with your father, Ji Qingfeng, but that was 7 or 8 days ago. 7 or 8 days ago. My father also mentioned some news to me. That was when the spirit stones from the 3 major families had just departed from Bailey City. Could it be that those spirit stones were robbed in just these 7 or 8 days? Are those bandits truly that formidable? Indeed, news has just arrived that all the spirit stones have been plundered. The perpetrators are certainly not mere bandits, for it is said that your Ji family even sent a sage to escort them, only to have that sage reassigned elsewhere. For this matter, the current patriarch of the Li family, Li Yu, even went to your Ji family to demand an explanation. He dares to confront my father? Does he not fear being crushed by his palm? That is merely a jest. Following the robbery of the spirit stones, the elder in charge of guarding them, Elder Li Guan, furiously made his way to your Ji family, accompanied by Xie Li from the Xie family and Xiao Qi from our Xiao family. However, your father managed to dismiss them with a single statement that he claimed that he had kindly sent a sage to protect the stones. But upon encountering another sage, they blocked him from pursuing the robbers, leaving the three elders unable to withstand the other assailants, and then blaming the Ji family. And what happened next? Then the three elders returned to the Hengduan Mountains, fearing that the spirit stones there would also be robbed. However, there should still be a sage from your Ji family present in the Hengduan Mountains, right? With a sage there, those bandits should not dare to approach. However, the Li and Xie families may soon begin to target you. This time, you have inflicted significant losses upon them, and they will certainly retaliate. After all, it is essential to have leverage for negotiations. If the sage in the Hengduan Mountains withdraws, it would clearly indicate that it is our Ji family's issue. This current situation is certainly not our family's fault. However, if they believe they can target me, they are underestimating the situation. Let them wait. The real spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 42. Surprise attack within the Li family of Chunwei City. Liu shattered the cup in his hand. Snorting, Ji Chengfeng, you have gone too far. Do you really think our Li family has no temper? He then turned to the elder beside him, Li Xiao, and inquired, Old Xiao, have you uncovered anything? The head of the family. I have uncovered some information. When Ji Xian arrived in Chunwei City, he was accompanied by two individuals, one of whom is said to be his second uncle, Ji Yuxing, while the other is likely his protector. They are currently residing at the Yunqi Inn. The Yunqi Inn is the last establishment the Ji family owns in Chunwei City. Initially, out of fear of a complete fallout, they spared the life of the innkeeper. This implies that the Ji family is now aware of the events transpiring in Chunwei City, that this little maneuver of is aimed at exacting revenge on us, the three prominent families? It seems so. Apart from this incident, no other significant events have occurred. Understood. You may leave now that I shall confer with the Xiao and Xie families regarding this matter. Our three families have suffered grievously, merely because a few individuals from the Ji family met their demise in Chunwei City. This grudge must be avenged. Liu produced two family communication talismans and remarked, I am aware that you have also investigated the matter. You should now clearly grasp the situation, Xie responded. I previously warned you not to overstep with the Ji family, yet you ignored my counsel. Now, it appears that retribution has arrived. Are you suggesting we simply let this matter go? Absolutely not. I cannot swallow this bitter pill after incurring such significant losses. Moreover, have you considered that if they obstruct our transportation this time, what will happen next? If they continue to play this game of ambiguity, will our spirit stones ever return? We must teach the Ji family a lesson to ensure they safeguard those spirit stones. Otherwise, our losses will only escalate, Liu stated vehemently. Xiao Yuan inquired, what course of action do you propose? The Xiao family has also taken measures against the Ji family previously, and they will not let us off lightly. Thus, if you intend to act, the Xiao family will also lend their hand. Xie, feeling helpless, replied, Our Xie family is not engaged with the Ji family, so I shall refrain from participating in this operation. You must act with caution. After Xie ceased to speak, Liu put away the communication talismans and addressed Xiao Yuan. I have learned that Ji Qingfeng's younger brother, Ji Yuxing, has arrived in Chunwei City and is currently at the Yunqi Inn. Since the Ji family has taken action against us, we shall capture his younger brother and coerce Ji Chengfeng to submit to us. That if he still refuses, we can then seize his son, Ji Xian, and see if he complies. Ji Xian has been frequently visiting the residence of Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng, possibly due to Yu Qianfeng's admiration for him and his acceptance as a disciple. If we target him, Yu Qianfeng may intervene. Therefore, our best course of action is to focus on Ji Yuxing. Agreed, but Ji Yuxing is accompanied by a protector who is likely at the peak of the venerable realm. To be safe, I believe it would be prudent for each family to dispatch a saint to assist. What do you think, Yuan brother? No problem. Our Xiao family will send a saint to take action. Tonight, The two saints will launch a surprise attack on the Yunqi Inn, and tomorrow we will communicate with Ji Chungfeng. Excellent, Yuan brother. Your decisiveness is commendable. I shall proceed to summon our allies, after Liu finished speaking. He stored away the communication talisman. Once the talisman was put away, Liu chuckled. Xiao family, 5 years have passed. How much longer can you conceal your secrets? At Yu Qianfeng's residence, Ji Xian stated, Young Master Yu, you should return now. I imagine the 3 prominent families will soon unveil their next move. Simply inform them to proceed as usual. Whether they target me or my second uncle, they shall not achieve their ends. Very well. I shall take my leave and await your favorable news. Indeed, I must also head to the Yunqi Inn and that IT will facilitate their actions if we are in proximity, regardless of whom we seek. They will all be at the Yunqi Inn, correct? Subsequently, Xiao Yu and Ji Xian departed from Yu Qianfeng's residence, with Xiao Yu returning to the Xiao family and Ji Xian heading back to the Yunqi Inn. At the Xiao family, upon Xiao Yu's return, he encountered the old servant Xiao Yi, who said, Young master, the master is seeking you. Xiao Yu followed Xiao Yi to meet Xiao Yuan, who dismissed Xiao Yi upon their arrival. Xiao Yuan remarked, You just visited Ji Xian, did you not? What is his perspective on this matter? Ji Xian reassured me not to worry, regardless of whether the 3 prominent families take aim at him or his second uncle. Their efforts will be in vain that you trust him so readily. You must understand his background. There is no reason for the Ji family not to place their faith in him. I have found that we share common interests during my interactions with him. Very well. Just now, the head of the Li family, Li Yu, informed me of plans to capture Ji Yuxing at the Yunqi and to intimidate Ji Qingfeng, that he indicated that the Li family will dispatch a saint and expects our Xiao family to do the same. What is your take on this? Then let us send a saint to join the fray. Perhaps the Li family is not solely targeting the Ji family, but may also be testing our Xiao family. If that is the case, we can likewise probe them. For 5 years, we have been subjected to incessant tests from the shadows, yet we remain unaware of their identities, since we are cognizant of the infiltration of the demonic clan within the Li family. Let us ascertain the extent of their penetration. Are they akin to the Xiao family of Ur, where even the ancestors fell to darkness? Let Elder Zhe undertake this task. He has entirely purged the demonic energy from himself and will know how to proceed. Very well. I shall go to the secret realm to summon him and also check on your father's condition. At the Yunqi Inn, after Ji Xian returned, he relayed the recent events to Ji Yuxing. Ji Xian stated, I suspect they will make their move tonight. Grandpa Mu, are you still present? At that moment, a voice echoed in the air. Rest assured, should they summon saints, I shall intervene, even if they call upon demigods. I will ensure your safety. If it is merely venerables, my assistance will not be necessary. Given that they are aware of Uncle Feng's presence, they will not send merely venerables. Their most prudent course of action to resolve the matters of Bailey City would be to capture either me or my second uncle as hostages, compelling my father to grant them passage. Upon reflection, it seems unlikely they would target me. After all, I am here to study at Xunwei Academy, and I have been frequently visiting Grandmaster Yu Qianfeng's residence. To act against me could provoke unnecessary trouble, making my second uncle a far more secure target. As night fell, it was not long before 2 saints silently arrived at the Yunqi Inn. The 2 were Elder Li Yi from the Li family and Elder Xiao Zhe from the Xiao family. Upon entering the inn and preparing to locate Ji Yuxing, they suddenly heard a scoff, causing their limbs to grow cold and their movements to freeze. They looked up to see an elder seated at the table in the parlor, observing them. The sound they heard had emanated from him. The 2 men gazed at the elder, realizing they could not perceive his cultivation level, yet his aura felt as deep as the ocean. Although they were reluctant to believe it, they understood that the elder seated before them had likely attained the demigod realm. Terrified, they promptly knelt and said, We pay our respects, senior. The elder replied, Depart. This place is not meant for you. With a wave of his hand, the pressure on them suddenly diminished. The 2, feeling relieved, swiftly rose and exited the Yunqi Inn. Chapter 43. Response. Within the Yunqi Inn, after the departure of the 2 saints, Ji Xian, Ji Yuxing, as well as Elder Feng and Innkeeper Ji Lin emerged at Ji Xian expressed from this day forth. It is unlikely anyone in Chunwei City will dare to act recklessly here. However, I did not expect only 2 individuals to arrive. It appears one of the families has refrained from participating in the attacks against the Ji family. Perhaps the CF family. It seems likely that representatives from these two prominent families will visit tomorrow, Ji Yuxing added. While it is so during your presence, what of after you leave? Over the years at Chunwei Academy, you will undoubtedly venture out for training, and Elder Mu must protect you from the shadows while we cannot accompany you. Have you contemplated this issue? Of course, I have. At that time, Grandpa Mu shall remain in Chunwei City and need not follow me. Since this is training, there is no need for constant protection. If I am aware of someone safeguarding me from the shadows, how can this training be deemed as such? Elder Mu cautioned. You must be mindful. Without my presence, you may face life-threatening dangers. To grow, one must confront life and death. Besides, I am not so easily perished. Have you all forgotten the treasures I possess? In that case, take this token that if a venerable or higher cultivator targets you, or if you find yourself in a lethal situation, crush this token. As long as you are within Chunwei domain, I will arrive within the hour, providing an additional safeguard. Very well, I shall reveal myself when they come tomorrow. Saying this, he handed a token to Ji Xian before vanishing. Ji Xian tucked the token away and said, Thank you, Grandpa Mu. He then turned to Ji Lin and stated, Although those who perished were not members of our direct Ji family, since they allied with Ji Xian, we shall certainly provide them with an explanation. Uncle Lin, please erect a monument for them. Ji Lin gratefully replied. Yes, young Master Ji. Ji Xian then addressed Ji Yuxing, second uncle. Once those two prominent families extend their apologies, inform father to relay the news of the deaths and the compensation to their families. The Ji Yuxing acknowledged. Understood. Now, let us await their response in silence. At the Li family, Liu was anxiously awaiting the outcome of the night's events. Before long, he was met by an utterly horrified elderly Liu, puzzled, inquired, Elder, what troubles you? How did the operation go this evening? And what of Ji Yuxing? Where is he? Li Yisin, trembling with fear, said, Master, it failed. A grave situation has arisen. What happened? What could have transpired to leave you in such a state? This evening, Xiaozhe and I went to Yunqian, and to our astonishment, as soon as we entered, we encountered someone. That individual snorted, and our limbs became rigid, rendering us immobile. He must undoubtedly be a formidable being of the demigod realm. However, he did not strike and allowed us to leave. Liu, taken aback, exclaimed, What did you say? There is a concealed demigod at Yunqian? Impossible. The only demigod from the Ji family is Ji Chengfeng, and he cannot possibly be at the inn now. Yet, from our sensations, that person was indeed of the demigod realm. Liu paced back and forth, contemplating, I never expected the Ji family to possess a second demigod. But why does he choose to remain hidden? We shall return to Yunqian tomorrow. I will accompany you to pay a visit to this powerful individual and ascertain the truth. Yes, master. And what of Xiaozhe from the Xiao family? Do you have anything to say? He no longer emanates any demonic energy, so he must have completely eradicated it. It seems the Xiao family has indeed encountered a significant crisis, but where is their ancestor? This information is imperative for us to uncover. However, we may find it challenging to take action at this moment. Do not rush. We have ample time. Yet, if the Ji family truly possesses a second demigod, I fear this will lead to substantial losses for us. Their setup undoubtedly serves a considerable purpose, and with the three great families harboring mutual suspicion, we can hardly unite against the Ji family, which signifies that we must acquiesce to their demands. Lao, you have worked hard. Go rest for now. Tomorrow we shall investigate Yunqian again. If it is indeed a demigod, we shall treat this visit as an apology. Yes, master. In the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yu awaited news. Shortly, Xiao Yi entered with Xiao Zhe, and then Xiao Yi exited. Xiao Yuan inquired, Elder Zhe, how did it go? Xiao Zhe, still shaken, replied, I never anticipated that the Ji family had another demigod. Upon our arrival at Yunqian, we encountered that senior. It seems I too must visit Yunqian tomorrow. Elder Zhe, let us return to Yunqian tomorrow to make amends. Yes, acting family head. And what of the saint from the Li family? Do you have any insights? Though he concealed himself well, I could still perceive the demonic energy emanating from him. The Li family has likely followed the path of the Xiao family and engaged in demonic cultivation. What of the Li family's ancestor? If he is akin to our ancestor, a confrontation is inevitable. No worries. As long as Linger emerges from her seclusion, the Li family's ancestor will be but a mere feather. My only concern is that hidden demonic general. After 5 millennia, he must be nearing full recovery, that if he takes action, I wonder if Linger will be able to withstand him. The family head possesses unparalleled strength. With further advancement, even the demonic general will not pose a threat. Furthermore, there is that one from the CF family, with the Spring Radiance divine sword in their possession, even if it cannot be wielded. The demonic general would likely hesitate to confront them, thus ensuring the trustworthiness of the CF family member. Let Linger ponder these matters. You may take your leave to rest. Yes, I shall take my leave. Do come find me tomorrow. With that, Xiao Zhe departed. After his departure, Xiao Yu remarked, I never imagined the protector of Jixian would be a demigod. I had assumed it was merely a saint. Very well, since all is well on that front. You two should return and rest. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to ascertain the truth. You will meet Jixian again tomorrow to gauge his intentions. This setup of his undoubtedly carries demands, and be sure to inform him of the situation with the Leaf family. Yes, grandfather. With that, Xiao Yu exited the CF family. Family head Cieli paced restlessly. Awaiting news. Soon, an elder entered. Upon seeing the elder, Cieli promptly inquired, Elder Lu, what news do you bring? I observed the 2 saints from the Li and Xiao families entering Yunqi Inn, but they quickly departed. I am uncertain what they encountered, and I did not dare to approach, so I returned to report. I surmised they intended to take action at Yunqi Inn. I did not expect both saints to return empty-handed. It seems I too must visit this Yunqi Inn tomorrow. You may take your leave. Yes, family head. The next day, Jixian departed Yunqi Inn, heading towards the residence of Yu Qianfeng. Shortly after Jixian's departure, individuals from the 3 great families converged upon Yunqi Inn almost simultaneously. Upon their arrival, they spotted an elder and a middle-aged man seated in the parlor. Xiao Zhe and Li Yi recognized this as the powerful figure from the previous night and promptly knelt on the ground. Li Yu, the head of the Li family, and the acting head of the Xiao family also prostrated themselves, saying, We meet you, esteemed senior. Seeing this, Cieli, the head of the CF family, followed suit. Elder Mu waved his hand, saying, Rise and please take a seat. The group hastily stood and settled at the table at this moment. Ji Yuxing addressed them, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. I am Ji Yuxing. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xiao Yuan spoke up. Ah, so you are Ji Yuxing, rumored to be the younger brother of Ji Qingfeng. May I ask who this esteemed elder is? This is our Ji family's grand elder, Elder Mu. Li Yu then said, We intruded yesterday without notice. It was our folly, and we seek your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Elder Mu smiled and replied, I understand your intentions. You came last night to apprehend Ji Yuxing and threaten Ji Qingfeng. Did you not? Xiao Yuan admitted, We acted rashly. If the elder has any commands, please feel free to speak. I had thought the 3 great families had united to ambush me. Cieli quickly interjected. Esteemed elder, you jest. Our CF family had no part in last night's events, nor will we ally with the other 2 families. We are here solely to pay our respects. Li Yu, resigned, added, This is indeed the fault of our 2 families. Esteemed elder, should you wish to punish us, we shall accept it. However, we did so for the matter concerning Spring Radiant City, the Ji Yuxing countered. What wrong have we Ji family committed regarding Spring Radiant City? The 3 great families seek to cast blame upon us. At the very least, you must provide evidence. Xiao Yuan hastily stated, It is our Xiao family's fault. Esteemed elder, if you have any commands, we will execute them to the letter. If that is the case, then demonstrate your sincerity. The matter of Spring Radiant City is negotiable, and I trust you understand the reasons behind it. Xiao Yuan replied, Previously, one of our Xiao family members who acted against the Ji family has perished. However, we are willing to publicly apologize, and we shall facilitate the Ji family's business in Spring Radiant City. Furthermore, we are prepared to cede 1 transaction from the Spirit Stone mines of the Hongduan Mountains to the Ji family. Cieli quickly added, Though our CF family did not act, we too are willing to cede 1 transaction to the Ji family. Li Yu frowned upon hearing this, and before he could speak, Li Yi nudged him. Reluctantly, Li Yu said, We of the Li family shall align with the Xiao family. Very well. If that is the case, you may return and fulfill your obligations. All shall be well in Spring Radiant City. Oh, and one more thing. Regarding the prodigies of Spring Radiance Academy, if anyone attempts to bully the weak, I fear I may not be able to refrain from intervening. Matters concerning the youth should be left to the youth. The crowd responded, "We shall heed your counsel." Subsequently, the individuals from the three great families departed from Yunqi, In and Itu Qianfeng's residence. Ji Xian arrived, and the middle-aged man remained present, saying nothing upon Ji Xian's arrival. Once inside, Ji Xian found Xiaoyu already engaged in conversation with Yu Qianfeng. Upon seeing Ji Xian approach, Xiaoyu remarked, "Ji Xian, why did you leave Yunqian to come here? Someone will greet guests at Yunqian. What purpose is there for me to linger there? I intended to seek you out for some inquiries." "Very well. What do you wish to ask? I have matters to discuss with you as well. Where are the saints from your families? I have heard that it has been several millennia since a saint has made a move, yet two appeared last night. Naturally, they are in seclusion within the secret realms. A saint's emergence consumes their lifespan. From 5,000 years ago to the present, there are hardly any who have reached the saint realm. Most ascended to the saint realm during that period a millennium ago. Thus, it is preferable to refrain from action if possible. Each of the four great families possesses a small secret realm, while the smaller families lack such privileges, as each family has only one saint." "I see. Now, what is it you wish to discuss?" "It pertains to the Leaf family. I previously mentioned the matter of the demon race. The saint from the Leaf family yesterday bore demonic energy. Our saint from the Shao family once bore such energy as well, but it was purged by my father 5 years ago, which enabled him to discern the demonic energy on the Leaf family member. I suspect that the Leaf family, like the Shao family 5 years ago, has many who have become tainted by demonic energy. Even their ancestor may have engaged in demonic cultivation, akin to ours. So, do you think the Leaf family is aware that your Shao family saint bears no demonic energy?" It appears that not only does our Shao family seek to probe the Leaf family, but the Leaf family also wishes to test our Shao family. Thus, both sides are now aware that the other may have issues. It seems there will be further probing ahead. But what of the CF family? At that moment, Yu Qianfeng remarked, Regarding the CF family, I had previously forgotten to mention that the true Chunwei divine sword remains with them. Although it cannot be wielded, it is impervious to demonic energy, and the demon generals will refrain from approaching the CF family. Should anyone from the CF family dare to cultivate demonic energy, they would undoubtedly be slain by the Chunwei divine sword. Curious, Ji Xian inquired, "If the Chunwei divine sword cannot be wielded, how can it dispel demonic energy?" Yu Qianfeng replied, "It cannot be controlled, but its rank still endures. The Chunwei divine sword is a semi-divine artifact. The true divine weapon emerges only when the four great swords unite. 5,000 years ago, the demon general was merely at the semi-divine realm and could not withstand the might of the Chunwei divine sword." Ji Xian continued to question, "Then what has become of that demon general? When I first arrived at Chunwei Academy, I merely repaired the Chunwei divine array and replicated the Chunwei divine sword. The matter of dealing with the demon general was entrusted to the ancestors of the Li and Xie families. After I restored the Chunwei divine array, they returned to inform me that the demon general had been eliminated. At that time, I was unaware that this demon general was not so easily dispatched. I foolishly believed that two semi-divine beings, along with the replicated Chunwei divine sword, could vanquish him. In hindsight, I was rather naive. It seems that those two ancestors may not have killed the demon general, but rather concealed him, Ji Xian then stated. So, the CF family can be trusted. Yet, there remains the concern of another demon general. Indeed, it has been 5 millennia. The injuries of that demon general may soon be healed. However, 5,000 years ago, a genius emerged from the CF family, who ascended to the semi-divine realm using the replicated Chunwei divine sword, thus restoring the CF family's position among the 3 great families. Therefore, we still hold an advantage. Then why not we march directly to the Li family and eliminate them? Suggested Xiaoyu. You jest. Without evidence, how can we attack the Li family? Would the other families and forces of Zhongzhou acquiesce? Moreover, you do not even know the location of the Li family's secret realm. Without locating the sage and the ancestor of the Li family, what purpose would it serve to eliminate others? True, I was reckless. It seems this matter requires careful deliberation. Chapter 45. Declaration at Yu Qianfeng's residence. Xiaoyu asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" With the Ji family gaining renown, those who previously disregarded them will likely take greater interest. Let things unfold as they will. There is a challenge next month. Ji Xian replied that I have already instructed Grandpa Mu to handle matters concerning the younger generation. There will be no more instances of someone leveraging their strength to oppress others, that if that is the case, you may find an increase in those seeking you out. You are currently only at the 3rd level of Martial Master. Even if you do not accept those challenges, there will certainly be challengers come the year-end ranking battles. I have heard of them before, but I am not entirely familiar with the details. Every year, Chunhui Academy holds a ranking battle at year-end, which determines the allocation of caves. This year, the new students will be entering the regional area, and securing a top-ranking cave, there is no easy feat. It is said that the first cave in the region belongs to you, right? Indeed, I am 19 this year, and I will still be in the region this year, that I will only move to the heavenly domain after the year-end ranking battle next year. However, your sister, Si Qinyu, may struggle to retain her position as the 2nd in the region. Little sister Qinyu is currently training alongside your elder sister. I have sent messages over the past few days, but she has not replied. She is likely in the midst of a breakthrough. Previously, she was at the pinnacle of the Martial Master realm, and this breakthrough should elevate her to the Great Martial Master realm. By the end of the year, reaching the peak of the Great Martial Master realm should pose no problem. At that time, compared to you few prodigies, securing a place in the top 10 should be quite feasible. Yes, that should pose no issue. Currently, there are only 4 individuals in the region who have reached the Martial Monarch realm. Myself, Yuli Li Qi, and Xie Yao. However, I cannot be certain if anyone else will reach the Martial Monarch realm by year-end. As for you, you may face difficulties. By then, you will likely only reach the Great Martial Master realm, a category in which there are many. That is of no concern. My previous strategy was to remain low-key. But now it seems that is no longer feasible. In that case, I might as well adopt a forceful approach. I will be invincible among my peers, as long as I reach the Great Martial Master realm. The others will be mere chickens and dogs. Then I shall eagerly anticipate your performance. Rather than worry about my cultivation, it would be wiser to be concerned about my alchemist rank. It seems unlikely I will reach the 4th tier of alchemy in the short term. However, I am nearing the 6th tier of artifact crafting. You should put in more effort. Xiaoyu chuckled at senior brother. Have you seen his expression? I believe we should be stricter with him. Yu Qianfeng smiled and said, All right, since you two have discussed matters extensively, it is time to commence with alchemy and artifact crafting. Ji Xian and Xiaoyu resigned, retrieved their respective cauldrons and furnaces to begin their alchemical and crafting endeavors. Upon returning, the members of the 3 great families immediately issued a joint declaration. The heads of the 3 families publicly apologized to the Ji family and vowed not to take action against anyone from the Ji family in Chunhui City. Should anyone act against them, it would be tantamount to opposing the 3 great families. Furthermore, they announced that young people may challenge one another, but the older generation must not intervene. Should anyone do so, they would be considered enemies of the 3 great families and the Ji family in Chunhui City. Simultaneously, the 3 great families sent a message to the several esteemed elders stationed in the Hengduan Mountains, requesting that the next delivery of spirit stones include an additional 10% to be given to the Ji family. Though many within the 3 great families were discontented with this decision, they recognized that the Ji family possessed 2 semi-divine beings, one of whom had recently arrived in Chunhui City, and thus refrained from voicing their grievances as soon as this declaration was made. Chunhui City erupted with discussions the residents of the Yin family. Yin Qingqi reviewed the intelligence before him and chuckled. The Ji family. How intriguing. When news arrived from Bailey City, I thought the 3 great families would take action against the Ji family. Yet they have so swiftly backed down. It seems the Ji family has exceeded the expectations of the 3 great families. After all, the Ji family had spent 15 years in Bailey City after their emergence, merely sending a few supporters to Chunhui City, and only recently have they sent members of the Ji family here. Elder Ji remarked, Miss, it is possible that there are strong protectors secretly safeguarding those who have come to Chunhui City, and they must be at least of the Sage realm. Otherwise, the 3 great families would have certainly seized this opportunity to force the Ji family into submission. It is also possible that there are semi-divine beings involved. Considering the Ji family is a hidden lineage from 60,000 years ago, with a deeply rooted heritage, it is plausible that they possess several semi-divine beings. Elder Yin expressed his concerns. If that is the case, what shall we do about our assassination plan? In Chunhui City, we are simply unable to act against her. We must wait until we are outside of Chunwei City. Currently, it appears that Ji Xian and Yu Wuxia have little connection. And as long as they do not venture forth together for training, we will have our opportunity. The Yu family possesses only one sage in Chunwei City, who entered the sage realm 9,000 years ago. If he were to break through, his lifespan would rapidly decline. I do not believe that the Yu family sage would risk his life for her. As for Ji Xian, we need not concern ourselves. Regardless of who surrounds him, with our current capabilities, we cannot move against him. Indeed, miss, at the 11th cave of the Xian domain, Princess Yin reviewed the intelligence in her hand and remarked, the Ji family from Bailey City. Even the three great families have to bow down. And this Ji Xian, I suspect he may be my rival, that I end the contest for the 10 spots 5 years hence. He will likely be one of them. It seems I must put in more effort. After saying this, she resumed her training, her strength now having reached the martial monarch realm. Within the inner hall of the Ningen Inn, for elders from the half-demon families frowned as they studied the intelligence. Ouyang Yin declared, this Ji family has compelled even the three great families to yield. It appears our plans to deal with Ji Xian must be halted. There is certainly a powerful protector by his side. And we cannot afford losses here. Yu Wuxia is our true target. I hope everyone remembers that. The other three nodded in agreement, yes. At the Yu family, the current head, Yu Cheng, examined the intelligence and remarked, the three great families have actually yielded. It appears we must not underestimate the Ji family. That he then addressed an elder before him. Did not members of the Ji family arrive in Chunwei City? Moreover, Ji Xian, the son of the Ji family head, has also entered Chunwei Academy. Pass the word down. We must avoid conflict with the Ji family. Yes, family head. The elder hesitated, as if wanting to say more. What is it? Speak. It is said that in a little over a month, young Master Yu Qian will duel Ji Xian in the arena of Chunwei Academy. Did the declaration not specify? It is permissible for the younger generation to contend. As long as the elders do not interfere, go relay this declaration and my words to the elders. Should anyone be found to act covertly, do not blame me for being merciless. Understood, family head. Chapter 46. Closed door at Yu Qianfeng's residence. Xiaoyu had grown increasingly proficient in artifact crafting and might formally advance to the 6th tier of alchemy within a month. Meanwhile, Ji Xian had just reached the 3rd tier of alchemy, but dared not attempt 4th tier elixirs, opting instead to concoct another 3rd tier Peiyuan pill, which he successfully produced. After successfully crafting the 3rd tier Peiyuan pill, Ji Xian prepared to leave as he and Xiaoyu exited Yu Qianfeng's residence. They discovered Si Qinyu standing outside the estate. Upon seeing Si Qinyu, Ji Xian inquired, Sister Qinyu, what brings you here? Why not come inside? Si Qinyu smiled upon seeing Ji Xian and replied, Brother Ji Xian, as soon as I emerged from my seclusion, I received a plethora of intelligence, which prompted me to seek you out. However, I could not find you at the Yunqi Inn, and my messages went unanswered, leading me to come here. Unfortunately, he would not allow me entry. So, I am left waiting for you at the doorstep. Si Qinyu pointed at the middle-aged man standing at the entrance. That Ji Xian turned to the man and said, Senior, this is Miss Si Qinyu from the Tianji Pavilion. The middle-aged man snorted and replied, I am aware she is from the Tianji Pavilion, which is precisely why she cannot enter. With that, he disregarded Ji Xian and the others at Ji Xian, then turned to Xiaoyu and explained. He is the bodyguard of my master, who once saved my master's life. Although my master has reached the realm of a saint now, he still wishes to remain by my master's side. Hence he guards the entrance daily. But why did he just say that? I do not know. Perhaps I should inquire with my master. However, since Qinyu cannot enter, I cannot leave her waiting outside. Suddenly, a voice from within the residence called out. All right, let her in. The middle-aged man then said, You may enter, but do not let me see you again. Thus, Si Qinyu, Ji Xian, and Xiaoyu entered the residence of Yu Qianfeng. Upon entering, they approached Yu Qianfeng, who said, Miss Qinyu, please do not take offense. Brother Yang has accompanied me for many years and harbors some animosity towards the Tianji Pavilion. Hence he is reluctant to meet its members. That I have met the senior and hold no grievances. Qinyu replied, But why does he harbor such animosity towards the Tianji Pavilion? I am not entirely certain. When I was younger and encountered Brother Yang, he seldom spoke of the Tianji Pavilion. Whenever I inquired, he would merely shake his head in silence. This is something he must be willing to share. He has remained by my side all these years, even 5,000 years ago when I first came here. He stood guard outside that I offered him entry into the residence, but he refused. Sister Qinyu, I attempted to contact you several times without any response, leading me to speculate that you were in seclusion. Thus I refrained from disturbing you. Today, as I was refining elixirs here, I failed to notice the communication talismans, hence I did not receive your messages. You must have broken through to the Great Martial Master level. Correct. Reaching the Great Martial Master level is secondary. My primary focus has been on mastering sword techniques that my master, Xiaoyu, has imparted a profound sword technique for me to practice, and I have only just begun. She allowed me to come out to discover that my brother Ji Xian had sent me numerous messages, along with a mountain of intelligence to process, which is why I sought him out. This is Xiaoyu, whom you should be acquainted with. Indeed, I recognize him as the nephew of my master, Xiaoyu, the current foremost figure in the region. This is my first encounter with Miss Si Qinyu. I did not expect her to be so beautiful. It seems that young Master Ji is indeed fortunate. Ji Xian, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, Brother Yu, please do not jest about me. Let us discuss serious matters. I have sorted through the recent events. Although the three great families have yielded, it has also placed Ji Xian in the spotlight. Moreover, with the spread of that declaration, Ji Xian's journey at Chunwei Academy has become increasingly arduous. Whether it is arduous or not does not concern me. I simply cannot fish anymore. Those hidden powers lurking in the shadows will likely no longer consider me a target. However, for the sake of those who allied with the Ji family but have since perished, I must take action. Isn't the task of fishing assigned to you, Wuxia? There are several factions concealed within Chunwei City that wish to assassinate her. She serves as the perfect bait. Yet, to successfully fish, we must be thoroughly prepared. Within Chunwei City, they certainly will not reveal themselves. It is only when Wuxia ventures out for training that they will seize their opportunity. Xiaoyu interjected, is it truly wise to use Wuxia as bait? What if she gets injured or, heaven forbid, killed? Brother Yu, if we are to use Wuxia as bait, why not directly ask her thoughts on the matter? She has come to the western regions with a purpose. It is time to reach out to Wuxia and ascertain her intentions, that I believe it should not be difficult for you to gain her trust. Very well, once she concludes her seclusion, I shall pay her a visit. But what are you planning to do next? With a month nearing its end, Xie must return my token for the first cave in the Xian domain. For the remaining month, I shall enter the first cave in the Xian domain to cultivate and enhance my strength at Si Qinyu. Feeling somewhat miffed, remarked previously, I was in seclusion, and now Ji Xian is in seclusion. At this rate, we shall have very few opportunities to meet. Sister Qinyu, time waits for no one, and our strengths are still relatively low. Therefore, we must enhance our abilities promptly. Previously, I was unable to cultivate in Bailey City. But now that I can, I must prioritize my training. After all, the matter you entrusted to me also requires strength. Fine. Since you were so diligent, I shall also strive to enhance my abilities swiftly. I will continue practicing sword techniques with my master. If Ji Xian has matters to attend to, he may find me at Master Xiaoyu's side. Well then, let us conclude today's discussion. You should all return now. With that, Ji Xian, Xiaoyu, and Si Qinyu departed from Yu Qianfeng's residence, each returning home that I in the following days. Ji Xian continued his routine of refining third-tier nurturing elixirs at Yu Qianfeng's residence, with increasing familiarity in his operations. Ji Xian finally succeeded in producing a perfect quality third-tier nurturing elixir. One day, as Ji Xian was walking along the path of Chunwei Academy, he encountered someone approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xie. Young Master Ji, I have broken through to the Great Martial Master level. It is time to return this token to you. As she spoke, Xie presented the token for the first cave in the Xian domain to Ji Xian. After receiving the token, Xie departed. Ji Xian then proceeded to the first cave in the Xian domain, preparing to enter seclusion for a month. Upon arriving at the first cave in the Xian domain, Ji Xian commenced his cultivation. The cave was replete with spiritual energy, and Ji Xian estimated that after a month, his strength might reach the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. Thus, he began his seclusion, awaiting Yu Qian's challenge in a month's time. Chapter 47. Xiaoyu and the Yunqi Inn, Ji Lin bowed deeply to Ji Yuhang in gratitude, weeping as he said, Thank you, Elder Yuhang. Thank you, young Master Ji, for seeking justice for me and my colleagues. They can now rest in peace. The Ji Yuhang quickly helped him up, saying, Rise. This matter was indeed a lapse in our Ji family's considerations, leading to their demise. You may now roam freely in Chunwei City, and it is likely to become crowded in the future. Should you require assistance, feel free to recruit more staff or explore other ventures. The choice is yours. Since only the Yunqi Inn remains in Chunwei City, I shall not change my plans. I will continue my business here, that if there are many people later and I require additional staff, I will hire more. I aim to fulfill their legacy and manage the Ji family's establishment well. Good. It is commendable that you have this resolve. Elder Feng and I will remain here, and should anyone cause trouble, Elder Feng will handle it. Yes, Elder Yuhang. Soon a month passed. Ji Xian awakened from his cultivation, and at this moment, his strength had reached the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. The Ji Xian had initially anticipated reaching the 6th level, but found himself just short. However, with a few days remaining until the challenge, he decided to venture out. The Ji Xian recalled that Wu Qingfeng had apprenticed himself to Xiao Yu and realized he had not seen him in a long time. Thus, Ji Xian sent a message to Xiao Yu, intending to visit her residence. Before long, Xiao Yu arrived at the first cave in the Xin domain, and together, Ji Xian and Xiao Yu made their way to Xiao Yu's residence. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a place filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Ji Xian looked at the name of the residence, Yu Pavilion, and inquired, "Is this your aunt's residence?" "Indeed." Xiao Yu replied that my aunt is a disciple of the Flower King and has a fondness for flowers. "Let us enter. There is a saint guarding my aunt, and he knows me, so you will not face any obstruction accompanying me." Ji Xian followed Xiao Yu inside. As Ji Xian entered the residence, he was greeted by a scene of blooming flowers in all hues, their fragrance filling the air. As Ji Xian and Xiao Yu walked through the sea of flowers, they felt a sense of tranquility. Before long, they arrived near a pavilion where 4 individuals were gathered, 3 young women and a young man. The young man was none other than Wu Qingfeng, who was currently grimacing as he practiced sword stances. Among the young women was Wu Qingfeng's elder sister, Wu Qingxia, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Another was Si Qinyu, dressed in green, wearing that peculiar ring on her thumb, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She held a long sword and appeared to be practicing, her movements resembling a graceful dance. The last was Xiao Yu's aunt, Xiao Yu herself, exuding a commanding presence and vigor. Upon seeing the sea of flowers, Ji Xian had initially assumed that Xiao Yu was a delicate and gentle woman, but to his surprise, she radiated strength and charisma. Perhaps the hidden dominance within Xiao Yu was inherited from her aunt. Upon noticing the two, Xiao Yu remarked, "Xiao Yu, you actually found the time to visit me. And who is this?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, everyone turned to face Ji Xian, and Xiao Yu Si Qinyu exclaimed in surprise. "Ji Xian, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Si Qinyu's words, Xiao Yu asked, "Qinyu, do you know him?" Si Qinyu remarked, "Master, he is Ji Xian from the Ji family." "So, you are Ji Xian," she continued. "What brings you here?" "I have come to see Brother Wu. We hit it off immediately during our first encounter, but due to various commitments, it has been quite some time since we last met. However, what is happening with Brother Wu?" Si Qinyu pouted and said, "So, Ji Xian Gij is not here to see me. His swordsmanship is rather lacking, and I am currently teaching him how to pose. That my disciple, Xiao Yu, must not be inept in swordplay." Wu Qingfeng looked at Ji Xian and said, "Brother Ji, you have arrived. Please assist me. I've been posing for quite a while now, and my arms are sore." Senior, could you?" "Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Qingfeng, you may take a break. However, Ji Xian, there is no need to refer to me as senior. I am but a few years your elder. You may call me Sister Yu." Upon hearing this, Ji Xian swiftly glanced at Xiao Yu, who wore a helpless expression and shook his head in response. That Ji Xian could only respond resignedly, "Yes, Sister Yu." At this moment, Wu Qingfeng ceased his posing, sheathed his sword, and approached Ji Xian. That Wu Qingxia also approached, curiously observing Ji Xian but refraining from speaking. Xiao Yu stated, "You all continue your conversation. Ji Yu, come here, I need to speak with you." After Xiao Yu departed, Wu Qingfeng quickly said, "Brother Ji, I have heard that even the 3 great families have yielded to your Ji family. That is merely a rumor. They are in the wrong in this matter, hence their temporary concession. Even so, many still believe that the Ji family must possess greater strength to compel the 3 great families to bow their heads. It is but a hollow reputation. True strength must be demonstrated in battle. At this point, Ji Xian noticed Si Qinyu's sulky demeanor and said, "Sister Qinyu, do not be upset. I understand you all revere Sister Yu as your master, which is why you have come. Fine, but how has your strength progressed since your retreat? The challenge against Yu Qian is not far off, is it? I have reached the 5th level of martial master. In a few more days, I should attain the 6th level, so facing the challenge should not pose a problem." Wu Qingfeng interjected. "It is said that Yu Qian has advanced to the 9th level of martial master. You still have a gap to bridge. As long as he has not advanced to great martial master, there is no need for concern that it seems Brother Ji possesses a hidden weapon. If you are not worried, then all is well." Si Qinyu declared, "All right, I trust you. I am contemplating what to do after the challenge. There is still some time until year-end, and I have not yet decided what to pursue next. I would like to hear Brother Wu's thoughts. Why not take on some tasks? You saw the missions posted on the bulletin board. Completing them earns credits. Although you have sufficient credits, having more is certainly beneficial. And undertaking tasks also serves as a means of growth. That is a good suggestion. However, I need to see which tasks are enticing to me. Tasks that are too simple are not viable. They must serve as proper training. Then you should select from the bulletin board. Generally, there should be tasks suitable for you. All right, thank you, Brother Wu. That I will first check the bulletin board and return to undertake tasks after Yu Qian's challenge." Ji Xian then addressed Si Qinyu. "Sister Qinyu, I will go take a look at the bulletin board." Ji Xian Gij, "I want to go too. I have nearly mastered my master swordplay, that I will definitely not hold you back." "Very well then, goodbye for now, Brother Wu. Please convey my apologies to your master. Brother Ji, I will come to watch your performance on the day of the Yu Qian challenge." Subsequently, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu departed from Xiao Yu's residence and made their way to the office. Chapter 48. The challenge begins. Ji Xian and Si Qinyu arrived at the office, approaching the bulletin board, which was still filled with numerous tasks. Each task was rated by stars, ranging from 1 to 6 stars. The 6-star tasks represented the highest level, corresponding to the strength required. That a 6-star task meant that only those at the Transcendence realm could undertake it. However, most geniuses from Chunwei Academy could battle beyond their level. So some 6-star tasks still attracted takers. That Ji Xian felt the need to be cautious. Thus he selected a 4-star task. The task entailed dealing with a rampaging beast near a village outside the city, where recent incidents of beasts entering the village and attacking people had occurred, prompting the locals to post the task to Chunwei Academy, as they were unwilling to confront the monsters themselves. Not far from Chunwei City lies a smaller town, not counted among the 6 major cities. The strongest individual in that town was merely at the martial lord realm, and most martial lords remaining in such small towns were over 50 years old, reluctant to risk their lives against the beast due to fears of retaliation. After Ji Xian and Si Qinyu accepted the task, they departed from the office. Ji Xian remarked, "Sister Qinyu, I will continue my training over the next few days, striving to reach the 6th level of martial master before the challenge. Afterward, I will visit the Tianshu Pavilion to find you." "All right, Ji Xian Gij, do your best." A few days later, the highly anticipated challenge finally arrived. Yu Qian had arrived early at the dual platform awaiting Ji Xian, while many spectators gathered below to witness the event. Si Qinyu, Wu Qingfeng, and Xie were also present. As time slowly passed, Ji Xian still had not arrived. At this moment, someone remarked, "Could it be that Ji Xian is afraid? Too scared to show up? I never imagined Ji Xian would be such a coward." The spectators began to chatter, and Si Qinyu could no longer tolerate it, exclaiming, "Humph, the day is not yet over. Ji Xian Gij will definitely come. Speak carelessly again, and I shall tear your mouths apart." Upon hearing Si Qinyu's words, the crowd fell silent, ceasing their discussions. Why Yu Qian remained silent, eyes closed, sword in hand, standing on the dual platform. After a prolonged wait, Ji Xian still had not arrived. The murmuring resumed among the spectators. At this point, Si Qinyu's confidence waned. She too was puzzled as to why Ji Xian had yet to appear. Wu Qingfeng approached Si Qinyu and asked, "Sister, why hasn't Ji Xian shown up? It has been quite some time." "I don't know either. Before we parted a few days ago, Ji Xian told me he wanted to reach the 6th level of martial master before emerging from his retreat. Logically, he should be about ready to come out. Could it be he forgot the date? If Ji Xian fails to show, his reputation will plummet, and the ownership of this cave will change. What should we do? I do not know what to do either. Let us wait a little longer. Ji Xian Gij will surely come." "Very well." Wu Qingfeng ceased speaking. Just as the sun was about to set, Ji Xian finally arrived. he rushed onto the duel platform. Panting heavily, and upon reaching the stage, he bent over to catch his breath, addressing Yu Qian. Please wait a moment. Let me rest. I am utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Ji Xian's arrival, Si Qinyu immediately broke into a smile. Ji Xian glanced down at the crowd and spotted Si Qinyu, offering her a smile in return. After a while, Yu Qian asked, Ji Xian, have you recovered? Shouldn't we begin? Why the rush? Do you enjoy being knocked down so much? Very well. I shall oblige. Let us commence. Yu Qian frowned slightly at Ji Xian, who was unarmed, and inquired, You are not using a weapon. I can win without a weapon. Let us begin. You may use any weapon you wish. Ji Xian replied, raising his fists, ready for combat. That Yu Qian, observing Ji Xian, remained silent but inserted her sword into the ground. Refraining from using it in battle, Ji Xian asked, Are you prepared? Come. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian began to assume a stance. Utilizing the fierce tiger fist, his aura soaring as Yu Qian saw Ji Xian positioning himself. She charged forward, her spiritual energy surging, and struck towards Ji Xian with her palm. Just as Yu Qian's palm was about to make contact with Ji Xian, his aura reached its peak. Ji Xian unleashed a powerful punch, instantly shattering Yu Qian's palm, and the force of his punch struck her, knocking her to the ground, causing her to spit blood. Yu Qian attempted to rise, but her efforts were in vain, and she soon lay motionless. At this moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Nobody expected Ji Xian to knock Yu Qian down with a single punch, although Yu Qian had not wielded her sword. Even if she had, she likely would not have been Ji Xian's match. The rise of the Yu family was attributed to the Blade King Yu Wushuang, and his disciples and descendants resided in the southern domain. Thus, the branch of the Yu family in Chunwei City lacked any formidable martial arts or manuals. The Yu family members differed from those of the other three great families. Their training was scattered and inconsistent, leading to vast disparities in strength among the Yu family's talents. It was simply unexpected that Yu Qian could not withstand even a single punch from Ji Xian. With the challenge concluded, the spectators began to disperse. Ji Xian, glancing at the fallen Yu Qian, said nothing and leaped off the stage to seek out Si Qinyu. When Ji Xian reached Si Qinyu, she smiled and exclaimed, Ji Xian Gij is truly impressive. I knew you would win. But why did you arrive so late? I forgot the date of the duel. I was meditating and only just remembered that someone was challenging me. So I rushed over. It feels more tiring to travel than to compete. At this moment, Wu Qingfeng remarked, the strength of the Yu family's talents varies greatly. Since they lack profound martial arts, what they practice is quite chaotic. It is no surprise you could defeat him. Though his prowess surpasses yours by several degrees, without profound techniques, he is merely a punching bag that I see. So, the three great families indeed possess their own inherited martial arts. Correct? Precisely. The Xie family's inherited technique is the Spring Radiant Swordsmanship, the Li family wields the Frost Fist, and the Shao family practices the Armor-Breaking Finger. All these techniques are of the Celestial tier. Thus, if you were to face any of the three great families, victory would not come easily. Brother Wu, what about your Wu family? Aside from the three major families of Chunwei City, the Wu family from Yongcheng, the Shao family from Pingcheng, and the Yin family from Yeqing must also possess their own inherited techniques, right? Indeed. The Shao family of Pingcheng practices the Gale Step, the Yin family of Yeqing employs the Blazing Palm, while our Wu family from Yongcheng has the Frenzied Slash technique, a blade technique. But I have yet to see you wield a blade. My sister can, but I cannot. Si Qinyu inquired with curiosity. Are you saying your senior sister employs a blade technique? Then why did she choose to be our master, and even urge you to follow suit? My sister aspires to master both sword and blade, while I have no fondness for blade techniques. Si Qinyu suddenly understood. So, she wishes to pursue dual cultivation in sword and blade. So, she is aiming for Zhongzhou. Ji Xian asked, puzzled. Oh, why is that? Chapter 49. The journey begins within Chunwei Academy. The challenge between Yu Qian and Ji Xian had just concluded, leaving many astonished by its unexpected outcome. As Yu Qian departed, clutching her chest, Ji Xian's reputation was firmly established within Chunwei Academy. While others were curious about Ji Xian's strength, he himself was intrigued by what Si Qinyu had just mentioned. Si Qinyu explained. The supreme being of Zhongzhou cultivates both sword and blade. Only those who master both can inherit the supreme legacy. The supreme being of Zhongzhou is the strongest among the human race, as well as in this world. Hence many aspire to dual cultivation in hopes of reaching Zhongzhou. So, is the Supreme currently accepting disciples? The Supreme does have a few disciples, the most renowned being the Sword King Shang Zimo from Zhongzhou and the Blade King Yu Wushuang from the Southern Domain. However, as for disciples who cultivate both sword and blade, there has yet to be anyone. So, the Supreme seeks a disciple who excels in both sword and blade, one with extraordinary talent. Is that so? Indeed. It's a pity I only favor the sword and have no aptitude for blade techniques. Thus I have no chance, Wu Qingfeng lamented. I, on the other hand, detest wielding a sword, yet my sister insists I learn swordsmanship from Xiaoyu. That's why you saw me being punished to pose the other day, Ji Xian thought. I neither favor the sword nor the blade. However, I possess the bright divine mirror as a weapon. So, I need not envy them, Ji Xian then proclaimed. Now that the challenge is concluded, I believe it is time to pay my senior brother a visit. Si Qinyu replied. All right, I shall take my leave. Come find me when you wish to undertake a mission. Brother Ji, I shall also take my leave. Here is my communication talisman. Should you need anything, you may contact me through this. With that, Wu Qingfeng presented a communication talisman to Ji Xian. After accepting the talisman, Ji Xian proceeded to Yu Qianfeng's residence. Upon entering, Ji Xian found Xiaoyu diligently engaged in weapon forging. After 2 months of practice, Xiaoyu had become adept at crafting 5th-tier weapons. Though this time, it appeared he was not forging a 5th-tier item. As Ji Xian arrived, the forging was in its final stages, and with Xiaoyu's deft manipulation, a crimson long spear soared from the cauldron. Ji Xian gazed at the spear, feeling an odd familiarity, suddenly recalling that he had forged this very spear on a previous occasion. As the spear flew forth, Xiaoyu seized it with a grin, exclaiming, Master, I have finally forged a 6th-tier weapon. Turning to see Ji Xian, he smiled and asked, Why did your challenge take so long? With your strength, it should have been a swift victory. I had forgotten about the challenge today. I was engrossed in cultivation at the first cave of the Xian domain. All right, what are your plans next? I intend to take on some missions to earn credits and venture out for some experience. That's why I came to inform my senior brother. Yu Qianfeng then addressed Ji Xian. Since you have advanced to a 3rd-tier alchemist, I too must seek out our master in Xunwei City. You still have some distance to cover before reaching 4th-tier alchemist status, so it would be beneficial for you to venture out and gain experience. Here, take this communication talisman. You can reach out to me if something urgent arises. Yes, senior brother. Yu Qianfeng then turned to Xiaoyu. Now that you have successfully forged a 6th-tier weapon, reaching 7th-tier alchemist status will not be easy. So focus on your cultivation, that if I remember correctly. The competition among the 5 academies will take place in 5 years, correct? Indeed, 5 years is a short time, and competing against those individuals will be quite challenging. After all, they have had 23 years to prepare, while we only have 5. Those individuals? Xiaoyu stated. Naturally, I refer to the geniuses who have graduated from various academies, as well as those who have suppressed their own strength. The Giant Deer Academy prohibits participation in the competition for those above 50 years of age or those who have reached the transformation realm, which compels many strong individuals to restrain their strength to the peak of the martial monarch realm, provided they are under 50. ISNT that considered cheating. Does the Giant Deer Academy not forbid it? True geniuses do not fear such tactics. Take Xiaoyu's aunt Xiaoyu, for instance. She was the champion of the last competition and is now a disciple of the Flower King. She defeated all challengers effortlessly. Even those who had suppressed their strength multiple times could not prevail against her. Yu Qianfeng continued. As for this upcoming competition, aside from Yu Wuxia, Yuan Zhu, and Tang Jing, with the 2 of you included, I am confident that in 5 years, you will secure a place in the Giant Deer Academy. Senior brother has great faith in us. I am currently only at the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. And in 5 years, I fear I may only barely reach the peak of the Martial Monarch realm, let alone suppress my strength. Suppressing strength is ultimately a lowly tactic. Your techniques are of a higher caliber. And even if they suppress their strength 20 times, they cannot surpass you. Very well. Thank you for your encouragement. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now to prepare, as I plan to commence my missions tomorrow. By the way, Xiaoyu, won't you be undertaking any missions? I previously completed a 5-star mission, and my credits are sufficient to support my cultivation, so you may focus on your missions without worry. I shan't see you off. Ji Xian bid farewell to Yu Qianfeng and returned to the Yunxi, and Ji Xian shared his plans with Ji Yuxing, who insisted he bring Uncle Feng along. However, Ji Xian felt that as this was an experience, he needed no one to protect him. Thus, he declined the suggestion. The following day, Ji Xian contacted Si Qinyu through the communication talisman to inform her he was prepared to depart for a mission. Shortly thereafter, Si Qinyu appeared before him. Together, they left Chunwei Academy and headed to the teleportation array in Chunwei City. Soon, they were transported to Li City. Upon their arrival in Li City, within a chamber of the Li family, Li Yao regarded the elder before him and inquired, "Have you tracked Ji Xian's whereabouts?" Ji Xian and Si Qinyu have left Chunwei City and arrived at Li City. What are they doing in Li City? It is said they are undertaking a mission. The Li City is too small. Even the strongest here barely reaches the martial monarch realm. If a stronger individual were to appear, it would be too conspicuous. And it is rumored that the city lord has already allied himself with the Xie family, making it quite difficult to take action here. Why not let the fellowship take action instead? They are bold and unrestrained. Even if the Xie family learns of it, it would matter not. Indeed, you make a valid point that in that case, contact the fellowship. Today, even a 9th-level martial master like Yu Qian was easily defeated by Ji Xian. So if the fellowship intervenes, they must at least send a martial monarch to act. And if not, then at least a great martial master. Otherwise, it would be better not to act at all. Understood, young master. Days later, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu arrived in Li City. In comparison to Chunwei City, Li City felt exceedingly small. Aside from a city lord, there were hardly any other forces present, due to the proximity of numerous tribes and villages. This city saw many visitors. Observing the bustling scene, Ji Xian decided it would be best to head directly to the mission location that he inquired Si Qinyu's opinion, and she concurred. Thus, the two departed from Li City, making their way to the mission site in Xiaoyuan Village. Chapter 50. Xiaoyuan Village. Ji Xian and Si Qinyu arrived at Xiaoyuan Village, where a vibrant scene unfolded before them. Xiaoyuan Village was a settlement for common folk. And as Ji Xian and Si Qinyu strolled through, they encountered many curious villagers who gazed at them with interest. That Ji Xian approached a villager to inquire for directions and eventually located the individual responsible for posting the mission. The village chief, Wu Ruiyan. Upon seeing Ji Xian and Si Qinyu, Wu Ruiyan exclaimed, "Masters, you have finally arrived." A monstrous beast suddenly appeared and stormed into the village, attacking the people, that we have very few martial practitioners here and are utterly powerless to fend it off. Ji Xian, puzzled, asked, "Chief, from where did this beast come? When did it appear, and how many are there? We have lived here for generations without ever encountering such a beast. We know not its origins. This time, only one beast has come, and the last time it departed, it headed toward the illusory forest." What is the illusory forest? It is a forest not far from Li City, a perilous place we dare not approach. It is possible this beast emerged from the illusory forest. That it turns out that we need to venture into the forest of delusion to exorcise the demons. Is that correct? No, esteemed immortal, you only need to protect our villagers. When the demonic beasts return, we shall rely on your prowess. When might these beasts make their appearance again? The last occurrence was a few days ago, and they have not resurfaced since. That I cannot ascertain whether they will return. Yet given that someone has perished, we cannot afford to be complacent. I kindly request that you remain with us a few more days. Since demonic beasts have come here, why do you not leave? You mentioned that there are no martial practitioners in your village. You are utterly defenseless against such creatures. Alas, had we not been rooted here for generations, we would have departed long ago. Yet, it is difficult to abandon one's homeland, and none are willing to leave. I must resort to invoking ancestral relics to issue a quest at the Spring Radiance Academy. Oh, you have no martial practitioners here, yet you are aware of the Spring Radiance Academy? Could it be that a prodigy once emerged from this humble village, having spent time at the academy? Indeed, 5 centuries past, my ancestor was a genius who studied at the Spring Radiance Academy for a time. For reasons unknown, he returned and spent his remaining years in this village until his death. That he lived for a century and was the mightiest warrior of our small community. But his descendants have never matched his prowess. My generation is even devoid of martial practitioners. The village chief, Wu Ruiyan, continued. He left behind certain heirlooms upon his passing, and in my generation, only one artifact remains. When the demonic beasts returned previously, I was at a loss as to what to do, so I retrieved it. only to discover it emitted a sound that I later learned that it was a communication talisman, and the voice belonged to an elder of the Spring Radiance Academy, who claimed to be my ancestor's master. I informed him of our predicament, and he said he would issue a quest at the academy, promising that someone would come to assist us, as it was a debt he owed to my forebear. I understand, village chief. May we take refuge in your home? Certainly, you are most welcome. Just then, a child of 7 or 8 years entered the room. Wu Ruiyan looked at the child and said, Yun'er, why have you come in? Did you not see that I was in a meeting? Father, I heard from Aunt Zhao that 2 immortals have come to our village and are at our home. I was curious, so I came to take a look. Wu Ruiyan quickly introduced the child to Ji Xian. This is my son, Wu Yun. I hope the esteemed immortal will not take offense. Not at all. Village chief, please describe the appearance of the demonic beast, lest we fail to recognize it if we encounter it. Certainly, the beast resembles a wolf with sharp claws and possesses a pair of wings. None of us have ever seen such a creature. At this moment, the child Wu Yun spoke up. Big brother, are you here to protect us? Ji Xian smiled and replied, Indeed, with me here. That beast shall surely be vanquished, Wu Yun exclaimed. Hooray! Will you let me watch when you fight the monster? The village chief, Wu Ruiyan, quickly interjected. What are you looking at? Be careful lest that beast snatch you away to devour you. He then turned to Ji Xian and said, Esteemed immortal, please forgive my son. I will ensure he does not disturb your efforts. It's no trouble. Primarily, you lack martial practitioners and are unaware of the beast's strength, which is why I cannot guarantee the safety of this child, that it would be best for us to handle the exorcism ourselves. Once the beast appears, you must flee swiftly. Yes, esteemed immortal. There is no need to call us esteemed immortal. We are merely ordinary students. You may call me Ji Xian, and this is also a student of the Spring Radiance Academy. She is called Si Qinyu. You may refer to her as Miss Qinyu. With that, Ji Xian pointed to Si Qinyu. Yes, young Master Ji, Miss Si. Please follow me. I will take you to your accommodations that I in the depths of the forest of delusion. A formidable figure resembling a human sat upon the main seat. Below, a scholarly man spoke. I have warned you repeatedly not to go out and cause trouble. Have you gone out to devour humans again? Elder Jiao, I have just emerged from seclusion. It is only natural to seek sustenance. I simply could not resist. Should the strong from the human realm arrive, I hope you do not regret it, for I shall not be able to save you. And what of my proposal? Have you given it any thought? Elder Jiao, I have just concluded my seclusion. Let me acclimate for a few more days, and I shall respond shortly. I shall wait for you for half a month. After that, I will take my leave that I trust you will contemplate it thoroughly. The scholarly man departed after speaking. The figure upon the seat watched his retreating silhouette, his eyes narrowing with tears. After the scholarly man left, another figure, resembling a human-dog hybrid, entered. This creature addressed the formidable figure upon the seat. My lord, what troubles Elder Jiao? He has been berating me for devouring a few humans, but I simply could not help myself. I have been in seclusion for over 2,000 years. Having just emerged, is it not reasonable to celebrate with a feast? I have not even had my fill. My lord, Elder Jiao only wishes the best for you. Should an impulsive youth come to exorcise the demons, it would spell disaster. My lord, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out for the time being. I am still unsated. I shall go out just this once. After this feast, I will leave with him. You may join me if you wish, but remember to keep an eye on Elder Jiao. Do not let him discover my departure. Yes, my lord, I shall forever follow in your footsteps. Outside the city, in an inn, 2 individuals clad in black conversed. One inquired, Have those 2 reached the outskirts of the city? Yes, my lord, they have arrived, yet they did not linger and departed swiftly. Do you know their destination? They have gone to a small village near the outskirts, known as Siyuan Village. They should be settled there by now. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yes, my lord. Chapter 51. The Demonic Beast. The Azure Wolf. Several days passed, and all remained tranquil. The demonic beast had not reappeared. Ji Xian felt it prudent not to let down his guard, and decided to stay a few more days. A sentiment echoed by Si Qinyu at this moment. Deep within the forest of delusion, inside a cave, the earlier figure upon the main seat turned to the human-dog hybrid and said, It has been several days. I can no longer contain myself. Keep an eye on Elder Jiao. I shall venture out. My lord, Do exercise caution. What if some martial practitioners from that village arrive? What is there to fear? That village has no martial practitioners. Even if they did, how strong could they be? As long as they are not above the martial lord level, I have nothing to fear. My lord, having been dormant for 2 millennia, the students of the Spring Radiance Academy are known to emerge and exorcise demons. It is wise to remain cautious. I shall go just this once. I intend to indulge myself, and afterward, I will leave with Elder Gio. I do not believe I shall encounter those youngsters. I am departing. Remember, do not let Elder Gio discover my absence. With that, he left the cave, transforming into his demonic form, which resembled the description provided by the village chief, a wolf with wings that he spread his wings and soared out of the forest of delusion. Heading towards Seiyuan village. Before long, he hovered above the village. Upon spotting a human, he descended swiftly, seizing the individual and swallowing them whole. Meanwhile, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu were engaged in conversation at the village chief's home when they suddenly heard a scream from outside. They rushed out alongside the village chief and his family. The Ji Xian beheld the demonic beast, the Azure Wolf, rampaging and capturing villagers. Sensing the beast's strength, he exchanged a glance with Si Qinyu, who understood and promptly approached the village chief. Wu Ruiyan, saying, "Village chief, you must hide at once. This beast is exceedingly fierce. Do not present yourselves before it. I shall take care of the villagers, and Ji Xian will handle the demon. Additionally, little Wu Yun, you cannot witness the battle this time. Your safety must come first." Upon hearing Si Qinyu's words, Wu Ruiyan hurriedly retreated into his home with his wife and son, though young Wu Yun cast a curious glance at the Azure Wolf before entering. Once the village chief and his family were safely inside, Si Qinyu rushed to other homes, urging the villagers to take cover. Ji Xian observed Si Qinyu soothing the villagers and turned his attention back to the Azure Wolf, which had now focused entirely on him. Abandoning its pursuit of the villagers, that Ji Xian recognized that the Azure Wolf was at the Grand Martial Master level. Uncertain if he could match its strength with his own spiritual energy, he contemplated whether it was time to invoke divine power. The Azure Wolf, noticing Ji Xian's in action, leaped forward in an instant, its claw imbued with spiritual energy aimed at Ji Xian. Ji Xian evaded the strike using Shadow Shift. Realizing that the Azure Wolf was far too swift, and his Tiger Fist techniques were insufficient to contend with such a beast. Instead, he employed the Radiant Sun Palm, amplifying his power to the 3 suns level, and unleashed it upon the Azure Wolf. The beast, unable to evade, took the blow directly, yet Ji Xian felt it had sustained no significant damage. Following the impact, the Azure Wolf grew visibly agitated in an instant. It turned around and struck with its claw once more, this time with even greater speed. The claw appeared before Ji Xian's eyes, and he barely managed to evade it. Witnessing Ji Xian's successful dodge, the demon beast, the Song Wolf, displayed evident impatience. Consequently, it unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, then swiftly descended, launching another claw strike. The Ji Xian realized that continuing this game of hide and seek would ultimately lead to his own defeat. Thus, he covertly gathered his strength, elevating the Li Wai Ying palm to the 4th sun. With 4 suns encircling him, the very moment the demon beast swooped down, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. As their claws met, despite Ji Xian's palm's strength reaching the 4th level, the Song Wolf possessed the might of a grand martial master. Upon collision, Ji Xian felt a tremendous impact reverberate through his hand, causing him to spit out blood. Meanwhile, the Song Wolf's claw absorbed the full force of Ji Xian's 4th sun, Li Wai Ying palm, shattering upon contact. Yet, despite the claw's destruction, it inflicted minimal damage to the demon beast itself. The Song Wolf, sensing the loss of one of its claws, was filled with fury. Ignoring the consequences, it unleashed its innate skill, the Song Wolf's roar. Although using this skill would render it significantly weakened, it was determined to proceed. The Song Wolf opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, then let out a tremendous roar. Ji Xian, still reeling from the backlash of his earlier injury, had no time to spare. He summoned his divine light power and invoked the 4th sun, Li Wai Ying palm once more. With 4 suns surrounding him, 4 solar images appeared in the sky, from which emanated 4 palm prints infused with divine light power. The 4 palms struck forth simultaneously, instantly dissipating the Song Wolf's roar. Following this, the 4 palms surged toward the demon beast, overwhelming it completely. Meanwhile, deep within the illusory forest, the ninth elder glanced toward the direction of Little Yuan village. His expression darkening, that he addressed the demon beast, the jackal dog, before him. You have come here to protect your master, haven't you? Your master has gone to Little Yuan village, yet he has already resorted to using his innate skills. Will you still aid him? What? My master is in danger. I must go save him. The jackal dog swiftly departed, transforming into its true form and racing out of the illusory forest, intent on reaching Little Yuan village. The ninth elder, observing the jackal dog's retreating figure, followed closely behind Little Yuan village. The Tsang wolf succumbed to the overwhelming force of the fourth son, Li Weiying Palm, dying on the spot. Ji Xian, heavily injured from using his divine light power, collapsed onto the ground. Just then, a figure wielding a sword struck toward Ji Xian. In a flash, Si Qinyu dashed in front of Ji Xian, blocking the incoming sword with her own. Seeing their ambush thwarted, the assailant unleashed a chaotic sword technique, the chaotic sword art, to which Si Qinyu responded with the falling petal sword technique she had learned from Xiaoyu. The two clashed evenly, but as the assailant recognized the sword style, he remarked the falling petal sword technique. Subsequently, he ceased his engagement and retreated. Si Qinyu approached Ji Xian, helping him to his feet. Brother Ji Xian, are you all right? I'm fine. What about the villagers? They're all safe. I told them not to come out unless we called for them. Then I rushed here and found someone attempting to assassinate you. It's all right now. Let's check on the Tsang wolf's body. Si Qinyu assisted Ji Xian to the corpse of the Tsang wolf. The Ji Xian gazed at the lifeless creature, saying, "It is dead. What a pity we couldn't learn from it whether any other demon beasts still exist. Perhaps this Tsang wolf is the only one." The village chief mentioned that this very Tsang wolf was responsible for the last attack on our people. Perhaps, Si Qinyu replied. Chapter 52, The Ninth Elder in Little Yuan Village. As Ji Xian prepared to have Si Qinyu examine the corpse, a sudden bark echoed nearby, followed by a massive figure charging toward Ji Xian, and Si Qinyu. One claw struck out, and Si Qinyu managed to block the attack with her sword. Though she was forced to retreat several steps, the jackal dog, upon seeing the Tsang wolf's body, howled ferociously before fixing its fierce gaze upon Ji Xian, and Si Qinyu. Si Qinyu, sword in hand, stood her ground against it. Ji Xian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, held his breath and gradually absorbed spiritual energy, gravely contemplating in his mind. Can I use the Li Weiying Palm once more? Yang replied, No, even with the third son, your current divine power is insufficient. Using spiritual energy would not inflict any damage. What about the Fierce Tiger Fist? The Fierce Tiger Fist relies on momentum. You can utilize it, but its speed is far too great for you to land a hit. Unless you can combine the Fierce Tiger Fist with the Shadow Shift technique to achieve mastery, your current level in both remains too rudimentary for effective synergy. Then we can only hope that Sister Qinyu can handle it. At that moment, a humanoid figure emerged behind the jackal dog, observing the Tsang wolf's corpse. You dare to kill him. You are courting death. With that, he charged forward, and the jackal dog lunged at Si Qinyu with increased ferocity. Ji Xian seized the opportunity to gather his strength in secret. Addressing Si Qinyu, Sister Qinyu, hold off the demon beast jackal dog. I will confront the person behind. Understood, Brother Ji Xian. Please be careful. Si Qinyu rushed toward the jackal dog, employing the falling petal sword technique to counter its attacks. The humanoid figure closed in, launching a powerful punch. Ji Xian channeled his spiritual energy to execute the fourth son, Li Weiying Palm, barely managing to block the blow. Nevertheless, the immense force sent him reeling, causing him to spit blood. Seeing Ji Xian's precarious state, the humanoid figure pressed forward, unleashing another punch. Aware that he could not withstand another assault, Ji Xian summoned his stored energy and retaliated with a punch of the Fierce Tiger Fist. Unyielding, the humanoid figure continued his advance, delivering a third punch with full force at Ji Xian, incensed by the figure's arrogance, replaced his spiritual energy with divine light power, and executed another Fierce Tiger Fist. The fist surged forth like a raging tiger, crashing into the humanoid figure's punch, dispersing it entirely. As the figure realized he could not evade Ji Xian's attack, he urgently shouted, You dare to kill me? I am the ninth elder of the Demon Alliance. The Alliance will not spare you. Hearing this, Ji Xian hastily attempted to retract his strike, but it was too late. The force of his palm struck the humanoid figure, who fell lifelessly to the ground. his body transforming into that of a monkey. Meanwhile, the battle, which had been evenly matched, shifted dramatically as the jackal dog, upon witnessing the ninth elder's demise, was overcome with fear and attempted to flee. Si Chinyu seized the moment, executing her ultimate move, petals falling for miles, which severed the jackal dog's head. Not far from the scene, a masked figure who had just departed was observing. Upon witnessing the deaths of the jackal dog and the ninth elder, he attempted to retreat. Suddenly, a flash of a blade cleaved him in two, and a figure clad in black appeared, swiftly waving his hand to make the masked one's corpse vanish. This figure was none other than the black-clad man who had previously appeared at the city gate. Known as the Master, he regarded Ji Xian and Si Chinyu, but made no move. After Si Chinyu dispatched the jackal dog, she hurried over to Ji Xian, who was now crouched on the ground. She helped him to his feet, perplexed as she gazed upon the monkey's corpse. That is this the body of that man from earlier? Why is it a monkey? Ji Xian, his voice heavy with concern, replied, "This is troubling. Let's go. Quickly assist me in meeting the village chief, that we can discuss everything on the way." Si Chinyu supported Ji Xian as they made their way to the village chief's dwelling. After Ji Xian and Si Chinyu departed the area, the black-clad figure approached the monkey's corpse, waving his hand to make it disappear before leaving as well. On their way to the village chief's house, Ji Xian inquired, "Sister Chinyu, that man claimed to be the ninth elder of the Demon Alliance. Are you familiar with the Demon Alliance?" "The Demon Alliance? I have no knowledge of it. The Tianji Pavilion in Chunwei City has no records," Si Chinyu explained. "The only mention of the demon race dates back over 20,000 years, indicating their existence, but there is no information regarding any organizations, that if it is indeed a secret organization from the entire western region. The Tianji Pavilion in Jiulu City might have some records that I will need to return to Chunwei City to inquire further." That he mentioned that the Demon Alliance would not let us off, and that his corpse transformed into a monkey. This situation is dire. If the Demon Alliance truly exists, they may seek revenge. We must arrange for protection for the villagers here and advise them to leave. Ji Xian added, "That be by the way, Sister Chinyu. Do you have any strong allies for protection?" "No, I told them that I would be training alongside Brother Ji Xian and that they didn't need to protect us. So I left them in Chunwei City." As they conversed, Ji Xian and Si Chinyu arrived at the village chief's house. Si Chinyu called out, "Village chief, it's us. Everything is fine now. You can come out." Before long, the door opened slightly, and the village chief peered out. Upon seeing Ji Xian and Si Chinyu, he quickly opened the door wider, welcoming them inside. "Thank you, young Master Ji and Miss Si." "Young Master Ji, you are injured. Come in quickly. I will fetch some medicine." Behind the village chief, his son, Wu Yun, also watched Ji Xian and Si Chinyu. Ji Xian reassured him, "I'm fine. I just need to rest a moment. There are important matters to discuss." He explained to the village chief that although the demon beasts had been vanquished, it was highly likely that stronger ones would come, urging the villagers to relocate. The village chief, Wu Rue, sighed, "We have lived here for generations. Where could we possibly move to? Even in death, we shall remain here. There is no need for you, young Master Ji, to say more. It is utterly impossible for us to depart. You may inquire among the villagers to see if they are willing to leave." Village Chief Wu Ruian assisted Ji Xian into the house, while Si Chinyu went to inform the other villagers that the beast menace had been eradicated and to ask if they wished to evacuate. Suddenly, Ji Xian recalled something and addressed Village Chief Wu Ruian. "Chief, I recall you mentioning that the communication talisman came from an elder in Chunwei City. Do you happen to know the name of this elder? Is it possible to contact him? I am not entirely certain. He merely mentioned his surname was Yang. The talisman broke while I was fiddling with it, and the last communication was indeed the final one." "I see, I understand now. Please, Chief, attend to your duties. Why minor injuries are of little concern. A brief meditation will suffice for recovery, and no worries. I shall prepare some hot soup for you to nourish your body." With that, the chief took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Si Chinyu returned to inform Ji Xian that the vast majority of villagers were unwilling to leave, that Ji Xian was left with no choice but to devise an alternative plan. He pondered that as long as the sage did not intervene, he could summon a few esteemed protectors from Chunwei City to guard the village in the interim. Thus, Ji Xian and Si Chinyu sent a message back to Chunwei City, with Ji Xian requesting Uncle Feng's presence, while Si Chinyu summoned several esteemed elders from the Tianji Pavilion. However, the journey from Chunwei City to Xiaoyuan Village would take several days, leaving them to hope that the members of the Beast Alliance would not arrive during that time. Although Ji Xian felt a twinge of anxiety, he diligently tended to his wounds that Si Qinyu, glancing at the ring on her finger, felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, though she refrained from revealing her additional methods to Ji Xian, as these were measures of last resort. Chapter 53. The Grand Elder of the Beast Alliance in a hidden realm in the western regions. Within an opulent palace, a humanoid figure of great strength sat in contemplation. Moments later, a servant rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "It is dire, my lord! The life token of the ninth elder has shattered." The figure in the main seat remained composed, unfazed by the news, and replied, "I see. Is the Grand Elder aware of this?" "Indeed, he has been informed. When I departed, he was on his way here." Just then, an elder entered the palace, kneeling before the figure and lamenting, "My lord, you must take action on my behalf. Grand Elder, please rise that I understand your sorrow, yet the individual in question is deceased. You must find the strength to persevere. I had hoped he would achieve merit on this expedition and return worthy of his title as Ninth Elder. Alas, it has become a case of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. My lord, I must go personally. This vendetta must be avenged. Where is your son?" I informed him that a descendant of the General Tsonglong, who served under the Wolf King, still exists. This general was on the cusp of becoming the Tsonglong King, yet tragically met his demise in the western regions. His descendants once visited the Beast Alliance, and now this generation of Tsonglong is in seclusion within the Forest of Delusions. His abilities are lackluster, yet I believe my son could safeguard himself, so I sent him to summon the Tsonglong descendant back to the Alliance. I never imagined he would not return. Tsonglong was indeed a remarkable figure. It is unfortunate he could not survive. The first generation of his descendants once engaged in discourse with me, yet I did not foresee this generation's inadequacy. But why did your son perish? The descendants of Tsonglong should be aware of our alliance's existence and would not dare oppose us. His death raises many questions, since you wish to venture forth. I shall permit it, but you must exercise discretion in your actions that I will send Huyao to accompany you." The Grand Elder, hearing this, wished to voice an objection, but ultimately acquiesced. "Yes, my lord." The humanoid figure then instructed a nearby servant, "Go fetch Huyao and tell him to accompany the Grand Elder on his mission, reminding him to maintain proper decorum." "Understood, my lord." Soon, Huyao and the Grand Elder departed the hidden realm of the Beast Alliance and arrived in the western regions, setting their sights on the Forest of Delusions. In Siyun village. Despite Ji Xian informing the villagers of the potential consequences and repeatedly urging them to evacuate, they remained resolute in their unwillingness to abandon their homeland. Ji Xian, left with no alternatives, awaited the arrival of reinforcements at that moment. Si Qinyu returned from outside, reporting to Ji Xian, "Brother Ji Xian, the body of the Ninth Elder has vanished. I intended to ask the villagers to bury the corpses of the beasts, but only the bodies of Tsonglong and the Jackal remain. The Ninth Elder's body has mysteriously disappeared. What? I must investigate." Ji Xian and Si Qinyu rushed to the site where Ji Xian had slain the Ninth Elder. But the corpse of the monkey was nowhere to be found. That Ji Xian meticulously examined the surroundings, yet found no peculiar traces that he pondered whether the masked figure was responsible. But what could their motive be? After searching in vain, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu returned to the Wu household. The next day, the Grand Elder of the Beast Alliance and Huyao arrived at the scene of the Ninth Elder's demise. The Grand Elder declared, "My son's final breath lingered here. He surely perished in this spot." Huyao paused before responding, "This is merely a small village. I sense no martial artists reside here. Yet he was slain here. Let this village serve as my son's grave. Whoever took his life will face my wrath. I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death, since this village harbors no martial artists. Let us eliminate them all." Huyao replied, "Very well, if they are not martial artists, then let them perish." With that, he ascended into the sky above Siyun village. The villagers gazed up at this figure with curiosity. As village chief Wu Ruiyan observed him, a thought crossed his mind, and he uttered, "My son is not here. I hope he remains alive, that if so, I can depart this world without regret." Huyao unleashed flames from his mouth, and in an instant fire engulfed the entire village. The air filled with cries of anguish. Yet Huyao and the Grand Elder remained indifferent, accustomed to such devastation. Before long, the village was reduced to ashes. With no survivors remaining, the Grand Elder remarked, since the one who killed my son was here, he may yet return that I shall await him here. Whoever approaches shall meet their end. We have lingered too long. And having set a village ablaze, we can remain for only one day. If no one arrives by then, we shall depart. The Lord commanded I accompany you, and I hope you heed my counsel. Very well, we shall wait a day. The Grand Elder's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the ruins of Siyuan village. Chapter 54. The black-clad figures as flames consumed Siyuan village, a distance away on the grasslands. 4 figures were locked in a frantic chase. The foremost black-clad figure sped ahead, carrying Wu Yuan at that moment. Jixin caught sight of the inferno raging in the direction of Siyuan village. His heart sinking as he shouted, "This is bad. Qinyu, quickly return." Qinyu, puzzled by Jixin's urgency, nevertheless obeyed and swiftly returned to his side. The Jixin pointed towards the direction of the village. Upon seeing the flames, Qinyu exclaimed, "Could it be Siyuan village? We must hasten back." Without hesitation, she prepared to return, but Jixin shook his head, gesturing for her to observe the black-clad figures. That aside, Qinyu noticed that instead of fleeing, they were watching them intently. Just then, the black-clad figure behind them spoke. "Not pursuing. You don't want this child anymore?" Jixin solemnly remarked. "So, you were suggesting that you were aware of the impending calamity in Siyu village. Did you deliberately lure us here? Your abduction of this child is also for this purpose." The figure clad in black continued. If we had employed alternative methods, do you think you would have followed us? And what if we were to return now? Do you truly believe I would permit your return? Given the circumstances, you should be able to disclose your intentions now, wouldn't you? In this present day, Siyu village is the most perilous location for both you and us. Since I have led you here, I certainly will not allow your departure. Why? Have the members of the Demon Alliance arrived? Did they come so swiftly? Jixin questioned Ha. I am aware of your considerable background and your belief that you need not fear the denizens of the Demon Alliance. However, this time, they have sent demigods. I knew of their arrival when they reached the Forest of Illusions. I hastily devised a plan to draw you out. Had I delayed even a moment longer, we would likely have been discovered. Demigods? Then Siyu village. I suspect Siyu village has already met its demise. You must have realized that by slaying the so-called Ninth Elder, such a disaster would ensue. Yet I too did not foresee that the Demon Alliance would dispatch 2 demigod-level individuals here. It appears that the identity of the Ninth Elder is far from trivial. Thus, it follows that the body of the Ninth Elder was taken by you. Had I not taken that body, the 2 demigods would now be standing before you. I possess some expertise in concealing my aura, which has temporarily obscured their senses that as long as you do not present yourselves before them, they will not discover that you are the culprits. After all this, you still have not answered my question. What is your true aim? There is no need to rush. We have ample time to converse. Or do you believe that the 2 of you can contend with 2 demigods and return to Siyu village? Qinyu looked at Jixin, wanted to say something, but Jixin shook his head and replied, "There is no returning to Siyu village. It would be better to listen to their intentions." Qinyu hurriedly exclaimed, "What about the villagers of Siyu village? Are we to abandon them?" At that moment, the flames in the direction of Siyu village dimmed. Jixin spoke heavily. As soon as the fire broke out, Siyu village was already lost. Qinyu gasped in astonishment. "What?" The black-clad figure behind them spoke. "Indeed, the members of the Demon Alliance are vicious and merciless. Although they seldom reveal themselves, I have only heard tales of their brutality. They regard human lives as mere weeds. Since they have come to Siyu village, it is impossible for it to escape unscathed. Then who are you?" You shall learn of our identities in due time. However, I can answer your earlier question. Initially, I merely intended to observe you, but unexpectedly encountered you slaying the Ninth Elder. Soon after, the individuals from the Demon Alliance arrived, and I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to lure you here. I could not save the people of Siyu village. I could only save this child. At that moment, the black-clad figure led the weeping Wu Yuan to the other black-clad figure and said, "Master, what shall we do now?" "Wait. The members of the Demon Alliance are surely still in Siyu village. We must wait until they depart before we can proceed. They cannot linger for too long. In a few days we will go, and there should be no issues." "I understand. In that case, let us wait here." Ji Xian and Si Qinyu then sent messages to those who had come to assist, instructing them not to approach Xiaoyu village directly, but to rest at a distance. After sending the messages, Si Qinyu comforted Wu Yun, urging him not to be too sorrowful, while Ji Xian observed the two black-clad figures, lost in thought. That a day later, in Xiaoyu village, Wu Yuan gazed at the elder of the Demon Alliance and said, "Elder, it is time to depart." The elder, casting a dark glance at the ruins, remarked, "Not a soul has come here since yesterday. One day, I will capture him. Let us leave." Wu Yuan and the elder of the Demon Alliance departed together. Days later, the figure known as Master among the black-clad individuals sensed something and said, "The members of the Demon Alliance have left. We can proceed to Xiaoyu village." Thus, the group of 5 swiftly made their way to Xiaoyu village. Before long, they arrived at the desolate ruins of Xiaoyu village, where Wu Yun was crying out amidst the debris, "Father! Mother!" Ji Xian clenched his fists tightly, his heart heavy with grief, recalling the villagers he had encountered during this time, as well as the affable village chief, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Si Qinyu began to weep as well, saying, "Brother Ji Xian, I will avenge them and find the true culprits. I refuse to believe that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion lacks information on them. Do not worry, Sister Qinyu. I too shall seek vengeance for them." Ji Xian and Si Qinyu sent messages for those remaining near the city to come to Xiaoyu village. They then began to search through the ruins, hoping to find something, yet everything, be it person or object, had been completely consumed by the flames. Ultimately, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu erected a monument for the villagers of Xiaoyu village. There were too many villagers for Ji Xian and Si Qinyu to remember their names, so the monument bore no names. But Wu Yun insisted on inscribing his own name. The Ji Xian acquiesced to his request. The Wu Yun knelt before the monument, weeping and bowing deeply. Afterwards, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu prepared to take Wu Yun back to Chunwei City. When the black-clad figure interjected, "What do you intend to do with him? Are you planning to send him to Chunwei Academy? Do you think he will fare well there?" Ji Xian replied to the black-clad figure, "What do you mean? Xiaoyu village has been lost. Naturally, we will take him with us, and we can certainly provide him with a better life. Then why not ask him? Do you think he would choose to leave with you?" Ji Xian turned to Wu Yun and inquired, "Do you wish to leave with us?" Wu Yun sobbed, "Thank you, Brother Ji Xian and Sister Fairy. I know you mean well, but I want to stay with this uncle." "Are you certain?" "I am certain." "Very well. I hope you will not regret your decision." Ji Xian turned to Si Qinyu and said, "We should return." Si Qinyu looked at Wu Yun's resolute gaze, smiled at him, and then followed Ji Xian as they departed. That Wu Yun gazed at the retreating figures of Ji Xian and Si Qinyu, thinking to himself, "Brother Ji Xian, Sister Qinyu, I will not let you down." Chapter 55. The ruins of Xiaoyu village. After Ji Xian and Si Qinyu left, the black-clad figure asked Wu Yun, "Do you hold me accountable for not saving your parents and kin?" "No, I understand that uncle could not save them, and I thank you for rescuing me." "Good. Then why did you choose to follow me?" "Brother Ji Xian and Sister Qinyu possess an identity and status that are too lofty and distant for me to reach. Since you saved me, it signifies that I hold value. Thus, I choose to follow you, especially as I know you are a powerful figure. Only by following you do I have a chance for revenge." "Very well. Since you possess such resolve, bow once more, and you may accompany me, that I shall assist you." "Understood." Wu Yun bowed once more before the monument, vowing in his heart to avenge his parents and the villagers of Xiaoyu village by obliterating the Demon Alliance. Subsequently, the two black-clad figures departed with Wu Yun from Xiaoyu village. Thus, Xiaoyu village was irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland. Before long, this place encountered 2 unexpected visitors. 2 masked individuals arrived near the ruins of Xiaoyu village. Stopping at the spot where the black-clad figures had slain the masked ones, one of them remarked, "Jiwu died right here. It is unfortunate that all traces of energy have been erased. We cannot ascertain who killed him. Captain, could it be the Shura sect? There is a possibility. The Azura blade technique of the Shura sect is difficult even for me to unravel. Forget about that. He is dead, and dead is dead. Let us proceed to check on that individual." After saying this, the masked figure walked towards the ruins of Xiaoyu village, and the other followed suit. Upon reaching the edge of the ruins, the first masked figure paused, perplexed, and said, "How did this place become ruins?" "Never mind, let us focus on the task at hand." He then took out a flute and began a play that I in an instant. The entire ruin trembled, continuing for a while, until a coffin emerged from the ground beneath the debris. As the coffin lid opened, a figure resembling a desiccated corpse sat up and said, "You have finally arrived. Were it not for my exceptional concealment of aura, what you would see now would truly be my lifeless body. Master, what transpired? Is it related to this ruin?" Not long before your arrival, I was startled awake by the presence of two demigod-level individuals. Subsequently, I held my breath and focused, avoiding attention from the outside world. It was only upon hearing your flute that I dared to emerge. Demigods? Human demigods? What are they doing here? Not quite. They appear to be demigods of the demon race. I am uncertain why they have come here. This place was once a village, my homeland, and should not harbor any martial artist. It is rather strange to have offended the demon race's demigods, leading to the annihilation of this place by their own hands. As long as Master is safe, it matters not. Those individuals were not martial artists. Their deaths are inconsequential. It is a pity for these people. I had intended to keep them as my sustenance. In my previous charade of feigned death, I cunningly deceived the ordinary folk, ensuring their prolonged presence in this place, solely for the purpose of indulging in a sumptuous feast upon my awakening. The fear and resentment of those I have vanquished are truly delectable delicacies. Alas, before I could partake, I was thwarted by another's hand. Given this, I shall not let the remnants of their corpses go to waste. Let me absorb their lingering energy. Having uttered these words, he opened his mouth and drew in the spectral energy that emanated from the deceased villagers, consuming it entirely. Once he had devoured the energy in this locale, he inquired, "What brings you to seek me so suddenly?" "We were sent by Master Li to inquire about your cultivation progress, and to investigate the cause of death of those previously dispatched here. Responded the visitors that I have lingered here for 5 centuries, and after absorbing their spectral energy, I have merely reached the pinnacle of the revered realm, still some distance from the saint realm. It appears that further slaughter is necessary for my advancement. As this place is now in ruins, let us depart. I wish to meet with Master Li." "Yes, my lord." The figure emerged from the coffin and strode forward, gesturing for the coffin to return to its subterranean resting place. Upon noticing the monument erected by Ji Xian and his companions, he chuckled softly. "Wu Yun. It seems he is a descendant of mine. Remarkably, one still lives. I wonder where this Wu Yun currently resides. My lord may investigate upon returning. A mere Wu Yun should be easily traced. That will not be necessary. He is but a trifling character. Let us proceed." Thus, the three departed the site. Once they had left, a dilapidated ruin stood silently, a nameless stone tablet fluttering in the wind. How many souls would remember that countless ordinary lives once thrived here? How many would recall the vibrant laughter of children echoing through the air? How many would remember the village chief, Wu Ruiyan, and the countless unnamed villagers? Days later, Ji Xian and Si Qinyu returned to Chunwei City, each making their way back to their respective establishments, Yunqi Inn and Tianji Pavilion. Upon entering Yunqi Inn, Ji Xian found his uncle and elder Mu seated in the main hall, seemingly awaiting someone. "Grandfather Mu, uncle, whom are you waiting for?" Ji Xian inquired of Ji Yuxing and elder Mu. "We are, of course, waiting for you. I have heard from elder Mu about your experiences in Xiaoyuan village, and I waited here to discuss them with you, fearing you might be distressed," Ji Yuxing replied. Confused, Ji Xian asked, "But Grandfather Mu did not accompany me. How do you know of my experiences? Have you forgotten the token I bestowed upon you? It bears my consciousness. I can glean your experiences through it. Though I am aware of what transpired, reaching you would require time. Hence I could not save those villagers. I understand. Yet the thought that those villagers, defenseless as they were, could be mercilessly slain by a semi-divine being is deeply unsettling. Although I am not of the human race, this incident has led me to regard those ordinary humans as my kin. For their sake, I must strive to grow stronger, so that I may protect them from the whims of so-called strong beings." Ji Xian continued, "Uncle, Grandfather Mu, I wish to rest now. Tomorrow, I shall visit Tianji Pavilion to seek comprehensive information about the Demon Alliance." After returning to Tianji Pavilion, Si Qinyu knocked on the ring on her hand. In an instant, a figure emerged. The figure gazed at Si Qinyu with a smile. "Disciple, what brings you to me?" "Master, you must be aware of the events I have recently endured." "And what of it? Can it resurrect those villagers? Do you believe I should intervene every time you venture out. In Chapter 56, The Shura Sect, Si Chinyu confronted her master, Tianjizi, about his inaction to save lives. Tianjizi responded, "Do you think my intervention could have saved them? Or do you expect me to assist you every time you embark on an expedition? There are countless villages like this in the western regions. If I were to intervene, could I save one and thereby save them all? Have you considered the reasons behind such tragedies?" Si Chinyu, taken aback, pondered these questions she had never contemplated before. Previously, she had believed her master would intervene to save them, but he had remained silent until the calamity befell Siyuan village. Remember, every cause has its effect. Today's cause will yield tomorrow's effect. I did not understand this truth before, but now I grasp it, albeit slightly. Once you comprehend the law of causality, you will have earned my legacy. I placed you by Ji Xian's side to encourage your growth. After this experience, you should reflect on your purpose in the western regions. If you can discern this, perhaps you might assume control of Tianji Pavilion sooner than expected. Master, did you not mention that I should compete with them? Without pressure, how would you progress? Although you are my disciple and the daughter of the current pavilion master, you must earn the respect of others. You must defeat them in front of everyone to secure your inheritance from Tianji Pavilion. This is your trial. Understood, Master. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Master, I wish to know about the information regarding the Demon Alliance. The Tianji Pavilion in Chunhui City lacks this intel, but you must possess it. The information on the Demon Alliance lies within Julu City. Consider your strategy against them once you arrive there. The Ji clan cannot intervene. With your current strength, confronting the Demon Alliance would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. I comprehend. Safe travels, Master. Tianjizi's figure vanished without a trace. Si Chinyu mused. The majority of students enrolled in Chunhui Academy hail from noble families, with scarcely any from small villages or towns. This implies a perpetual cycle of the strong thriving and the weak languishing. But where do the children from those small villages and towns go? Suddenly, she recalled the incident involving the black-clad figures who abducted Wu Yun from Xiaoyuan village. Perhaps this could point her in a new direction. Investigating the identities of those two black-clad individuals was imperative. Thus, she instructed Granny Sun to look into the identities of the two black-clad figures before retiring for the night. The following day, Ji Xian arrived at Tianji Pavilion to meet with Si Chinyu. Ji Xian, brother, I know what you wish to inquire about, but I am at a loss as well. I questioned my master yesterday. He stated we must wait until I reach Julu City to learn about the Demon Alliance. Why is that? He mentioned that with our current strength, confronting the Demon Alliance would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, he asserted that the Ji clan must refrain from intervening. I nearly forgot. The Dark God clan has yet to emerge, and their intentions remain unknown. Thus, the Light God clan must also refrain from acting. Even under the auspices of the Ji clan, we must avoid engaging to prevent revealing secrets. Indeed, without the Ji clan support, our endeavors against the Demon Alliance would be sheer folly. The demise of Elder Jiao has led to the emergence of two semi-divine beings. Even the Shao clan cannot withstand such a threat. Moreover, the Shao clan cannot act recklessly. Without resolving the matters concerning the Li clan and the Demon General, they will not have the opportunity to address affairs outside Chunhui City. It seems I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. However, a gentleman's vengeance is not forgotten. Regardless of what lies ahead, the Demon Alliance, which regards human life as mere chaff, must be eradicated. Moreover, I have uncovered the identities of the two black-clad figures. They belong to the Shura sect. They have been actively recruiting disciples from these small villages and towns, and Wu Yun is likely to join their ranks. The Shura sect, I recall that it was founded a millennium ago by a disciple of a supreme being in Zhongzhou, who was subsequently expelled, that he then established the Shura sect in the western regions that I possessed detailed intelligence on them. The Shura sect specializes in the Azura blade technique. Over the past 3 millennia, many talented disciples from the 4 great academies of the western regions have met their demise at their hands, bearing marks resembling those inflicted by the Azura blade. Consequently, the 4 academies united to eradicate the Shura sect. But in their attempts, they discovered that some casualties were actually the work of the Freemasons. Ultimately, the 4 academies banded together to eliminate both the Shura sect and the Freemasons, leading to their decline. Yet they did not perish. Rather, they retreated into the shadows. Freemasons, what manner of organization is that? The Freemasons are another clandestine organization in the Western regions that as for who stands behind them, I cannot say for certain. At the very least, the Tianji Pavilion in Chunwei City lacks any information regarding them. However, I suspect that the masked individual who attempted to ambush you in Xiaoyuan Village was likely affiliated with the Freemasons. The Shura sect and the Freemasons are sworn enemies, both of which are adversaries of the four great academies. Yet we have no direct ties to either the Shura sect or the Freemasons. The Shura sect claims to have come for my sake, while the Freemasons sought to covertly eliminate me. Their motives are indeed perplexing. Ji Xian, brother, the only enemies you have made upon arriving in Chunwei City are the three great clans. The Shao clan serves as our ally, and the Xie clan is unlikely to engage in such actions. Hence, it can only be inferred that the Li clan is involved. It is quite possible that individuals from the Li clan informed the Freemasons to eliminate you. If that is indeed the case, we must address the Li clan before heading to Julu City. Otherwise, they may collude with the Freemasons, placing Chunwei City in grave peril. 5 years remain. I wonder if the Shao clan will be prepared by then. To resolve the issue with the Li family, it is imperative that the Xie and Shao families join forces. Otherwise, when the demon general emerges, the Shao family alone will be powerless to contend with him. We must devise a strategy to win over the Xie family. I am also uncertain about whether the Shura sect is friend or foe. This question can only be answered upon meeting them once more. Brother Ji Xian, now that we have established our next objective of eliminating the Li family, we must meticulously plan our course of action, that I will return to confer with my second uncle and glean his insights. Brother Ji Xian, if Xiaoyu has not been in seclusion, he should seek you out shortly. Perhaps you should hear his thoughts on the matter. Indeed, that seems reasonable, but let us refrain from disclosing the matter concerning the Demon Alliance to him for the time being. After all, this issue is unlikely to yield any results in the near term. Discussing it further would be futile. At that moment, as Ji Xian and Si Qianyu conversed, Xiaoyu arrived at the Tianji Pavilion. Before long, he stood before Ji Xian and Si Qianyu. Chapter 57. The Fellowship. Within the Tianji Pavilion, Xiaoyu encountered Ji Xian and Si Qianyu. Just as Ji Xian was about to speak, Xiaoyu interjected, inquiring, "Your recent experiences have been rather extraordinary, have they not? Are you concealing something from me?" Ji Xian asked. "What leads you to say that? I am aware that you visited Xiaoyuan Village, but it has since been reduced to ruins. Surely, much must have transpired during your visit. The moment you opened your mouth, I sensed you were hesitant to reveal something, and it appears my suspicions were correct. Should we not be transparent with one another regarding such significant matters? Do you truly think you can keep this from me? Very well. Since you wish to know, I shall recount our experiences in Xiaoyuan Village over the past few days." Including the matter of the Demon Alliance, the Ji Xian proceeded to divulge the events that had transpired in Xiaoyuan Village. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression grew grave as he remarked, "The Demon Alliance. I am not particularly familiar with this, but I can inquire with my grandfather. Even if he is unaware, the elders of the Shao family might possess insights that, if I am not mistaken, the Demon Alliance was likely established 2 millennia ago after the Wolf King retreated to the southern region. I have some knowledge of events from 2 millennia AG AT that time. The Earth Demon King Xin led the Earth Demon clan from the northern region, while the western region was divided between the Li Fire God clan and the Wolf clan. After the Earth Demon King Xin arrived in the western region, the Wolf King suffered defeat and retreated to the southern region. Subsequently, the Flower King came from the central continent to suppress the Earth Demon King Xin and the Earth Demon clan, thus shaping the present situation. Indeed, the Wolf King and the Wolf clan have retreated, yet the subservient clans and other demon tribes have remained. It is highly probable that the Demon Alliance is composed of these demon tribes, which initially had conflicts with the human race, but were eradicated by the Flower King's disciple, the venerable Sheng Hongyu. Since then, these demon tribes have seldom emerged to challenge the humans. Can we report the situation in Xiaoyuan Village to Julu City? That may be unfeasible. Over the years, there have been rumors suggesting that the Flower King's lifespan is nearing its end, and the lifespan of his disciple, Sheng Hongyu, may also be waning. Thus, even if we report to Julu City, they may not pursue accountability from the Demon Alliance, as they are not martial artists and lack the necessary influence. Upon hearing this, Si Qianyu angrily questioned, "Are you implying that because they are not martial artists, this matter can simply be dismissed? No one cares. My master expressed a similar sentiment yesterday. The central continent no longer concern itself with this issue, allowing those humans to die in vain. Though I share your frustration. Relying on others to confront the Demon Alliance seems impractical. Ji Xian replied calmly. Then let us depend on our own strength. I believe there will come a day when we stand at a significant position. And at that time, we shall settle the score. Very well, count me in. However, upon reflecting on your experiences, I realized you seem to have overlooked something. Oh, what is it? You mentioned that the figure in black led Wu Yun to draw you out of Siyuan village. After which the half-god from the Demon Alliance annihilated the village. However, a half-god's consciousness spans a vast area. If it is indeed, as he claimed, a half-god's presence, then the only way you could avoid detection by the Demon Alliance would be if he himself is a half-god, shielding us from their awareness. As I think back, his actions were indeed peculiar, that he stated he came specifically to see me. Yet I have never encountered anyone from the Shura sect before. It is indeed strange for a half-god to visit you, and even rescue you. To my knowledge, there is only one half-god within the Shura sect, the disciple of the Supreme who founded it. His visit signifies something significant, does it not? I have long suspected that the Shura sect's motives in the Western region are somewhat questionable. The battle from 3 millennia ago also seems suspicious, I Qian Yu queried. Was it not said that 3 millennia ago, the Shura sect slaughtered the talented disciples of the 4 great academies, prompting the academies to unite against them? Subsequently, this led to the emergence of the Fellowship, and the Shura sect and Fellowship both fell into silence. I now suspect that the force responsible for the massacre of the talented disciples was not the Shura sect but rather the Fellowship. They aimed to eliminate the Shura sect, yet did not foresee the Shura sect's counterattack, which ultimately exposed the Fellowship as well, leading to a purge of both factions. What leads you to this conclusion? Because I have joined the Shura sect and discovered that it is not an evil organization. Rather, the Fellowship is the truly malevolent force. Moreover, during my dealings with the Fellowship, I uncovered that some members possess the ability to wield demonic arts. You have joined the Shura sect? Why? On one occasion, a powerful individual from the Shura sect approached me, inquiring whether I wished to join as an assassin, that I thought it prudent to infiltrate and ascertain the truth. Especially since I possess a life-preserving talisman from my father, ensuring my escape even in perilous situations. I undertook several tasks within the Shura sect and learned about the origins of its disciples, as well as engaged extensively with the Fellowship. Should you wish to join, I can recommend you. Whether you succeed is another matter. Very well, since the individual from the Shura sect saved me, it seems worth a try. Please go ahead and make the recommendation. By the way, I would like to inquire, since you have had extensive dealings with the Fellowship, what are the distinguishing traits of their members? How can one discern whether an individual is from the Fellowship? They bear no distinct characteristics. Their array of skills is vast, and they possess considerable knowledge and intelligence that I suspect that some individuals among the prominent families in the Western region maintain connections with the Fellowship. For instance, the Li family may have alerted the Fellowship regarding your visit to Xiaoyuan village, leading to the troubles you faced. The masked assailant who attacked you is likely a member of the Fellowship. After that initial attack, he has not resurfaced. I wonder if he was slain by the Demon Alliance or the figure in black, or if he has simply fled. Once you join the Shura sect, you will frequently confront the Fellowship, and at that time, you shall understand their methods. The matter of Siyuan village has reached a conclusion. Our primary objective now is to eradicate the Li family. Do you have any thoughts on this? Now, within 5 years, we shall depart for Julu City, and I wish to eradicate this malignant presence before we leave. That will require careful planning to eliminate the Li family. My father must intervene. I am uncertain when he will emerge from his seclusion, but I will return to inquire. Very well. Let us conclude our discussion for today. By the way, has my senior brother already departed? Indeed, after you left, my master went to Bailey City. He mentioned he was going to seek out your master, my grandmaster. Since my senior brother is absent, there is no need for me to visit his residence. But what should I do next? It seems you may soon be heading out again. I should likely accompany you. Oh, Chapter 58, The Sage's Cave. Within the Tianji Pavilion, Ji Xian expressed his puzzlement upon hearing Xiao Yu mention they were to embark on another journey. Xiao Yu explained, recently, a sage's cave has been discovered near Yao City, verified to belong to the sage Zhao Wu from a millennium ago. His peak realm was that of a sage. He sought to break through to the half-god realm. Unfortunately, he endured the siege of the Leaf Fire God clan and the unsealing by the Demon clan, resulting in the depletion of his lifespan. Thus he has not appeared in the world for a long time. This time, we fortuitously discovered his cave, yet it is highly likely that he has passed away. Yao City. Where is that located? Within the Chunwei domain, apart from Chunwei City and your Ji family's Bailey City. There are 6 major cities, among which Yi City, Ping City, and Yong City, like Bailey City, are not affiliated with the 3 great families of Chunwei City. The remaining 3 cities, including Yao City, Lu City, and Fu City, have clans that are affiliated with the 3 major families, with the Lu family of Lu City being aligned with us, the Shao family. The Yao family of Yao City is affiliated with the Xia family. But what relevance does this have for us? It is merely a sage's cave. I would be much more intrigued by a half-god's cave. Upon hearing Ji Xian's words, Si Qinyu chuckled, covering her mouth as she said, "Brother Ji Xian, to seek a half-god's cave in the western region is quite a fanciful notion. Such occurrences may be possible in the eastern region. Yet in the western region, we are limited to sages' caves at most." Xiao Yu concurred. Indeed, the western region has only been under human control for 2 millennia, and the lifespan of half-god beings is only around 2 millennia. For the past 20,000 years, apart from our ancestors of the Shao family and the 4 demigods who fell while combating the Fire God King in Dongshuang City a millennium ago, I have not heard of any other demigods meeting their demise. As for 20,000 years ago, that was when the Wolf clan held dominion over the western regions, and the lifespan of the Demon clan far exceeds that of our humankind. This is precisely why many are inclined to cultivate demonic arts. After all, how many can resist the allure of immortality? Ji Xian calmly remarked, "Even if one achieves immortality, what then? Over the course of 60,000 years, how many have ascended to the God King realm? Apart from the human clan Blade King and Sword King, I have not heard of any other races producing God King level experts. Despite that, many still flock towards it, which reflects the current state of the western regions. The 3 great families in Chunwei City have 2 major clans infiltrated, while in the other 3 cities, it is uncertain whether Dongshuang City is similarly affected, but the other 2 cities undoubtedly harbor families secretly practicing demonic arts. Enough of discussing the situation in the western regions. Such matters seem distant to us. You have yet to explain how this Saint's Cave is related to us. Based on your recent experiences, it appears you are not particularly fond of weaponry. Thus, it would be prudent to enhance your own strength. You already possess martial arts techniques and decent agility. However, I have yet to witness your leg techniques and finger techniques. Hence, I suggested you visit this Saint's Cave, for Zhao Wuxing is renowned for his leg techniques. His shadowless leg swept through the western regions and is a heaven-grade technique that if you can acquire the technique of the shadowless leg, it would greatly benefit you. Indeed, my current leg techniques are the earth grade, which may not suffice against other geniuses. Since there is a heaven-grade leg technique, I find myself intrigued. But tell me, is Zhao Wuxing truly dead? And with you obtaining this news, surely other families have as well. Does the Yao family of Yaoqing harbor no intentions? Since the news has emerged, it indicates that the Yao family has not succeeded. Although the Yao family has a saint, it is not easy for them to mobilize. Therefore, they have yet to enter the cave. However, it is hard to predict how long that will last. Moreover, after confirming in recent days, it appears Zhao Wuxing has indeed passed away, while the Yao family is affiliated with the CF family. The Chunwei sword technique has not been passed down to them, serving merely as a nominal protection. Thus, their studies are rather eclectic, and they should indeed be very interested in this leg technique. How far is Yaoqing from Chunwei City? I hope we do not arrive only to find they have already gained entry. Not too far. Yaoqing lies between Yeqing and Chunwei City, and it would take merely a dozen days to teleport from Chunwei City. I suspect they will not be able to breach the Cave S formation so swiftly, especially since Yaoqing is home to only a 7th-tier artifact master, while Zhao Wuxing was a 9th-tier master. It would not be an easy task for him to break the formation. This implies there are still many who covet his formation diagram and weaponry. Therefore, we face numerous adversaries. Surely, some of the young scions in Chunwei City will venture forth as well. Indeed, I shall also attend. Given that there is a ready 9th-tier artifact master, I wish to learn and amalgamate various techniques to discover my own path in artifact forging. Sister Qinyu, would you care to join us? Si Qinyu pondered for a moment. then shook her head, saying, "Brother Ji Xian, I shall not accompany you. This time, being out with you has made me acutely aware of my inadequacies that my mastery of the heavenly mechanism technique is still in its infancy, rendering me of little assistance. This outing has been enlightening. I wish to retreat and thoroughly contemplate my insights that I believe this seclusion will enable me to elevate my heavenly mechanism technique to a more profound level, which would greatly aid us in our forthcoming endeavors. Very well. Since Sister Chinyu wishes to seclude herself, we shall take our leave. Await our good news. Sister Chinyu? Yes, Brother Ji Xian. Do exercise caution that it would be wise for you to bring a guard along this time. The so-called Yao family may not be so easy to deal with. Agreed. I shall bring Uncle Feng with me. Ji Xian and Xiao Yu departed from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Once they left, Si Chinyu commenced her seclusion. As Ji Xian and Xiao Yu traversed the road, Ji Xian suddenly recalled something and said, "Should we invite Wu Qingfeng? I wonder if he would be willing to join us." "All right, you can try it. He should still be at my aunt's place." "Indeed, I will send him a message. By the way, have you seen Yu Wuxia?" "No. She remains in seclusion, showing no signs of emerging." "Very well. We shall have to wait until after the Saint's Cave incident concludes to discuss it further." Ji Xian produced a communication talisman for Wu Qingfeng, stating, "Brother Wu, there is a matter that requires us to leave Chunwei City. Would you care to join us? If you wish to come, we shall await you at the teleportation array in Chunwei City." "What matter?" "It is said that a Saint's Cave has recently been discovered near Yaoqing, and I plan to venture there with Brother Xiao Yu to test our luck." There was a brief pause on the communication talisman before a woman's voice responded. "Very well, since it is Ji Xian and my nephew seeking you, you may proceed." "Understood, Master." Before long, Ji Xian and Xiao Yu encountered the jubilant Wu Qingfeng. Upon his arrival at the teleportation array, he joined Ji Xian and the others in their departure. Chapter 59. Yaoqing. Ji Xian and his party departed Chunwei City for Yaoqing via the teleportation array. After several days, they arrived at Yaoqing. Yao family, the head of the Yao family, Yao Yiji, was conversing with an elder in the main hall of the Yao family. The elder remarked, "Patriarch, the young masters from the major families of Chunwei City have all arrived in Yaoqing. Even the Yin family, which is relatively close to us, has sent people over." Patriarch Yao Yiji inquired, "Elder Ju, how goes the situation at the cave? Has Master Ming broken the formation?" Yao Ju replied, "Not yet. After all, Master Ming is only a 7th-tier artifact master, while Zhao Wuxing has reached the 9th tier. Moreover, those young masters have already reached the cave, accompanied by formidable experts that if the blockade continues, it may be problematic. Have the CF family members arrived?" They seem not to have arrived yet, but prior communication indicated that young Master E is on his way, accompanied by an 8th-tier artifact master. They should arrive in the coming days. Who would have thought that our Yao family possesses a treasure mountain, yet finds it inaccessible? If we could monopolize this Saint's Cave, our Yao family would surely ascend to new heights. The lifespan of our ancestor is drawing to a close, and without the emergence of a new saint, can our Yao family maintain its standing in Yaoqing? The Qian family has had a saint breakthrough 5,000 years ago. Once our ancestor departs, will the Xie family still regard us with favor? If the Qian family pledges loyalty, they will undoubtedly replace our Yao family as the foremost family in Yaoqing. Do not worry, Patriarch. Young Master Lu is exceptionally gifted and currently ranks in the top 10 in the heavenly domain of Chunwei Academy. He is the most talented individual our Yao family has produced in the past 10,000 years. Given time, he will surely break through to the saint level. The Qian family has not seen a new saint in 5,000 years, and this generation's talents rank only in the 30s or 40s in the region, falling short of our Yao family, that if young Master Lu can ascend to saint before our ancestor departs, our Yao family will remain the premier family in Yaoqing. Only Luer can provide me with comfort. Our ancestor has promised to safeguard Luer. As long as he can ascend to saint, our Yao family will surely shine once more. Even if we cannot seize the manual for the shadowless leg from the cave, we must acquire some resources to support Luer. Very well. Notify me when young Master E arrives. You may leave. Yes, Patriarch. Ji Xian and his party emerged from the teleportation array in Yaoqing. Ji Xian asked, "Shall we head directly to the cave, or rest a while in Yaoqing?" Xiao Yu chuckled. "Let us first rest in Yaoqing. The cave has yet to be breached." "Oh, how do you know?" I have placed spies there that as soon as news of the cave surfaced, I dispatched people, but those young masters are still awaiting at the cave. The Yao family has sealed off the roads. Some have caused a ruckus, but the Yao family claims the cave remains unbreached. The CF family will send people to assist, and the blockade will only be lifted once the CF family arrives. Thus, it would be futile for us to go there now. Very well, let us find an end to rest and discuss our next course of action. Subsequently, Ji Xian and his party found an inn to settle in. In the inn's guest room, Ji Xian turned to Wu Qingfeng and asked, "Brother Wu, how much do you know about the Yao family in Yaoqing?" Wu Qingfeng replied, "I am somewhat familiar with the major families of Chunwei domain. The Yao family rose to prominence a millennium ago when their ancestor, Yao Ji, achieved the Saint Realm with Earth-grade techniques. Following the return of the CF family to Chunwei City, the Yao family claimed to be subordinate to them, securing their foothold in Yaoqing to this day. However, the Yao family has not produced a new saint in the past 10,000 years, while the Qian family in Yaoqing saw the emergence of a saint 5,000 years ago. It seems the Yao family's status as the premier family in Yaoqing may soon change." Xiao Yu chuckled. "While I am not well acquainted with the Yao family, I am familiar with this generation's talent. Yao Lu he ranks 8th in the region and once challenged me, but I easily defeated him. Nonetheless, he possesses considerable potential and may have a chance to ascend to the Saint Realm." Ji Xian inquired, "Has Yao Lu returned to Yaoqing?" "No, when we departed from Chunwei City, I specifically inquired and was informed that he was still in a secluded training period that, if I recall correctly, his strength was at the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master level. Once he emerges from his seclusion, he should be able to advance to the Martial Lord realm. When you arrive in the region, he will indeed be your rival. So, who else has come this time? You should be aware, right? From the Xie family in Chunwei City, Xie Yi has arrived. From the Li family, it should be Li Yao. From the Xiao family, only I have come, and from the Yu family, it is Yu Qian. Beyond that, I am not particularly concerned." "Oh, why is it that apart from you, everyone else is from this generation? Such caverns are not particularly alluring to the great families, after all. They all possess inherited martial arts. Although the shadowless leg technique is a celestial-grade martial art, few cultivate leg techniques, and the older generation of geniuses have already exchanged for suitable secret manuals at Chunwei Academy. So there is even less need for them to come here. Thus, it is primarily the new generation of talents who are more interested, as they have yet to earn credits to exchange for martial arts at Chunwei Academy. What about those outside the academy? Those who have already graduated or have never entered the academy? The news of the cavern in Yao City did not spread widely. It was only discovered when the Yao family opened the cavern and unusual phenomena occurred. So only the people of Yao City and the major families of Chunwei City are aware of this matter. I see. Then we still have a chance. Uncle Feng's strength is formidable, as long as a sage does not appear. We need not fear anyone else." Suddenly, Wu Qingfeng remarked, "Speaking of sages, it is possible that the sage of the Qian family will take action this time. The Qian family rose in Yao City 5,000 years ago, and their ancestor, Qian Liang, advanced a sage through the earth-grade martial art, bone-shattering palm. Although no new sages have emerged from the Qian family in these 5,000 years, nor have they produced any dazzling geniuses, they still occupy a significant position in Yao City. After all, the ancestor of the Yao family possesses greater strength, and the Qian family will not act until the death of the Yao family's ancestor. However, with the emergence of the Sage's Cavern, if he acquires the manual for the shadowless leg technique, he may surpass the Yao family's ancestor, and then the situation in Yao City will change dramatically." Xiao Yu also nodded and said, "If the ancestor of the Qian family takes action, we may end up with nothing. Let us first enter the cavern and see if we manage to obtain the martial arts manual first. Does he truly intend to seize it by force? Then let us wait a bit longer. Xie should be arriving soon. Although Xie brings an 8th tier refiner, this individual is nearing the 9th tier. If he can enter the cavern this time, perhaps he will break through to the 9th tier, and then Chunwei City will have 2 9th tier refiners. However, my master is adept in both refining and alchemy, and he is but a step away from becoming a semi-divine master. This time, upon meeting his master, he may very well advance further. Oh, who is this 8th tier refiner? In a guest house in Yao City, Ji Xian is discussing the arrival of the 8th tier refiner with Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng. Xiao Yu stated, This 8th-tier refiner is a disciple of the 9th-tier Grand Refiner from Jilu City, who was saved by a semi-divine master from the CF family. Thus, he later became a guest elder of the CF family. His name is Wang Minghui. The 9th-tier Grand Refiner from Jilu City? Yes, the 9th-tier Grand Refiner from Jilu City came to the western regions 2,000 years ago with King Hua. He is a disciple of the renowned refiner from Zhongzhou, Yezi. Master Yezi is someone I deeply admire. He is the aspiration of my life, and I have always wanted to see the divine artifacts he currently refines. This is also why I prefer to wield a long spear as my weapon. It is a pity I do not know when I will be able to go to Zhongzhou. Has Senior Yezi already crafted divine artifacts? Although he is yet to achieve success, it is not far off. Once the divine artifacts are successfully refined, he will be recognized as a divine refiner. Wu Qingfeng curiously asked, Are the supreme divine swords, Chunhui, Sheyan, Qiufeng, Dongshuang, and the 5 divine swords from Jilu not refined by a Yezi? Xiao Yu replied, The swords you mentioned were crafted by the Supreme, who also possesses a divine sword and a divine dagger. He has been seeking a successor, which is why he has been recruiting talents skilled in both swords and daggers. Unfortunately, none have been found thus far, as the Blade King Yu Wushuang and the Sword King Shang Zimo can only wield either a blade or a sword. It is a pity I prefer the long spear. Otherwise, I would also venture to the Zhongzhou Blade and Sword Alliance for a chance. Alright, I digress. Let us take a moment to rest and wait for Master Wang Minghui to arrive before proceeding to the cavern. After all, it is currently impossible to enter the cavern area. A few days later, in the teleportation array of Yao City, Xie Yi and the 8th-tier refiner master, Wang Minghui, stepped out of the array. The members of the Yao family had long been waiting there. The head of the Yao family, Yao Yizhi, smiled and said, Young Master Yi, Master Wang, please come to the Yao family to rest. Xie Yi looked at Wang Minghui, who coldly replied, No need. We will go directly to the cavern. Very well. Subsequently, the members of the Xie family, along with Xie Yi, proceeded to the sage's cavern. Not long after they left, Xiao Yu, who was still at the guest house, took out a communication talisman and listened for a while before saying, Xie Yi and the others have arrived and are preparing to head to the sage's cavern. We should set off as well. All right, then let us go. Ji Xian, along with Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng, left the guest house and headed toward the sage's cavern. Other families, to varying degrees, also received the news and began to set off. Before long, Ji Xian and his group arrived near the sage's cavern, where various young masters from the families were gathered. That Ji Xian also spotted Yu Qian, who had previously challenged him, accompanied by an elder. As Ji Xian turned to look at him, Yu Qian happened to glance over as well. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Yu Qian nodded and smiled before averting his gaze. Ji Xian also noticed Li Yao and the elder beside him. Ji Xian had not met Li Yao before. It was only when Xiao Yu reminded him that he became aware. However, he did not pay much attention, as Li Yao's schemes aside, his talent was not particularly high, and he could not contend with Ji Xian. Thus, after a brief glance at Li Yao, Ji Xian chose to ignore him. Seeing Ji Xian and Xiao Yu, Li Yao's expression darkened, the elder beside him. Li Ai said, Young Master Yao, do not worry. We have our trump cards. All right, let them be arrogant for a while. We will settle accounts once we enter the cavern. Yes, young Master Yao. Ji Xian and his companions continued forward and finally spotted Xie Yi and his group. Ji Xian noticed someone standing before the cavern, setting up formations to counter the defensive array of the cavern. This person must be the 8th-tier refiner master, Wang Minghui. Just as Ji Xian was about to move forward, someone blocked their path, saying, Halt. Master Wang is currently breaking the formation, that if you wish to enter the cavern, please wait until the formation is broken. For now, kindly remain aside. Seeing this, Ji Xian helplessly said, I apologize for the intrusion. He then stepped back and found a spot to observe the surroundings. Xiao Yu commented, Although Master Wang is an 8th-tier refiner, breaking the formation is no easy task. I fear this may take a while. If only senior brother were here, it would not take so long. My master would easily be able to break this formation, but the treasures here hold little interest for him. He is currently focused on understanding the Chunhui Divine Array. This formation appears to be a 9th-tier defensive formation, the Dian Array, which is merely child's play to my master. Ji Xian surveyed the surroundings, scrutinizing the terrain, feeling some confusion. Suddenly, he recalled something and curiously asked Xiao Yu, By the way, the Yao family is already behind Xie Yi. Where are the people from the Qian family? I have not seen anyone from the Qian family. Let me inquire. After saying this, Xiaoyu took out a communication talisman and asked a few questions. Subsequently, Xiaoyu put away the talisman, perplexed, and said, "My contact said they have not seen anyone from the Qian family. It seems they are not interested in this cavern. How strange. Even with the young masters of the major families from Chunwei City present. The Qian family has a sage among them, yet none have come. Something feels off. The Qian family seems to have a hidden agenda. We should remain cautious when entering the cavern." Wu Qingfeng remarked, "To my knowledge, the Qian family has always acted discreetly over the past few thousand years, never competing with the Yao family nor aligning with any other families. Do you think you are being overly sensitive? Better safe than sorry. We cannot predict what the Yao family sage is thinking. Furthermore, I find the terrain here somewhat concerning, and can a 9th-tier formation without spiritual energy truly delay an 8th-tier refiner for so long?" After Jixin spoke, he looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu glanced around and said, "Indeed, this terrain seems to be gathering celestial energy. Now that I think about it, the sudden emergence of news regarding this cavern does feel somewhat suspicious." Jixin looked at Elder Feng, who reassured him, "Young Master Ji need not worry. If a sage appears, I will confront him, and you should escape." "No need for that, Uncle Feng. What I mean to say is, if anything unusual occurs, do not act rashly. Follow my instructions. I will ensure your safety." "Yes, young Master Ji." Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Wu Qingfeng also shared a few words with the elder behind them. Thus a day and night passed. Yet the 9th-tier Dian array remained unbroken. Hearing this news, Ji Xian's expression grew grave. He addressed Xiaoyu and Wu Qingfeng. "It seems my predictions have come true. This formation may unexpectedly break open soon. Once we enter, everyone must exercise caution." As the conversation unfolded, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Ji Xian turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover that the formation had been shattered. Xie Yi and the members of the Yao family swiftly rushed into the cave dwelling. Ji Xian nodded at Xiaoyu and Wu Qingfeng, and the group hastily made their way towards the entrance of the cave. Others were also hastening to the cave's entrance. Chapter 61. Inside the cave dwelling, once the protective array of the saint's cave was breached, everyone hurriedly entered in no time. All those near the cave had gathered within its confines. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, but he glanced at the entrance before stepping inside. As he entered, the cave's entrance gradually diminished and then vanished entirely. After Ji Xian and his companions entered the cave, they were astonished to find that, although the exterior appeared quite small, the interior space was unexpectedly vast. They landed in a spacious area. Ji Xian remarked, "I never anticipated such an expansive internal space. This will undoubtedly complicate our quest for the techniques." Wu Qingfeng inquired, "Should we search separately or together?" "Let us proceed together. If we separate, we may not be able to assist one another in the event of danger. Currently, we are unaware of the circumstances within the cave, so it is wiser to remain together." "Very well, but which direction shall we take? It is all so open here with no discernible points of reference. If we choose poorly, we may end up with nothing." Let us simply select a direction that if we find nothing, we shall chalk it up to misfortune. But how do we exit? When we entered, there was an entrance. Yet we did not notice where it was upon our descent. Xiaoyu glanced around and said, "This place appears to be a miniature world, that we likely need to locate the core of this world to discover the exit. Let us proceed and see what we can find." With that, Ji Xian and his companions chose a random direction and pressed forward. However, after walking for quite some time, they noticed that the scenery remained unchanged. It was still a vast plain. They had not encountered any other individuals who had entered the cave. Ji Xian pondered aloud, "This is rather peculiar. Let us change direction and walk for a while longer." After switching directions, they continued on. Yet the outcome remained the same. They were still confronted by an endless plain and had not met anyone else who had entered the cave. Ji Xian halted and declared, "Something is amiss. It seems we have stumbled into a certain formation. We have traversed 2 directions, and even if this cave is extensive, we should have encountered at least 1 or 2 others by now. The absence of anyone suggests we are not in the cave itself, but ensnared within a formation." Xiaoyu responded with resignation, "This must be an illusionary formation. However, I am the only 6th-level artifact craftsman here. If the level of this formation is too high, I may not be able to unravel it. Please give it a try. If it proves impossible, we will consider our options. Very well, I shall attempt it. Xiao Yu surveyed the surroundings, deep in contemplation, before establishing a sixth-level formation. Yet as time passed, it seemed he was making little progress, and the scenery around them showed no signs of change. Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng, lacking knowledge of formations, could only watch Xiao Yu, hoping he could break the formation. After a considerable time, Ji Xian suddenly recalled that Wu Qingfeng possessed a certain treasure, prompting him to say, "Brother Wu, could you display that necklace of yours?" Although puzzled, Wu Qingfeng complied and revealed the necklace. To their surprise, as soon as Wu Qingfeng produced the necklace, the scenery around them began to shift. Upon witnessing the illusory landscape dissipate, Xiao Yu was taken aback. Turning to see Wu Qingfeng's necklace, he quickly understood, chuckling ruefully, "I have been toiling to decipher the formation, only to have you resolve it with a mere necklace." As the illusory scene faded completely, the true environment emerged before them. Once the illusions vanished entirely, Wu Qingfeng stowed the necklace away. Ji Xian surveyed their surroundings and noted that nearby were walls, one of which seemed to bear a door. Ji Xian speculated that they might be in a room, and upon further observation, realized there were no other individuals present aside from themselves. But he then glanced down at the ground and noticed a map positioned nearby, surrounded by shelves that held a few scrolls. Aside from these items, the room contained nothing else of note. Approaching the shelves, Ji Xian prepared to take a scroll for examination, but Uncle Feng quickly stepped in front of him, using spiritual energy to scan the shelves for any anomalies. Finding none, Uncle Feng nodded at Ji Xian. Picking up a scroll, Ji Xian discovered it contained insights into cultivation. However, as it pertained to the human race's cultivation, it held little value for him. That he then addressed Xiao Yu, Wu Qingfeng, and the three elders, saying, "This is a record of the cultivation insights of the Saint Zhao Wu. If any of you wish to examine them, feel free to take them." Xiao Yu waved his hand, saying, "My cultivation path differs from others. I shall pass." That Wu Qingfeng, however, expressed interest, stating, "I am quite keen to have a look." With that, he picked up a scroll and began to read. Uncle Feng and the other two elders flipped through a few scrolls, but ultimately shook their heads, choosing not to take any. Ji Xian, noticing Wu Qingfeng's choice to peruse the scrolls, was somewhat surprised and remarked, "Brother Wu, I previously saw you as a dashing young master. What has sparked your interest in cultivation matters?" Wu Qingfeng, still engrossed in the scroll, responded with a wry smile, "One cannot afford to neglect cultivation. If my strength does not progress, I fear I may not pass my Master-S tests. Given the opportunity to learn from a predecessor-S insights, it is only prudent to study diligently." As he continued to read, he became increasingly absorbed, exclaiming, "These cultivation insights are immensely beneficial to me. I would like to take these scrolls." Flipping through another scroll, he added, "Here it even contains a technique for knife mastery. The Wuji knife technique, created by Saint Zhao Wu. It seems perfectly tailored to complement our Wu family's wild/technique. It feels as if it were crafted just for me. Since none of you wish to take them, I shall claim these scrolls." Ji Xian smiled and said, "If it is of use to you, then by all means take them. It is fortunate that no one else has entered yet. You should quickly gather these scrolls and review them later." "Very well. I shall collect them all," Wu Qingfeng declared, promptly stowing the scrolls into a storage ring. Afterward, Ji Xian remarked, "There appears to be nothing else of value here. Let us depart." The group then turned towards the wall with the door. Uncle Feng hurried forward to push it open and peered outside, finding no abnormalities. Before stepping out of the room, the Ji Xian, Wu Qingfeng, and Xiao Yu followed closely behind, with the two elders bringing up the rear. Just as Ji Xian and his companions exited the room, a figure suddenly materialized on the mat. He gazed in the direction of Ji Xian and his group's departure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before gradually dissipating, Chapter 62. The ambush. As Ji Xian emerged from the room, he heard Yang say, "I sensed a spiritual entity in that room. However, it did not make a move, and I cannot ascertain whether it is benevolent or malevolent. I suspect it may very well be the master of the cave, Zhao Wu. I had my suspicions that he was still alive, and it seems I was correct. Moreover, our every action may be observed under his watchful gaze. Yang, can my divine power currently perform a mirror duplication? It can only replicate yourself. In that case, I shall create a duplicate as a precaution." Upon exiting the room, Ji Xian and his companions discovered the area was exceedingly spacious. Surrounded by numerous rooms, that it was highly likely that some of these rooms contained scrolls or treasures. Suddenly, two figures emerged from a room ahead. As they drew closer, Ji Xian recognized them as Yu Qian and the elder of the Yu family. Yu Lin. Upon noticing the room behind Ji Xian, Yu Qian addressed him. Brother Ji, did you just come out of that room? Brother Yu, did you also emerge from a room? We just exited a room. But it was completely empty. We stepped out and immediately spotted you. Our room contained nothing as well, but there must be treasures in some of the other rooms. Why don't we search around a bit? Are you planning to join us or search separately? Just as Yu Qian was about to respond, Yu Lin promptly patted his shoulder, prompting Yu Qian to reluctantly say, "No need. We shall search separately." "I wish you luck, Brother Ji." With that, Yu Qian chose a direction and wandered towards another room. At that moment, Ji Xian noticed someone exiting a nearby room as well. He recognized it to be Li Yao and the elder of the Li family, Li Qi. The instant Li Yao spotted Ji Xian, he immediately turned to flee with Li Qi, hastening their pace until they were practically running. Ji Xian observed Li Yao's frantic escape with curiosity and suddenly realized something. Shouting, "Wait, we must pursue Li Yao. He must have found something valuable, likely a technique. His panicked retreat indicates something is amiss." Having shouted, Ji Xian sprinted after them, with Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng following closely behind. While the three elders soared through the air. Before long, Ji Xian saw Li Qi, the elder of the Li family, engaged in a confrontation with the three elders from the Ji, Wu, and Xiao families. While Li Yao trembled in fear behind him, seeing Ji Xian approach, Li Yao anxiously questioned, "Ji Xian, what do you intend to do?" "Li brother, including the side outside the cave that we encountered earlier. This is indeed the first time I have seen you, that I have heard your name mentioned several times before, yet fate has kept us apart until now. But why did you flee upon seeing us?" "Li brother, have you engaged in some clandestine activity, or perhaps laid claim to some extraordinary treasure?" "Humph, Ji Xian, what I possess is of no concern to you, do you intend to seize it by force?" "Ah, this is not Chunwei City. Treasures are meant for those with destiny, and I dare say, Li brother, you do not seem to be that fortunate soul. The token of the first cave in the Xian domain was surely manipulated by you to end up in my possession, all to embroil me in conflict with some scions of noble families upon my arrival in Chunwei City. Since we have crossed paths now, it seems time for you to repay your debts. Humph, do not think that your trio can triumph. Elder Qi, it is time to unleash that move. If one were to perish in the pursuit of treasure within a Saint's cave, Ji brother, you, along with Xiao brother and Wu brother, surely cannot lay the blame at my feet." Upon hearing Li Yao's words and preparing to retaliate, Li Qi, elder Li, was interrupted by Xiao Yu's laughter. "Ha! The Saint strike. Have you forgotten that our Xiao family is also one of the three great families? The trump cards at your disposal are not exclusive to you. Elder Qi, you should also execute the Saint strike." "Yes, young master." After Elder Xiao Qi spoke, he too prepared to unleash his hidden prowess. At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby. "What is happening? Why such commotion?" Ji Xian turned to see Xie Yi and the entourage from the Yao family arriving at the scene. Observing this, Ji Xian glanced at Uncle Feng, who then ceased his actions and stepped back, while Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng also urged Elder Xiao Qi and Elder Wu Yu to retreat. Li Qi returned to Li Yao's side as well. Xie Yi, gazing at the disheveled Li Yao and Elder Li Qi, inquired of Ji Xian, "Ji brother, what transpired? Why are you besieging Li brother?" "So it was young Master Yi who arrived. Did you gain anything from this venture?" "Do not mention it. We lost 2 individuals as soon as we entered, after much difficulty in breaking the array. We discovered the chamber was utterly barren. Upon our exit, we noticed some commotion in this direction, only to find Elder Li being besieged. After all, they are one of the 3 great families of Chunwei City. Is there not a matter that can be discussed amicably, rather than resorting to violence?" "Young Master Yi, you jest. We merely wish to ascertain whether Li brother's subordinates possess the requisite strength to protect him. It was but a jest, and we were preparing to take our leave. Young Master Yi, I have discerned that some of the nearby chambers are not devoid of treasures. Should we squander more time here? It is likely that the treasures will be claimed by others. We shall take our leave. Farewell." After Ji Xian spoke, he exchanged glances with Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng. Then the 6 of them departed without looking back. heading elsewhere in search of treasures. After Ji Xian and his group left, Xia Yi turned to Li Yao, stating, Ji brother enjoys a good jest. Do not take it to heart, Li brother. Why not accompany us? No need. I appreciate young Master Yi's kind offer, but we are resolved to seek treasures. Farewell. With that, Li Yao departed alongside elder Li Qi. Xia Yi regarded Li Yao's retreating figure, lost in thought. The head of the Yao family. Yao Yiji remarked, Young Master Yi, why not keep them here? Given the uncertainty, it would be prudent to avoid creating more enemies. Have a few people keep an eye on them. Li Yao may possess treasures. I find it hard to believe Ji Xian would orchestrate an attack on him over that incident at Chunwei Academy. And what of Ji Xian and his companions? Let them be. There is no conflict between us and Ji Xian. And besides, he has aided me before. There is no need to make an enemy of them. The same applies to you all. Yes, young Master Yi. Let us proceed to other chambers. I refuse to believe that every room here is devoid of value. After distancing themselves from Xia Yi, Xiao Yu inquired, What now? Should we continue pursuing Li Yao? Let it be. Let us first explore the other chambers, for we cannot exit this place immediately. We can pursue them next time we encounter them. Suddenly, Wu Qingfeng looked up in a certain direction and said, I feel as though something is calling to me from that direction. Oh, what is it? Wu Qingfeng shook his head. I do not know, but I can distinctly sense that it is indeed beckoning me. Ji Xian surveyed the expanse ahead, which was empty. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Since something is summoning you, let us proceed in that direction. Wu brother, please lead the way. Very well. Follow me. Wu Qingfeng took the lead, with Ji Xian, Xiao Yu, and the three elders following closely behind as they ventured toward the place indicated by Wu Qingfeng. Chapter 63. The Boundless Blade. Within the Saint's Cave, Wu Qingfeng sensed something calling to him, prompting Ji Xian to let him lead the way, with the others closely trailing behind. As they moved forward under Wu Qingfeng's guidance. Xiao Yu whispered to Ji Xian, From Wu brother's demeanor, it seems the source of his summons is likely the books within his storage ring. I surmise that the initial array each individual experienced upon entry may differ. And as Xia Yi just mentioned, they encountered a deadly array. Once breached, it rewards the victors. This suggests that the goal of the Saint Zhao Wuxing may very well be to seek a successor. If they have obtained the secrets of the blade techniques from the chamber, could the object summoning him be Zhao Wuxing's boundless blade? The boundless blade? Aside from his leg techniques, Zhao Wuxing also forged the 9th-tier spirit weapon. The boundless blade. However, I have not heard of the boundless blade technique. It may have been a technique he created based on the boundless blade itself. In other words, while the boundless blade is widely known, this might lead to a chaotic battle. They would certainly not relinquish the boundless blade, being a 9th-tier spirit weapon. Thus, we need not act hastily and risk becoming the target of many. Indeed, we should caution Wu brother. If there are many people, he must not reveal that he was summoned by the boundless blade. Xiao Yu quickly approached Wu Qingfeng, whispering a few words in his ear, that Wu Qingfeng replied, Understood. Xiao Yu then returned to Ji Xian and nodded. The group quickly advanced under Wu Qingfeng's leadership. Before long, Wu Qingfeng halted at the entrance of a chamber, looking back at Ji Xian. This is the place. The object summoning me is inside, Xiao Yu remarked. This could very well be Zhao Wuxing's forge. Should we enter, or would you prefer to observe first? Ji Xian scanned the surroundings and noted that, for the moment, no one else had arrived. However, upon peering ahead, he spotted a massive building. Ji Xian surmised that it was highly likely to be the resting place of Zhao Wuxing's body. Ji Xian stated, We may enter while the coast is clear, but it is highly probable that many will arrive once we attempt to leave. The front likely houses the saint's remains, and the boundless blade is within this chamber. We have already acquired the techniques, and it is unlikely that other areas hold anything of value. Thus, they will likely be hastening to reach this location. Xiao Yu replied, Then let us enter without delay. With that, Ji Xian and his group stepped into the chamber. As they entered, the other youths elsewhere, having found nothing of value, also began making their way toward this direction. Upon entering the chamber, Ji Xian and his companions discovered a colossal cauldron, and above it, a massive blade stood erect. Once they entered, the pressure emanating from the blade was palpable that Ji Xian and the others struggled against this oppressive force. Yet Ji Xian noticed that Wu Qingfeng seemed unaffected. Wu Qingfeng spoke as he approached the giant blade. It is this blade that calls to me. I long to grasp it in my hands. Ji Xian exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Yu, then instructed Uncle Feng and Elder Xiao Qi to be prepared to unleash the Saint Strike should the need arise. Elder Wu Yu also readied himself for a Saint Strike. Just then, Wu Qingfeng reached the cauldron, and the massive blade suddenly shrank and descended, ultimately transforming into a blade of normal size that settled before him. Wu Qingfeng gripped the hilt, and in an instant, the oppressive atmosphere within the chamber dissipated. Ji Xian and the others returned to normalcy. Wu Qingfeng swung the boundless blade a few times, finding it exceptionally easy to wield. Ji Xian and Xiao Yu approached Wu Qingfeng, with Ji Xian suggesting, "Why not try the boundless blade technique?" Wu Qingfeng eagerly nodded. "I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it." With that, Wu Qingfeng retrieved the blade technique manual and began practicing the techniques right there. Ji Xian and Xiao Yu looked on with satisfaction as Wu Qingfeng trained with the boundless blade. Xiao Yu remarked, "It seems we have gained another competitor. Initially, I had little faith in Wu brother, but it appears he has risen to prominence this time." As they continued to observe, Xiao Yu suddenly furrowed his brow. "Wait, why do I feel as though this blade possesses a trace of the power of the laws? I sensed this power previously from my father. It is said that those in the demigod realm comprehend the laws, and upon mastering them fully, they may ascend to the divine king realm. This blade possesses the power of the laws. Could it be on the verge of evolving into a demigod artifact? This is troubling. Wu brother, quickly stow the blade and manual. We must not allow anyone to glimpse this blade. If they notice and scrutinize it closely, they may discern the trace of the laws upon it, and then we will become the target of many." Upon hearing these words, Wu Qingfeng promptly ceased his practice of sword techniques, swiftly storing the Wujidao and the martial arts manual into his storage ring. At this moment, Uncle Feng interjected, saying, "Allow me to cast a spell. This way, others will be unable to sense the presence of the Wujidao on him." After Elder Feng completed his incantation, he concealed the aura of the Wujidao surrounding Wu Qingfeng. That Wu Qingfeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Feng." Elder Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. As a friend of Ji Xian, it is only right to assist you. Now let us proceed. I urge you all to remember not to speak carelessly. We have already gained the upper hand and need not invite trouble." Thus, Ji Xian and his companions departed from the dwelling. Once they exited, shadows akin to those in the previous room reappeared before the cauldron within. The figures gazed at Ji Xian and his party, revealing the same smile as before, and then vanished from sight. Shortly after Ji Xian and his group left the house, a multitude of people approached from behind. Xie Yi and his companions also neared the vicinity. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Xie Yi cheerfully inquired, "It appears that Brother Ji has arrived here first. Have you made any discoveries?" Ji Xian shook his head, responding, "It is young Master Yi, though we arrived early. We have found nothing. This chamber is where the sage Zhao Wu conducted his forging, and aside from a cauldron, there is nothing else. If young Master Yi does not believe me, feel free to enter and take a look. We are preparing to head towards the Grand Hall ahead. There should be some valuable findings there. Since Brother Ji claims there is nothing, then let us travel together. Throughout our journey, I have perused each room, and there seems to be nothing of worth. It appears that the truly valuable items must reside within that Grand Hall ahead. What are your thoughts, Brother Ji? Then let us go together. That place may be perilous, but strength in numbers is advantageous." Ji Xian and Xie Yi then set off towards the Grand Hall. Chapter 64. The Sage's Corpse Within the Sage's Cave. Ji Xian and his companions prepared to advance towards the Grand Hall alongside Xie Yi. Others were also making their way there, and while en route, Ji Xian spotted Yu Qian and Li Yao approaching from behind. Before long, they all stood before the final Grand Hall. That Ji Xian smiled at Xie Yi, saying, "Young Master Yi, this must be the resting place of the sage. Please go ahead." "Brother Ji jests," Xie Yi replied, glancing at the 8th-tier forging master Wang Minghui, who shook his head. Seeing this, Xie Yi continued, "Perhaps this opportunity should be afforded to others." Neither Ji Xian nor Xie Yi intended to enter the hall first, instead standing leisurely at the entrance. However, while Ji Xian and Xie Yi exhibited patience, those who had previously found nothing grew increasingly restless. One of them approached Ji Xian and Xie Yi, stating, "If you do not wish to enter, please make way. We wish to go inside." Ji Xian regarded the individual, yielding space while saying, "Please, go ahead." The person looked at Ji Xian with curiosity before leading his guards inside. Xiao Yu observed the individual and whispered to Ji Xian, "That is Yin Yu, the second son of the Yin family from Chunwei City. That I recall there was also a Yin Lin. Indeed, the Yin family has produced 3 talents in this generation, and they are not content to remain obscure. The eldest, Yin Fei, has now reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm and holds a respectable standing in the Tianyu. Since he has entered, we should follow suit," Ji Xian declared before hastily advancing. Xiao Yu, Wu Qingfeng, and the 3 elders followed closely behind. Noticing Ji Xian's movement, Xie also began to Run that I in an instant. Everyone rushed towards the entrance. And soon, the nearby individuals had all entered the hall. At that moment, the figure that had previously manifested outside the cave also arrived, transforming into a youthful appearance before stepping inside as well. Upon entering the hall, Ji Xian discovered Yin Yu and the Yin family elder at the forefront. He surveyed his surroundings and noted the spaciousness of the chamber, with a coffin situated directly ahead. Yin Yu was already moving towards it. Observing this, Ji Xian followed suit, and before long, he stood before the coffin, where Yin Yu was preparing to open it. Just as Xie arrived and witnessed the scene, the 8th-tier forging master Wang Minghui quickly exclaimed, "Do not open the coffin." Yin Yu turned to face them, saying, "There is only one coffin here. Should we not open it and merely gaze at it? I have heard that this sage possessed a heavenly grade leg technique manual, and it may very well be within this coffin. After all, he is already deceased. Why not take a look? There is a formation that enveloped us upon entering the cave. This coffin must also possess a formation that if we open it and trigger a deadly array, none of us shall escape unscathed. This sage was a 9th-tier forging master, and the killing array he crafted may be beyond my capabilities to unravel. If your rash actions in opening the coffin lead us all into peril, can you bear the consequences?" "Humph. So we shall stand here and merely gaze." We easily unraveled the formation upon our entrance. The array here cannot be that formidable. We have ventured through this cave for so long, without any gains. I shall open this coffin today," Yin Yu declared, commanding the Yin family elder to unseal the coffin. The elder complied, and yet nothing transpired. He peered inside the coffin and gestured for Yin Yu to take a closer look. Ji Xian leaned in as well, discovering a corpse within. He surmised that this must be the sage's body. Examining the sage's visage, he noted its withered features and graying hair, indicating that his lifespan had long since expired. However, the sage's body showed no signs of decay. It remained a mystery as to when he had passed. Ji Xian scanned the interior of the coffin and found no other items of note, nor the legendary manual of the shadowless leg technique. That moment, he recalled how Li Yao had exited the room earlier and promptly fled upon seeing them. Previously, he had speculated that Li Yao might have acquired some heavenly treasures. Given the current situation, it was possible that Li Yao had indeed obtained the manual of the shadowless leg technique. With this thought in mind, Ji Xian glanced towards Li Yao in the crowd. Sensing Ji Xian's gaze, Li Yao turned to look and quickly averted his eyes. The Ji Xian's conviction strengthened upon witnessing Li Yao's demeanor. However, the crowd was too large to confront him now, and he resolved to settle the matter once the throng had thinned. Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng also observed the sage's corpse. Xiao Yu turned to Ji Xian, who nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yu then discreetly stepped back, and Wu Qingfeng remained silent. Upon seeing the contents of the coffin, Yin Yu, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Humph, there is no manual here. I refuse to believe it. Perhaps the manual lies beneath this corpse." As he spoke, Yin Yu attempted to move the sage's body. Xie intervened, blocking his path while the Yin family elders sought to act. However, the head of the Yao family, Yao Yiji, restrained the elder. Xie declared, "Yin Yu, while your reckless behavior may be tolerated elsewhere, must you act wantonly within the sage's cave? Regardless of whether the manual is here or not, it certainly shall not be left for you." Yin Yu was left speechless with fury. Xie repelled him, casting a glance into the coffin before sealing it once more. Yin Yu, witnessing this action, retorted, "Fine, if you won't allow me to act, then so be it. However, the exit of this cave is yet to appear, and there is only this coffin here. By closing it, you intend to trap us here, do you not?" Subsequently, Yin Yu addressed the others, esteemed guests, the young master of the Xie family. Xie wishes to leave us all to perish in this place. Does no one wish to voice their thoughts? Upon hearing Yin Yu's words, the crowd erupted in outrage. Ji Xian found the situation peculiar. Earlier, within the room with the bookshelf, a spiritual entity had appeared, which he had surmised to be the sage's spirit. Now that the sage's body lay before him, he found no signs of life emanating from it. So, was the sage alive or dead? Moreover, Ji Xian was curious as to where the exit of the cave might be. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, the atmosphere within the room shifted. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes as he approached Ji Xian and inscribed the character for demon in Ji Xian's palm. Ji Xian turned to look at Xiao Yu, who shook his head in response to that moment. Another change ensued. A vast surge of demonic energy enveloped the entire chamber, and a youthful figure soared into the air, his presence imposing upon all present. He laughed heartily, declaring, "Since the sage is dead, there is no longer any need for you to live. Perish." Chapter 65. The sage of the Qian family within the sage's cave, as the demonic energy engulfed the space. A young man ascended into the air, uttering words that instilled fear in the hearts of all present. Just as the demonic energy enveloped the cave and the young man took flight, elderly Qi whispered to Li Yao, "Young master, this person is likely affiliated with the League of Unity, but why have we not received any prior notice? Should we not reveal our identities? Given his demeanor, if we do not disclose who we are, he may try to eliminate us as well." Li Yao shook his head, replying, "That would be too risky. While he appears to be a sage, we cannot be certain he possesses the power to eliminate everyone present, that if we reveal our identities and a few escape, what then? If Ji Xian and his group manage to flee and return to Chunwei City, exposing our identities, we may very well be cast aside. The situation is unclear. We need not act hastily. Let us observe for now. Do not act recklessly, indeed, young master." Ji Xian felt the demonic characters inscribed by Xiao Yu on his hand and observed an individual soaring into the sky. Coupled with the absence of the Qian family members prior to entering the cave, Ji Xian surmised that this person might very well be the saint of the Qian family. However, he had not anticipated that the saint had actually cultivated demonic skills and allied with the demon clan. In a hushed tone, Ji Xian addressed Xiao Yu, Wu Qingfeng, and the three elders, saying, "This individual should be the saint of the Qian family. With the saint's intervention, it is likely that the esteemed beings here must unite in solidarity. The guards of these young masters should be capable of unleashing a saint-level strike, correct? If we all unite our strength to execute a saint-level strike, we may be able to withstand this saint." Wu Qingfeng replied, "That seems unlikely. While the former ancestor of the Qian family, Qian Liang, may have posed a threat, now that he is allied with the demon clan, his strength is likely even greater than before. It will be exceedingly difficult for us to resist. Then it would be prudent not to act rashly. Let us observe the unfolding situation. Xie and their group will undoubtedly intervene, and if I am not mistaken, other unforeseen events should transpire shortly." At that moment, the young man who had ascended transformed into a middle-aged figure, unleashing his renowned technique, the bone-crushing palm, with a single strike from the sky. The guards of those minor aristocratic families in Chunwei City were preparing to execute a saint-level strike to counter it. However, the force descended too swiftly, resulting in utter annihilation, with countless casualties. Those talented youths from families in Yaoshan City, lacking the protection of a saint, met a tragic end under the bone-crushing palm, in an instant. Only a handful remained, comprising Ji Xian and his companions, along with Xie and a few others, leaving only Yu Qian and Li Yao. Besides Xie, there were also the Yao family from Yaoshan City and the Fong family from Chunwei City. Observing the earlier strike, Xie's expression turned grave. Although they had a larger number of people, it seemed implausible to withstand that previous blow. Xie turned to Ji Xian and said, "Brother Ji, the situation is dire. I hope we can assist one another. Together, we can oppose this individual. The demonic aura has already enveloped the cave, and if we do not strike soon, our chances will diminish further as the spiritual energy dissipates. The exit of the cave is yet to reveal itself. Should we perish here, it is likely no one will know. I attempted to send a message out earlier, only to find that the communication talismans were ineffective, since you, young Master Yi, have extended a sincere invitation. I will not decline. However, Even with our combined strength, it remains a formidable challenge. How can we know without attempting? If we do not resist, we may all meet our demise here, that I refuse to die without a fight. So we must give it our all." As he spoke, Xie turned to Yin Yu, Yu Qian, and Li Yao, saying, "Yin Yu, a grave threat looms. You too should contribute your strength. And you, brother Li, I hope for your assistance." Yin Yu solemnly replied, "Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation." Yu Qian added, "I comprehend. The elders of the Yu family will intervene." Li Yao nodded silently, offering no further comment. But a palm unleashed, the Saint Qian Liang gazed down. Discovering that the crowd had gathered before the coffin of the Saint Zhao Wu, he let out a hearty laugh. "Are you all gathered at the coffin, hoping for Zhao Wu to awaken and save you?" Upon hearing this, Xie retorted furiously, "Does Saint Qian Liang not fear offending our three great families?" "Humph. What are the three great families? I have lain dormant in Yaoshan City for so many years solely for this Zhao Wu. Now that it is confirmed he has perished, I can return. Even if the saints of your three great families come to Yaoshan City, what of it? Once you are dead, I shall depart. Do you not consider the Qian family? The Qian family? What if all the members of the Qian family perish? As long as I remain, I can recreate another Qian family. With the Qian family as your burial companions, your deaths are not in vain. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time for you all to die." Having concluded his words, Saint Qian Liang unleashed the bone-crushing palm once more, aiming at the crowd, observing the palm print descending rapidly. The talented individuals hastily retreated, while their guardians braced themselves in front, simultaneously executing a saint-level strike against the palm. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided and dissipated. Ji Xian was astonished to discover that their combined saint-level strike could indeed withstand a genuine saint's attack. However, the collective effort of the saint-level strike was limited to a single use. Having successfully blocked this one, what would they do next? The situation remained exceedingly grave, despite Saint Qian Liang having unleashed two successive strikes. It was evident he was not yet exhausted and could continue to wield the bone-crushing palm. Moreover, the demonic aura was intensifying, and everyone felt a sense of suffocation, seeing that his palm was thwarted. Saint Qian Liang, surprised, remarked, "I did not expect the saint-level strike from your village to possess such strength. However, now that it has been expended, how will you counter the next blow? Or do you have reserves? Perhaps a demigod-level strike. Are you not the three great families? Surely you have access to such power. Do share it with me." Xie responded, "Saint Qian Liang, do not rejoice too soon. If we had a demigod-level strike, would you still be speaking to us in this manner? Yet, even without it, it will not be so easy for you to eliminate us. Very well, I shall await your display." After stating this, Saint Qian Liang launched another palm strike at the crowd. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. A grand formation suddenly enveloped the chamber, causing the previously pervasive demonic aura to dissipate. The coffin behind Ji Xian and the others radiated with brilliant light, and a figure emerged from within it. With a single wave of his hand, he effortlessly dispelled the palm strike unleashed by Saint Qian Liang. Ji Xian gazed at this figure, realizing it was the very body he had seen within the coffin moments prior. The master of this cave, Zhao Wu, the saint. Chapter 66. Saint Zhao Wu. Within the saint's cave, Zhao Wu emerged from the coffin, blocking the attack of Saint Qian Liang, leaving all in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the once presumed deceased Zhao Wu would materialize before them. Ji Xian had harbored some suspicions, yet he dared not ascertain the state of Zhao Wu, only to realize he had indeed awaited this final moment, upon witnessing Zhao Wu's emergence and his thwarting of the bone-crushing palm. Saint Qian Liang was taken aback. "Zhao Wu, you are not dead. How could I perish when you still draw breath?" Zhao Wu replied, "Qian Liang, after 2 millennia, it seems you have grown timid." "We're not being dead. Your lifespan is nearing its end, while my strength continues to grow. The last time, you emerged victorious. This time, I shall send you and them away. Then why did you only dare to show yourself now? Once you learned of my demise, if you truly had confidence, why not come before my cave was revealed? I waited here for 2,000 years, yet you never returned. How regrettable! Words are futile. Let us witness the true skills beneath our hands. I wish to see how much strength you have left after these 2 millennia. Even if I possess but a tenth of my strength, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. Strike, Saint Qianliang scoffed, launching his attack once more, this time employing 90% of his power. The bone-crushing palm, infused with demonic energy, surged forth, its might once again amplified, and subsequently, he struck down the demonic, energy-laden bone-crushing palm descended rapidly. Zhao Wu lifted his leg, unleashing a flurry of kicks that met the palm strike, resulting in a resounding explosion as the two forces simultaneously dissipated. Having blocked this palm, Saint Qianliang was taken aback. At which point Zhao Wu proclaimed, "Since I have taken your palm strike, you must now receive my blade. You have allied with the demon clan and honed your skills for so many years. You wouldn't dare to withstand the blade of a dying man, would you?" Zhao Wu bellowed, "Blade, come forth." At that moment, Wu Qingfeng's storage ring trembled, and the Wujideo flew forth, landing in Zhao Wu's grasp. The crowd was perplexed as they witnessed the Wujideo emerge from Wu Qingfeng's storage ring. But before they could ponder further, Zhao Wu declared, "Qianliang, receive my blade." Zhao Wu brandished the Wujideo, executing the Wujideo technique, and slashed towards Saint Qianliang. Observing this, Saint Qianliang hastily retracted all demonic energy, channeling all his might into the bone-crushing palm, striking against the blade's energy. To their astonishment, the blade energy broke through the palm technique, cleaving towards Saint Qianliang. With no escape, he was struck by the blade energy, instantly spewing forth blood and sustaining severe injuries. Realizing he could not withstand another blow, Saint Qianliang attempted to flee the chamber. But Zhao Wu was unwilling to let him escape. Seeing Saint Qianliang's attempt to flee, Zhao Wu remarked, "Humph, you wish to run. Since you could not withstand my blade, you shall remain." With that, Zhao Wu swiftly delivered another slash, the blade energy striking Saint Qianliang just as he was about to escape the chamber. Saint Qianliang was hit by the blade energy, meeting his demise in an instant, collapsing to the ground as the demonic energy dissipated entirely. Zhao Wu waved his hand, and the body of Saint Qianliang vanished. As the crowd witnessed the death of Saint Qianliang and the complete dissipation of the demonic energy, they understood that the crisis had passed. They all bowed in gratitude to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu addressed the crowd rise. Subsequently, he turned to Wu Qingfeng, saying, "This blade is returned to you." Handing the Wujideo back to Wu Qingfeng, Wu Qingfeng promptly replied, "Thank you, Saint." After returning the Wujideo to Wu Qingfeng, Zhao Wu approached the coffin, turning his back to the crowd, and stated, "I shall escort you all on your way." Subsequently, Zhao Wu Sage entered the coffin at that moment. Ji Xian sensed a decline in Zhao Wu Sage's vitality in an instant. Everyone felt a tumultuous shift in the atmosphere and discovered they had arrived outside the cave dwelling, while the entrance to the cave had vanished without a trace. After emerging, Ji Xian whispered a few words to Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng. Thereafter, Ji Xian, along with Xiao Yu, Wu Qingfeng, and three elders, positioned themselves before the departing Li Wai. Aichi hastily stood in front of Li Yao, who glared at Ji Xian with a sullen expression and said, "Ji Xian, what are your intentions? The contest for the cave is concluded. Do you wish to provoke the sage?" "Brother Li, I wonder what treasures you acquired in that chamber. Might you indulge us with a glimpse?" "Humph. Whatever we have is of no concern to you. Do you intend to seize it by force?" "Brother Li, you jest. I merely wish to take a look." "Is it too much to ask for such a modest request? Besides, I believe you would prefer to keep your secrets hidden, particularly since we have just witnessed some intriguing sights." Li Yao glared at Ji Xian with malice. Yet he understood that Li Qi could not contend against three adversaries simultaneously. At that moment, Xie noticed the commotion among Ji Xian and his companions and approached them, saying, "Gentlemen, what business do you have? Let us not disturb the peace. Our true enemy lies with the demon clan. It seems the sage from the Qian family has been corrupted by them, indicating that the Qian family may no longer be necessary. Fear not, young mastery. We are merely having a chat with Brother Li. He has graciously agreed to let us see his findings. Have you not, Brother Li?" Ji Xian smiled at Li Yao with resignation. Li Yao replied, "Indeed, we are engaged in conversation. Young Master Yi, you should attend to the Qian family and ensure they do not escape." Xie Yi regarded them with curiosity, but since it appeared that a confrontation was not imminent, he chose not to intervene further. "Very well, if you have no pressing matters, let us hasten our departure. It is best not to linger here for too long." We shall proceed to the Qian family. After Xie Yi concluded his remarks, he departed with the Yao and Fong families. The Yu Qian glanced at Ji Xian and his group before leaving. Once they had exited, Li Yao begrudgingly produced a tome and handed it to Ji Xian, saying, "Then you may stay here and peruse it. Return it to me once you are finished. Surely, young Master Ji does not intend to pilfer it. Rest assured, when I say I merely wish to look, I mean it that I shall not take it with me." Ji Xian replied, accepting the book from Li Yao. Upon inspecting the cover, he confirmed it to be the manual for the shadowless leg technique. Ji Xian quickly skimmed through it, and after a brief moment, returned it to Li Yao, saying, "Here you are, Brother Li. Farewell." After returning the tome to Li Yao, Ji Xian departed alongside Xiao Yu and Wu Qingfeng. As they distanced themselves, Li Yao glared at their retreating figures, seething with rage, muttering, "Ji Xian, Xiao Yu, Wu Qingfeng, you shall not escape unscathed. One day, I will ensure you pay the price." Chapter 67. The cause Xie Yi led the Yao family members to the Qian family estate, only to discover a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about. Some individuals were patrolling the area, and upon closer inspection, Yao Yiji recognized them as members of the Yao family. Upon seeing Xie Yi and the others, they hastily declared, "Patriarch, the ancestor is ahead. He instructed that you go to meet him directly upon your arrival." Yao Yiji, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening? Why are all the Qian family members dead?" "We are uncertain. The patriarch will learn the truth upon meeting the ancestor." As Yao Yiji could not extract any further information, he led Xie Yi and the others onward until they encountered the Yao family's ancestor, Yao Ji. The Yao family patriarch, Yao Yiji, quickly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Ancestor." The ancestor glanced at Yao Yiji, then turned his gaze to Xie Yi and Master Wang, asking, "Young Master Yi, Master Wang, what transpired within the cave? Shortly after you entered, I received word that all members of the Qian family had perished. I arrived here to find no survivors, and every member of the Qian family is accounted for." Xie Yi then recounted the events that unfolded in the cave. Yao Ji nodded, saying, "I see. It appears Qian Liang exterminated his family before entering the cave. Thus, you did not encounter any Qian family members during your time inside, that I never anticipated that Qian Liang would ally himself with the demon clan. Thankfully, young Master Yi and Master Wang emerged unscathed. Otherwise, our Yao family would bear the consequences, with the primary culprit, Qian Liang, eliminated and the Qian family extinguished. And with Zhao Sage still alive, our Yao city has successfully weathered this storm. This expedition to the cave has yielded no rewards. Now that matters have concluded, we should take our leave. I will report the events truthfully. You need not worry, esteemed elder. Many thanks, young Master Yi." After Xie Yi departed with Master Wang and the Fong family members towards the teleportation array, intending to return to Chunwei City, the Yao family patriarch turned to Yao Ji, saying, "Should we attempt to seize the Wujideo from the Wu family?" What are you suggesting? Not only does our Yao family lack the strength to contend with the Wu family in Yong City, but Zhao Sage is still alive. Do you wish to risk a confrontation for his Wujideo? My apologies. I was mistaken. Shall we simply let them leave? Do not concern yourself with them. Have the bodies of the Qian family buried and clean up this area. In the future, our Yao family shall dominate Yao City. Consider this matter carefully. I will take my leave now." With that, Yao Ji departed from the Qian family estate. Understood, esteemed ancestor. Yao Yiji complied with the instructions, ordering the collection and burial of the Qian family corpses while ensuring the area was cleared for the Yao family to take control. After Ji Xian and his companions exited the cave, they returned to the inn in Yao City to AT that moment. Xiao Yu received news regarding the situation of the Qian family, that he relayed this information to Ji Xian and Wu Qingfeng, stating, "It seems the Qian family was already annihilated by Qian Liang. Now we have no leads to pursue regarding the demon clan." He then turned to Ji Xian, asking, "By the way, did you see the book Li Yao had? Was it the Shadowless Leg?" It was indeed the Shadowless Leg. But upon reviewing it, I found something peculiar. "Oh, what was strange about it? Could it be a forgery?" Wu Qingfeng interjected, "It is a forgery." Surprised by this revelation, Ji Xian looked at Wu Qingfeng and remarked, "It appears Wu Sage not only bestowed upon you the Wujideo and its technique, but also provided you with additional insights." Indeed, at the moment we were being expelled, Zhao Sage infused a fragment of his consciousness into my mind, imparting a wealth of knowledge, including the conflict between Zhao Sage and Qian Liang. Furthermore, it is possible that Zhao Sage has truly perished. Is that so? Then please enlighten us. 2,000 years ago, Qian Liang had already ventured into that cave, while Zhao Sage was on the verge of breaking through to semi-divine status. However, Qian Liang interrupted him, unleashing demonic energy. When Zhao Sage sought to eliminate Qian Liang, he was thwarted by a treasure, allowing Qian Liang to escape. Wu Qingfeng continued. After being interrupted in his breakthrough, Zhao Sage realized his lifespan was limited. Thus he awaited an opportunity, a chance to kill, and he waited for 2 millennia. Not long ago, Zhao Sage became aware that his life was nearing its end, prompting him to deliberately reveal the cave, intending to lure Qian Liang out. His feigned death was also a strategy to expose Qian Liang. He anticipated that in his prime, Qian Liang might not be easily slain, so he allowed Qian Liang to expend some energy before countering his attacks, thus facilitating a quicker demise for Qian Liang. This final strike to eliminate him also marked the conclusion of Zhao Sage's own life. Ji Xian queried, "So that is how it transpired. And what of your own situation?" This time, Zhao Sage sought not only to eliminate Qian Liang, but also to find a successor. Initially, the illusion in the first chamber required mental acuity to decipher. Unexpectedly, it was unraveled by a necklace. He mentioned that while I was perusing the texts, he discerned my aptitude for his sword technique. Thus he altered the contents of the shells, enabling me to acquire the Wujideo technique while guiding me to accept the Wujideo. Our acceptance of the Wujideo was seamless, aided by him, and the final scene in which he struck down Qian Liang was also a deliberate display of the Wujideo in my possession. His intent was that acquiring the sword posed no challenge. Yet the true test would be how others perceive it in my hands. Furthermore, he entrusted me with a manual for the shadowless leg technique, stating that I would be its custodian. That he acknowledged that during our trials in the chamber, he discerned Li Yao's nefarious intentions. Thus he composed a false manual for him. Since you, Brother Ji, have a keen interest in this manual, I shall gladly relay its contents to you. As for the sword, I can permit Brother Xiao to study it at his leisure." Ji Xian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Very well, since Brother Wu is so generous. I shall not refuse. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will ensure to fulfill any requests within my capabilities. Likewise, we are all friends here, ready to assist one another. I have observed the sword. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out. My influence in Chunwei City remains substantial. Thank you both. If I truly require assistance, I will undoubtedly seek your aid. The shadowless leg technique was never suited for me, so passing it on to someone more deserving is only fitting," Ji Xian remarked. "Now that the affairs of the cave have concluded, it is time for us to return to Chunwei City." "Very well. Let us set out tomorrow." Chapter 68. Cultivation. After more than a month, Ji Xian and his companions finally returned to Chunwei City. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Ji Xian felt as if he had emerged from a different world. However, he soon recalled that their journey to Yao City had not been entirely fruitless. He had acquired the manual for the shadowless legs technique. Wu Qingfeng had obtained the infinite blade and its accompanying techniques. And Xiaoyu had the opportunity to observe the infinite blade up close, enhancing his crafting skills. Upon returning to the Yunqi Inn, Ji Xian discovered that his second uncle, Ji Yuhang, was not present. When he inquired about his whereabouts from Ji Lin, he was told that Ji Lin also did not know, only that his uncle had been leaving early and returning late each day. Ji Xian, not wanting to dwell on it, took out a communication talisman to contact Si Qianyu, but received no response, indicating that she was still in seclusion, having traveled extensively over the past month. Ji Xian felt the need to consolidate his gains. The manual for the shadowless legs required practice, and he also needed to refine the previous techniques he had learned. Thus, he decided to enter seclusion for a period. During this month, the radiant mirror had absorbed solar energy, transforming it into radiant power, which had elevated his strength to the 8th heaven of Martial Master. With this seclusion, he aimed to reach the 9th heaven. Following that, his plan to advance to Grand Martial Master would commence. Ji Xian informed Xiaoyu and Wu Qingfeng of his intentions via the communication talisman, that he also instructed Ji Lin to inform Si Qinyu of his retreat should she come looking for him. Ji Lin agreed, and Ji Xian proceeded to the first cave of the Xian domain at Chunwei Academy to begin his seclusion. During his battle in Xiaoyuan village, Ji Xian felt that his grasp of martial techniques was still lacking. Whether it was the Luyang Palm or the Fierce Tiger Fist, using spiritual power in combat was insufficient to contend with opponents of the same rank. As the year-end competition approached, Ji Xian realized he could not rely on radiant power to face his adversaries. Therefore, to overcome his opponents, he needed to master the Luyang Palm and the Fierce Tiger Fist to a proficient level that Ji Xian had already achieved the ability to utilize the Four Suns in his Luyang Palm. Once he attained proficiency, he believed he would certainly secure a commendable ranking in the competition, feeling confident that apart from a few martial lords, none could best him. Thus, while cultivating the shadowless legs, Ji Xian also worked diligently to refine the Luyang Palm and Fierce Tiger Fist. He even combined the Fierce Tiger Fist with the Shifting Shadows technique for concurrent practice. Thus, Ji Xian remained in seclusion for 2 months. During this time, he fervently absorbed spiritual energy and practiced various techniques, ultimately reaching the 9th heaven of martial master, and his techniques had also entered the realm of proficiency. Throughout these 2 months, Wu Qingfeng had expressed to Xiao Yu his desire to solely pursue the blade rather than the sword. He showcased the infinite blade and its techniques to Xiao Yu, who, upon seeing them, reluctantly agreed to his wishes, permitting him to continue practicing with the blade at her residence. Xiao Yu frequently visited Xiao Yu's estate, where during Wu Qingfeng's rest he meticulously examined the infinite blade, contemplating how it should be forged. 2 months elapsed, and Ji Xian emerged from his seclusion. As soon as he did, he received a message from Si Qianyu. Realizing she had also completed her seclusion, he prepared to visit Tianji Pavilion to see her. Upon arriving at Tianji Pavilion, Ji Xian was astonished to find that Si Qianyu had reached the martial lord realm. After inquiring further, he learned that she had only recently emerged from her own seclusion. In the months prior, besides practicing the heavenly mechanism technique, Si Qianyu had also enhanced her own strength, ultimately achieving proficiency in the heavenly mechanism technique not long ago, which propelled her to the martial lord realm. Ji Xian shared with her the events that transpired in the Sage's Cave, as well as the results of his 2 months of practice. That Si Qianyu congratulated Ji Xian on his progress and reflected on the choices made by the sage Zhao Wu. Simultaneously, Ji Xian inquired, Sister Qianyu, has there been any notable activity in Chunwei City during these months? None. She replied that I just checked some intelligence and found no significant news. Although Yu Wuxia has concluded her seclusion, she has rarely made an appearance, remaining with acting Dean CFA and has not ventured out, so it is uncertain when she will. What about the half-demon clan? Ji Xian pressed. With Yu Wuxia not emerging, they have also remained inactive. However, the talented members of the half-demon clan have been seen wandering around Chunwei City, though their intentions remain unclear. And the Wu family from Yongcheng, the Xiao family from Pingcheng, and the Yin family from Yecheng, have they made any moves? The Wu family currently has only 2 talents in Chunwei Academy, my senior sister Wu Qingxia and my junior brother Wu Qingfeng. They have been diligently practicing blades and swords under their master. The Xiao family has 2 as well. One, Xiao Feng, often frequents the Misty Rain Tower, while the other, Xiao Yin, has been in seclusion since arriving at Chunwei Academy. The Yin family is no different with Yin Hao and Yin Qingqi. Yin Hao seldom visits Chunwei Academy and remains at the Yin family residence, while Yin Qingqi, like Xiao Yin, has also been in seclusion and rarely appears. What about the Li family? I observed Li Yao in the Sage's Cave. At that time, as the demonic energy enveloped the entire room, we all felt a repulsion. However, his repulsion towards the elderly Qi of the Li family was not as pronounced. Nevertheless, they do not seem to have any intention of absorbing the demonic energy, that I suspect that only those above the Sage realm and the Li family possess the demonic energy, even the ancestors of the demigod realm. Others do not cultivate demonic energy or arts, but must be aware that their elders are practicing. Thus, finding evidence of the Li family's cultivation of demonic arts will not be an easy task. Therefore, we must not be overly hasty. Dealing with the Li family requires precision. Next, I plan to explore Chunwei City. I have heard that major forces from Zhongzhou also have branches here, and I intend to learn more about them. Those branch members should also have sage-level individuals that if they have also fallen, it would be difficult for us to manage. Very well, I shall go practice swordsmanship with my master. She mentioned that once I reach the martial lord realm, She will teach me new sword techniques that I have just emerged from seclusion and have not yet had the chance to visit her. Indeed, but I believe, aside from sword techniques, Sister Chinyu also requires a divine weapon. The sword you acquired in Xiaoyuan village was merely a 4th-tier spiritual weapon. If you wish to grow stronger, you will need a higher-tier spiritual weapon. I had not previously focused on the grade of the sword. Since you mention it, Brother Ji Xian, I shall go to the Wuyu Merchant Association to select a fine sword. Then I shall take my leave. After Ji Xian departed Tianji Pavilion, he prepared to visit the Alchemist Guild to see his uncle, Hua Xian. After Ji Xian left, Si Qinyu proceeded to Xiao Yu's residence to first report her advancement before heading to the Wuyu Merchant Association to select a good sword. Chapter 69. The Blade and Sword Alliance. Ji Xian arrived at the Alchemist Guild, where the head, Zhang Tao, greeted him, saying, "Young Master Ji Xian, Director, is my uncle present?" Ji Xian inquired. "Young Master Ji, Elder Hua, is currently in seclusion." "I see. Please notify me when he emerges. Here is my communication talisman." "Certainly, young Master Ji. Thank you, Director, that I shall take my leave now." Ji Xian left the Alchemist Guild and wandered aimlessly through Chunwei City. As he walked, he looked up and noticed a storefront belonging to the Qi sect in Chunwei City. After a moment's thought, he decided to enter. Upon entering, a young woman greeted him, and Ji Xian expressed his desire to browse casually. The woman then guided him in viewing the goods. Ji Xian noted that, aside from spiritual weapons, there were also array diagrams. However, he found that the outer merchandise consisted only of 6th-tier or lower spiritual weapons and array diagrams. Then he inquired, "Are there no spiritual weapons or array diagrams above 6th-tier here?" The attendant chuckled. "This is merely the first floor. The true high-tier spiritual weapons and array diagrams are on the 2nd floor, which requires a VIP status to access. Only those with distinguished identities and sufficient wealth can become VIPs of our Qi sect. If you possess both, I can call the director over for verification, and upon confirmation, you may enter." "No need. I was merely asking." "Thank you." Ji Xian did not linger and exited the Qi sect. Once he left, the director approached the young woman and asked, "What about the person who just came in?" "He has already left." "Left? What did you say to him?" The young woman recounted her previous words, stating, after hearing that, "He left. Strange. Why did he come to the Qi sect if he was not going to buy anything? He didn't even go to the 2nd floor. Who is this person?" "Ji Xian, the young master of the Ji family. I just received word that he had arrived at the Qi sect, and I was heading to meet him, but unexpectedly, he has already left." "Never mind. If he returns, notify me immediately." "Understood, Director." After Ji Xian departed the Qi sect, he continued to stroll through Chunwei City until he came upon the Blade and Sword Alliance's office. Ji Xian entered. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a person seated at the front desk. Upon noticing Ji Xian, the individual said, "Young man, are you here to check your talent?" Confused, Ji Xian replied, "Check what talent?" "Not for checking talent. What brings you to the Blade and Sword Alliance? Hurry and leave." The attendant waved his hand, urging Ji Xian to exit. Ji Xian countered, "So if it's not for checking talent, I cannot enter." "Huh, where did you come from?" "In the heart of Chunwei City, who is unaware of our Blade and Sword Alliance. You, a mere youth, are attempting to make a mockery of me, are you not?" "My apologies, for I have only just arrived in Chunwei City and am not well versed in its affairs. That I have heard tales of the Blade and Sword Alliance's renown, which is why I ventured here to take a look." Ji Xian was about to speak nonsense when a figure emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing Ji Xian, he remarked with curiosity, "Ji Xian, what brings you to our Blade and Sword Alliance?" Ji Xian, perplexed by this person's recognition, inquired, "You know me?" "Ha, Ji Xian, the young master of the Ji family, who in Chunwei City does not know of you." Ji Xian found this statement rather strange. Although he had recently been attacked and challenged by Yu Qian, it hardly warranted the level of notoriety implied. Sensing the complexity of the situation, he chose to accept it calmly. "May I ask who this esteemed senior is?" "Esteemed senior. I am hardly older than you. My name is Zhao Li, the disciple of the Blade and Sword Alliance." "Ah, so you are Brother Zhao." At that moment, the individual who had quarreled with Ji Xian earlier spoke up. "So you are Ji Xian?" "Young man, my name is Wang. You remember it, Brother Wang?" Zhao Li then asked, "Young brother Ji Xian, what brings you to our Blade and Sword Alliance?" "I have just concluded a period of seclusion and was casually wandering around Chunwei City. Unbeknownst to me, I found myself here. That I had heard of the Blade and Sword Alliance's fame, so I thought I would come in for a visit." I apologize for any intrusion. Wang Yu responded, no need for apologies. You're welcome to visit the Blade and Sword Alliance at any time you wish. Our purpose here is to scout for talents, as we need to replenish the alliance in Zhongzhou with fresh blood. Anyone with a talent for sword or blade practice is welcome, which is why I inquired if you had come to test your abilities. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Zhao Li smiled and said, young brother Ji Xian, would you care to test your skills? If you possess the talent for sword and blade practice, you could join us in Zhongzhou. Thank you for your kind offer, brother Zhao, but I have little inclination towards blades and swords, so I shall not be heading to Zhongzhou. And no matter if you choose not to, we do not press. Those who wish to go will, while those who do not can join Chunwei Academy for their studies. That is agreeable. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I shall take my leave that I will return when I have the time. Farewell, brothers Zhao and Wang. Take care, brother Ji. Upon departing the Blade and Sword Alliance, Ji Xian felt that the two had been overly cordial, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. However, he sensed no malice from them. So he dismissed the thought. After Ji Xian left, Zhao Li turned to Wang Yu and remarked, I never anticipated Ji Xian would come to our Blade and Sword Alliance, had it not been for the Master's message. I would have been oblivious. The Master instructed us to treat Ji Xian with respect, though I am unsure of the reason. Nonetheless, it is the Master's command, and we shall comply. Talents are scarce in the Western regions. In 2 millennia, only a handful have achieved the demigod realm, and even then, they merely grasp a fragment of the laws, far from the God-King realm. Alas, we have been dispatched to the Western regions. Who knows when we shall return to Zhongzhou? Fear not, opportunities will arise. The Master mentioned that in 10 years, there will be a grand martial arts tournament, and we shall have the chance to return then. Let us strive to enhance our strength in the meantime. We must not fall further behind. Indeed, though Chunwei City is rich in spiritual energy, it lacks rare treasures and guidance from formidable masters, making it challenging to keep pace with them. What can we do? We lost, after all. Let us persevere, junior brother. Even in the Western regions, the Master has not given up on us, and we must not disappoint his high hopes. Let us go to Chunwei Academy and apply for 2 spirit caves. I have heard the spiritual density there is even higher than in Chunwei City. Since we are here, we should give it a try. Chapter 70. Contemplation after leaving the branch of the Blade and Sword Alliance. Ji Xian decided against further exploration of Chunwei City, that he needed to return to the Tianji Pavilion to gather some information. Just moments ago, he had overheard the 2 members of the Blade and Sword Alliance proclaim that he was now a figure of renown throughout Chunwei City, despite having done nothing particularly remarkable to warrant such attention. Upon returning to Tianji Pavilion, he found that Si Qinyu had also returned. Ji Xian asked, Sister Qinyu, I just visited the Blade and Sword Alliance, and their members claimed I am quite well known in Chunwei City. Do you have any knowledge of the situation? Is that so? Si Qinyu called out to the outside, Grandma's son, could you come in for a moment? Upon hearing Si Qinyu's call, Grandma's son entered the room and inquired, Miss, what is it? Are you aware that brother Ji Xian is renowned throughout Chunwei City? Ah, yes, I have heard that it is said that young Master Ji Xian possesses extraordinary talent, and since arriving in Chunwei City, he has made rapid progress, advancing from the Martial Master realm to nearing the Great Martial Master realm in just 5 months. I thought this news was of little consequence, so I did not mention it to you. Please investigate who is spreading this news. Certainly, miss. Ji Xian pondered, this person harbors ill intentions. While my progress has indeed been swift, I am still merely at the Martial Master realm, not yet a Great Martial Master. Logically, I should not be a target for those talented individuals that if they are disseminating news of me, it may pose complications for me during the year-end tournament if I manage to attain the Great Martial Master realm by then. Are you feeling uncertain about the year-end tournament, brother Ji Xian? The Spirit Cave is of little importance to me. I merely need to achieve a suitable rank. Speaking of which, I have yet to visit the library at Chunwei Academy. I recall having earned credits there, and I should find the time to check it out. As for the tournament, I fear no one except those at the Martial Sovereign realm. However, there is no need for me to expose myself to them. Now that my name is spread throughout Chunwei City, if I were to perform any remarkable feats, it would only deepen their impressions of me, making it difficult for me to catch them off guard. What should we do then? I can only let things take their course. Since we have been away from Chunwei City for a month, and you were in seclusion, it was impossible to halt the rapid spread of information. Now it is too late. However, fortunately, this does not greatly affect me as long as my strength is sufficient. These rumors will merely serve as a boost. I understand, Brother Ji Xian. By the way, there was one more thing at the Blade and Sword Alliance. The two individuals I encountered were exceptionally courteous towards me. Shouldn't the members of the Blade and Sword Alliance be quite arrogant? They have traveled a long way from Zhongzhou, and as representatives of the strongest sect there, they surely wouldn't show deference to someone from such a small place. That is indeed peculiar. Though I only spent 5 years in Zhongzhou, I know that its prosperity far surpasses that of the western regions. The top-tier forces in Zhongzhou each boast at least 3 or 4 individuals at the demigod realm. And some are just a step away from the God-King realm. It is unfortunate that I do not know why they have yet to reach that level. I once asked my master, who mentioned that they lack something in their cultivation. However, he did not specify what was missing, saying I would understand once I reached the demigod realm. In the entire western regions, there are perhaps only a dozen individuals at the demigod realm, which is indeed far inferior to Zhongzhou. Moreover, Zhongzhou is home to the strongest of the human race, the Supreme Realm. People from the other 4 regions are eager to journey to Zhongzhou. That I heard from the Blade and Sword Alliance members that they have branches in the 4 regions. And anyone with a talent for sword or blade practice can travel to Zhongzhou to join the alliance. It is not so simple. There are countless individuals with talent for sword and blade practice. If everyone could go to Zhongzhou, it would be utter chaos. These individuals will first arrive at the nearest cities to Zhongzhou and will undergo a selection process. Only those who pass the test will be permitted entry into Zhongzhou. It is a pity that in the past 2 millennia, the Supreme Realm has yet to find a suitable successor. So that is how it is. What about the weapon sect? I wandered around the weapon sect and found it quite different from my expectations. Apart from spiritual weapons, there were also formation diagrams. And to view high-grade spiritual weapons and formation diagrams, one needs to have the status of a VIP. Moreover, these spiritual weapons and formation diagrams are available for sale. I believe the 5 Regions Commerce Association also sells spiritual weapons and formation diagrams. Why does the weapon sect do the same? The branches of the weapon sect in the western regions, apart from the one in Julu City, primarily sell formation diagrams and spiritual weapons. The spiritual weapons are crafted by the weapon sect blacksmiths, unlike the Alchemist Association, which has alchemists ranging from 1st to 9th rank. One must reach 6th rank as a blacksmith to register with the weapon sect. This rule was established by the sect's founder, Oyezi. Thus, there are no places to register blacksmiths in Chunwei City. One must go to Julu City to do so. Why is that? I am not sure. There are no records in Tianji Pavilion. I will ask my master about it another day to see what he says. The top forces in Zhongzhou, such as the Blade and Sword Alliance, the Weapon Sect, the Alchemist Association, Tianji Pavilion, Misty Rain Tower, and the 5 Regions Commerce Association, all have branches in the western regions. However, I wonder if any of the prominent families in Chunwei City have aligned themselves with the forces of Zhongzhou. There are no elders in Chunwei City, and my Tianji technique is still insufficient, so I cannot probe into this information. Perhaps the elders in Julu City might know, but since I do not go there, they certainly would not share that knowledge with me. It is of no concern. Our journey has merely just begun, and the road ahead is still long and arduous. In due time, we shall uncover these pieces of intelligence. Regardless of who it may be, the families that betray the human race must be eradicated. From the incident in the distant village, I have understood the necessity of cleansing the western regions, allowing humanity to live safely within them. These families, with their insidious hidden powers, are nothing but malignant tumors. Rest assured, Brother Ji Xian, I shall support you unwaveringly. Moreover, in Spring Radiant City, the Shao family will align themselves with us. Once we secure the CF family's allegiance, we can effortlessly purge Spring Radiant City. However, convincing the CF family of the Li family's treachery poses quite a challenge. If the Li family continues to deny opportunities, the CF family will not side with us. Fear not, opportunities will arise. The Li family cannot remain dormant forever. As long as Yu Wuxia and I are in the Spring Radiance domain, they will undoubtedly seek our demise. It is only a matter of time before they reveal themselves. Previously, I had contemplated using Yu Wuxia as bait to draw them out, but it seems more prudent for me to take on that role. I will continue to undertake missions to hone my skills. I doubt the Li family will let this opportunity slip away. I wish to accompany you, Brother Ji Xian. Very well. Xiao, you should be advancing to the 6th tier of weapon crafting soon. and I shall bring Wu Qingfeng along to practice his swordsmanship. Chapter 71. Weo Flower within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Ji Xian remarked, I have now reached the 9th heaven of martial masters. It is time to prepare for my ascension to Grand Martial Master. Due to the influence of the Divine Mirror of Light, my advancement will not be so simple and may require some celestial materials and earth treasures for assistance. Brother Ji Xian, what kind of celestial materials and earth treasures do you require? At present, I am merely a Grand Martial Master, so the level of celestial materials and earth treasures must neither be too high nor too low, and their properties cannot be overly cold. In the Spring Radiance domain, there are indeed no celestial materials and earth treasures with cold attributes, but there is one that may meet your requirements. It possesses neutral properties. Oh, what is it? Weo Flower. Although its grade is not high, it is suitable for you, Brother Ji Xian, as its neutral attributes will not adversely affect you, and it has no side effects. Weo Flower. Where can this Weo Flower be found? Generally, it should be available at the 5 Domains Chamber of Commerce and the 9 Tripod Chamber of Commerce that I shall send someone to inquire. See you dispatch someone to both the 5 Domains Chamber of Commerce and the 9 Tripod Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the availability of Weo Flower. Before long, the envoy returned with news that both major chambers had depleted their stock of Weo Flower. However, the time for harvesting Weo Flower is now, and in half a month, it can be delivered to Spring Radiance City. Ji Xian inquired, harvesting Weo Flower? Where is its place of origin? It is said to be in Weo Valley. I recall that Weo Valley is located near Fucheng. Do you intend to go personally? Brother Ji Xian, indeed, it is the perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills. It will also provide certain individuals a chance to take action. However, the Fu family in Fucheng is a vassal of the Leaf family. Should the Fu family intervene, it could be troublesome. Fear not. I will seek external assistance from Xiaoyu. I believe he will acquiesce to my request. If a sage from the Fu family intervenes, it will certainly be an interesting spectacle. But how do we ensure that the sage from the Xiao family can act without being discovered? Rest assured, I have a plan. First, I shall visit Xiaoyu. Sister Qinyu, I will send a message to Wu Qingfeng to have him come to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to wait for me. Once I have resolved matters on my end, I will join you, and we shall head to Fucheng together. Very well. I shall await your return. After leaving the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Ji Xian sent a message to Wu Qingfeng, who agreed to come to the pavilion. Ji Xian then informed Xiaoyu of his visit to the Xiao family. After walking a short distance, he arrived at the Xiao family estate. Upon presenting his intentions to the 2 guards at the entrance, he was granted entry, and after a report was made, Ji Xian met with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, puzzled, remarked, is there something that cannot be conveyed through the message talisman? Why have you come to our Xiao family? There is a matter of great importance that I must entrust to you. What is it? Please do tell. I am preparing to journey to Fucheng and require protection. Thus I ask for your assistance. Fucheng, what business do you have there? I intend to visit Weo Valley nearby. I seek the Weo Flower within. With the Weo Flower, I can ascend to Grand Martial Master, which will bolster my confidence for the upcoming grand competition at the end of the year. The time until the competition is fleeting. The Fu family in Fucheng is a vassal of the Leaf family. Do you suspect they have allied with the demonic forces? Indeed, and if a sage intervenes, it could spell trouble. While I do have trump cards, there is no need to reveal them at this juncture. Hence, I have come to request your assistance. Might I borrow a sage from your Xiao family? Typically, our Xiao family sages do not act lightly. However, given that this is your request, it should not pose a problem. Just be aware that should our sage depart, the other families will be aware. If you intend to bring a sage to Fucheng, the Li family sage may also venture there, thus negating any advantage. I have a plan that can allow us to act covertly. Ji Xian whispered his strategy into Xiaoyu's ear. After listening, Xiaoyu replied, indeed. This plan is quite feasible. However, to have a sage leave seclusion, I must consult my grandfather. Rest assured, he will not refuse this request, and if you are concerned, you may accompany me very well. I shall meet the old master. Ji Xian and Xiaoyu proceeded to meet with the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan. Upon meeting Xiao Yuan, Ji Xian greeted, I have the honor of meeting you. Esteemed elder, Xiaoyu conveyed Ji Xian's request to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan gazed at Ji Xian and said, Young brother Ji Xian, there is no need for such formalities. Your Ji family has been a benefactor to our Xiao family. I shall grant your request. Please wait here while I consult the secret realm to see which elder is willing to accompany you. Thank you, esteemed elder. After Xiao Yuan departed, Ji Xian and Xiao Yu awaited his return in the hall. Before long, Xiao Yuan returned, accompanied by an individual whom Ji Xian recognized as Elder Xiao Zhe, who had previously visited Yunqian. Xiao Yuan announced, "Young brother Ji Xian, Elder Zhe has agreed to accompany you. Travel safely. I understand. Thank you, esteemed elder, and Elder Zhe. I shall take my leave for now, and upon my safe return, I will pay a visit. Go ahead. Elder Zhe, please ensure the safety of young brother Ji Xian." "I will ensure it," Elder Zhe responded. Xiao Yu remarked to Ji Xian, "I will not accompany you this time. I shall focus on advancing to the 6th tier of weapon crafting." Thus, Ji Xian departed the Xiao family with Elder Zhe, heading towards Yunqian. Upon arrival, Ji Xian shared his plan with Elder Mu, who, adhering to Ji Xian's instructions, transformed Elder Zhe's appearance to resemble Uncle Feng, while Uncle Feng was altered to look like Elder Zhe. Under Elder Mu's disguise, unless a demigod were to investigate personally, no one would be able to discern the ruse. Subsequently, the figure resembling Elder Zhe, who was actually Uncle Feng, proceeded to the Xiao family at Ji Xian's behest. While Ji Xian and the now Uncle Feng, disguised as Elder Zhe, departed Yunqi in towards the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Si Qinyu and Wu Qingfeng had already completed their preparations. The group then made their way to the teleportation array leading to Spring Radiant City, embarking towards Fuqing. As Ji Xian's party journeyed towards Fuqing, within the Li family, Li Yao received a report from Li Qi regarding Ji Xian's movements. Upon hearing that Ji Xian's group had once again departed Spring Radiant City, Li Yao chuckled, saying, "Ji Xian, I never imagined you would dare to venture forth again, that if that is the case, your doom is nigh. Inform the Fu family to extend a warm welcome when Ji Xian arrives in Fuqing. Simultaneously, alert the coalition that Wu Qingfeng, the heir of the Zhao Wuxing, has been spotted in Fuqing, that I am eager to see how he survives this time." Yes, young master. Chapter 72. Wuyo Valley. After more than half a month, Ji Xian and his companions arrived in Fuqing that Ji Xian planned to first visit Wuyo Valley. Thus, they departed Fuqing, making their way towards Wuyo Valley. At that moment, two individuals observed them from a distance, and one of them departed towards the Fu family. Upon entering the Fu family, the individual approached the family head, Fu Yang, and reported, "Family head, Ji Xian has indeed arrived in Fuqing. I have seen their party of 4 leave the city. They are likely heading to Wuyo Valley." The Fu family had displayed no reaction upon hearing this, merely waving his hand and stating, "Understood. You may leave." Noticing the family head's demeanor, the informant inquired, "Family head, what shall we do next? Should we take action?" Fu is still monitoring them. The Fu family head sighed, "Let me ponder it for a moment." Fu Quan, continue to follow their trail? Yes, family head. With that, Fu Quan departed the Fu family and resumed his pursuit towards Wuyo Valley. Shortly after Fu Quan's departure, a young man entered the Fu family. Upon seeing him, Fu Yang remarked, "Pinger, you have returned. Ji Xian has arrived in Fuqing, and they are preparing to head to Wuyo Valley." Fu Ping, who had been studying at Spring Radiance Academy, had returned to Fuqing upon receiving instructions from Li Yao after Ji Xian's departure from Spring Radiant City. Observing his father's expression, Fu Ping commented, "It seems father does not fully endorse the Li family's plan. Although we are vassals of the Li family, the Fu family is not their servant. Not every matter requires us to act on their behalf. Regarding the recent matters concerning Ji Xian, should our Fu family become involved, the outcome may prove dire. I understand my father's concerns, which is why I acquiesced to the Li family's request to return. If Ji Xian were to perish in Wuyo Valley, our Fu family would inevitably be implicated. The Ji family possesses a semi-divine entity. Should they seek retribution, could the Li family possibly withstand them? It is worth noting that the ancestor of the Li family existed a millennium ago. It seems Pinger also disapproves of this affair. Indeed, my agreement to return at the behest of the Li family is merely a fade. To contend with Ji Xian, our Fu family need not exert our full strength. We could simply dispatch a few individuals to manage the situation. Very well, since Pinger has voiced her opinion, I shall send Uncle Zhong instead. Our Fu family's elder shall not make the journey. Do you wish to accompany us? No need. I shall remain home for a few days. Regardless of Ji Xian's fate, I will return to Chunwei City once matters have concluded. In that case, Pinger, you may enter seclusion. When the situation is resolved, I shall summon you that I will go call Uncle Zhong to head to Wuyo Valley shortly. Ji Xian and his companions arrived at Wuyo Valley, where a multitude awaited entry outside. Ji Xian found it peculiar that these individuals were not entering, but rather lingering here. Wu Qingfeng remarked, I have heard that a miasma exists within Wuyo Valley. During normal times, the miasma is too dense, making entry perilous. However, in a few days, the miasma will dissipate for a time, presenting the optimal opportunity for entry. Oh, what causes the miasma to vanish? I am not entirely certain. There must be a reason for the miasma's disappearance. I wonder if there will be any unforeseen events during this entry. If that is the case, then we shall wait here. Should the miasma dissipate, we will proceed inside. Ji Xian observed his surroundings and noted that most individuals were at the level of grand martial masters, with some possessing the strength of martial lords. Ji Xian then sought a tranquil spot to await entry into Wuyo Valley alongside Si Qinyu. Wu Qingfeng, and Elder Xiao Zhe, who was disguised as Uncle Feng. Ji Xian was aware that the Wuyo flower had certain effects on grand martial masters and martial lords, hence it was only natural for these individuals to be present. To Ji Xian's surprise, he spotted a familiar face, Yin Yu from the Yin family. Upon seeing Ji Xian, Yin Yu approached and inquired, Ji Xian, what brings you here? Ah, Brother Yin, it has been quite a while. We are here, of course, for the Wuyo flower within Wuyo Valley. Oh, Ji Xian, you have only just reached the martial master realm. Even if you were to receive the Wuyo flower, it may be challenging for you to absorb it. You need not worry about that, Brother Yin. I have my own methods. But I must ask, why has a martial lord such as yourself come here? Since you have your own methods, I too have my own agenda, which I cannot disclose at this moment. I see that in that case, once the miasma dissipates, would you care to join me? No need, Ji Xian, although the miasma in Wuyo Valley will fade in a few days. It does not mean that the valley itself is entirely safe that I hope you return alive. With that, Yin Yu distanced himself from Ji Xian and found a spot to sit and wait for the time to enter. Thank you for the warning, Brother Yin. Ji Xian watched Yin Yu's departing figure, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. He turned to Si Qinyu and remarked, Yin Yu's behavior is somewhat peculiar. If we encounter him inside, exercise caution. What do you mean? Si Qinyu inquired, and it's hard to articulate, but I sense that Yin Yu's presence here is rather unusual. Regardless, it's best to err on the side of caution. Understood, Si Qinyu replied. Nodding in agreement, Wu Qingfeng also nodded, while Elder Xiao Zhe, disguised as Uncle Feng, remained silent. As Ji Xian and his companions awaited entry into Wuyo Valley, an individual in the crowd was observing them coldly. When he directed his gaze toward Ji Xian felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Sensing something amiss, Ji Xian scanned his surroundings in search of the source of this peculiar feeling. Yet despite his efforts, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing Ji Xian's demeanor, Si Qinyu asked, Brother Ji Xian, what troubles you? Nothing much. I just felt as though someone was watching me. Yet I could not identify anyone. Perhaps it is someone familiar with us, hence the scrutiny? I am unsure, but if someone truly is watching us, it is likely with ill intent. The Li family must have made some arrangements. It is possible that someone is concealed among this crowd. Yet I cannot discern who that might be. What should we do now? Let us proceed with caution. Even if they intend to act against us, it is unlikely to happen here. They would likely wait until we enter Wuyo Valley to strike. For now, we should conserve our energy, as we may face arduous battles once we enter. Very well. Ji Xian then closed his eyes to recuperate, while Si Qinyu followed suit. Wu Qingfeng, however, grew restless, his gaze wandering about. Days passed, and the miasma within Wuyo Valley began to slowly dissipate. The crowd readied themselves, poised to rush into the valley at the first opportunity. Ji Xian and his companions also observed Wuyo Valley, preparing to enter as soon as the miasma cleared completely. At last, the miasma of Wuyo Valley vanished entirely. The crowd surged forward, racing towards the valley's entrance. Ji Xian glanced at Si Qinyu and Wu Qingfeng, then proceeded onward, with the two following closely behind him. Chapter 73. Inside Wuyo Valley. Upon entering Wuyo Valley, Ji Xian and his companions discovered that the realm within was vastly different from the outside world. The valley was a realm of melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, surpassing even the abode of Elder Xiaoyu that Ji Xian had previously visited. Ji Xian remarked. I have visited the residence of Elder Xiaoyu before, which was also filled with bird song and floral beauty. Yet I find that Wuyo Valley is even more splendid. Si Qinyu smiled. My master is a disciple of the Flower King, so her abode naturally overflows with exquisite flora. Moreover, Chunwei Domain enjoys eternal spring. The flora and fauna here are even more vibrant. It is not surprising that this place is more resplendent than my master's residence. Yet I wonder about the miasma. By the way, Sister Qinyu, where do Wuyo flowers typically grow? Although Wuyo Valley is renowned for its abundant Wuyo flowers, once the miasma dissipates, entry for harvesting is permitted. However, the Wuyo flowers are not plentiful, with only a maximum of 10 blooms available each time the miasma clears. If they are not picked within 10 days, the next entry will yield the same number. Why is that? Is there someone residing within Wuyo Valley? I cannot say for certain. According to records, Wuyo Valley was discovered a millennium ago. Individuals entered, but suffered heavy casualties due to the miasma. Later, it was discovered that the miasma dissipates, allowing safe entry, and they began to explore further. Si Qinyu continued. They found that the miasma dissipates for approximately 10 days, during which they encountered a peculiar flower that enhances the cultivation of martial artists, especially significantly for grand martial masters. Thus, this valley was named Wuyo Valley, and the flower was named Wuyo Flower. However, there are no records regarding the miasma or the associated dangers. Oh, could even sages not enter the miasma? Why would sages concern themselves with such trivial matters? At that time, the strongest individual who came to investigate was merely a single esteemed being. However, after entering the miasma, that esteemed being returned empty-handed. When they re-entered after the miasma dissipated, aside from that peculiar flower, nothing else of value was found. Moreover, that flower is only beneficial for grand martial masters, leading to little interest thereafter. Nonetheless, grand martial masters frequently visit to harvest, as they have 10 days each month to collect Wuyo flowers. Thus, the inventory of the 5 Domains Chamber of Commerce and the Jioding Chamber of Commerce is limited. Indeed, although the Wuyo flower has been proven most beneficial for grand martial masters, there are still many at that level within Chunwei Domain. Those in villages and towns lacking unique resources must seek elsewhere, and since Wuyo flowers are readily available here, many come to harvest them. The Wuyo flowers in the 5 Domains Chamber of Commerce and Jioding Chamber of Commerce are sourced from these harvesters. Only 10 blooms a month, so these flowers must be quite valuable. For Chunwei City, they are not exceedingly valuable, as the talented scions of noble families possess other methods to enhance their strength. Not to mention the cultivation caverns of Chunwei Academy. Thus, Wuyo flowers hold more significance in other cities. Now I understand. Let us hasten to find the Wuyo flowers. I have committed their appearance to memory. Very well, Brother Ji Xian. With that, Ji Xian and his companions swiftly advanced, searching for the Wuyo flowers. Numerous others surrounded them, and should a Wuyo flower appear, a confrontation may ensue, as Ji Xian and his companions scoured for the flowers. Deep within a hidden, expansive cave in Wuyo Valley, flowers bloomed abundantly, and a young woman sat serenely amidst the floral sea. At that moment, a young man entered the cave from outside. It was, in fact, Yin Yu. Upon seeing the woman, he knelt and proclaimed, I pay my respects to my master. The woman opened her eyes and regarded Yin Yu, saying, Rise. How have you fared with the tasks I entrusted to you? After standing, Yin Yu replied, The sage Zhao Wu is dead. Before he passed, he mentioned that I bore a familiar aura. What is your connection to Sage Zhao Wu, master? Upon hearing this, the woman spoke sharply. Sage Zhao Wu is dead. How did this come to pass? He sacrificed his final vestiges of life to eliminate the traitorous Qian Liang, who had allied with the demonic forces. He died just like that. Why? Why did he not wait for me? The woman's emotions surged violently, as if she were venting her fury while simultaneously mourning. Yin Yu bowed his head, rendered speechless, months prior upon reaching the great martial master realm. He had heard of the potent effects of the Wuyo flower on those of his level, prompting him to venture to Wuyo Valley in search of it. However, despite his extensive search, he found no trace of the flower, and instead stumbled upon a cave. Intrigued, he entered, only to encounter a mysterious woman whose cultivation he could not discern. With her consent, he became her disciple, and she instructed him to seek out the cave of the revered Zhao Wuxing near Yao City. To meet him, When Yin Yu arrived at Zhao Wuxing's abode, he was taken aback to learn that the sage had sacrificed his own vitality to vanquish the traitorous sage Qianliang, and could only meet Yin Yu in his final moments due to the aura that lingered about him. After a considerable time, the woman's mood finally settled, and she inquired, "What did Zhao Wuxing say before his demise? Did he bestow anything upon you?" Zhao Wuxing said nothing, save for this. Yin Yu replied, producing a hairpin meant for women, which he handed to her. Upon seeing the ornament, the woman trembled as she grasped it, tears streaming down her face as she caressed the pin. Yin Yu stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, the woman regained her composure and spoke, "You must be curious as to why I sent you to meet Zhao Wuxing." Before Yin Yu could respond, she continued, "It is because he was once my beloved, and our parting was due to circumstances beyond our control. Little did I know that our last encounter would be our final farewell. 5,000 years ago, I arrived here and discovered a peculiar secret realm. Yet I was unable to unlock its entrance until a millennium had passed, when a crack finally appeared, inadvertently releasing miasma. For the past 1,000 years, I have endeavored to enter, yet my attempts have been in vain, and I have been unable to leave this place. When you arrived here, it was fortuitous, and I thought to send you to seek Zhao Wuxing in hopes of collaborating to open the realm's entrance. Alas, I never anticipated his demise. The best time to access it is when the miasma dissipates, but it appears that once again, we shall achieve nothing." Chapter 74. The Ambush. As Yin Yu listened to the woman's tale, Ji Xian and the others were diligently searching for the Wuyo flower, but after much effort, they had found none, and the area seemed desolate. Upon reaching the mouth of a cave, just as they prepared to enter, two men suddenly leaped out, declaring, "This tree is of my planting. This road is of my making. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. Robbery. Hand over your storage rings." Upon closer inspection, Ji Xian recognized the two men as middle-aged brigands. One bore a scar across his face and brandished a large blade, exuding an air of menace, while the other, smaller in stature, pointed a long sword at them. Both were of the great martial master realm. When they spotted Si Qinyu behind Ji Xian, their expressions twisted into lewd grins. "Ah, a beauty! Come here, dear sister." Ji Xian, witnessing their demeanor, snorted disdainfully. "Robbers? Blocking the road for robbery. You truly are unaware of your own insignificance." The smaller man laughed derisively. "A mere martial master, and you dare to bring a beauty here to admire flowers. You've met with misfortune today. Hand over your storage rings, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Si Qinyu glanced at Ji Xian, her dissatisfaction with the two men palpable. Ji Xian nodded in affirmation, prompting her to step forward. Mistakenly believing Si Qinyu was approaching them willingly, the brigand smirked. "Ah, the beauty knows how to recognize the wise. If you two don't hand over your storage rings, don't blame us for being merciless." As Si Qinyu strode forward, she drew the soft sword Lingxi she had acquired from the Wuyo Merchant Association, executing the falling blossom sword technique, causing a flurry of petals to dance in the air. The scarred man sensed the impending danger and hastily drew his blade to block, but he struggled against the force of the sword's energy, while the smaller man merely watched with a grin. The scarred man bellowed, "Stop gawking! Come help me! She is a martial sovereign." The smaller man sprang into action, rushing to aid the scarred man in fending off Si Qinyu's strikes. Yet, even together, they were no match for her, and they were swiftly sent reeling, grievously wounded. Si Qinyu, undeterred, pressed forward, intent on teaching them a painful lesson. The scarred man, rising with his blade, shouted, "You've gone too far. Let us fight." The smaller man joined him, and together they unleashed a combined attack of blade and sword against Si Qian. Ji Xian observed the skirmish with vigilance, sensing that the two brigands were not merely here for robbery, but were deliberately seeking confrontation, positioning themselves in their path. Just as Si Qinyu prepared to launch another strike, Ji Xian felt a surge of malice approaching from behind that a masked figure brandishing a sword materialized beside him, lunging toward Ji Xian. Reacting swiftly, Ji Xian employed the shadow shift technique to evade. Witnessing this, Wu Qingfeng was alarmed and swiftly drew his Wuji blade, striking at the masked assailant. Unfazed, the masked figure retaliated fiercely, and their weapons clashed, sending Wu Qingfeng flying, causing him to spit blood. Realizing that his attacker was a martial sovereign, Wu Qingfeng understood the dire situation. The assailant continued to pursue Ji Xian, who, recognizing the disparity in their strengths, avoided direct confrontation, maximizing his agility to evade the onslaught. After several near misses, Ji Xian concluded that he could not sustain this state for long. Then he called out to Si Qinyu, "Sister Qinyu, retreat quickly. We have enemies here." Upon hearing Ji Xian's warning, Si Qinyu turned to see the masked figure pursuing Ji Xian, while Wu Qingfeng struggled to rise. Bloodied on the ground, Si Qinyu hastily retreated to regroup with Ji Xian. The scarred man, witnessing the unfolding chaos, cackled, "You wish to rescue them? First, ask the blades in our hands." He charged after Si Qinyu, followed closely by the smaller man, intent on obstructing her from aiding Ji Xian. As Ji Xian dodged the masked figure's attacks, he observed Si Qinyu's predicament and shouted, "Sister Qinyu, Wu Qingfeng and I will handle those two. You take on this one." Turning to Wu Qingfeng, he added, "Brother Wu, let us deal with those two. Are you well enough?" "I'm fine. I can still fight. I may not match the martial sovereign, but I refuse to believe I cannot handle a great martial master," Wu Qingfeng asserted, charging toward the brigands. After regrouping, Si Qinyu faced the masked figure, while Wu Qingfeng stood by Ji Xian, ready to confront the two brigands. Ji Xian remained cautious, aware that although Wu Qingfeng was a great martial master, he himself was merely at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, and without a weapon, he was at a disadvantage. The scarred man taunted Ji Xian, "A martial master. Is it? The beauty is gone. Let us see how you handle me now." He brandished his blade menacingly at Ji Xian, instructing the smaller man, "You take on that pretty boy. He is already injured." The smaller man lunged at Wu Qingfeng, and in an instant, 3 battles erupted simultaneously. However, Ji Xian's conflict concluded first. Understanding that although he was evenly matched with the scarred man, it would be challenging to withstand his blade techniques, Ji Xian resolved to end the fight swiftly. He unleashed the 4 suns surrounding technique, a formidable palm strike imbued with divine light. The scarred man dismissed Ji Xian's attack, preparing to intercept it with his blade. Yet, as their weapons collided, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he attempted to channel more energy to defend, it was already too late. That Ji Xian's palm shattered his weapon and struck his body, sending the scarred man crashing to the ground. Gravely injured, the smaller man, witnessing the swift defeat of his companion, was taken aback, causing his swordplay to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qingfeng executed the Wuji blade technique, striking down with lethal precision. The smaller man attempted to parry, but his blade was cleaved in 2, and the residual force sent him reeling, severely wounded. Meanwhile, Si Qinyu engaged the masked figure, and upon seeing her allies triumph, she unleashed her newly learned technique, Blossoms in full bloom, showering the masked figure with a rain of sword strikes. After blocking the first, the masked figure realized he could not withstand the onslaught, and, feigning a retreat, vanished into the shadows. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Cave Within Wuyo Valley. Ji Xian regarded the 2 brigands who had attempted to rob them, but were swiftly defeated. "Now that you find yourselves in our grasp, do you not wish to say something? Speak the truth, and I may consider letting you go." The scarred man scoffed, "What nonsense! I have neither riches nor a life worth taking. If you have the courage, then kill me." The smaller man, trembling, implored, "Brother, I do not wish to die." "Silence, speak again, and I shall slay you first," Ji Xian remarked. "You are hardly in a position to boast, so cease this brazen behavior." He gestured for Si Qinyu to take the thin man to another location for questioning, while he remained vigilant, watching Scarface to prevent any desperate actions. Before long, Si Qinyu returned with the thin man. Ji Xian turned to her, and she nodded in affirmation. Thus, Ji Xian declared, "I have stated that as long as you are forthcoming, I shall release you." Subsequently, Ji Xian, along with Si Qinyu and Wu Qingfeng, departed from the area. However, they did not venture far, instead concealing themselves in a secluded spot to observe the 2 men. Once Ji Xian had left, Scarface inquired, "Did you divulge everything to her?" The thin man nodded, saying, "Indeed, brother, I do not wish to die, nor do I wish for your demise." That he promised that if I spoke the truth, we would be freed. So I spoke candidly. Yet Scarface, pallid with fear, replied, "Had you remained silent, we might have escaped death. By speaking the truth, we have sealed our fates." At that moment, a voice echoed, "You speak rightly, since you are well aware. Prepare to meet your end." Accompanying this voice was a masked figure who swiftly approached and beheaded both men with a single stroke. Upon witnessing the masked assailant's arrival, Ji Xian and his companions rushed forward. But they were too late to prevent the slaughter of Scarface and the Thin Man. After dispatching them, the masked figure turned to Ji Xian and his companions, chuckling, "Ji Xian, next time, this sword shall strike your head." Ha ha ha! With that, the masked figure retreated in an instant, vanishing from sight within mere breaths. Once the masked figure had departed, Ji Xian addressed the decapitated men, saying, "Though I disdain your actions, may you find peace in death." Thereafter, Ji Xian and his companions gathered the bodies and buried them on the spot. After interring the remains, Ji Xian turned to Si Qinyu and asked, "What did the Thin Man reveal?" "Brother Ji Xian, he mentioned that they were originally bandits from the vicinity, hired by someone to ambush us here." "Who was that individual?" "They are unaware of his identity. He was merely described as a masked man. Very likely the one who attacked us today." Ji Xian furrowed his brow and replied, "No, that cannot be. Did you not notice how swiftly the masked figure who just executed them moved, from the moment he struck until their demise? And then our arrival, his speed was beyond my own capabilities. Reflect on the masked assailant who ambushed us earlier. I was able to evade his attack through my shadow shift technique." "Brother Ji Xian, are you suggesting that the one who ambushed us is not the same as the one who just killed them?" "Precisely. Although I did not witness the latter's techniques, his speed indicates that with my shadow shift, I could not have evaded his assassination." Ji Xian then turned to Wu Qingfeng and inquired, "What do you think, Brother Wu?" Wu Qingfeng pondered briefly and responded, "It appears so. While the masked assailant who attacked us was formidable, his speed did not match that of the one who just retreated from us. None of us could keep pace with him. That it is unlikely they are the same person." Si Qinyu, perplexed, asked, "Then why are there two masked individuals? What could be their objective?" "The first one retreated after realizing he could not kill us, while this one seems to have come specifically to eliminate witnesses, yet he still issued a threat to Brother Ji Xian before departing." "Why did he retreat? Are these two masked individuals even affiliated with the same faction? Who wishes to eliminate us? The Li family must be aware of our departure from Chunwei City, and they likely know of our arrival here as well. If anyone harbors the most desire to see my demise, it would undoubtedly be Li Yao of the Li family. Thus, one of these individuals could very well be sent by the Li family or affiliated with the Illuminati. However, I am uncertain whether they belong to the same faction. Regarding the masked figure who executed them, I suspect his strength has not yet reached a level where he could effortlessly overpower us. Brother Ji Xian, what course of action should we take now? Shall we continue onward?" Ji Xian, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated and said, "Well, since we have come this far, let us first explore this cave. If we find nothing, we shall rest here for the night before resuming our search. The 10 Wuyo flowers should not have been entirely found so swiftly, should they? Typically, they are discovered on the 8th or 9th day. And when the Wuyo flowers are located, a fragrance will pervade the entire Wuyo Valley, thus indicating their presence. In that case, let us investigate the cave." They reasoned that if they emerged from this cave, it should not pose any danger. Yet they remained cautious just in case. Si Qinyu exclaimed with excitement, "I understand, Brother Ji Xian." Wu Qingfeng nodded in agreement, affirming his attentiveness. Thus, Ji Xian and his companions ventured into the cave. Upon entering, they found it to be merely an ordinary cavern, devoid not only of Wuyo flowers but even of flora. It was simply a barren cave. Ji Xian suggested they take a moment to rest. Wu Qingfeng and Si Qinyu prepared to settle down, while Ji Xian wandered about, exploring the cave's walls with his hands. Suddenly, he seemed to activate some hidden mechanism, causing a door to open in the cave's interior. Startled, Ji Xian decided to investigate further, and Si Qinyu and Wu Qingfeng, seeing this, abandoned their rest to follow him inside. Upon entering through the door, Ji Xian discovered numerous murals adorning the walls. He surveyed the area and found a total of 5 murals depicting a tale of a woman confronting a monstrous beast. However, the final mural had been damaged, leaving the fate of the beast's outcome obscured.